What do you mean I can't have any alcohol?
Okay, well, I'll tell you. Okay, the time's 20 to 3, 14:40. I'm arresting you on suspicion of improper use of the electronic communications network. I'm just
What?
127 Communications Act, okay? So you do not have to say it. It may harm your defence if you don't mention one question, something which later are in court. Anything you do say may be given evidence. Do you understand that?
So I'm actually being arrested?
You're going to be arrested, okay?
Right.
So you up to the police station.
Right.
You, okay, this is in relation to some comments that you've made on a Facebook page. Okay?
Oh, really? Oh, it's a Facebook crime, is it?
Okay.
Right.
So we need to ask you some questions about that.
Right.
Have you got anything in your pockets?
I've got my keys. No, it's made it, I think, keys.
So anyone who's been arrested, we can search them under Section 32 of the Basic Criminal Act.
Right.
And that's for dangerous items.
I mean, you said I was going to be arrested under some what information? But I'm going to be arrested for posting on Facebook.
Some comments that are offensive, obscene, and people have made a complaint about that, and it's
And can you tell me what this comment was?
Okay, well, we'll do that when we interview.
All right. And so, what am I going to be locked up for the night, or?
Hopefully not.
Right. Do I need to take my medications with me?
Yes, we will look at taking all those.
When do you need to take them?
Well, I've got pain medications. I've got sleeping medication. I've got anxiety medications, which I might take one of those in a bit. Okay. You know.
Well, if we take everything with us, then you've got everything there, haven't you?
And then we've got a nurse up there. They'll be able to. They'll be able to come and see you, and then once you've been there, they can assess whether or not medication can be issued. All right. So what we're going to do is, if you want to pop yourself up, we're just going to search.
You need the glasses.
Yeah, search you.
To come with you.
My glasses.
Yeah. Do you want to take them with you?
Okay.
A Facebook crime in the UK. It's kind of Great Britain, wherever it occurred. It's kind of interesting. An older man, made a comment on Facebook, considering all the things that are going on in that country, and they sent out 2 police to arrest this older guy. Man, I mean, when you have the mob of people walking around with bricks and bats and sticks and things like that, it's kind of amazing. How older guy like that being treated. Like no country for old men. It's like not even Britain anymore. Like a different country. But this topic is about Trump and Bitcoin. As you can see from the I guess it's thumbnail, whatever it's called. Trump back in 2019 was strongly against Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. As you can see here, here's a tweet from 2019. I'm not a fan of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, which are not money and whose value is highly volatile and based on thin air. Unregulated crypto assets can facilitate unlawful behavior, including drug trade and other illegal activity. Now, the only thing about that I'm sure that he's changed his mind on is that he is now a fan of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. I'm sure he still believes that it's not money. You can't change your mind on that overnight like that. And it is still highly volatile, so his mind wouldn't have been changed on that. And the only thing I can see where he would want to change his mind on is regulating it. Because the drug trade and illegal activity is still going to be there. Maybe he'll be able to regulate some of that out of existence. But I think this is a good time to point out how the lobbyists can really change the mind of almost any politician, and they can come to the White House or to DC, and they have all intentions of doing all the right things, and then the lobbyists, the people that pay them to come here, they end up corrupting those people, even the people with the best of intentions. And I think that you see that very clearly here with the Trump's 180 on the Bitcoin, on his Bitcoin policy. There just really is no way you can go from where he initially was to where he is now without someone greasing his pockets or really doing a strong push to encourage him to change up from Bitcoin, but to change up to Bitcoin. Anyway, so I want to show you a couple of articles because not only has Trump changed his opinion, he's come up with some rather radical ideas as to how to use Bitcoin for our good, I guess. Now, remember maybe a week or so ago, I did a Bitcoin stream, and I talked about how Trump used some very interesting words. He called it a strategic reserve asset, and at that point, I said, this Bitcoin is going to be around a while. I think it's going to be here regardless if it doesn't have any value, if it's volatile or whatever, if it launders drug activity or something like that. When politicians start using words like that, strategic reserve asset, that lets you know that the government is going to come in and they see some reason why they need to take over this technology or cryptocurrency. You often see it in technology all the time that there's certain technologies that you just can't sell to certain countries, and certain weapon systems that they can only sell stripped down versions, things like that. So let's take a look at some of the things Donald Trump has been saying about Bitcoin, and he's just mentioned something of late, which I think you'll find interesting. So here's the first thing here. I'll make sure I zoom in just to make sure you can see it. Trump suggests Bitcoin to solve $35 trillion debt. That's very interesting. He has proposed using Bitcoin to address the U.S. staggering debt. So here's what he says here. This proposal has sparked widespread debate among economists. Trump's proposal hinges on the idea of leveraging the rapidly growing value and adoption of Bitcoin. He argues that Bitcoin's decentralized nature and potential for appreciation make it a viable tool for tackling the debt crisis. Interesting. According to Trump, converting a portion of the national debt into Bitcoin could provide the U.S. with a hedge against inflation. It could also reduce reliance on traditional financial institutions. By integrating Bitcoin into the national debt strategy, the U.S. might position itself as a leader in the burgeoning digital economy. This can attract innovation and investment in blockchain technology. Furthermore, Bitcoin's global nature could potentially facilitate international debt settlements. This will offer a new avenue for financial diplomacy. Hint, hint, wink, wink, strong arming people here. Let's see if this video plays here. And it's not a video, but this was a video that he did with Maria Bartiromo, and what he's talking about very bullishly about Bitcoin. Let's see if we can get down to it. Democratic politicians have recently addressed a letter to the DNC. It urges a shift away from the party's current stance on Bitcoin. It is largely influenced by Elizabeth Warren's anti-cryptocurrency policy. The letter expresses concern that Warren's strict regulations on digital currencies may alienate a growing voter base, mainly young people here. Here's a letter that I guess she wrote to the DNC or whatever. And there's one more article. This is from Altcoin, by the way. So clearly they're bullish on what Donald Trump is supporting. Let me share with you another article. Here's another article that I think has some quotes attributed to Trump here. And headline, Donald Trump suggests using Bitcoin to repay the U.S. debt. Another article here. Here is where he says something rather interesting. And you should be able to see that. Trump suggested that the U.S. government could consider issuing small crypto checks to repay the national debt. He emphasized that Bitcoin as an asset with a limited supply could absorb and transform U.S. dollar inflation into a new system based on sound money and blockchain technology. Now, Trump is a 70-something-year-old man. I guarantee you he does not understand blockchain technology. But someone very close to him, an advisor, is explaining this to him to the best of their ability and has somehow convinced Donald Trump that this makes sense. I'm not arguing against or for it, but I am saying that this is, an arrow in the quiver for Bitcoin or the Bitcoin believers here. This idea is part of a broader strategy to maintain U.S. dominance in global markets and trade. Trump's proposal comes at a time when the debt continued to devalue the dollar. The U.S. continues to devalue the dollar by printing more and more to repay debts. This practice has led to a rapid increase in the national debt, which is growing by approximately $1 trillion every 3 months. The idea of using Bitcoin to repay the national debt has been supported by other political figures, Robert F. Kennedy and Cynthia Lummis. We'll look into her a little bit later. She recently introduced a bill, Lummis, to establish a strategic Bitcoin reserve in the United States to counter the harmful effects of excessive money printing and preserve the country's financial dominance. The Wyoming Senator aims for the U.S. Treasury to acquire 5% of the total Bitcoin supply and to hold this rare, decentralized asset for at least 20 years. Very interesting indeed. Trump's proposal to use Bitcoin to repay the debt represents an innovative and controversial approach to solving the national debt policy. Trump later goes on to say some things that I do kind of agree with, and I'm going to see if I can find those quotes. I don't know if I can find those, but basically Trump goes on to say that the Bitcoin is going to be mined somewhere anyway. So it might as well be us to be out in front in terms of a leadership position. I can agree with that. Let me show you one more article about the Trump statements from Trump just recently issued today, minutes ago, if I'm not mistaken. August 6th, today. After embracing Bitcoin in the broader crypto market throughout his election campaigns, Trump has once again made headlines. He weighs in on Bitcoin again. He says in a recent live stream with popular influencer Aiden Ross, Trump advised the current administration against selling the U.S.'s Bitcoin holdings. This discussion arose following the government's recent transfer of 29,000 Bitcoin worth approximately $2 billion to an unknown address. Had anyone heard of this, by the way? I started to cover this, but I didn't. I wasn't sure if it was true or not, but apparently it is true. Stressing on the importance of holding Bitcoin, Trump said, it's something they shouldn't be doing because they should be trying to build it. It's a very modern currency. So if we don't do it, China's doing it. Other places are doing it. And they're doing it anyway. A commentary from the article says here he appears to believe that retaining Bitcoin could be strategically beneficial for the country, either as a long-term investment or a valuable financial asset. However, what's important to note here is that knowing he is no longer in office, his comments could be an attempt to sway public opinion or influence crypto voters. That's true. Let me make sure you're seeing the screen. Let me exit. And what else does it say here? Anything interesting here? Kamala Harris struggles to attract crypto voters. Her limited engagement with the crypto community, coupled with her previous anti-crypto stance, has given Trump an edge in the race here as it relates to crypto. But let's look at the Lummis lady. Again, I think this will show you kind of how Wall Street and banking and lobbying works. So let me share this article with you. I'll share this tab. And here's on Cynthia Lummis, a lady who's proposing. She proposes the U.S. buy 1 million Bitcoin to reduce national debt. This is a week ago. We'll take a look at this. This is being reported by CoinDesk, so one of the coin publications, crypto publications. Cynthia Lummis plans to introduce legislation calling for a strategic Bitcoin reserve that will reduce the national debt of the United States by buying Bitcoin over the course of 5 years. Well, where would you get the money to buy the Bitcoin? Anyway, the Bitcoin will be held for at least 20 years. This is the solution. This is the answer. This is our Louisiana Purchase moment, the Wyoming Senator said on stage after former President Trump spoke and endorsed the idea of a Bitcoin reserve. At current prices, 1 million Bitcoin are worth about $68 billion. So who is Cynthia Lummis again? Let's take a look at this tab. This is from Open Secrets here. And we can see some of her fundraising. And we see that in the top 4 are Club for Growth, Sinclair Companies, Multicoin Capital. And who would that be? Let's see, Multicoin Capital. Share this tab. Multicoin Capital is a thesis-driven investment firm that invests in cryptos, tokens, and blockchain companies reshaping trillion-dollar markets. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. And what about Payward? Payward, they donated, looks like roughly 16 and 11, well, 16,000 total. And the other one, 21,000 total, it looks like. And so who is Payward? And Payward, we'll share this tab. When you search for Payward, you come up with the first entry here is Kraken, the crypto platform for smarter investing. And what does Payward do? Looks like Payward is a capital market company. You can see that here. It's doing business as Kraken, and it provides a digital currency exchange and trading platform. The company offers trading tools, user interface, technical security, so on and so forth. They serve customers worldwide. And there you go. There's Kraken. So as you can see, 2 of the top 4 donators to her campaign are clearly pro-Bitcoin here. And I bet you if we dug a little deeper and if we went around a lot of other Congress members, you would see the same thing. And I think I have one more article up that I can show you that. Let me see. Here's one more just to give you a taste of how much money is flowing into influencing politicians on the Bitcoin. There was some money, like if you look at how much money the Winklevoss brothers are donating in Bitcoin. Winklevoss, there's $2 million to Trump, $1 million to support a challenger of Elizabeth Warren. So there's a big push from the money side to push Bitcoin. And I think that has truly influenced Trump to have a 180 turn on his stance on Bitcoin. So anyway, that concludes my discussion on Bitcoin today. If anyone has any questions, I see Rashu is in the audience. He's probably happy to hear this kind of information. So I'll put it in the chat if Rashu wants to come up. Bitcoin, what Bitcoin is make it be called bitch. That's a good. Helps you ought to be in company as well as video digital editing. Let's see. What did he do on Facebook? Oh, someone did something on. Oh, you know what? I couldn't find out what the man did on Facebook. I doubt it was an N-word, though. British man arrested. Facebook comment. I'm not quite sure what he would have said on Facebook. Let's see. Well, here's another guy that was arrested, but it's not the older guy, so it's someone else. So apparently this is really serious over there. I know you can't just say anything in Britain without facing the wrath over there. A man has been charged with intending to stir up racial hatred relating to alleged posts on Facebook. The Crown Prosecution Service said Jordan Pollard from Seacroft is the first person to face prosecution for posting allegedly criminal messages linked to the riots. I'm not sure if they're going to tell you what he said. They're not going to tell you probably what he said there. Here's another one. This is the video that I showed. I'm not sure what he said either. So I'm not sure. And they definitely are not releasing it. But apparently there's a Communications Act of 2003 where it is an offense. Is an offense to use an electronic communication network to send grossly offensive, indecent, obscene or threatening messages. But they don't say what he said. That's interesting, rather surprising that they don't mention what he said, considering he said something rather offensive and criminal. But yeah, you never know. I can see these officers are British. Yo, the one guy had red hair. He may be, was it Irish or something like that? Hey, Pusher, you want to jump up here on the chat? I guess we could talk right here. Whatever the somewhat public you can discuss, because we've been going back and forth by text. Yeah, I got to step out it shortly at some point. So if you want to talk right here, you can jump up. I hear you kind of under the weather or somewhat. So if now's not a good time, you just let me know. Rashu, what were your thoughts on this this positive Bitcoin news? It seems things are going your way in terms of Bitcoin investing and things like that. I'm curious to know what you think. Oh, we also have, do we have a call-in line open? Yeah, we do. We have our call-in line open. Let me climb the phone. Let me make sure I'm plugged in. So if anyone wants to call in, I have to get my phone, but we'll definitely plug it in. And I'll sit around for a few minutes. Anyone have any questions or anyone want to jump in? Feel free. While you're here, I'll look through Twitter, see what's going on with it. Yeah, I'll probably see what CT is going to be talking about today. I may pop up over there. Let me see what's in the chat. Anyone in the chat? You got a couple new comments. Yeah, no problem. No backflip. Oh man, that would have been my younger days, maybe. In my younger days, maybe I could pull off at least one backflip, but not today, man. Not today. Not flexible enough to pull that off. Not at all. As a reminder, though, tomorrow we will be having Ken Watson on the show. I think that's going to be very good indeed. Very professional guy. He has a lot of real estate experience. He's going to give us kind of the rundown on his latest deal, and hopefully that will be some inspiration to you guys. Let me put up, Porsche's. By the way, you guys hit the Cash App for Porsche. We're trying our best to get the editing and clips to make this show much better. Daniel, I meant to answer that question. I meant to answer that question in the last stream. Have you ever answered by starting off with the question? Have you ever read The Culture of Critique or listened to it by audiobook? The Culture of Critique. Let me see if I can pull. I'm sure I have it pulled up in YouTube. Let me see. The Culture of Critique. It's by I think it's Kevin McDonald. This what's up, Master Kim? What's up, Master Kim?
Oh, good morning.
What's going on?
Good. It's like information overload right now with the Dow, the S&P, the VP pick, everything. Man, it's just my brain is trying to digest everything.
Kamala's made her VP pick already.
Yep.
Did she pick Shapiro?
No, the Minnesota guy.
No wonder that Minnesota's been in the news. Well, I'm really surprised by that. I'm really surprised by that, right?
And I'm trying to search online, his voting record and where he stands. It's kind of hard to find stuff, but maybe because it's just so recent.
Oh man, all Mexican, like all you got to do is look back 3 or 4 years and look what was allowed in Minnesota.
Right.
I don't know if he was the governor then or not, but man, they're going to get more extreme with their liberalism, right? That's what I believe. If you look at, but on the other hand, it kind of makes sense according to the way I look at it, because if you were an up and coming Democrat and had some career potential, would you join her staff as her VP?
That's an interesting one. I don't know. It could be smart. It could not be smart. It's smart because he would stand out on the world stage, right? But at a certain point in time, he would need to kind of like distance himself and kind of stand strong with some of his beliefs and policies. What do you think, John?
Would you want to work for someone who is widely seen as, not the brightest, who was chosen because of her sex and her race? That's what Joe Biden said. He's going to pick a black woman. He's going to pick a woman, Would you want to like serve under her? Or would you want to start anew with your own reputation? You're basically hitching your wagon to her. Would you want to hitch your wagon to her based upon what you know of her right now?
You know what? And again, John, you would say no, right? But he's getting such exposure, right? I mean, he gets worldwide exposure. So now he has a worldwide voice versus being stuck up in Minnesota as the governor. I'm not sure, other than the citizens of Minnesota. But you're right. Okay, so he doesn't want to be tainted. You're right, because he's going to be tainted just like Kamala's tainted with the Biden policies, and it's going to be hard for her to shake it, and will probably harm her possibly. John,
Go ahead.
I will say this: every time I communicate with my conservative homies, we're all kind of nodding our head with the reality that Kamala may win.
Yeah,
and we'll just go on with our lives just like before, as long as things don't sway too progressively in one direction or the next. And not that we're accepting defeatism, but someone mentioned this the other day, maybe it was Garion or someone, that how strong the media is, right? The media can indoctrinate the rest of the dummies, right?
Yeah, indeed.
I mean, look how they scrubbed their background already.
Yeah. We're dealing with some like A-grade propaganda here, where they can scrub everything.
Well said, John. A-grade propaganda. It's stunning how they did an about face so quickly, and it just diminished the assassination on Trump, and it's just kind of stunning how quickly things are moving along.
Yeah, it was like one news cycle.
Yeah.
John, go ahead.
No, please continue. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying it was one news cycle, and it was pretty much over with. It pretty much drove right by it.
Yeah. John, do you mind if I comment on your stream last night? Or about last night? So last night's stream, I'm going to say closer to maybe 11:30, 11:45. You had a commentator on there named ZZZ. I think he's from North Carolina. Him and Raju were just going, Raju were going back and forth about battery power, solar power. Is very, very interesting.
Yeah.
But
hey, hold on, Mexican. Hold on, Mexican. Let me grab a beer. Hold your thought.
Yep. Grab two.
Right there, Mexican. Go ahead.
Yep. One thing I wanted to say that ZZZ had mentioned last night, which was very interesting. He had mentioned that ultimately things are going to evolve more into socialism and whatnot. And then I think Stanley had commented that's impossible, so on and so forth, and just the back and forth. But what I did want to say is that there are things happening which we don't get a vote in it. We didn't get a say so in it. It starts off informally and then maybe legislatively, right? So like when guys get to wake up the next day and say, my name is Tracy, right? We didn't have a vote on that or a pick on that. So yeah, I think that there's going to be a hybrid version of socialism that we still call it capitalism, but we see these policies are socialist. But no one's going to dare mention that it's socialism when in fact it is. The ZZZ was absolutely spot on, but I think it's going to take place in just more subtle, informal ways. But the net result is going to be socialism. It's a doggone shame.
Mexican, did you see the TV? Did you see the stream I did with the Garen fell off? All right, come back, Garen. Do you see the stream I did about the DC public school where it was just so bloated with jobs, right? Did you see that?
You know what? I may have missed that. And I'm sorry, John. I kind of
That's
flipped
no
in and out
problem.
of your stream.
Anyway, man.
But I love it.
Anyway, man, these people had like just principal on top of principal, counselor on top of counselor, truancy officer on top of truancy officer, special ed teacher on top of special ed. You know, it's just amazing. And then there's the big grand school that they built in the aquatic center.
Wow.
And I just termed it like the long welfare handoff. And yeah, that would be kind of an extension of socialism.
Yes.
In that these people think they're working, but in reality, they're not really working. Because no one would pay them to do what they're doing other than the government. And in effect, that's really not work. If what you're doing really doesn't have any value other than what the government is willing to pay you, is that really work?
Yeah,
what are
well
your
said.
thoughts?
And very well said. It's a grift. Everyone knows it. I mean, even remember being young. If you can get a government job or with the post office, you're set because there are no factory jobs, right? So it is a grift, and you're absolutely right. In fact, you get your foot in the door with a government job, and then you're doing your side hustle and got your Amazon store or whatever to make up the deficit in income.
There's no deficit these days. Shit, these people wouldn't be making half what they're making if they weren't.
You had said something the other day. If you get the security clearance, that's gravy.
Yeah.
You know, at what some of these people make, you know, and again, this isn't to, I mean, I know what Blacks makes, right? And he works for one of the State Department's big dog organizations. With what he makes, that's like crowning a king money. It's stunning. And I'm sure he's got an MBA and he's high intellect and very skilled. But get these advanced government jobs, you don't need to be buying no Bitcoin or I mean, it's stunning how much income he makes, but he's driven, he's doing many other, entrepreneurial endeavors or whatnot. It's like, man, he's like a mini king walking around.
You know, it really becomes the gift and the curse, Master Kim, in that it stunts your aspirations and your drive to build anything. You're just a government worker, right? You're making $95,000 doing half nothing, right?
Oh yeah, you know, now 95. That's poor people money. Blacks is double that.
Well, I'm saying, like, you know, these people are making $95,000 as security guards, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, working 40, 50 hours, like, you know, and so many of them are making just excess salaries than what they could make, and so it just kind of stunts their aspiration.
Yes,
so they just end up right there with a job, and they don't go beyond there. And I think that's part of the reason why you see, like, primarily in the Black communities around here, even though the incomes are high, it's still like a ghetto because they don't run any businesses. They don't take the government salary and open up businesses or things like that. They just get up and go to work every day and let someone else run their neighborhood businesses. And so it ends up looking just like right around the corner from me, in that sense. What's up, Garen? What you got?
No, I'm good. I'm working right now. That's the reason why I'm just listening to y'all. I'm really interested in that whole Trump trying to repay the debt, Trump trying to pay off the debt with Bitcoin.
That's weird, right? That's very interesting, right?
Heck yeah, it is. I've never heard that before. I don't even imagine how much Bitcoin do you think he tries to need to generate anyway? Not to mention how completely flexible Bitcoin is when it comes to its overall value.
Yes.
Well, I think one of the things is if the government gets so involved, as you can see, the Cynthia Lummis lady is talking about buying it and holding it for 20 years. And she's talking about buying a substantial chunk of it, 5%. Well, if you hold 5% of something, well, there's only 95% left. Presumably, the other countries would be buying and holding it too. So it would be in very stable hands in that sense. So it probably wouldn't be a lot trading, which would leave it to be, which should keep the price up in the air, right? If you have a lot of people unwilling to sell and they're holding as a strategic asset, the price is going to stay up in the air, right? So, I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of.
It doesn't make a lot of sense because who the heck are you going to give the Bitcoin to? If it's going to be used to pay off the national debt, and I don't know who our debt is mainly to. I'm pretty sure it's like local debt, like in-country debt. So once you get all the Bitcoin and once you get the price stable, how are you going to distribute it? Because you got to sell the Bitcoin eventually.
Well, Trump said something interesting. He said Bitcoin checks. Again, I don't think he would be saying this specifically.
Who? I was going to say that. Who?
If I had to guess, maybe the Social Security people. That's what I would guess. Like Social Security people.
I was going to say they're going to replace the food stamps with Bitcoin, John.
Hell no. Hell no. Thou shalt not. I almost said something I shouldn't say. Thou shalt not touch the welfare people's food and benefits. So they're not touching food stamps, that's for sure. But I could see them really cutting Social Security and giving them benefits.
Trump's gonna get it. Here's Be Brave.
What's up, Be Brave?
Hey.
Good morning, Be Brave.
Hey,
You hear what Trump is saying about Bitcoin?
it's more make believe. That's all this is. The debt is make believe. Come on, outside of make believe, that debt can never be paid. Our GDP would have to increase what, threefold to get the surplus.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think this is bullshit. That's why I think this is bullshit, bro.
It is, and Trump's pretty good at feeding his worshipers bullshit. He's the best there is at it. I don't think there's ever been any president, and I want Trump to win, if that's all we got. I don't think there's any president that's ever been better. Other than Reagan was pretty good at it. But Trump, there's never been a showman to feed his worshipers, his zombie worshipers, bullshit than Trump. And
hey,
he just put that on steroids with this shit.
Hey, Brady, how do you think he evolved from this in 2019 to today, pitching Bitcoin?
Which in how many was highly volatile based on their regular crypto assets getting unlawful behavior, including doing drugs. He's a politician, man. They get to switch whenever they need, especially the national ones. But I got a quick question, and I'll go right back with Trump with y'all. But Master Kim, you guys talk about socialism as this horrible thing. Let's admit that without socialist policies, would our entire country completely crumble right now?
Well, so then basically it's our quasi policies that mirror socialism, right?
No, I don't think you could call them quasi, Master Kim. Come on, we're both grown men up here. It isn't called socialism, but in every sense of the word, it's socialism, or corporatism, or collectivism. Crumble.
So basically, kind of like the welfare state. If we got rid of the welfare state, would our country crumble? Because there's a lot of citizens that rely on that. Is that kind of what you're? That's
well. Now hold on. Not only that, but you
can't.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Answer, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's not. If you really went at the welfare of the individual and the welfare of the corporations, which they're getting plenty of federal dollars, corporate favors, everything that surrounds it. All the do you call Medicaid welfare? Do you call Medicare welfare? Could be. It could be legalized as welfare. So basically, the socialism is propping up the functioning of the flow through of humanity. So without it, we would crumble. Come on, we would, right? Just take that out of the picture and we would crumble.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, stop right there. Stop right.
Judeo-Christian values, and you do have to empathize and take care of all the above. Yes.
It has
you
nothing
got to come here, Be Brave. Antoine says, salute, Be Brave. Salute, John.
Hey, Antoine. No, it has nothing to do with Christian values. It has everything to do with the reality that you would have mobs in the street and people being very angry and completely destitute to where you couldn't leave your house without fear of your life. So that's not Christian values doing anything kind. I'm saying humanity in this country, with 340 million people, without these welfare policies, would crumble. So my point is this.
Mm-hmm.
How can you demonize it when without it we die? I've never understood that.
Well, speaking of socialism and a socialist governor, Kamala picks Minnesota governor, what's his name? Tim Walz.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brave,
Well,
she went with a pasty old white man.
well, she knew
Why?
better.
Why?
She had
Why?
to at least get some white in there.
Huh?
Okay. First of all, she's already propping up.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. As vice president?
Yes.
As her vice
Yeah.
president? How?
Tim Walz.
How already? Because she's already vice president. There's no guarantee for her winning the presidency. Why is she picking so damn early?
Well, she got to pick somebody.
Yeah, I mean, got to let people know what they're voting for. She's the nominee, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
She's the nominee.
All right.
But no, she
All
knew
right.
damn. She knew damn well she had to get some white skin in there, old white establishment, just for the optics. And like like you said, John, earlier, you said it. You said that it's just going to be more. Would you call it more liberalism? No, this is
Oh,
going to
yeah.
this is going to be liberalism on steroids.
Oh,
We
yeah.
have seen-
Yeah.
If she wins, this is
Yeah.
going to become an adult-only society. Everything will be so filthy with women acting like whores, the rainbow community, everything. Even conservative women will start acting more whorish. It'll be an adults-only society, and
Brave,
that's
have
what
you,
we're
Brave,
going to go for. The kids, what your kids are going to be exposed to if she wins is going to blow our minds. Those of us that are old. Go ahead, John.
has anyone seen him replace the Minnesota flag?
With what flag? A rainbow flag, probably, or what?
No, was it the Somali flag?
Yeah. It looked like a Somali flag, bro.
Yeah, didn't they shoot that into space?
So, did they? I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised that the only way Somali flag gonna get up there. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
Bray, let me show it to you, Bray. You mind if I show it to you?
I could have sworn I remember reading an article about them shooting it into space or something.
I guess this is it. Maybe this is not it. Let me see.
No. But I need an answer, though. I really do need an answer. Master Kim, I'm not trying to box with you or nothing. I just need conservatives to tell me that if we would collapse without the socialism that we're a part of in this mixed economy, if the nation would literally, in every sense of the word, collapse, how do you get to keep demonizing the notion of our economy? Is it a dream thing? Is it like you're talking about what you would do if you had your utopian choice? Or are you talking, I always want to know, are you talking like you really expect that could think that could even happen realistically?
Be brave. And again, I'm just going to give kind of a loosey-goosey answer, but I think that Americans don't like when it appears that we're being undermined and policies being pushed under our nose that appear to be socialist leaning. So when politics are involved and one party accusing the other, but be brave. Do you mind if I jump real quick to the Bitcoin comment earlier? Would that be okay?
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, you do admit that we would collapse without it, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Good. Go ahead, Kim. Go ahead. Yep. Move on.
So earlier, Garion had mentioned, or I guess when Be Brave came on, he said, "Hey, we're putting out a fake debt with a fake crypto." There's some logic into that. Okay, could it be? Now, let's give Trump kudos for thinking outside the box. Right, the current policy doesn't work, so he wants to build a wall. Okay. But then once the meat and potatoes and the sausage making begins, he's bogged down. It's not the devil's in the details, I guess. So Trump mentions this crypto as being able to extinguish the national debt. And again, the once the details come full circle, it might slow down. But it's the thought that is going to need to mature on this. The reason I say this is crypto gazillionaires come out of thin air, right? Yes, there's some true investment and people do get harmed, but the vast society isn't invested in crypto. So if it's taking crypto, there's no there, as Jamie Dimon would say, investment or people or whatnot. It's almost, and they get to extinguish the national debt. that's huge because average Americans aren't going to fill it. I think by them printing more money, we as average Americans fill it. And there's a bunch of fancy pants ways to describe that. And I guess that's why we need Ryan up here to fill in the little bit more intelligent pieces of the white man's articulation of what I'm trying to say. I'm just doing a poor job of it. But we got Be Brave on board. Maybe Be Brave can explain it better than I just did.
Hey, Brave, before you go into that, we got a comment on the screen. I had a thought, Brave, and I don't know where you stand on this, so you tell me what you think. So Portia says we should start a segment called Conspiracy Hour with Be Brave. One of us is a fool.
Oh, I'd do it anytime you wanted.
So my thought was, Brave,
all of our surrounding realities are nothing but conspiratorial and engineered in nature.
But if we did it, Brave, we had to break it down into like series 1, series 2 type.
Sure, whatever you wanted.
So what I would want to start off with,
15-minute segments. I don't know.
No, what I would want to start off with is 9/11.
Oh, I'm 9/11 all the way. I mean, it's all bullshit. I mean, so if anything you bring up any conspiracy you want, I ain't ashamed of it. I'm probably going.
I'm saying if we did it, we couldn't just be like, well, it's fake.
Right?
Like,
No, whatever.
We're gonna have to like you because there would be people that come on here and say, wait a minute, like it did happen. I saw.
Hey John.
What's up?
Right.
That $1 trillion or something like that we happened to lose the day before 9/11 wouldn't have got lost on Bitcoin's blockchain, sir. We would be able to see where it went. Everybody, the entire public. So there can't be you can't say you're going to allocate funds to certain demographics, like let's say brave socialist sentiments, right? Welfare and things of that nature. Well, they have no choice but to utilize the funds that they're utilizing because the public can see the money and it can see where it goes. So if it's not being allocated towards social services, then the public can essentially argue that in real time. They can't hide it anymore, which is another utility of having a peer-to-peer network like Bitcoin.
So, someone said you arguing for CBDC.
Oh no, I am not. I don't want CBDC.
It's almost like
CBDC is just a new version of fiat currency.
What you think about it? Hold on for 1 second, Rush. Bro, you. People in the chat. What do you think we should? What conspiracy do you think we should start off with first?
The main ones, hell, I don't know. You could discuss. I don't know if there was a way to prove it. You could start off with the conspiracy of the national debt. That's a conspiracy. It's nonsense. It's fantastic bullshit. No, you can prove how it would never be solved. It can't be paid.
Well, it can't be proven, right?
GDP growing at 2% per year.
Yeah, I mean, that might end pretty quickly.
Yeah, right.
Everybody probably,
agree
if they hate to be honest. But the 9/11,
whatever you wanted to do.
The 9/11. What do you think about 9/11? People in the chat, what do you think about 9/11?
You'd have to do the director of it. You can pull up videos. I don't know how to do it or nothing, but you can pull up videos and can look at things and Pentagon.
I have a video that we could pull up.
The Pentagon.
The Pennsylvania plane that supposedly drilled itself into the ground and disappeared. Right.
There's actually a guy. Go ahead, John.
Do you think anyone would come on here this pro all of that 9/11? That would be willing to argue the counterpoint, or would we just be sitting here talking to ourselves?
We'd be saying talking to ourselves.
You don't think
Ryan would come up with his obligatory official version, but other than that, we'd be talking. It probably wouldn't go anywhere.
Master Ken, what do you think about 9/11?
Oh, I mean, 98% of Americans agree that it took place. Now, the nuances of how much the Saudis were involved and all that is a different story. And it's just like the moon. All these people are the flat earthers, the moon landing, all this shit. Just because you've got a platform to say it didn't happen, don't mean shit. It's just saying that you're on the internet saying it didn't happen. But of course, these happen. There's proof, and to keep on asking the stupid ass question of how do you know? I mean, because then they're trying to put it in the same category as the Easter Bunny. It's just a bunch of dummies.
Master Kim, do you fit the official version of 9/11? You go with it?
Well,
for the most part.
I'm gonna say yes.
You the fence post setting this motherfucker I ever met.
Okay, be brave for the reason of what value, what benefit did Group A have to do this, or to conceal the moon landing, or the night? Who's benefiting all this from all of these?
Oh my God, that's an easy question.
Corporate fortune, the S&P company. I mean, come on, man. Like, keep in mind, Bill Clinton couldn't even, and I know Portia's the overseer here, so I got to use clean language.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton couldn't even get his, what sucked without it being on national headlines, right? So I think there are some conspiracies like the media, right? The media is one, but then maybe the deep state to a degree, because it's just one or two of the alphabet agencies. But beyond that, I think the federal government or human societies are difficult to clan together on secretive stuff. I think it's just too difficult.
Hey, Master Kim, we went to war out of 9/11, right? And we've been in war pretty much ever since. Do you not think that, that has something to do with, a benefit, or who may be benefiting from staging a coup?
Okay, and I'm glad that you asked that. Yes, I think there's a version of that, but I think there are these 20 different little pockets, meaning Nancy Pelosi and whatever arms company she was in bed. I think that people are doing these wink deals, but it's unsaid. For example, and I'm using attorneys just an example. All the attorneys know that divorce law or family law is a grift, or drinking and driving law is a grift. They don't all come to a cabal and say, hey, let's fuck over all the alcoholics of America and raise our drinking and driving rates and penalties. And no, they all independently are representing drunk drivers in court, and it's a system. So I think that, all these
Hey, Master Kim.
Yes. I don't think it's a
But
cabal, I guess.
They will also defund the police, and then you'll see higher drunk driving rates and people having drunk driving accidents and crashing their cars and dying, because you don't have enough police to patrol and pull people over for normal traffic stops, which is a current stat that we have right now. Right.
Well,
so maybe it won't be directly the court system, but it could be some other factor that causes a chain reaction of stuff. But go ahead, Brave.
That's why conspiracy
Very well
theories
said,
are.
Rashu.
That's why conspiracy theories sometimes aren't worth arguing. It's like religion. If you don't see it, if it's in your face and you don't see it, you can't be made to see it. If you do see it, you hold it. If you do see it, it's like it's too obvious that it happened, and you can't be made to unsee it. That's why it's a nice thought, Portia, but it'd probably be a waste of time. But I'll take a jab at it if you guys wanted to. But so the point is I just, Kim, don't fence sit. Do you think some people learned how to fly a plane on the simulator and flew those planes into the building?
I mean, did they still have like pilots?
I mean, it could happen, yeah.
I'm asking you a question, sir. These guys were not pilots. They learned to fly on a flight simulating machine and did the fantastic job of hitting two buildings dead center. You think they did that? You think that okay, forget if they were pilots or not. Did you think some hijackers took over those two planes and flew them into buildings? That's what you think, right?
Okay. Yes, because
okay, good. That's all. That's good. That's good enough. That's good enough, Kim. That's good enough. That's why I say actually conspiracies. That's why I say I don't argue conspiracies much. I'll discuss them, but as far as arguing them much, it's like religion. It's like and Master Kim, you're one of millions that think that. But if you think that in that childish of a manner, there's no talking people out of that.
Could I make a comment real quick, and then you guys can come back in?
Yeah, go ahead.
I posted a link in the back. I don't know if you want to play it, John, but it's not really a big deal if you do. But the guy who's doing this presentation, he's a structural engineer, who was like, I believe he's a native New Yorker, but he did a comprehensive breakdown of everything that happened, why the buildings collapsed how they did, what would have had to happen if they did, if they were to be hit and have a structural integrity type of break and how it would fall, and then he went into the money and where the money went and who had the motives. Like it was a very, very comprehensive. But you guys
Actually, the money part of it is I think that anybody that thinks they know about the money of it, since they're at that level, there's no worry about money. Money is no object. That they're talking about people making money is like a little silly, and it kind of mucks up the issue. But yeah, it's the Dr. Judy Wood has a book 2 inches thick using footage of the AP's news footage. The only U.S. the footage that's used over and over for the planes and the buildings collapsing. She's a metallurgist, a PhD. She explains this is not possible, and she says these buildings were dustified. So there's 1,000 things.
Yeah, he explained why that was. It's because of the thermite that they put in the.
No, his was for the fall rate. Dr. Judy Wood is saying, Rashu, the buildings were dustified, turned into dust.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. He talked about why the buildings pulverized themselves. You're right. Yeah.
Nope. He's using thermite as a weakening point where the building's kinetic force pulverized itself. Dr. Judy Woods is talking about direct energy here's her words. It's funny. She says, I don't know where the direct energy beams came from. She said, but this building was dustified before our very eyes, turned to dust. That's not kinetic energy, downward kinetic energy. That's energy from afar that would just live, and she's got pictures of cars.
He didn't claim about the downward energy. He claimed that there were explosives, just like
which would create correct.
Demolition.
Hey guys,
she's completely outside of that. Yeah.
Hey guys, let me read the super chat. Tech K's $2. Salute John on the super chats. Thank you, man. Also Porsche's hot. Hey, Porsche's Cash App is in the banner as well.
Yeah, just go ahead. I don't know, whatever you wanted to do on that, John. I'll take a jab at it. I think it's a dead end. Like I said, you can argue if people don't see them, there's really no sense in trying to convince it. The only reason I have fun with conspiracies is because I just smart ass people, because it's obvious what happened, or which I should say what they said happened. It's obvious that's not what happened. The Pentagon. Oh, Master Kim, one last question. Do you think a plane flew into the Pentagon?
Oh, I think it landed on it or crashed into it. Be brave. Can I add something to everything that you and Rashu have just mentioned?
You sure
now, keep in mind, these are nerdy ass engineer, meteorologists or whatever, going to these trade shows, working for Boeing or these shipbuilding companies, just going through life. There's really no money. There's no peaks and values in their money, right? They say this conspiracy thing. They do a book deal.
Yeah.
They're being interviewed by people that would never even give them 2 Fs, right? And of course, there's money, and it's sexy to say conspiracy or the buildings didn't collapse on their own. It's come on, man. It's so you get professionals out, because there's no money in not doing that, I guess.
Right. Now, I don't take none of it seriously, Master Kim. I don't. I swear, hand to God. I look at what I see, I look at what I hear, and I'm going, I don't care who says what in these books. I do know this much. If you just add up the particulars of the circumstance, it doesn't add up at all. And you say the plane landed on top of the building. Master Kim, in the Pentagon, they've got a hole that's 16 feet in diameter, was the initial hole on the side of the building. Before the collapse.
Hey, take a look at the screen right here. That's
a missile. That's not a.
This may be a bet. Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask you what is this from, John? Like, what state is this from?
This is our maybe VP, Tim Waltz. I'll let you read what he's reading here. He's look at that. Here's Tim Waltz smiling as he signs a law that coincides with what Brave is saying, that things are going to get crazier and crazier, that provides driver's licenses for illegal aliens in Minnesota. He wants to do It's all
Wait,
across.
just automatic driver's license or the ability to get a driver's license?
I'm sure it's got to be just the ability. You know, there's no way he's just
I
going
was going to say, I thought he was talking about like just giving them driver's license. I was like,
hey, that may not be far behind.
I was going to say, I think you're closer to the truth
Hey,
right there. If
listen,
you're over
Nah.
16,
hey,
if you're over
listen,
16, here you
if
go.
you just got here
fuck
from,
that,
if you
man.
just got here from Somalia, you can't read English. Listen, people may not know this. There was a person on one of those jurors. I think it may have been on the guy that killed Philando Castile, or he was on George Floyd's the jury or whatever. She had just gotten here from Somalia, Eritrea, or whatever, one of those countries, and she had no understanding of the American justice system. In other words, she was just bullied probably by the rest of the jury, or just went along if she wasn't bullied. And I say that to the same man, like, imagine being on the jury, you feel like you're innocent, and they got a bunch of people bullying this one woman one way or the other. Like, you know, just things are going to get a lot crazier. But like, take a look at this right here.
It's done.
A packed room at the St. Paul Armory erupted
Brave, you seen anything interesting about who's supporting him? Take a look.
after the governor's signature made drive.
There it is.
Do I need to show it, boy?
A bunch of women and can't one of them get a boyfriend if their life depended on it.
You think that one right there? You think that black one is a
I
homosexual?
was going to say, John, I see a bunch of white women, a couple Asian. They got one Negro. They got one Negro. Two Negroes. They got two Negroes and a bunch of chicks.
Hey, them might be Somalis or something. These two might be Somalis, right? Like this.
I was going to say they're a little dark to be Somalis, but I think they're African American actually.
What would they be there? What would they be there cheering for? Go ahead, HB. What's up?
Hey, I don't know if you were there for that Black Knight interview where he was he's an NYPD.
Oh man, damn, I missed that one.
Yeah, no, he said that he was gonna come back and let you interview him. No, he was an NYPD and he was undercover for 10 years.
Oh man,
man.
I had plenty of questions to ask him.
No.
That was interesting, man.
Yeah, he said the most.
Yeah, that was the best interview, man.
He said he bought 20 bricks one time off a dealer, but he said he was a first responder for 9/11, and he said that it was the buildings that fell on top of Tower 7. That's how it collapsed.
Oh.
Well, they got video of the building 7
Well, that was
collapsing on its
the
own.
mainstream story. That was the mainstream.
He was a first responder though. He was there.
Well, he said that he was taking his cousin to college or something like that, and he was driving back over there, they didn't allow him into New York City, and he flashed his badge, and they let him in there.
Well, you got the building 7 falling with a fire starting in it, which I think that would have been what he's talking about. Something from the trade towers fell onto building 7. You kind of made it sound like the building, some of the trade towers fell onto building 7. A little bit of it fell in there. There was a fire, but the building 7 just actually fell on its own after just a very small fire. I mean, they got it on footage.
In that video that I posted in the back,
they got the planes on footage too. So I mean,
in the video that I posted in the back, there's an interview of 2 firefighters who went into Building 7 to gather themselves after the dust had hit the ground and people were suffocating. They went into Building 7, and both of them on 2 separate occasions claimed that 2 guys came in there with machine guns, telling them to get the hell out before it collapsed.
Yeah, no, there's all kinds of things that I understand people have their stories of I was there and stuff like that, but I'm sorry, man. I mean, it's right there in your face. It was all too convenient for world shaping. Everything changed in the world after that. I mean, the whole thing, the Pentagon, what was somebody there? Did they see a plane fly into the building? You probably got people say they seen a plane fly into the building in Pentagon. And there's a 16. The initial hole was 16 feet in diameter. That's not a commercial jetliner hole. That's a missile hole. Not to mention the parallel with the ground flying into the Pentagon would be impossible for a commercial jetliner. But you'll find people say, I was there. I seen the plane fly into the Pentagon. I don't know where these people come up with these things. I think a lot of it is this has leave Black Knight out of it. Please don't put him in this statement. I'm saying there's a lot of people that'll say shit because they want the official version to stick because, God damn it, this is America. And what that says on the news is what's happening.
You think that's what it is, Bray?
I think it's a hell of a lot of it. People saying that big old pieces of plane and everything. Well, look at the holes that are left in the two buildings before they really started going up. You didn't see no plane in there. You didn't see any plane tail hanging out. Either one of them. Both of them with same kind of holes. Both pilots hit dead center. Same kind of holes. There's no plane in there. You think they couldn't focus up in there and see a plane in there? The rear end of the plane? Or another funny thing. The plane goes into the building. Would it have a cartoon stop that it didn't come out? It went into the building with enough force to completely engulf itself and disappear in that building, but it didn't have. But somehow it put the brakes on inside that building and didn't come out the other end. I'm saying if it went in with enough force to completely go into that building, it would have continued through the rest of that building because that plane is like, it would have, some of it would have come out the other side. Not a bit. Just went in there and went, stop.
I think I got a better topic that may go over a little bit better.
Oh, what's that?
Are the migrants being brought here to replace us?
Yeah, everybody knows that's true. I don't.
Yeah, no shit.
I don't think.
No shit, John. That's a bullshit answer.
You think Stanley believes that?
I don't think.
No, Stanley's stupid.
I don't think I think everybody knows those migrants are being brought in from on high.
Everybody outside of Stanley.
Yeah, you know what though? There are a lot of people.
That's Mexican. What about Mexican? Mexican, what do you think?
I think they're brought in for votes, but the unintended consequences is they are going to replace us. And then, John, can I suggest a show 2?
Yeah.
Topic is AI being created to replace the smart white man?
Master Kim, do you think Biden is responsible for the migrant influx, or do you think somebody from above his pay grade's bringing them in?
I think above his pay grade. I think he's.
Well, okay, we got somewhere there, by golly. Okay.
But I think it's the Democratic Party for votes and all that swaying of the electoral, all that type of.
Oh yeah,
I'm not smart enough.
You can call it Democrat, Republican at that point. Once the people at the pay grade bring them in, there's 1,000 benefits they're going to get from it. So you could name windfalls all day long. Once they bring those migrants in, there's complete destruction of culture. There's complete voting distortion. There's business distortions. There's there's 1,000 things you could say they're going to do. But I think everybody would agree that they're being put in here from. When what's sad is a lot of people still, rather than say somebody from a much worldly position, a global world position, are putting those migrants in here. You got people still blaming Biden. See, that's a mental illness right there. I call it, and that's another benefit. They got millions of people thinking in an insane manner. That's power. That person that thinks in that insane of a manner or that childish can't govern themselves. That's what they're after. People that cannot govern themselves. And that's they just knocked out millions of people that will blame Biden for those migrants. And unfortunately, there are a lot of smart conservatives blaming Biden for the migrants.
Hey, Brave, you ever read or heard about the culture of critique by
Yes, I have, but let me say this one last statement. That means you've got millions of very strong, intelligent millions of conservatives with strong intellects talking like goddamn fools because they're blaming Biden for migrants. That's another windfall benefit. Oh, go ahead on the culture critique.
Well, you definitely can't blame Biden for giving the migrants IDs in Minnesota. That's the governor right here doing that.
The whole thing is that Biden is a dumbass puppet. Trump's a dumbass puppet. This stuff that we're being done is some severe cultural engineering, and we're missing the boat big time. But what do you think about the culture critique, John?
Yeah, so a couple of people have been asking about the Jewish question, and I said maybe we should cover it from the angle of the culture or critique, where we could kind of hide behind that since that's on YouTube. You know what I mean? What do you think about that, Brave?
Oh, it'd be interesting.
You-
There's
you
another
can-
guy that you could go behind, E. Michael Jones. He
Oh
wrote
yeah, I
a,
heard him. Yeah,
he wrote a book saying the Jewish revolutionary spirit, and he maps out for 2,000 years. They've been at the head of every. They've
yeah,
been at the head and the helm of every destructive social movement wherever they're at.
yeah. You
Big
know,
Brave, what's the name of that book again?
The Jewish revolutionary spirit.
E. Michael Jones.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And he also has just written a book about the nonsense of the whole hoax, if you call it that for safety. But no, I mean, he's an 80-year-old guy. You can tell he's got IQ points off the chart extra.
Yeah.
He's been in this game researching. He says because I always thought that at the last 100 years these bastards turned it up. So, but when I looked into what he was saying, I'm going, shit, 2,000?
Yeah.
In other words, they've been at it forever.
They've been at it
At
for a
every
long
damn
time.
turn, because in the last 100 years, the small hats have been at every negative turn there is, whether it's the NAACP, feminism, civil rights movement, the war, the anti-war movements were headed by them. The marriage, the Immigration Act in 1965, small hats. You got the marriage license, the abortion, small hats. You got the marriage between gays, small hats. So I mean, they're at the helm of everything in the last 100 years.
Oh man, it's international too, man. You know, if you go to Germany, you see some of the same thing.
Same damn thing.
It is very interesting. What do you guys think about that? You think
Wait,
huh?
do you think is there a difference between the Jew and Zionist?
Not much. The bottom level small hats are too compliant. So, but yeah, there's a difference as far as power. Oh my God, yeah. Yes.
There's also a civil war going on in Israel between the ultra-Orthodox and the secular, because the seculars are doing all the war shit, while the ultra-Orthodox are just praying and taking up welfare.
Hey, Gary, your mic sounds like shit, man.
No, he's back now. I think that may not have been Gary. That may have been someone else. Gary's on mute now.
Oh, okay. Who the hell was that?
I don't know. Maybe it was Gary. Hey, I want to bring a buddy of mine on up here one day, and I've mentioned him.
Yeah, that wasn't me. What the hell?
Yeah. Anyway, I mentioned a buddy of mine. He's an Israeli, and he's from this city right here, if you can see it. But he lives in DC area right now. This is where he lives, right? Or he's from. And so I wanted to right here from Ashdod, right? And as you can see, let's see, where is Gaza and all that?
I was gonna say go on.
You gotta go down some, right?
Oh, he was born in Israel.
Yeah. He's only been here a few years. Yeah, so he's Gaza right here. Let me see. Can I zoom in, zoom out? How do I do that? Let's see.
I liked Nina's statement earlier when our buddy Ryan was giving the official version. Nina kind of like threw in there with some reality and going, these bastards are killing human beings. These people are killing human beings and playing games with it. Can we get off the official version bullshit? She didn't say that. I said that. But I thought I was impressed with her fact that she just said, you know what? There's a lot of people dying because of the games these people are playing, while you people do your little descriptive official versions like you're experts on world matters. But,
hey, Ivan said at least the little hats are industrious.
Oh, they are that. You better
He said that most of the other third world primitive creatures are useless.
Goddamn Ivan, right. do you want the small hats in your country?
They're there already.
Yeah, he's in Bulgaria.
I'm not gonna lie. Wait, hold on.
They're in every country. What are you
They are. They're in every country. They got control over the planet. Them in a group, the Vatican, the small hats, London finance. Find out who they are. The Pentagon, find out who, London, Vatican, Pentagon, small hats, whoever. I'm telling you, the same group of people is running the planet, and small hats are a good percentage of those fellas. Bet you sweet Bippy on that. Zion.
I don't know if there are that many. I think I read that there aren't that many in Pakistan of all places.
Oh well,
they don't have to be. All they need is
John. There's not John. The lowest percentage of small hats in countries are in African and Middle Eastern ones.
All they needed, they
ain't there.
They overthrew China with 4 operatives. China Revolution, the 1959 China Revolution had probably 4 main small hat operatives heading that. 4. I'm telling you, these people have power that we're not thinking about, because what do? They can print money. That means they buy whatever the hell effect they need. And they've been doing it forever.
You don't think that they're just more industrious than everyone else, Brad?
No, I think they are very industrious. I just think that they also have put it upon themselves to the people that are at the top. Eastern Europe's, that's mainly where they come from. Eastern Europe, they weren't even born in Israel. The Eastern Europeans have just decided certain things, and the Vatican along with them. The Vatican's in on this for the last 1,500 years. Everybody thinks the Vatican's this little innocent thing. The Vatican does world shaping. They've done world shaping. They're the Jewish people, the Jesuits are in on that. I mean, the first pope was a Jewish individual.
Yeah,
Which is
yeah,
only.
Yeah.
yeah, no, yeah,
Be
John.
brave.
I think it's built into their culture. They find strength in being hated. So the more they're hated, the more strength they have.
Yeah,
Not gonna lie, be brave. I'm gonna say, not gonna lie, be brave. How does it feel that they're basically using other cultures and other people to practically kill y'all?
We are their main enemy, the Edomites, Esau and Jacob. We are the person that they want to knock out, but they don't want it. They still want to use us. They just want to defang us, defang the white man.
Yeah, they want to put y'all in tiny little ethno states and leave y'all. They want every white culture to be Oceania, South Africa, just tiny little ethno states that have very low motion in the world and can't harm them in any way, shape, or form.
The white Europeans were the race on earth that grabbed into materialism, made use of it while keeping their heads about them. The Jews said, we can't have you keeping your heads and using compassion. That's why they're bringing in people from India to run corporations, as I said, because those people have no compassion for anything other than what is told to them by their owners. White people, white Europeans were cursed with compassion. I still say it. We are. I know we're the no good for nothing nastiest bastards on the planet historically, but I'm convinced that a lot of that we were forced to do it. And if you look at the last 150 years, we're the ones that can be told, go save this country, and thousands of our white people, millions of our white people die going to save this country that was not even under a threat. Hitler. Yeah.
I mean, hence AI was being shoved down our throat. It wasn't market demand. Could this feed into that?
Oh, of course.
Right? To replace the IQ of the diminishing white boy, so that we are not like South Africa or Zimbabwe, where the bridges are failing and shit. Because no one needed ChatGPT. It just came out of nowhere. If you guys think about all this AI stuff, it just come out of nowhere. There's no really a demand for. I mean, other than trying to bust like a rap about something stupid.
Well, I disagree.
Yeah, the white man's burden going to be replaced with robots.
Oh no, we'll always
break it down, man. Rashu, break it down.
I disagree with that, just because there is a free market, right? And people wouldn't build these things if there wasn't a need for it. But I do think that your question is very interesting, right? Because somebody did think that, hey, I need to create a artificial intelligence machine that could potentially code things, that could potentially, make these certain processes that would take a human time versus to automating it and teaching AI to do it for you. That way you can have, your time be more valuably added to another area, right? So somebody did sit down and say, hey, there's a need for this. But like you said, is that going to replace, the smart white man, AKA the programmers, right?
Well, it's going to further defang the white European race. AI will. Yes, it will. It will. I mean, especially if as they start using it for more important things, designing and everything like that. I mean, it's just going to be like, hey, well, you're not needed, Mr. Draft Board old timer. Take your little T and your little T square and your draft board and go home. We got this.
And then when the white boys are cleaning toilets, the Asians will follow, unfortunately.
Yeah.
The difference is that in order to train AI, you have to give it the entire internet, and it has to learn over time. The difference between human beings can learn off of nuance, off the cuff.
Yeah.
And we don't need as much input.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you needed some dystopian, futuristic AI horror movie that we're talking about. We're just talking about AI put in the right places. It's going to throw a wrench into the white European employment picture. It just will, without fail. I mean, it already is. I mean, look, if you ever walked into a place that's all robotic, it's amazing. I looked at, I've been in one in my life, and I walked in there as a truck driver, and I'm going, what in the hell? This is amazing. There were 15 stations, and each one of those stations cost 10 million bucks a station, and they were grinding out, lathing and everything, gears and everything. Very efficient. It was impressive, but you had probably on those 15 robotic stations, they cost, I don't know how much a piece. I'm guessing 4 million a piece. You had 40 humans displaced that were no longer needed. And guess who would have been in there for the most part? White Europeans in that factory. Air conditioned, nice, little, so. No, yeah, you're right. You're right, Master. It could. It's all. It is. It's it's
And that is the
amazing.
only Alex Jones conspiracy I do believe. That's the only one. It makes sense, right?
Well, and for the record,
disdain for the patriarchal white boy. I mean, it's in media. It's in all these. It's everywhere. So yeah, and I mean, you can't log into your computer without that Copilot bullshit being spoon-fed to you. It's stunning. It isn't. But Rashu's right. This stuff is very expensive. It wouldn't be created without market demand. But what if it is Microsoft and Google, the big boys, pushing it?
I was going to say, yeah, they can create the
demand.
But let me go on the record and say this right quick, since you brought up Alex Jones. Alex Jones is one of the, take a global elite. Alex Jones is one of their boys. Alex Jones is one of them.
Hey, Brave, Ryan, all of you on the
I do not follow Alex Jones around, folks. Thank you.
Have you been seeing what's going on in the UK? I mean, I think I may have shown a couple of videos.
Some of it, yeah, some of it. It's all by quote unquote the far right.
Yeah,
everything's the far right.
So the UK is so diverse. There's Africans, there British, or the Jamaicans, the Pakistanis, Indians. There's everything. It's really a mixing bowl there. And I heard this lady's comments about the UK, and she clearly lives there. And I want you guys to listen to it. I'll see how much I want to play it, and then I'll get your opinions on this. But to me, to me, it kind of highlights like they're in some real serious trouble over there. Real serious trouble. Let's take a look.
Let me tell you, dirty, dingy, dusty, racist prick Sutton, yeah? You want to start racist riots around the UK, but you don't know your fucking history. Well, I'm here to give you a history lesson. The reason why immigrants came to this dusty, dingy fucking country is because half of your men were wiped out by World War fucking II. They didn't do it because they wanted equality. They didn't do it because they wanted diversity. They wanted black people to come over to this country and rebuild it again. And you want to know the real reason why you won World War II is because India, India sent around 1.2 million Indians to come and fight the fucking fight because they were part of the Commonwealth, you understand? So if you knew your fucking history, you wouldn't be going after immigrants so fucking hard. America didn't save your ass, Clark. It was India, yeah? And you're talking about you want your jobs back. What fucking jobs are you talking about? Where are they? Are they on Indeed? Are they on Total Jobs? Where are they? Because there's 9 million jobs, that you can access, that you can fucking apply for. So where the fuck are these immigrants taking jobs? What, you want toilet cleaning? You want office cleaning jobs? You want carer jobs? You want car wash jobs? You want nail salon jobs? You want...
Is she saying that the Indians do car washing and nail salons? Is that what she's saying?
She's just
She's
dumb.
conflating. She's
Number one.
conflating a bunch of things
Nah,
all
she's
at
complaining.
once.
Yeah, I was gonna say she's complaining about. Do you really want these jobs that no one actually wants? We should give it to the Indians because we're lazy pieces of shit who don't want to do basic work.
She's
This
trying
ain't
to.
got nothing to do with Indians, man. What she's talking about with those influx during World War II, that had nothing to do with what's going on right now. All this is a culture thing. It's too UK is too small for all those different races of people. At least in America, it's spread out. You don't really got to deal with other cultures of people if you don't want to.
Well, let me ask you guys this question.
Right quick, one statement on this girl's seemed like she knows what's going on. Hitler had 1,000 small hat generals, 79 very high ranking small hat generals, and 9 top tier small hat generals in his army. Does it appear that whole bullshit was what it appears? That's what I'm saying, folks. I'm telling you, outside of a big picture, I'm telling you, we don't know what the hell's going on at them levels.
Well, this lady right here,
No, we're not aware.
The point that I want to point out here is that, like, you have the Muslims primarily from Arabic countries marauding through the UK or whatever.
African countries too, John.
Yeah, but they're mostly Arabs. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Mostly Arabs. Right?
Yeah.
You have the white nationalist Brits seemingly fighting back with these people.
Yeah.
Why did she take the side of the Arabs and the Muslims? That's
when in reality they wouldn't have a damn thing to do with her.
Right. That's right.
She might think they're hot or something. I don't know.
No, it's hate Whitey that much.
Mm-hmm.
She hates Whitey so much that she would rather go along with the Arabs than go along with Whitey. That's how much she hates Whitey, overlooking how much Arabs hate her.
And how much trouble they causing.
Yeah, you can't overlook this engineered shit. That's what I'm saying. It's all obvious.
But she's being told that. She's being told it's white nationalism.
Oh, of course.
Instead hey, the natives don't really like all the, the fact that London's 74% not British anymore, right?
Yeah.
So, Saudi Arabia literally expelled all the Christians and Jews. The Arab world has expelled everybody. But we in the Western world are like, okay, we're going to try to be secular and have a multicultural situation. How come all these Muslims aren't going to since they love Palestine and they're preaching Palestine? Why don't they go to Palestine and fight back? They rather just go to the Western world and complain about Israel. Go fight. You have no skin in the game unless you get down there and get a gun. Go fight for Hamas. Go ahead.
And if you look at who's leading the Muslims into these protests for Palestine, I guarantee you will find a small hat organization. I guarantee it.
What about that? Hey, go ahead, Master Kim. I'm going to pose the topic. Go right ahead.
So my wife's family, they're all from like South England, and when she came to America, and I tried to crack a kind of off-color joke and stuff like that, she just wasn't getting it. The average British person doesn't see a white-black problem because a lot of the blacks that are in England are from, whether they're from Jamaica or Kenya or whatnot, they're highly educated, they're very successful, so they're very there's zero problem. The problem that they have is what they call with the Pakis, people from Pakistan, the Muslims. That seems to be really impacting their culture there. So I've said a couple things here, and I'll say it on TV, and I did it like as a joke, and my wife is called, I've only been called racist twice in my life. Once by my wife.
Wait. Master Kim, what was the joke?
I said, hey, Michelle Obama looks like a gorilla. I said it differently.
She does.
I said, I don't.
Yeah, but I was gonna say but she actually kind of does though.
Yeah, it was just I said, I don't believe it, but I've heard people say that she looks like a gorilla. I tried to use it in third-person terms. She called me a racist and all this stuff. And then Mimi on Chaotix podcast called me a racist, which I didn't deserve, by the way, right? So yeah, both my wife and Mimi call me racist. So I'm like, wait a minute. So my wife is blonde hair, blue eyes, and she's not part of this woke agenda, nothing like that. But the average British person, they're going to look at you because they don't got hood culture there. Hood culture that might be kind of new because of trap music and stuff. But hood culture, American style hood culture, is relatively new there. That wasn't there until I think more recent times.
Yeah, there was a movie there, a TV series about some African Jamaican drug dealers. I can't remember anyone in the chat will remember.
Yeah,
I've seen clips of it. I know what you're talking
about. The main
about.
actor is a very famous African. He's a British actor, black guy.
Yeah. Yeah, John.
Go ahead.
The UK drill scene is really big over there too. I don't know if you ever listened to that.
Yeah, UK. Yeah, I was going to say, John, have you ever played a drill song?
Man, you know, I listen to that damn Billionaire Black. Is that drill?
Yeah,
no, that's not. No, John, that's not even close, man. That's not even close to what we.
They have UK. They have UK drill too, John.
UK drill has been banned multiple times because of how grotesque it is. The shit they rap about, like John, you can play. John, the stuff that they rap about over here is nothing compared to the stuff that they rap about over there.
Be brave when you
rap about stabbing.
Be brave when you put a beat and the African mind start to rap. It go degenerate, killing people.
They call it, John. They call it over there. They call it chingings. That's when they stab somebody.
Yeah.
They call it a chinging.
It's got a lot of goofy slang too, so you can't really take it seriously. But if you actually know what the slang means,
you can take it serious.
Has anyone heard of bagging?
I can't take nobody with a British accent seriously. I'm sorry.
Has
anyone heard of bagging in the UK?
I haven't.
Frodo Baggins.
Let me see if I can share this tab with you.
So how long has drill music been in the UK?
About 10 years, 10, 15 years.
About 10 years. It's very new. It's very new.
Yeah, it's pretty new. A bunch of Somali baboons created it, I think.
There we go.
Well, drill music is only about 10 years old here, the violent stuff.
Yeah.
So I mean, other than that, it was gangster rap. But the actual
they got it from America.
Well, of course, that's what the globalists do. They take every piece of shit and pass it around. Go ahead.
Be brave. Look what they do with knives over there in the UK.
I know it.
3 male teenage victims have sustained knife wounds to their ass since last November and October. That's bagging. They call it bagging in the UK. It's when you stab somebody in the ass, you're gonna be on a bag for the rest of his life.
Hey, John.
Bagging.
Okay.
Hey, John.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sorry. In the back chat, I put a link for a rapper. He's a British a reggae singer called M. Red. He's a white boy, and he's like the #1 rapper, or not rapper, but Jamaican artist right now. And he's on fire. And they love him in Jamaica, but he's from England and he's white.
Yeah, they always got to bring a white person in on it. Always. That's the law. You got to bring whites in it to legitimize it and to get the idiot whites that will follow that to follow it. And that way they can say whites do it too.
You see this right here, you see this right here, Bray, where they stab you in the ass over there.
Yeah.
Deliberately.
Yeah.
Put you on the back, man.
That's crazier than wanting to shoot a man for no reason.
Not gonna lie, I'd rather be shot than stabbed in the ass.
That's what I'm saying. That's crazier than actually shooting somebody for a debit card. You're gonna walk up for some purpose. Why don't you just stab him and kill him? You got to do something perverted like stab him in the ass.
Yeah, you gotta stab him in the boot. Yeah, wait, is this in the butt cheek or the? Wait, hold on, John. Is this in the butt cheek or the booty hole?
Asshole.
Oh God.
You gotta get up in that.
Hey,
you gotta get up in that ass, man.
Hey, John, that's how they killed Muammar Gaddafi. So I'm thinking this might be a Muslim thing. Like
they stabbed him in the ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I saw the video. That's how they did it to.
In many of Britain's major cities, ass stabbings are now the third most common form of penetration stab after the cheek.
That's why it's so sad.
Actually, that's not just a Muslim thing. They do that to sex offenders in prisons throughout the world, I think.
Yeah, with their penises.
Yeah.
No, Gary.
Yeah.
They do it with knives and shanks. But
Look at that.
So that's why I say that when you see these white people riling up because a Muslim stabbed 3 young
No, it
girls
wasn't a Muslim. It was a guy from Rwanda.
from Rwanda.
Look at that.
Oh, okay.
Hey, listen, read this shit, bro. Read this shit.
Oh shit!
These motherfuckers perforate your bowels, Lord have mercy.
Yes, of course. I mean, it doesn't take much. That's your whole bodily function right there. If that motherfucker ain't working, you're in trouble. You're in trouble.
Perforation of the rectal cavity itself.
Hell yeah, you're done, Dad.
You got him leaking for the rest of his life.
That's where after your body digests all the nutrients, that's where you get rid of stuff. You can't go without that.
Hey man, that'll make you kill him, man. He a wounded animal walking around here.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy, you can't keep
But that's why when you see these white people protesting over the Rwandan that stabbed the 3 little girls, I'm going, you're just not waking up. In other words, something sparked this and gave them white people the permission to do this. Is my bet.
Man, they take an evil mind, man. Evil mind. Look at this shit. Bagging victims are frequently treated with a colostomy bag
for the rest of their life.
Capital the piss for an extended period. Lord, it is this additional indignity. This is why they do it. Oh Lord, have mercy.
Ivan, we got Ivan up here. Ivan, a question. You up here?
Yeah.
Hey, Ivan. What do you think? What do you think the small hat influence is like in Bulgaria? Influence, not numbers. Influence.
As far as influence, I mean, to be honest with you, I've never actually seen a small hat in real life ever. If I've seen one, I've never recognized one because the synagogues here are empty. My country was on the side of Germany in both world wars. We actually joined initially to get rid of the gypsies. We put them in concentration camps.
Oh God, then that means your country's next.
During World War II, actually, about 600,000 gypsies were killed, and most of them came from us and the Romanians and Serbs.
Thank God, gypsies are the worst people ever.
So you don't.
Hey!
So initially, I mean, there are some industrious.
Jeremy. One at a time, bro. One at a time, man. So we can get everybody.
As far as influence, I mean, they must have moved around the shadows because they haven't really had that much of a presence here in Eastern Europe, throughout Eastern Europe since World War II. We actually volunteered to get rid of them and the gypsies, basically.
We didn't do shit. We didn't volunteer shit. Who are you talking for?
Bulgaria.
I'm talking about my country.
But
Your
okay,
country,
so anyway,
you stupid idiot, fucking losers on panel. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? You guys are
Jeremy, shut up. You need to
know what he's talking about, man. What the fuck you talking about?
He's a gypsy and he's mad that your country killed some of his people.
He got a historical point of view up here. I replaced him with
Well, Bulgaria had communist rule for what? 50 years, right?
Let me see what my membership got. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think the max is 10, John. I
thought I upgraded. No, Mr. Kim, you good. I thought I upgraded, but go ahead, guys. Everyone's good. Go ahead.
Well, anyway, back to Bulgaria and the Jewish influence. It's interesting that you don't see it outright, but I'll bet you if you looked into it, Ivan, there's things that you go, what the hell is that about? What the hell is that change about? Look into it and see where that comes from. You'll see probably more than you wanted to. That if there's something that doesn't seem right, it ain't right, and look who's behind it.
Well, just about any nation that had communist rule would have small hat influence.
Yeah,
shit like that.
I can't hear both of you guys at the same time.
Coming from the oligarchs, Turks, that type of shit. As far as gypsies, they don't really have a presence for them to look around. Not in Serbia, not in Bulgaria, Romania, Greece, pretty much nowhere.
Really?
Except maybe in the West and Israel.
Damn,
where'd Jeremy come from? That's one hateful dude.
What did he say?
He's a gypsy.
Are
probably a
gypsies does anyone know if gypsies are Christian at all?
They got a few gypsies, but in my country, all of them got Turkish names. They're all Muslims, pretty much, most of them. Or
Hey, Ivan, what's your opinion on Turkish people?
The ones that I know, I'm cool with. Don't ask me about the past.
Don't ask you about who?
The Fed.
Don't ask me about the past. The past, I don't really.
Mm.
It's too controversial to say on YouTube.
The past between whom? I don't know much about
Us and the Turks.
Oh, okay.
Here in the States, the Turkish are dope, man. They're hard workers. And
Yeah,
they're like the white boy Arabs.
Sure, definitely. You know, the funny thing is they hate the Arabs for the most part because I hear them say a lot of
and I
shit
know they're
about
not
that.
Arabic, but I'm just being obnoxious. Yeah, but they're the white boy Arabs.
Hey, Ivan, what do you think about what's happening over in the UK right now?
It's about damn time they start protesting, man. I was on Chaotic's channel last night after I got from, and I told him it's about damn time, but it's not enough. There's not enough people for that shit.
No.
Yeah, I saw that too. They only burnt down one mosque and it got rebuilt in like 2 days.
Yeah, they broke the windows of some migrant center, and they're gonna have to, they're just gonna have to pay some more taxes and gonna rebuild it again.
Yeah, I was going to say they barely did anything, man. What they did was scratch the ice.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
all
a
these
small
migrant shelters
percentage
and
of-
hotels and stuff, all that's paid by taxpayers and shit. So,
But isn't there a small percentage of Muslims in England? I mean, it's a small percent. It's like 5% or 6% or something.
Yeah, but they got a huge ass birth rate, so that's not going to last long.
yeah, but it's from
What's that?
countries where it's very easy to radicalize. That's the
But
problem.
what I'm saying is the British population and the Irish population are predominant, and they're a huge part of the place, right? So you just have the people that are mad now. But if the Muslims retaliate and start doing a lot of damage to all of England, I'm pretty sure a lot more people will come out against them. So,
Right. Have you seen any of the
Hopefully
footage?
they will. Hopefully they will. Look, the Muslim, you can have Muslims in a country, but it has to be very carefully selected, vetted from specific places, like Turkey, for example. Sure. Like, certain parts of, I don't know, Russia, where Dagestan or something. But Turkmenistan, maybe, but not freaking Syria, not places like that. Fuck no.
well, look,
What about
it's all
Egypt?
about what you have to lose. People are not going to come out and repel the incoming horde when it's against the law. So they're just going to live their lives. But when you start taking people's stuff and damaging people themselves, you'll see, because then you have a lot to lose at that point, right? But there's nobody that has like a good job that's working in England that wants to go to jail. So they're not going to do anything now. But if the Muslims keep escalating, they'll have a lot to lose, right? So it's all about what you have to lose.
That's why it'll boil down to nothing. It'll go back to business as usual. I don't care. I don't care what anybody says. If I could do it and prove it, I'd bet $100. I'd bet a good damn piece of money. There's small hats. There's small hats behind this uprising in UK. There's small hats behind it, and therefore, the purpose of it is to give hope that all is not lost. While in actuality, the same path of decay will continue after this settles down.
Real question: did any of these riots actually get any migrants to leave the areas that they're occupying?
I mean, it was
Did it
all
change?
over the place. It was in towns.
I'm wondering if
cities
any.
and
I think
I was going to say, Ryan, I'm wondering if they actually chased anybody out. Like, they're doing all this rioting and stuff, but won't the people just come right back, rebuild whatever they have, and just restate themselves?
I spoke to someone in Birmingham. There's a lot of migrants there too, and he told me they simply move the illegals, the ones that came on boats, from one location to another, from one hotel to another.
Yeah.
So
they're still there. They're still there.
I mean, they're still in the country. Yeah, the plan to send them to Rwanda failed. That's what I told Chaotic last night.
I'm glad that shit failed. I don't want them in my country either, dadgummit.
Momo,
Well,
where you
they
at?
were
You
actually
in
planning
Cali?
on sending them to Vietnam, I think. And there was a viral clip of this guy from
send them to their home country. Send them to their home country.
Hey, hold on.
Yeah, send them back home.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on for 1 second, guys. We got Momo He looked like he's on the Pacific coast or something. Where you
Yeah.
located? Where are you traveling right now?
Oh yeah, HB, you asked me. Yeah. So I'm on US 95. I'm in Nevada. This is a lake and shit. It's real nice out here. Though
Oh,
I could lose connection at any time. There's very little service out here.
Yeah. Whoa. That truck
Nevada's
came up
cool.
fast.
It's so desolate. I think also the US federal government owns probably like 80 or 90% of the land out here. There's nothing out here.
How far are you from Area 51? We lost them. We lost
Wait,
them.
HB, what you say?
I said, how far are you from Area 51?
Oh, well, wait, what is Area 51? Isn't that in New Mexico?
That's New Mexico.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, my bad.
No, there's actually a Predator drone Air Force base. I saw a real Predator drone, it's somewhere around here. There's a whole bunch of stuff out here, though, for sure. Lots of secret government stuff. Yeah.
It looks like water. Is that water?
Yeah.
To your right?
It's a lake.
Yeah, to the right is that's a lake. Yeah.
Someone says we need an Area 51 tour. Do you ever go by Area 51? Was that New Mexico, right?
I actually am not sure. I would have to double check. Maybe I have driven by. I know that I've stayed in Roswell before, but I would have to double check.
Roswell is in New Mexico. Area 51 is out there in Vegas.
I think they actually give Area 51 tours now. It's not all what it used to be, I don't think. I think
No, it's not.
They've used it for what they need, and now they've moved on to another secret base or whatever.
Area 51 is on Groom Lake.
Yeah.
Well, it's in the name. It's Area 51. So there's a whole bunch of them.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, probably got 100 of them.
Yeah. So, yeah, but that one is being. I think they do tours of it.
Cam the King says they always find bodies in New Mexico, in the Nevada River, in the Nevada Lake. Sorry. Probably
Those illegals.
They clean house. They clean house.
Yeah. Hey, Momo, you see any lot lizards out there? Not out here. I actually, personally, I have never. The only place that I actually ran into a lot lizard who talked to me. Well, there's one that might have been in Colorado, but she was like a 20-year-old girl, and she wanted to ride to Cheyenne, and I didn't know if she was a lot lizard because she was kind of pretty. But the one where it was definitely a lot lizard was in West Virginia, and they were kind of rough looking.
Yeah.
Hey, Momo,
Hey,
Momo,
John,
did you see that black dude? Did you see that black dude on here yesterday that crashed out on them lot lizards and shit?
No, I missed that. What was that about?
HB Teller.
Yeah, man, this guy, he pretty much went broke spending all his money on lot lizards. He said he was making like 6 figures and he spent it all on lot lizards, man.
Was it a video? I think I had seen a video like that where he spent like a few $100,000. He was addicted to them. That was crazy.
Yeah, he was addicted.
Yeah,
Are
I
they
seen
really
that
that-
video, and as soon as you put it on, I was like, "Oh man, I seen this video like a couple months ago." But yeah.
Momo, are the lot lizards really that pretty in California, man? Have you ever thought about it? Are they really that pretty out there? You got some lot lizards trying to be actresses and go out there to the bus stop, make money while they waiting on a gig.
Yeah, I guess Cali would have some attractive ones, but I haven't seen any. You would probably have to go if you look through like reviews of truck stops, you could find like some hints as to where they might be, but I don't know.
Oh, that's a good idea, actually. I didn't even think about that.
Hey HB, can I ask you a question about that? Serious question.
Yeah.
If you dealing with a lot lizard, like, how do y'all like clean up like before and after?
What do you mean? You use it?
Yeah, define clean up, right there. Define clean up, man.
I mean, do you wash? I mean, do y'all got like those portable sinks that you use for camping and you just wash yourself like that, or what?
At the truck site.
Yeah, we had a truck stop. They got showers at the truck stop.
Yeah, they got showers and truck shops.
Love
Not
got
to
nice
mention,
showers.
not to mention, I don't give a damn if you use a condom. Are you crazy? Sticking your dick in a lot lizard? You would do that?
Why should you think? Why should you think you guys go to a local river or something and wash up there?
Bro, even if you use a condom, you want to clean up afterwards, right?
I'm saying, who would even use a condom or not? Who would stick your dick in a lot lizard?
Hey, B, we
Be brave. Be brave.
Be brave. It's a ongoing joke. Be brave. You gotta pay.
Oh,
You gotta
okay.
play along. You gotta play along.
Okay, all right, I got it. Because I can't imagine.
People,
HB, can I ask you a question?
some people enjoy the risk.
It's not a joke, Brave. They very serious about their lot lizard admiration.
That's
I got a
okay, a hand job, but to stick yourself in a fucking lot lizard
I mean,
box.
listen, man. Some people on the road a long time, they get a little lonely, man. You know,
They
that's what it is, man.
they make you use a condom for a hand job too, man. He's
Well, that
very
makes sense. I
professional.
got that. That makes sense. That makes sense.
No,
Is that ghetto thoughts?
HB.
Is that ghetto thoughts back there?
Yeah, ghetto point of view.
Wait.
Oh,
Let
ghetto
me,
point of
Point of view,
let me
yeah.
answer Master
What's
Kim
up, bro?
real
What's
quick.
up, bro?
Master Kim.
Yeah,
Salute,
just
salute.
real quick, this is a question for Momo as well as HB. Now, what a lot of people don't realize is on a Friday, that truck might be hung out at a Flying J or a Pilot until they get another load on Monday. So over the weekend, 72 hours with a lot lizard, is that enough time to catch feelings? And no, hear me out. Hear me out. It's like, you go away on a canoe trip. Remember being a kid? You go away on a camping trip, you fall in love with some little girl because you were together on a weekend, and you come back on missing.
Oh God, Master Kim.
Master Kim, when you saying when you were driving the trucks, did you ever catch feelings for a lot lizard?
No, I've never been as broke in my life as when I was driving stuck in that truck at a truck stop over the weekend. Because remember, I said you got to make it past the year and a half, and then it's good money because you got the experience of making HB money. But I couldn't handle it. I mean, I would have it had I had the money.
Yeah, we got to get.
Wait, Master Kim, you didn't last a year and a half.
Oh hell no! I was
Master
driving
Kim be
for
from
one
job to
truck,
job.
looking at the ceiling, and every time my mother would cuss me out for getting marginal grade, it was like all this was rolling through my head. I was looking all the way up in Oregon or some crazy ass state, could barely, and it was like a 10-speed Freightliner. You 5 speeds down, 5 speeds up, and I could barely drive that truck. It was stunning how negligent these trucking companies are. At least that was my situation. I wish I would have hung in there. I could be making HB money.
Hey, Master Kim, we had a guy up here. HB, I'm sorry. We had a guy up here, man. That his name was Bernard Foreman. He came up on the COVID show, and I want to say he had a hazmat license or something when driving. Yeah, I know he did. He said he had hazmat or some shit, tankers, some shit.
Yeah, hazmat tankers and doubles. Yeah.
Yeah, some shit he talking about. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he came through. Go ahead.
That just means you can carry like
hazardous materials.
Yeah.
Gases, like that.
Yeah, like toxic and stuff, toxic waste.
Yeah, you put
What's
on
the difference between
corrosive, explosives, etc.
What's the difference between carrying that and just anything else, man? Hell, you're just driving, right? Am I missing something?
I mean,
John, it's toxic waste, explosive chemicals, man. What do you mean? What do you mean just driving? You're driving with a bomb.
John, you don't remember that truck that exploded a few months back underneath a bridge?
John, it's basically a bomb, man.
No, John, the difference is about $30,000 to $40,000 more. That's the difference.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I bet you a dime to a dollar, a whole lot of people that are hazmat endorsed don't know shit about what they're endorsed for, or didn't pay that good attention to it. Yeah, you're right. Maybe, yeah, maybe.
But yeah, there's extra regulations and there's different things you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to drive through cities or suburban areas and some other shit like that.
I'm sure they adhere to that.
But why is the pay more though? If you just drive.
That's what I was about to say. The Key Bridge fell down in Baltimore, right? So all the hazmat guys have to go a different route. They have to go through the city under a tunnel, which they try to avoid normally, but they have no other choice. So it's really messing up the traffic flow in Baltimore City right now. But yeah, he's absolutely correct.
But do they get paid more solely because of their cargo?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's a risk of life. I mean, you know, if they get in a wreck, it ain't like getting in a wreck with a
Oh yeah, that's right.
dollar
That's
full
right.
of-
That's right. That's
Yeah,
right.
if they
You
get in
can
a wreck,
relax on your
John,
life,
I was gonna say, John, I said that earlier. You're practically driving with a bomb.
right? Let me ask you this, Momo. What are you hauling right now? Man, he done stopped in the fucking desert. Man. You all right?
I think he lost signal. He said he was gonna
Yeah,
lose
his
signal.
signal.
He's frozen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wouldn't blame him. He's out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
HB, would you charge more to haul some gas or something?
Oh yeah. I'm honestly looking into tankers because that's where the real good money is at.
But I'm saying, like, would you demand to be paid? Would you demand to be paid more because of the risk?
Yeah, that's part of the pay. You get more because you're taking a bigger risk. I could pull up on Master Kim at one of his gas stations.
And John, those are actually dangerous because it's liquid, it's bulk liquid, and there's baffles. So every time HB hits the brake, that fluid is sloshing. It can turn over a tanker. So it is a whole different technique. That's why when HB gets his hazmat and starts driving for them, they pay these guys crazy money because of the shortage of tanker drivers that do the fuel. There's drivers that just specialize in jet fuel. That's all they haul is jet fuel because of safety and everything. You know, they can't have the jet fuel contaminated. So a jet fuel driver is very particular and all that type of shit. But yeah, there's tons of money. In fact, I'm going to say the most money is driving for hazmat loads, especially the fuel.
That and like overweight loads too.
Yes,
like
absolutely.
Yeah.
What's an overweight load? Just a load that's overweight?
Military equipment, blades, all that weird, crazy shit.
Yeah, those giant windmill blades. Yeah, I've seen those.
Look at this shit. This shit right up your way, Rashu. Overturned truck spills jet fuel at Fort Belvoir, prompting environmental review. Oh my god.
Yeah, man, this stuff isn't good. Yeah, this stuff isn't good. There was a crash just I think it was last year under a bridge. I think it was outside of Michigan or something like that. But it was a major bridge and yeah, that was major news too.
Bro, look at this wild shit. Look at this shit.
I was gonna say, John. This happens quite a bit. It's not frequent, but it happens more than you think.
Oh no, this is not it. That's not the one I was thinking about. No.
Yeah, I've definitely seen a tanker crash before, John, and let's say he didn't make it to rush hour too, man. He didn't make it.
Montgomery County, we now know who lost their lives in a horrific, deadly crash on the Northeast Extension on Saturday, which shut down the road for hours and hours. The victims are a couple out of Delaware, James and Suzette Aishi, 52 and 57.
Oh,
both
shit. Look at
Delaware,
that plane.
and then
Oh, my
also
God.
William Ramos, 63, out of North Jersey from Perth Amboy. So what happened to set off that horrific chain reaction? You can see that tanker's filled with jet fuel. That's why it was so horrific. Car gets a flat tire, pulls over. Another car stops to help, puts on the flashers. Truck can't stop in time, slams into them both, and everything bursts into flames. This was in Worcester Township. Another car stops to help and puts on the flashers. So horrific case there.
I see when I drove, I only drive a straight truck. I drove straight truck in around Chicagoland area for 3 months. And the hazmat trucks that I seen, the way they drive on those interstates in those large cities, they needed to be arrested and pulled over.
No, that's in trucking. The hazmat guys, the tankers are the craziest drivers by far.
The stuff I seen, it was amazing. I'm going, you got to be kidding me. If you're hauling hazmat, can't you just really keep the distance behind the rest of the traffic? The stuff I seen these truckers do on those interstates, I did it for 3 months. I said, this is enough for me. I'm a silly straight truck driver. I couldn't take the Chicago interstates. It's just, I'm an old country boy. It was too much. But the stuff I seen those truck drivers doing, and including the hazmat, the tanker trucks, I'm going, it's amazing. One wrong move, they'll get up behind cars over and over and over within 6 or 7 feet of a car going 60 miles an hour because the car's going a little slower than they were. So they'll just cruise up on it, meaning just as that person, if a car has any sort of a slowdown due to a flat tire, the trucks behind that car is going to be on top of it. And it's constant. It never ends. I'm amazed at the way truck drivers drive on those interstates. It blows my mind.
HB, have you seen those videos of Japanese truckers going through those tiny little roads?
Yeah, those guys are
they're built different, man. They're built different.
Yeah. The way they can hit those turns is insane.
Their trucks are also built different too, in order to compensate for how the architecture is built over in Japan.
Yeah.
Is Ivan still up here though?
Nah, he dipped. He dipped.
Oh.
No, he dipped.
Oh, I had a question for him.
What are you going to ask him, Barry?
What I have to know, because I know about my white trash in America. All white trash neighborhoods, I know about them. Okay, lived around them all my life. I just wanted to ask him how white trashers are in Bulgaria, if they're a problem in the street.
I mean, to him, white trash are gypsies. So.
Well, he may not have no European white trash. I don't know. I'm just talking about. I was just wondering because my guess would be that if it's it's a large population of white people in the country, even the trash aren't causing that much of a problem there. Even not because I know they don't cause that much of a problem here in America. But I'm saying even no matter where white trash are at, they just have a way of fitting in with their trashy ass.
That's a very North American perspective, Be Brave, because in other countries where they don't have as much cultural diversities, somebody's at the bottom, and those people are causing the ruckus, and they very well share your reflection.
Yeah, that's why I'd like to talk to Ivan about it. We're everybody. The white trashes are at the bottom here, though, Ghetto. They're at the bottom here.
Garion. I'm sorry, hey Gary, how long were you in Japan? I didn't mean to cut you off, Be Brave, but I'm a northerner from Michigan. Sorry.
Oh, what?
Yeah, Gary, how long were you in Japan? Did you go to Japan?
Yeah, I did. I was there for about a week on vacation. It was great.
If you don't mind me asking, the Japanese in the Asian world are kind of like the small hats of the Asian world. They are a different type of Asian, by the way, right? So, what were you impressed with them, or are they, were they? I mean, did you? Well, tell me about your trip to Japan, if you don't mind me asking. What was your impression?
Well, I mainly went there with my girlfriend because she was really interested in. Well, she's a huge manga nerd, and she mainly went there to go to. I don't know. I forgot what the name of it is. It's basically their equivalent to Comic-Con, so she wanted to go there and cosplay and stuff. So whenever I was walking around, Japanese people can order themselves without any outside intervention, which I thought was pretty cool. I saw a surprisingly large amount of truckers there. Not many people drove around. It's similar to how New York is set up. Most people either took public transportation or they walked. They also, if you have a car, apparently you have to pay extra money at toll. Huh?
Was it like the anime, all that type of stuff you guys went to?
Yeah, it was an anime convention.
Where did you go in?
So yeah. Oh, we went to the main city. We went to Tokyo.
Did you see any bar fights?
No.
Did you see anybody? Did you see anybody in the street road raging and threatening to fight each other over traffic?
Actually, no, we didn't. But we did see two old Japanese men arguing over a bike. That was the worst thing we saw.
That was the worst thing you saw. Were they putting up the dukes, getting ready to, or were they just using words?
No, they were just screaming at each other.
Oh, okay,
it was pretty passionate too.
Yeah, no dukes though.
No.
Now, if anyone could accuse Asians of having any teaspoon of alien in them, I would nominate Japanese. They're a different breed, highly intelligent.
I think they're from space. I think they're what Hitler called the Ubermensch.
There's something about them, that's for damn sure.
I was going to say, Master Kim, it is not like Heihan. Heihan is in China. Oh my God, it's the hood.
Lovely.
You've been over.
But trust me, the Japanese will go with the white boys when they start cleaning toilets. The Japanese will be right next to them,
Heck yeah, they will.
as well as all the other Asians. So.
Well, the world is changing, and I think a lot of people are going to catch on in about the next 2 years. I think in 2 years, right now we're still dealing with legacy comfort. That's going to be gone in about 2 years. I'm not talking about economic comfort. I'm not talking about poor and standard of living completely reduced. I'm just saying the legacy of cultural comfort. In about 2 years, people are going to go, "What the hell are we a part of?" I guarantee it.
You think so, Brave?
I do, especially if
I don't think
Kamala.
so, Brave.
You think we're going to carry on if Kamala wins? If Kamala wins, that's why I can't picture her winning. It would just be too much of a culture change.
Culture shock.
It's worse than that. It's good because it's going to be ongoing, never ending, irreversible. And that's why I say I don't think that the global power structures ready to take us to that level yet. I think they just put Kamala in there to get us to loosen up, quit being so high and mighty, churchy. It's an adult world. Tell your children to get used to it. They might see two people having sex in the park, and then that's okay and they won't even get arrested in the future. Who knows?
If she wins, people will be duking it out on the Senate floor, just like in all the other countries, where they'll go up and slap each other during speeches and stuff.
I doubt that very much.
I do too. I don't think so. I think you're wrong, Master Kim. I think if she wins, the changes are going to be just in what people that people that aren't all snobby, but they still like like the old comfort of the old conservative America. Those are the ones that are going to have to really get used to some changes, because what's going to be accepted publicly is going to be it's going to be different.
Let me share this video with you guys.
More publicly than we do now. We already accept drag queens reading children's stories and the government subsidizing it with tax dollars. I mean, we accept children dancing at parades with nude people for a LGBTQ season. I mean, how much more?
Oh, it'll increase tenfold. Instead of being isolated, it'll be everywhere.
Hey, Brave, take a look at this. Take a look at this video, guys. Let me make sure I had the right speed here, just to make sure playback speed normal. Let's go.
It's muted.
Yeah, no sound good, bro.
You said no sound?
No sound.
Yeah, no sound.
Oh, let me stop it and start again. Let me. What do I need to do? No sound.
What's the gist of it? What's it about?
So let me see if I can read the article.
Accused of killing classmate take place.
I'll just share it.
I was going to say, John, which makes this one special compared to all the other black killings? Which makes this one so special?
Again, it's just it's another one of those cases, I think, where the justice system, I think, just is behind the eight ball in terms of how you deal with these young people. And we saw earlier where a young boy killed someone. He was out of prison within a short period of time, and now you have another case, and I'm gonna have to pull it up from a site that was commenting on it.
That's how people like to blame George Soros for that, John.
Yeah.
It's like, you people that don't understand that the global power structure is changing things all around. You need a villain, so they gave you one. Look, George Soros, look out. Never mind who's actually doing it. It's George Soros.
Check this out, bro.
Which is pathetic. I mean, come on, man. They're turning everything into a joke, and we're going to blame George Soros. I mean, I know his money's behind it, but he's just a front man. Go ahead.
This was the killing that happened in Las Vegas, where they beat this boy to death. I think they were at school. Mother of slain Las Vegas student Jonathan Lewis believes her son's killers may be getting away with murder. The 4 teens arrested on charges related to the death of Jonathan Lewis late last year agreed to a plea deal, moving their case down to juvenile court. Damien, Dontrell, Gianni, and Travion these guys here, pled guilty to voluntary manslaughter after facing murder charges. So they'll be out of prison in 2 years or so. The mother says she feels blindsided by the killer's pleas. I was unaware that there was going to be a court date today. So she didn't even know. They didn't even update her that these people were going to court. I was also unaware that they made a plea deal. She was told by the district attorney a week or so ago that they were going to plead guilty to murder and get no less than 2 years in the adult system. I was not satisfied with the 2 years, but it would have been at least on their records. There's no justice so far for my son. Like these, I mean, they beat this guy to death, right?
On their record. She's satisfied with on their records. That's all she can get.
That's all she can get, man. That's all
You know what's funny is if you know what happened. You know how proof that this is all engineered is this. Take and say that there was going to be now here and there pop-ups, vigilante, real logical thinking vigilante groups, not helter-skelter, very well behaved, very well researched, very meticulous in their carrying out of the vigilante justice. Now, if they went around the country, like these kids would be a classical case for it. Show me 4 kids that beat another young man to death. A couple of them need to be beat to death. Forget the justice system. Now, say that happened. Do you realize how quickly they'd be on top of the vigilantes? They'd take care of that problem fast on a rat's ass, but they just can't take care of these 17-year-olds. They with the vigilante justice, if they'd ever grabbed, I guarantee you they'd make an example out of every single instance of it.
Someone sent me a text about Bitcoin today. No, it's up big today, 55. It's up.
Bitcoin's up. Let's go. It's only 3.9% though.
I mean, but
well, the market in general has been recovering, not just Bitcoin. Everybody, even if you look at the S&P, everything is going up. All the markets are correlated, man.
Is that the price per Bitcoin per coin? 55 grand per coin, and then what do you got? You got the pieces that you can actually afford to buy with the stash assist or whatever.
Yeah, I was listening yesterday to Rashu and Muffin, and Muffin, he was asking Rashu what is the value or what does Bitcoin sell. And most people don't really know what the use of Bitcoin is, but just from my experience, it's the black market in the underworld. I told John this a couple weeks ago. I mean those were the first people I knew using Bitcoins were the dope boys. The
dope boys was definitely using Bitcoin, but to say that
the potheads, so yeah.
But to say that those transactions
about the Silk Road.
But to say that those transactions aren't monitored is kind of foolhardy because it's literally an open ledger that anybody can attach themselves onto if they know how to use the ledger.
Right. It's pseudo anonymous, right?
It's pseudo anonymous. Very well said. There's no anonymity to doing digital transactions. You can't do digital transactions anonymously.
If drug dealers started getting popped for using Bitcoin, that defeats the whole purpose of Bitcoin.
Well, they weren't. They weren't, right? And they didn't.
No. Nobody's been caught doing any illegal transactions with Bitcoin. They may have gotten their computer and figured it out, but
right, exactly.
It's not the actual transaction that's getting these people caught up.
So if the Bitcoin itself sells for 55 grand, one Bitcoin, you take 1,000 and you go buy a Bitcoin. Would you just buy 1/50th of a Bitcoin for $1,000?
You bought about 2 million Satoshis, which would be an individual unit. So think of it like $1 out of $100 bill.
Yeah. Right. Okay, got it. Anyway, Rashu, can you see him paying off the federal debt with Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Paying off the federal debt? I don't know, but pegging a new version of currency, yes, I can see that.
It's
this
digital
is a
gold.
deflationary asset, so you're trying to basically peg it to something like gold, but gold is just a piece of material, right? It
No,
doesn't
gold is a
actually
metal with functional use.
right.
It
Okay, cool,
reserves it
but it's
reserves
still
value over time because of its chemical composite. It doesn't rust, so you can reserve your wealth in it long term. That's its use.
You know.
yeah, I know.
But there's
But,
still not enough of
So
it
to
to
say
actually
it's
be a money.
just a metal, that's an inaccuracy. There's a lot
Yeah,
of metals.
that
Tin is a
is
metal.
inaccurate. But
Copper
it's
is a
still not
metal.
enough gold to back any money in a $100 trillion
again,
economy.
I wasn't able to complete my thought.
No,
But
right.
yes,
I wasn't saying
everything
it.
that you said is correct. But I was trying to make a distinction here between digital energy versus to physical energy, right?
Yes,
we
sir.
have to use physical process in order to take gold in its current form and make it other things that we can put to use in the market.
Well
Versus to Bitcoin is actually you're transacting these processes, and the energy itself is creating a physical process, which we call mining. It's computation.
Very good. Very
Right.
well said.
The blockchain.
I could
Right.
picture
So I was trying to
It's
make a
all-
distinction from gold to Bitcoin. Why it's a little bit. It's going to be a learning curve for people to understand a little bit, right?
That's why
Absolutely. It's like backing.
converting the debt is honestly it's kind of brilliant because Get Crack was saying that it's called the milkshake theory. So basically you're using the black market to pay off the US debt. And
that's
kind of
that's the
brilliant.
first thing. Yeah, that's the first thing that came to
Bro,
my mind. One
do you
trick to
know-
pay off another trick. I mean, it's
Exactly.
brilliant. It is brilliant.
It's brilliant. Honestly.
Because how else are they going to get rid of $35 trillion other than to fess up and say this is all bullshit, or to keep growing it?
Rachu, you got to say that's some slick shit. That's some slick shit.
That's some slick shit, man.
Everybody keep talking about how they gonna get out of this shit, and they here they are floating the idea right in front of your face. Right? Everybody keep talking, how you gonna get out of there? Too much debt, and they telling you like, here it comes.
It's brilliant.
But not only that,
Everything.
it's Trump is the only one with a suggestion or solution.
One trick brings well, okay, and one trick to pay off another trick still means it's all been a trick. So if we fall for that and we think, yes, and if we fall for that,
So-
it's like we're still like it could be
We
ever
fell
get
for the trick of
as of
fiat
2020
currency.
as of
It's far more
2023
valuable than fiat
Bitcoin
currency.
as of 2023 Bitcoin has been used in only about 20 billion of illegal transactions. There's been way more cash.
There's this
being
lie of
That-
illegal
yeah,
transaction going on Bitcoin, and it's just not possible.
Say what?
Hey, Ron, so I can ask you a
It's
question.
not possible to have tons of transactions on Bitcoin and people not see it. Like it's a
I didn't
fallacy.
say that. I didn't say
No,
that.
I'm
talking
agreeing
about-
with you. I'm piggybacking off of your statement and agreeing with you, sir. I'm trying to explain to the rest of the panel and the people in the chat who may not understand that it's a KYC system. They keep your contact information literally with every single step you make. So where's the end? How can you do stuff in secret like this? What do you like? Those statements are only made by people who haven't really gotten familiar yet. But time eventually we'll all understand.
No.
Yeah, I wasn't saying you was disagreeing. I was just trying to clarify. But
It's
cool.
not that it's a secret. It's the allure of it being a secret. It's a way for people to take this illegal money and put it into Bitcoin.
What illegal
Hey,
money?
hold on for a minute. Let me read Coach's comment, guys, and then you get back to it. HB is the best truck in the whole wide world. Professional driver. He's out here every day making sure our goods get there. Be careful on the road today, sir. Shout out to the one and only HB Twin. Hey, if you wiped your ass today, or if you plan on wiping your ass today, tip the man who brought you that toilet paper.
Thank you, Portia.
What you say about that,
I'm out here. I'm out here driving in a goddamn rainstorm right now, so I appreciate you.
Oh damn! Be safe, bro. For real.
Tip the man that brought you the toilet paper to wipe your ass today.
What state you driving through? If you can share, brother.
Yeah. I'm in Michigan right now.
Safe travels. Safe travels.
Yeah.
Well, you on your way to Canton, right?
No. I just left Canton. Lindy was trying to buy me lunch, but I had to keep it moving. But I'm headed to this small town called Weberville in Michigan. It's a real small town.
Is that where they make the grills, the Weber grills?
Oh, no, not that. They got a Aldi like factory out here, or just like a plant, or not even a plant, but just like just a Aldi place that I'm going to out in Weberville.
Pull up the map, man. Pull up the map.
Well, where you going? Where you going to? Aldi distribution center.
Distribution center. Yep. There we go.
Aldi distribution
In
center.
Weberville.
Is that 1B or 2?
2Bs.
2Bs. Weberville, Michigan. See how big this damn warehouse is. Let me share the screen with you guys. You want to take a look at the warehouse? That's where HB is headed here. Can you guys see the screen? Let me know if you can see the screen. Can you see the screen?
Oh, that's it. Yeah, we can see it, John.
It's one aisle. What kind of products do they handle?
It's Aldi, so it's mostly everything.
Okay. Yeah, Aldi. Yeah, they got everything.
Pretty cool grocery store.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's known for putting a quarter in the cart in order to unlock the cart.
Oh yeah, it's like German or something.
I hate that, and the crackheads always trying to take my cart. Let me take your cart.
Yeah, man. They'd be like, hey, no, I hate it when people try to come up to you. They'd be like, hey man, could I get a quarter, man? It's always black people too. They always ask you for a fucking quarter for your cart. Broke ass niggas ain't got quarters. Broke ass niggas ain't got no quarters, John.
Hey, HB, look at that boy. Look at that boy car right there in the parking lot.
Ooh, what is that? What is that? Cadillac? What is that?
No, what's that? That's 300.
Was that the warehouse, the building? Was that the warehouse?
Yeah. That's the warehouse.
That's a hell of a
Yeah, that's the building.
You know what kills me is people talk about all these goddamn world governments. It's like, do you realize that this is the kind of stuff that world governments bring you, though? All of this flow through a product with no hiccups.
God damn! Look at all them trucks, man.
Look at them. Look at
Look at all
that
them
shit.
trucks, man. Damn.
Yeah.
HB, you have to stand in line. You have to wait in line like this.
Oh no. I don't know what that. Man, I'm usually in and out in less than 20 minutes. I don't know what they.
No, John. I think that's from. I was gonna say, John, that's from a backup. That's from a backup. Most distribution centers. Yeah, I was going to say we usually have those here sometimes. They usually have that whenever there's some type of malfunction or there's like really heavy weather coming in.
Yeah, I never had that happen. Usually
shit like that is rare.
Yeah, maybe at like a Walmart distribution center, I'll get something like that. But I mean, you're talking like 20 minutes or something.
It's weird though, because all these usually don't have that many trucks.
Yeah.
Time is money. They gotta have you out on the road getting to that next stop.
Yeah.
Salute to you, man, because that ain't easy work.
Yes, it is.
No,
What the hell? Who are you shitting?
Stop it. It's not.
Wait, what did he say? He said that
I said it's like hell. It ain't easy work. It's important work. It's mighty important. But come on, man, sitting on your ass, cruising along on an air-conditioned cab, riding the highway. I mean, I didn't do.
How many hours have you driven straight?
Probably at a time 8 or 9. Quite
Okay,
often.
come on.
What?
We're not even talking about the same thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, be brave. I've done longer on a forklift, man.
Wait a minute. Whoa, you don't get to drive too many hours straight without stopping.
Brave. When these dudes sometimes have these deadlines, man, there are regulations, but I'm sure anybody who's done any serious trucking can tell you that they've killed.
Driving 15 hours is some kind of hard work.
So why haven't you done it?
Hey, get credit. Momo wants to know about Palantir. What is it? Palantir in the comment there.
Hold it. Let's ask HB. HB, how hard is trucking? Give us the route.
it's got its ups and downs.
Thank
Man.
you. And it's got a lot of ups.
I think it's a very serious mental exercise. You got to keep your mind focused on the road. And that's exhausting work in and of itself. Like your brain gets tired after a while.
I'll say on winter roads.
Really is, though. It really
on
is.
winter slippery roads, that's where the stress comes in. Other than that, it's a goddamn cakewalk.
In the dark of a rainstorm is not nerve wracking as well.
Hold on, Hey, how long did you drive trucks?
Huh?
How long did you drive trucks?
It was just a straight truck, so there's not near the stress of driving a
But
full.
how long did you drive?
20 years.
Damn, you drove a long time, bro.
Yeah, no, it's easy work. There's nothing to it. Now you're right.
Yeah. But the difference is with the trailer, it moves. The trailer moves.
Yes, I'm agreed. I told the story. I refused to do semis. I got in one and it was on a slippery road. I said, nah, this could get on your nerves after a while, over and over and over. So I understand. So I'm going slippery roads, rainstorms. I'm giving you that ghetto. Give me dry roads, a little bit of rain, the whole rest of the bullshit. It ain't nothing but I'm telling you this. You want to make some damn good money and you don't want to beat your body up too bad, get into trucking. You're not breathing particulate matter. You're not dealing with evaporates melting your brain. You're not dealing with idiots stressing you out as far as managers in the workforce. There's nothing like trucking. I'm telling you.
No, there are definitely some positives, of course.
Most positive. Very few negatives. And it's easy goddamn work. I've heard truckers when I'm at a dock, you hear truckers, goddamn boy, this is hard work, and I'm going, oh, puff fucking leaves.
I tell you what, Bray.
Well, you know what CDL stands for?
What's that?
Can't do labor.
Man, I tell you what, Bray.
Can't do labor.
if I was a young man right now, living with my mama or something, or couldn't find a job worth of shit, I go get my CDL.
You right.
And I live in that damn truck.
I'm telling you, there's no better bang for the buck to get. There's no bigger bang for the buck than to get as far as
John. That's what I'm doing right now.
Having a job.
Hey, hold on, Bray. How much, Momo? Let me ask you this question, man. You say you living in your truck, so you don't have rent.
No, man. My address is with my parents. They don't mind at all.
And where would you be living if you didn't live in your truck?
Well, I mean, when I go home, I go to my parents, but I can set home time to any place.
I'm saying, like, where would you live if you had to pay rent somewhere or you didn't live at home? Where would you live?
Man, I haven't thought of that. I mean, I think about like the whole country and I'm trying to like analyze where the best place would be to live. I'm not exactly sure yet. I'm pretty okay with Florida. I like that there's no state tax and I don't get many loads there. So I get the full advantage of the per diem because I'm working outside of my home state pretty much 100% of the time. Yeah.
So when is it? So how long have you not been paying rent?
The whole time for 5-6 years now.
So you save. Let's just say if you saved $1,000 a month times 12 times, that's $60,000.
Yep.
And how much you think you've? How much do you think you've made? How much of that you think you saved? Okay.
A good amount of it. I mean, in the initial couple years, I was with a beginner company. Didn't make too much because it was like a training wheel type thing. But I'm glad they weren't too bad as far as beginner companies were concerned because they kind of let me set my schedule how I wanted and run how I wanted. I got all the experience I needed with, over 250,000 safe miles and all that shit. But I've done good with savings and putting things. I have some bullion, I have some stocks and all that shit. So I've done pretty good. But right now, I just recently got into my new company, and now the money's getting real. So now it's really time to put things into overdrive.
But bro, like relative to like your counterparts, right, that have rent, you must have saved a shitload of money, man. 6 years, no rent.
Oh, for sure. I mean, when you think about it, what was that stat that like the average American can't afford an emergency $600 payment?
Right.
Like a lot of people are pretty fucked. So yeah, it's not even close.
Yeah, but let's be sure and say that that's because they're fucking idiots. That's not any hard economy going on.
I mean,
That's
I get the they can't manage that money, man.
I mean, if you ain't got a $600 bill for an emergency, you're a goddamn fucking fool of life.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
But let me ask you this, Momo.
I've never had a charge card in my life.
But how much do you think you save by being on the road and not like partying with your friends and stuff like that? Your buddies may call you and say, "Hey, man, we're at this bar, we're at this club, you blah blah, we're blah blah blah." Like you're on the road, man. You're like, I think you were the one that said that even on your 36 hours off, you're not drinking. Was that you that said that?
Oh well, I don't know if I've said that here, but yeah, that is the case for me. I'm pretty much. I mean, I don't like not drink, but I drink very rarely. I don't have any sort of proclivities for any of these substances. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I've never done any drugs aside from caffeine.
But I mean, you don't get to ball out, right?
Yeah, I don't do any of that. I've never done any of that. I think since I was a kid, I was very aware of like the potential effects on my brain, and I didn't want anything to affect it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, just like you're living like I think was it Master Kim that talked about how the Indians would live in their truck and drive as a couple. You're living damn near like a migrant.
I said.
Okay, it was you. You're living damn near like a migrant, bro. No rent. Living,
Yeah, and they advance each other like that, and they do it hardcore because they do team driving to Indians, and they're in there all the time running almost 24/7. They can really get up doing that shit for real, but I can't. I was with my trainer 2 weeks, and I could not. I could never do something like that. It's a real small space.
What do you think they're making when they're teaming up like that?
Oh man, they could be making a lot.
Probably $250,000.
They could be. You get some extra CPM cents per mile for the team, and then your truck also makes almost doubling of the overall mileage. So each driver, even just beginning, I wouldn't be surprised if people who are running hard, those Indians, just in their first year, clear each one individually over 110,000. I wouldn't be surprised.
Individually.
Yeah, individually. I wouldn't be surprised about that. Yeah,
that's $220,000.
Yeah,
and there's no.
Yeah, and that's in their first year. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
They pay.
And there's no rent. And there's no rent.
They pay.
There's no rent. No. Say what they do? They do the team driving thing.
Yeah, and no utilities because your truck is generating all your electricity, and your bathrooms are at all the truck facilities. So yeah, it's fantastic.
All that money come home.
And you guys carry guns?
Not on the books.
I've tried to look into the question, but I don't think so because of the differences between state regulations. If you're OTR specifically, the answer is basically no. I mean, you can, but if you get caught, you can get fucked up with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't chance it. It wouldn't be worth it.
That sucks, man. Jesus.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was gonna say I wouldn't have nowhere to store my guns if I tried to pull what you were doing, Mama.
Before I get off here, John, here's how I know that trucking, and it's a shame that a lot of young men don't take it, that we got so many foreigners doing trucking. That's a shame because trucking is such a good area to get into and so vital. But here's how I know that trucking is ain't shit, because I ain't shit. I don't like to think. I don't like to do anything hard. I mean, I'm a hard worker. I don't like to be messed with. Nothing. What you do is you get in a truck, and I'm telling you, it's goddamn next to not working. It's right next.
Well, if you have an affinity for driving and it's
Yeah.
really leisurely for me, and for me that is the case. I fucking love it. It's like I'm on a Sunday drive, just having leisure time all the time. That's why I'm going to get into trading, because I can actually, my right hand can do something while my left hand is doing something. I mean, I've always been able to do that since I was playing piano as a child and all that, and playing video games. But yeah, it's like, it's certainly something that is going to allow me to increase my opportunity for sure.
If you're a
And I
bottom
love it.
feeder,
Yeah.
if you're a bottom feeder, and I'm not saying that about you guys, but I'm saying if you're a bottom feeder, get into trucking. That's the least stress of any job you'll ever have in your life.
Hey,
Well, there's a
Momo,
whole breadth and variety of types of people. Like Western Express has a lot of felons who are in that company. And
Jesus.
funny, in my orientation, my orientation leader, he was a PhD in history. So there's a whole huge variety of people who are doing this stuff.
Trucking, to me, it frees up your soul. I mean, and I'm not saying that lightly. I'm just
I
saying
agree. Yeah, for sure.
it's the next goddamn thing to not being employed. In this world where, you know, employment can be stressful. If you take on real jobs, stressful. Take on obligations of hours and hours and work, stressful. No, I'm telling you, trucking is right. It's right next to, for the soul. It's right next to goddamn. There's nothing like it. That's why I'm surprised a lot more people aren't into it. It's something to behold when you're doing it.
And I love just the geographic beauty of the USA, the variety of biomes and stuff. I really love it. I think when I was a kid, I played a video game called Cruising USA.
Yeah.
And I think ever since then, that's what I really wanted to do. Even though I went to university, studied microbiology, I really wanted to play Cruising USA. And this is really what allowed me to do that. Just to go everywhere across.
Yeah, I'm talking about
It's
the freedom of
awesome.
the soul. I'm talking about the freedom of the soul and local deliveries where you just, driving an hour deliver, drive an hour and a half, 2 hours deliver. I couldn't even imagine being a truck that's just cruising over the road. That has to be majestic. I'm telling you, no, the trucking
Oh,
is
it is
something
for sure. For sure.
yes, I think trucking is something that, like you say, John, a lot of young men are overlooking it. And it ain't good, because it's just, if you're not setting the world on fire, get your ass in a truck, make some money, and not be bugged by so many things that could bug a person that's unconventional. People that are hard to employ, like the CDL says, can't do labor or whatever. I say can't work. I say truckers are
Momo,
truckers. I say truckers are truckers a lot of times, because if they work around people, they get their asses kicked, because a lot of them are smart asses.
Let me ask you this question, Momo. And
Thanks, I'll see you guys later.
All right, take it easy, break. Hey, Momo, I was thinking that it's probably hard for young men to leave their girlfriend behind when they're driving trucks.
You can take your girlfriend with you, can't you?
Yeah, mostly if you're an inner city guy, I'm talking about, like, I always wonder why inner city black guys don't do it, and I think it's because of the women. What do you think?
That is certainly a potential, because obviously, and especially if you're getting into OTR, though there's a variety of positions like local, regional, where if you have a girlfriend or a wife, a family, it's a lot more easy to integrate into your life. OTR is a little more difficult because it's like being a sailor or something. You're going to be out for a long time. So that has a layer of difficulty there. But I mean, for me, when I came into trucking, I was coming out of the question of marriage for myself. So I was in this very good state for a bachelor to just have the freedom to do whatever I want. So for me, it was really a perfect alignment of things.
Do you have a girlfriend now?
Hell no.
And how old are you, Momo?
32.
See, that's what I think. Like,
you got time, Momo. Stack your bread.
I think most men, man, like, just can't do that shit, man. Like, leave that woman behind if they have one, or not pursue women and go out on the road. Like, we saw the guy that spent all his money on lot lizards. He got out on the road. That pussy broke him.
Yeah, pussy has a particular power that dominates a lot of men, for sure.
Power of the PUSSY.
Speaking of, did he do an epilogue? That guy who lost everything to lot lizards.
I don't know. Did he HB? Did that guy come back and do it like what is it? Like a
Yeah, like did he do a Where Are They Now? Something like that? Did he recover? Or did he just fall out?
The other day he said he had opened up a new business and stuff, but he had to like give his life to the Lord and like, you know, leave the girls alone and all that, and then he was able to get his money back from what they were showing in the video.
Oh, I didn't even hear that part. Well, at least I was gonna say at least he recovered.
Yeah. He I think he owns like 2 trucks now. So he
he's
recovered.
back on the feet.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
He got himself back together. He
Well,
said,
I wanted to touch on another thing.
Recover from that.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know how people save up to get an RV to travel to USA and go to national parks and stuff. I mean, that costs a lot of money.
I want to do that so bad.
I've done that. I've done a lot of that just by, sometimes I stay at like a city and use either the 34 or I extend the 34 reset to a 72 and I rent a car and I go to locations. Yeah, I've done a bunch of that. I've done major cities. I stopped in Detroit and looked at the architecture. I went under the tunnel to go to Windsor, Canada. I stopped in Nashville, took a tour. I've stopped in almost every major city, and I've rented cars. I rented a car from Sioux Falls, and I went over all across, because I had to go to the shop in the Loves, but it wasn't open until Monday. So I had 3 whole days. I went to Badlands National Park. I went all the way to the Black Forest Hills, went to Mount Rushmore, the Devil's Tower, all that sort of I've done a ton of stuff.
Hey, let me ask you
would cost a lot of money. Yeah.
So truck drivers, like I was under the impression you guys just go there and just sleep overnight in your truck, but you have a chance to get out and go see wherever you are. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, if you take the opportunity and you kind of like work in the schedule, you can. And you can also take home time off at a specific place. Let's say you want to do like a vacation at, I don't know, Arcadia National Park. And you put a home time somewhere in Maine and you put your truck for a week somewhere and then you can just spend a week over in Maine just, exploring. Yeah, you can do a whole bunch of stuff with this.
How can you assure that your truck won't be like robbed or something?
Well, let's say specifically, okay, for example, last time I went home in Florida, I went to a Flying J and I specifically paid for one of the paid spots because some of these truck stops have paid spots. It was like $180 total. Yeah, some of them do. I just wanted to make sure nobody fucked with my truck at all for the time because it was going to be like 2 weeks. So I paid like $200 to have it there for 2 weeks untouched.
Let me ask you this
fine.
question. Is that your truck or is that the company's truck?
Well, I'm a company driver, so this is the company's truck. Yeah.
Okay, so did they pay that $180 for you, or did you pay it?
Well, since it was what I wanted, because their policy, they would have preferred it to have it sit in their terminal, but I wanted to park closer to home, so I just paid for it. If I didn't put it in the terminal, all they requested of me was for it to be in a secure place. That's all.
Okay. All right. So go ahead.
But yeah, so like people save up their whole life to do the RV thing to see, but I've done that front load. I've seen Great Rocky Mountain National Park, the Colorado National Monument in Grand Junction. If you take advantage, you can really get a lot done, especially since if you're by yourself, you can really do it efficiently.
Have you ever flown? Well, you say no. Have you had a girlfriend while you've been driving?
Nah, I've ignored it. I don't. I mean, I've thought about it, but it's like the logistics and the headache that would be induced is.
No, HB can't get no lot
to be honest.
Damn.
You need.
I just saw a video. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say most girls, most women these days, they're not gonna be able to jive with the trucker lifestyle. So if you're gonna find a girl, she's got to be special, and there ain't too many of them out here.
Yeah. Like
Not
if
to
I were to
mention that.
get one, what she would have
Before I
to
came
do
over
is she would have to come onto the truck as a ride along, or as I would have maybe I could convince her to team drive, but I don't know, man. That'd be kind of crazy.
Before I came
Imagine
up
if
here,
she
I just
wants to
saw
dump you though.
Yeah, it's just the problems that are. I've always think about the potential problems, and there's just so many potential catastrophes involved. It's like, nah, fuck it.
Yeah, I saw a clip. It was captioned earlier. Truck driver puts hidden camera in his house and catches wife with multiple men. The wife looked like she had a whole service that she had going
Oh,
on.
was that like a gangbang? What the fuck?
Yeah, I was gonna say, was it a gangbang right you, or was it just multiple men like one at a time?
No, it was one at a time. It was, one dude would come and then he would leave, and then another dude would come and
I mean,
then he would
that's
leave.
still crazy.
Yeah, that's still. I was gonna say that's not as bad, but that's still crazy, man.
Hey, Rashu,
It's terrible, dude.
Hey, Rashu, can you send
That
that
ain't
video
bad.
to? Can you send that video to Garion? He wants to watch it.
Was they hot?
Heck no, heck I don't. No, the heck I don't.
Oh man, no.
I was gonna say when you said it, I thought immediately after he left, she decided to have a gangbang set up, and I was like, damn.
That's what I thought too. But no. That's exactly what I thought.
You sure that just wasn't a porn? You sure that just wasn't a porn?
Yeah, did you find it? Yeah, Marshall, where'd you find that video?
I put it in the back. I put it in the back.
We found that shit on Pornhub.
Yeah,
I put it in the back.
So what do you plan on doing with all that money, Momo?
No, my gosh.
What'd you say, Tweet? Or what'd you say, John?
What do you plan on doing with all the money you're saving?
That's a good question. Just to have it, I guess. I mean, I've never had too much attachment to money in the first place. I'm a very spiritual person, and I was actually a potentiate for a monastery, but it wasn't God's will. So this is kind of a bit of a monastic stuff. You can turn this into a sort of little monastic cell. And it is something that I enjoy. Again, another layer that I enjoy about the job is I can spend a lot of time thinking and praying and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, the money will come. I mean, I just have a lot of auspiciousness, and I've always been lucky with it. You could get into numerology and astrology for that, but it is what it is. Money comes, but it's not really my goal in life is money. It's not really it.
Okay. I was gonna say, Momo.
That's why
Let me read the super chat, and then I got another follow up question for you.
Yeah, I also got a question.
I know you guys, right? I probably got the same question you got. Antoine, $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Seems like y'all not really men to keep a woman while trucking. Oh man, it's harder than you think, Antoine. It's like going to the military. You know what I mean? Like that woman there getting all that attention while you go home for 30 days.
I was gonna say, imagine imagine you're going to the Air Force, and let's say you got a pilot an F1 and F-15, and you come back after shooting a bunch of people down, wanting to consolidate with your girl, see your wife again, and all of a sudden a bunch of Tyrones come out the closet, getting dicked down by like 500 dudes.
Or it's 3 o'clock in the morning and you get a charge on your card from CVS or something like that, or Walgreens.
This is just a bad time overall. But John, yeah, you can ask your question.
So have you been celibate for most of the time you're driving?
Yeah.
You asking me, John?
Yeah, you, Momo. Yeah.
Yeah, basically. I mean, I've always tried to. There's a progressive struggle against vice and stuff, but I mean, ever since I was really 25, I started to get more into kind of trying to exercise the practice of striving against the things of the flesh. That's why I was a monastic potentiate. I mean, if you get into even both in like the Oriental and the Occidental, Like the Oriental has brahmacharya and semen retention practices. If you study religions generally, yeah, there's a lot of aspects, or there's a lot of things pertaining to the practice against, or the practice of chastity generally, that has sort of a lot of spiritual value. So yeah, I've been getting into all of it and trying to progress in it.
Somebody said,
God bless you.
you're lying, Momo. No way. 6 years?
Nah, I believe him.
Yeah, I believe him. Surprisingly, chastity isn't too. I was going to say, with good self-control and a daily routine, chastity, maintaining one's chastity isn't all that hard.
Yeah,
A lot of people just don't want to
routine.
do it.
Yeah, you just need a routine.
Nah, bro,
Gotta
that
keep
shit is
busy,
hard,
man.
son.
Rashu, you're still young, Rashu. I don't know.
Well, in the American
I'm old.
it is really hard because everything has been very sexualized. Like everything everywhere, the things women wear.
Oh yeah.
So you're constantly stimulated. But actually, one of the nice things about trucking is you're removed from a lot of the stimulation, unless you're watching porn in the back. But yeah.
All right. No
You don't have
homo
to.
question right here. Wet dreams. Have anybody had them?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
I've never,
Like,
I've actually never had a wet dream.
Jesus Christ.
Well, Gary,
listen.
you have a vagina, so.
That's your dumb ass.
But yeah, if you try to hold it in, it's still gonna come out. Pause.
Right. Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know.
I think that's one.
You breaking up, HB?
HB, you're breaking up.
HB, yeah, you're Borgen. You might be passing error at 51 right now. Gonna scramble a signal.
Wait, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. Keep talking.
But yeah.
No, forget it. You're Borgen still.
Hey,
no, never mind.
John.
You don't really have.
Hey,
I'm here.
Hey, John, I got
much,
something interesting for you today.
What's up?
See that link I just posted right there? You should put that up real quick and look and watch from 13 minutes to 17 minutes. That's the YSL trial. I've been just, I piqued my interest, just kind of what's going on there. And I really would like for you to watch a good attorney orate what needs to be done in court, and then the response from the judge to the district attorneys and her look on her face. I think it'd be a very instructive video for people.
Is everyone familiar with the YSL case? They've changed judges now. They threw the black judge on.
I have no idea what that is now.
Oh,
Judge Whitaker's on now. It's a white
I
chick.
haven't been paying attention.
Yeah. Okay,
I've
guys.
been
Like, you have to understand.
I've been off and on with it, watching lead attorney and
Okay.
whatnot.
Yeah. You got to. Okay. Yesterday on the stand, the deputy district attorney admitted that on the July 10th ex parte meeting that the prosecution, the judge, and little Woody had with the deputies there, she admitted that there was evidence and testimony that was not recorded on the transcript, as well as stated that the head deputy instructed all other deputies to turn off their body cams. What do you think that means, John?
The case's gonna get thrown out.
Yeah.
Before we go too far,
you gotta watch that video, John. Put it up.
I will. I got it pulled up right now. But before we go too far, most people in the audience aren't lawyers. They don't know what the hell an ex parte meeting is. I don't think, right? I don't want to presume. So you need to explain to them what the consequence of doing this with a sworn witness, having the ex parte meeting with a sworn witness. Explain that to the audience.
Well, okay, it's a Brady violation is the big issue. And a Brady violation means that the prosecution is not releasing or giving evidence to the defense that could exonerate their client. Okay. That's the issue. And then on top of that, there are tons of professional ethics and court mandates that you cannot just Let me explain why. You can't have the judge. You can't have the judge meeting with the district attorney and a witness for the prosecution without the defense present, because you don't know exactly what just went on. What did they say?
He's a sworn witness. He's still sworn.
Yeah. Well, he was sworn. It was the middle of his testimony, but not just that. It's bad even if he's on the witness list. And like there are circumstances where the judge may want to hear what the witness is going to state before having them sworn on the stand. But even that is extremely rare, John. And that's usually only in circumstances.
Like soul court. Would you say this is like soul court?
John, this is like ghetto court. This is I cannot believe what is going on, John. This is the most defunct process I've ever seen, John.
Yeah. You know, I've been watching it very closely for a long time, and most people would be amazed at what Fani Willis is doing down there. Like, you know, not only is she, trying her best to do this case, and she's failing miserably, but while she's doing this and devoting so many resources to it, there are people that are sitting in jail. They can't get a trial. They're waiting on the trial while she's fighting her frivolous case with these people, and eventually it's going to be thrown out. Like, this case can't go to trial. I mean, this can't go to jury.
It can't, John. It's the witness, the jury pool has been contaminated. The entire district attorney's office has been contaminated. The Fulton County DA's office, the entire office needs to be removed from the case. And then on top of that, you'd have to ask what other county is going to want to push this case to trial.
No.
What county? What other DA would want this kind of case?
No. I mean, she's already convicted most of them for, serious crimes. Why not just let it go and, call it a win?
Well, my suspicion is, John, YSL didn't pay her off. That's why she's going after him. My suspicion
No, you probably haven't heard the street rumors is that the guy that one of them killed, Donovan Nut Thomas or something like that. Did you hear about him being killed?
Yeah, I've heard the name, yeah.
Supposedly Fani Willis was dating him.
Yeah. I heard that, but I think it was even worse, John. I think it was that, honestly, Fani Willis is a crime boss, and I think she's using the office and saying, all you criminals, all you rappers, we'll let you do your stuff on the street. We'll let you do whatever you want. Just pay us, pay me, Fani, because I'm the big head now in Atlanta.
I think it's more of a vendetta, to be quite honest with you, Imperious. You imagine a single woman, she's in her 50s. She had a boyfriend that was a heavyweight in the Atlanta area. And then someone kills him. She'll never replace that man. Never. And the people that she thinks killed him, she wants to get vengeance. And because they took away her lifestyle, her standing, I could better see that.
But that's kind of what I mean. She's the big. I'm the DA. Nobody messes with me in my city. I'm the crime boss. You pay me off. No, John, this has more to do with just the dead dude. There's millions of dollars here in funding that has been diverted illegally by her in her office.
Yeah, that's
There's millions and millions of federal dollars and state dollars that have been diverted to this case, John.
I don't know. It's not a combination of both.
It could be a combination. Yeah, true. But I think she's more out for her own interest. I don't think, dude.
I think her own interest was that dick.
That's the thing. I don't think women care about it that much. I don't think they care about it that much. Like, you can replace that with another.
You don't. Let me read this super chat. Antoine, appreciate it very much, man. You say you got family in Alabama, Florida, and Texas. He been trucking for years. Got a cousin. Yeah. I think Southern people will be more likely to do it than Northern people because of the paper pushing jobs up here in the North.
Yeah, not gonna lie. How many Northern
Imperious? Do you think you're the only one that is noticing that? Like, as far as like attorneys that might be trying to build a case against it?
No. I mean, the House has already subpoenaed her financial records. Like, this is just, John, this is another example of when black chicks go wrong, because this is this is the same thing that's what's happening in Dalton right now with that man. When black women, for some reason, they have masculine, because of the amount of testosterone in their bodies, even though they're women, they try to be men. And so they go up there and they try to act hard like gangsters. But again, everyone just looks at them like you're a girl.
Yeah.
And what Fanny's trying to do, she's trying to be a gangster. She wants to be Griselda Blanco. That's the thing.
Yeah. I can go
That's
along
what
with
it is. That's what that's the same thing with the mayor in Dalton. They want to be gangsters. This is my whole issue. Like it's a gangster issue, like culture. What's going on in these courts? Like, how do you have a mayor who's taking the fire department's money and then using the fire department's money to advertise for her own campaign, and then hire bodyguards with their pensions?
She's a rapper.
Is that Tiffany Henyard or whatever?
Yeah, and not just that, but then she's going.
Yeah, Mayor
she's not-
Baltimore.
Oh no, she's in Illinois, right south of Chicago.
Right.
Oh, good.
Like
Dalton.
this is happening all across the country where you have these black chicks as mayors, and I don't get it, John.
You know what I call it? Imperious, you know what I call it? I call it Black Run America. That's what I call it, man. Like bra, like a stink ass bra. Black.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I think it's a more of a female thing too, John, because the dudes.
That's Black Run America, Imperious shit.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because black women run black culture. I get it. Yeah,
John, are you familiar with YSL Mondo?
No, that one of the YSL members.
Yeah, and she was also allegedly having a long-term affair with him, and he even did a Rolling Stone article about the case, saying that, this ain't Fanny, she ain't like that, she ain't never been like that with us. Like it must be somebody pulling the strings behind her to make her wanna get him. So yeah, apparently she does has a lot of intimate relationships with rappers and stuff, and she even tried to defend YSL Mondo on one of his murder cases.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Because she had some good words to say about him. He's a nice boy. He's a good boy.
Yeah, John, that's what I'm saying. Like it's literally, John, you're seeing a criminal enterprise being run through the district attorney's office. That's what you have. It's a criminal enterprise run through the district attorney's office. And because the district attorney is the top elected official, what are you going to do? The governor can't remove him. The governor tries to screw with the DA, with the state attorney. The state attorney opens an impeachment investigation against him.
Imperious, I played this earlier, but you weren't here. So I'm going to play this again. I want you to hear this, right?
That British bitch?
Nah. Well, I could play that one, but this is better. This is
more like fun. I gotta head out. I will definitely check way back with you guys later. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Later, brother. Oh yeah, I saw this morning. Yeah, I saw that, John.
I have as a prosecutor is that with a swipe of my pen, I can charge someone with a misdemeanor, the lowest level offense possible. And by virtue of that swipe of my pen, you will have to go to a courthouse. And, the power I have.
Oh, damn, my bad. Sorry.
Is that with a swipe of my pen, I can charge someone with a misdemeanor, the lowest level offense possible. And by virtue of that swipe of my pen, you will have to go to a courthouse and stand in line. You will have to come out of pocket and hire an attorney. You may get arrested for a few hours. You will be embarrassed in your community. You will miss time from coming onto the Google campus, all because with the swipe of my pen, I've charged you with a crime, which
she just basically described how she can just tear your life down.
Yeah, John, that's what DAs do. Yeah, this is John. This is the result of prosecutorial discretion.
But I think like there's something else. And I said it earlier with Be Brave. She looks at it like this is the power that I have to tear you down versus the power that I have to like allow you to thrive or not tear you down. You know what I mean? It's like two different ways of looking at it.
What I see it as, John, what I see it as is her representing what men can do to all women at any time, and that she's like trying to say, "Oh, but I'm the woman now. I've got the power to."
Yeah,
That's what it is, John. It's that you got to understand. This is, I know it sounds bad, John, but women are not people. They're not functional human beings like that. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not, like, they're
I don't
not.
think men talk like that.
No, because the thing is men have had power their whole lives. Like, I can go up and rip a man's arm off and beat him with it.
Right. Yeah, I don't think men talk like that. And honestly, I think you hit on something, Pierce. I think that's the problem with
Hey, Portia, I don't agree with Imperius. Just so you know, Portia. I don't.
Well, see, the thing is,
Hey, I don't think.
and this is the thing. I'll always say
Hold on.
No, Portia's a great chick. Portia's a great girl.
I don't think Portia agrees with Kamal. If I were to ask you, like that mindset, I can just destroy you. It's not woman.
No, she doesn't agree with it, John. But she's still a girl, and she's still gonna want to fight you as a dude. You have to understand, there is from when they're born, when they don't have a dick, John. That's why they get John. They're not. This is that they make. That's why they make fun of them all the time. That's why they abuse that. That's why they use abuse all the time. So they make fun of people. They ridicule people.
Do you think a man would be content with destroying another man by the pen?
Yeah, for sure. I've done it before. Yeah, I don't have a problem if you mess with me and you're acknowledging you want to go at it. We'll go at it and I'll finish it.
But don't you think a man much rather destroy a man by the sword than the pen?
Well, yeah, but unfortunately, we don't live in a society where you can do that anymore. Like, trust me, I'd much rather if I had a disagreement with a man.
Right. But
I would go and I would rather go to the cage.
Don't you also agree that a woman?
Pierce, would you have a duel with somebody?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. I'd rather, like I said, I'd rather go to the cage or something if you're going to have like a disagreement.
Right.
But the thing is now we don't live in a society where men want to kind of.
Right. And so men just have to settle their differences in other ways. But a woman, in my opinion, is probably more inclined to settle her differences by the pen. Right. And so when you have a woman,
it's indirect conflict. It's direct versus indirect conflict, John. Men are direct conflict. We like to fight each other. We'll go head to head and go to war with you. Women do what they do is use subversive actions to try to get other women outside the group because women's survival is dependent on the group accepting them.
Right. Short of us fighting, men will resolve their differences, right? Or go our separate ways. Women, as Kamala just showed you, as Letitia James has shown you, as Funny Willis is showing you, and over again, these women are willing to fight by the pen, and that's very different than men. And that's what I think.
Yeah, but I get that. But with DAs, with district attorneys, John, like that, they all kind of talk like that. They walk around, like John, even to judges and stuff. They talk like that. They go, look, if you don't help me out with this case, if you don't help me out with this motion, if you don't help me out with this defendant, I'm going to go to the media. I'm going to make sure every case that you hear is going to be totally hard for you. Like, that's how DAs are. And that's because, John, you are the single choice of all charges in the county. You have too much power in one person. Why do you think a district attorney can charge a president of the United States, John? That's why Soros goes after district attorneys and not presidents.
Yeah, fair enough. I can agree with you on
because
that.
What are you going to do? What's going to? Okay, so you try to remove a district attorney. So the person that you try to get to remove him, he just charges them with a crime immediately.
No, I can agree. I can go along with you on that. Because we do see that all over these inner cities.
Yeah, I mean, prosecutorial discretion is the big issue because, like she was just saying there, yeah, she can swipe a pen, but then she can also just by her own, how she's feeling that day, she can charge it with a felony. She can, if you don't give her what she wants, then she'll just up it to a felony.
Yeah,
then you have even more problems. Then what she'll try to do is add additional corresponding charges, additional charges, depending on if you give her what she wants, depending on if you answer what she wants. That's what I'm saying, John. It's literally she's running a criminal organization through the district attorney's office.
Yeah, basically. Hey,
that's what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Oh no, but John, please, I really want you to play that video because I want you to see the judge. I want you to see the judge's eyes on the DA. She's pissed, John. I very rarely.
What's the timestamp? 13 minutes.
Started at 13 because the judge literally, and I've never personally heard this before. But she says, I know and I am completely aware of my right and my ability and power to remove the district attorneys from this case.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, watch the video, John.
Hey, Master Kim, I was thinking you want to do like a preview tomorrow before Ken comes on, or
Oh yeah, that would be awesome.
would you like to?
You got the interview for tomorrow?
Tomorrow, Wednesday, 9:30 a.m. I talked to him either today or yesterday. Hey, Pierce, let me grab a beer. I'm gonna pause it. I know Professor. I've seen Professor Nez. Give me 1 second. And
yeah, John, take your time. I'm not trying to run your show. I was just saying I think people would find it interesting. Because I mean, you very rarely see an angry judge at a district attorney.
Yeah,
and I thought that would be interesting.
Yeah, I have it up right now. Let me grab a beer and then I'll be right back. All right, give me 1 second.
Yeah, and Brian Steele, his attorney, the guy speaking at the podium at the stand right there, he's probably one of the top 5 best defense attorneys in Georgia. And he's very aware of these kind of things, and he's even kind of he's in disbelief on some of this. So you guys will hear kind of what really goes on. And this right here, you're getting a peek into a judge that is exasperated and really pissed, because if you see her face when she looks at the DA and stuff, she's not happy.
All right, let's play this right now. We'll go back. 13 minutes, right? 13.
Yeah, like 13.
Really pay attention, because this is where Judge Whitaker says, and I think something so powerful. So watch this and we'll talk about it. But it's so powerful. Listen to this.
Talking about a duty that is intentionally and knowingly not followed through by me, and I owe it to her. And I saw your email saying, whoever wrote that, you come into court. I understood it.
I don't think Ms. Love did herself any favors with that.
Ooh.
Well, the favors have to end. You know, I'm not trying to, I've never done this before in my history of living in a courtroom, but it's just not appropriate that I can't accept a proffer from a lawyer. I've never said that before.
The judge shakes her head.
Any of those words. So I'll leave it with you. My point is, it doesn't end. There have been no sanctions. It's been ratified.
John, put it on full screen, dude.
And it's from everything. It's just. I put in paragraph 2, just choice examples from my memory, but it is constant. You know, there are great people everywhere in the courts, and they shouldn't be treated like this. So I'm actually disqualified, because it's just not, at some point, the message needs to be sent that this is not the state of Georgia and this is not our bar.
All right, thank you. As I understood the gravamen of your motion that you filed since I've been the presiding judge to disqualify Ms. Love and Ms. Hilton, it was because you needed them as a witness, and that was the basis of my ruling. And in Mr. Shart's motion that is under consideration right now is a request, again, to disqualify them. And I know that I previously said, y'all, that's a matter for the bar. And when I was talking about that, I essentially meant the and I don't want to call it bickering back and forth, because I'm not sure it's been back and forth to a large extent, but that kind of thing, whatever it is that had been talked about before, that's what I was talking about. I will tell you that this court takes Brady violations very seriously. And I mean, everybody ought to, prosecutors ought to, and I am considering that right now. So rest assured that I am aware and have been aware that I have the authority, if I choose, to remove them.
Thank you.
So, all right.
Wow. Look at that look.
Do y'all want to be heard from the state on this?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Rest assured. Yo ass is grass, Cash Money G. I think that, unequivocally, I think that is a definite confirmation. Wow. Look at that look.
rest assured
when
that
a
I am
judge looks at
aware
you
and
like
have
that,
been aware
John.
that I have the authority if I choose to remove them.
Thank you.
So, all right.
Wow. Look at that look.
Do y'all want to be heard from the state on this?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
All right, shut this fat guy up. He doesn't know what he's talking about. This guy, shut up. Shut him up, dude. This guy annoys me. I just wanted to see the clip. He's so fat. I don't need his I don't need his explication of nonsense of his female emotions on it. It was pretty evident what the judge was saying. That guy's fat and annoying, dude.
You think they're gonna she's gonna dismiss Fannie Willis from this case?
I think he'll dismiss Love and the other. She'll dismiss Love.
Are we gonna get some Young Thug music?
Is Young Thug the one that go? Is he the one that did the "I'm a Boss"? I'm a Boss song.
That's Meek Mill. That's Meek Mill. That's Young Thug is "That's my best friend." That's my best friend. Something.
Doesn't he? I'm trying to. I thought there was this other one that he had that he was like. Let me try to find the song. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm a Boss is Meek Mill. That's Meek Mill.
That's my best friend. That's my best friend. What?
That's my
this
best
is music.
That's my best
This is
friend.
music now.
Yeah,
it's been music for a long time, Crack. It's been music for a long
that
time.
song is fire. That's my best friend.
Oh really? All right, let me look it up.
He got a song called Goo Wop.
Oh, see, I was mixing him up with Slim Thug. Sorry, Young Thug and Slim Thug. There's a bunch of thugs. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
we were talking about Rachmaninoff yesterday, and now we're talking about this.
It's like all the rappers that have little in their name now. Little Dirt.
Yeah, what is this little? Why does everyone want to be little? What the hell is that?
Well, you know, you got Lil Wayne, Little Dirt, Little Boozy.
We should get a rapper called Little Angel. We should have Angel start rapping. Little Angel.
No, we got no. If Angel gets a rap name, he's got to be Little Cherub.
Nah, he's got to be Black Hawk.
Blobfish.
Little Black Hawk. Little Black Hawk.
Little nigger. Little nigger.
Sitting Angel. Sitting Angel.
I mean, there's already a rapper called Lil Darky, and he's white. So.
Hey, John, have you seen that rapper from Africa that's deaf?
Lil Darky.
Have you seen that, John?
Yeah, I saw this shit.
That is pretty hilarious. He's like screams or something. He makes like animal sounds for his rap.
He's like, what the fuck is it?
Yeah.
But yeah, John, I don't think that case is looking too good, John. I think that's going to be pretty. And I don't think they're going to retry it. I think it's been over a year since the case. It's too much. It's too polluted, John. I just don't think, even if Fannie wants to retry it, I don't think it would. I just think her office would even tell her, hey, like, we're not going to get this conviction.
For those of you that don't know, she's had the jury seated for what, about 9 months now?
Yeah, 9-10 months.
Man.
And the trial's almost been like a year and a half of just motions and pretrial motions.
Wait. Imperious. So these people got to be off work for 9 months to do that shit?
Yeah, dude, $5 a day. That's all they get.
I think.
How much? Wait. How much a day?
Yeah,
you only get $5 a day as a juror. That's for your gas.
I think it's 25. But
is it 25?
Yeah, but never matter what it is. The bigger point is like only a governmental worker could take that much time off work. Think about it.
Oh, yeah, John. I've had those letters come in the mail, man. I threw that shit away, man. I ain't doing that shit. That shit.
Portia says she like Nate the lawyer. Yeah, Nate the lawyer is good too. Yeah, I like Nate the lawyer.
Yeah, Nate's a good guy. Nate's a pretty intelligent guy.
That's a dead wait a minute. I thought Nate the lawyer. Yeah. So one of the things that here's what's interesting about this Fannie Willis case is that he get crack. He always researching. He put up something about Big Nut, the Big Nut. One of the things about the Fannie Willis case is that one of the ladies, she worked for the school system on the jury, and she was an African lady, but she was on a contract, right? Portia said she found a game to play. I'm gonna let y'all play in a minute. I gotta step out. I gotta go clean up. And so she worked for the school system. Well, of course, the school system is going to drop her contract when she's on jury duty.
Right.
So she comes to court. She tells the judge, she said, "Hey, judge, they dropped my contract." And the judge tries his best. You can tell that he wanted to force the school system to hire her back. And so in this sense, like, here's the judge trying to basically force the school system to hire a worker that can't be there because she's in court, but she can't get any other job because who's going to hire someone on jury duty for the next 6 months? And that's the dilemma that they're in. The only people that can really be on the jury are people on welfare or people that
Well, I think in some states, I don't know about Georgia, but I know in like California, Illinois, Texas, I think if you serve on it, they can't. Your job's on. You have a polling from when you're judge. It's a tolling. Sorry, you'll toll from when you start jury duty, and you're protected through then. There's some states. I don't know.
You could have a contract that can end though. You could have a contract that ends.
Oh yeah. If your contract ends during that period, you're screwed. But I'm saying what I mean is if you're an employee and let's say they try to fire you while you're on jury duty, that's
is one thing, but if you're on a contract like many people are, no one's going to.
If you're on a year's contract or something,
Or if you get paid hourly and you have to sit in jury duty, no one's going to pay you when you're not.
That's why a lot of people don't serve, and you get a lot of corrupt juries because the only people that can serve are certain
Uber drivers. Uber drivers, right?
Uber driver, Uber driver ain't about to go do jury duty. Hell no, especially not in Chicago.
Well, a lot of people. What about car salesmen? They work on commission. They're not going to get anything out of it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people say.
Thought about that, and there probably a lot of retired people too that can just.
Well, that's why a lot of old people do go and sit on juries because they're retired. They've got their SSI and they're just home all day. They find it as like an episode of Law and Order or something. They feel that's why they serve so much.
Wow.
Hey, I just saw this message from Portia, and it sparked the idea. Tell me what you guys think. What if we had like she mentioned, I want to make it where the winner gets a cash app, like a prize or something. What if we had like games or something where you could win money on the stream?
Can we have Portia do like strip poker or something? I mean, that would be entertaining.
Hey, you ready to die, Imperious? You ready to die?
I told you, HB. I told you we got to pick our weapon for the duel at dawn.
I'm gonna pick a pitchfork, stick it in your eye.
Like, what if we had a trivia show?
That would be fun.
Well, like a Jeopardy, like why not like a Jeopardy where you have like a couple categories and people pick it. You know what I mean? Because some people might be not confident and be like, oh, might not know everything about a certain topic, might know a little bit, and they can get 1 or 2 questions.
But you'd have to cam up though, bro, because you could be back there Googling and shit, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just be the host if you want. I'm pretty good. The thing is, I watch Jeopardy every night, so it's kind of not fair.
I'm talking about the.
Wait, hold on. We're doing Jeopardy.
The contestants. Yeah.
The contestant will have to cam up. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Contestants would cam up. Yeah, for sure.
Portia, what do you think about it?
John, if you want, I'll just be the one. I'll create the questions. I can create pretty good questions. I used to write like practice LSAT questions and stuff. So,
Portia, what do you think about it? Portia, you get up here.
I think the thing is though, John, because Portia was telling me about it. These games, they're like interactive with the chat, so the chat can be involved with it.
Oh yeah, you guys are talking about those weird. Yeah, they got those for Twitch. They have specialized games that are supposed to be directly linked to the chat, and you're able to do the type of shit with it.
Like Jackbox and stuff like that. Yeah.
They got some for Uno. They got some for like regular old card games. They had another one called Draw Something. It's basically where you draw a picture. You're supposed to guess what it is.
That's what I'm saying. The chat gonna cheat though, man. The chat gonna cheat. Richard said.
Well, it depends. It depends what.
It doesn't matter. It's just for fun, anyways, John. We're just doing it for fun. It's to get views and to get
I mean,
entertainment.
if anything, I was gonna say, if anything, we do Oregon Trail again.
Well, you know what would be a good one? We could do like a game like that that isn't necessarily like look up knowledge.
Yeah, they got those for Twitch. Damn.
Man, we can't do it. We can't put a little action behind it. You know.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Portia.
Loud and clear.
Okay, so I practiced with HB a few nights. Thank you. I practiced with HB a few nights ago. But we kind of did a trial last week with Oregon Trail, but I was telling HB how I think it would be fun for us to play games. And so there are games that are a part of YouTube where I'll be able to pull it up on the screen. And so let's say, as soon as I pull it up on the screen, everybody that's in the chat that wants to participate in the game, once they type in the chat, their name will pop up in the game.
And
And
you know, what would be a
then,
good one, Portia? What about like Battleship? That would be a fun one, I think.
yeah, okay. And so then their names will pop up and they'll be interacting. And like basically it's a competition of each person in the chat to see, you know, who can win the game. And so I felt like it would be cool if we put some money behind it. So whoever is number one at the end of the game, they win something. But there's also other things that I practiced with HB the other night because of y'all know I'm a teacher, but Kahoot and the chat can interact with that as well. So trivia games, American trivia, U.S. history, geopolitics, whatever it is, just different games.
Well,
And
don't
so
they
I
have those games that like are trivia game? What do they call? It's not like
Hey, Porch, can we bet on who's gonna die first, like on the Oregon Trail? Who's gonna die?
Yeah. No, John, because we got like a more updated Oregon Trail, so we could definitely put that in too.
the third edition.
Yeah, so for this Thursday, y'all, I already have everything set up and ready to go for third edition. Now, the bets, that sounds great. And then also the other games that I'm talking about right now, we can play them like throughout the week, or we could just have like HB suggested a Thursday game day. But I think it would be fun for us to do that, you know, just to kind of take a break from whatever topic we're talking about and just have a little bit of fun with the chat. And the panel.
Can someone set up a gambling? Damn, that's probably the wrong word. A payout system.
Gambling on YouTube, John. No gambling on YouTube. Don't say that.
A payout system for who wins, who loses.
We'll just send the payments to Portia, and then she could just distribute it.
Yeah, she'll just hold it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll distribute it to the person, you know, via Cash App or PayPal, you know, whatever their preference is, Venmo, Zelle, whatever it is. But I just think it would be fun. So that was an idea that I had that I wanted to run.
Can we do side bits? Like,
can we do what?
Side bit? Prop bits.
Yeah, I still got 20 on Gary and dying first in Oregon Trail. I got 20.
Yeah, whenever we play Oregon Trail this Thursday, it's going to be pretty crazy because I've already done a few trials with the third edition, and we can have more than 5 people.
Is that the colored one? Is the third edition the colored one?
Yeah.
It's one that's, you know, the best version of it.
Can we bet like
the third edition has nice art and stuff.
Like we could bet like who dies first, and then who dies, you know, like before we get to certain points, you know, like side bets on the bet.
Yeah, exactly. So you can side bet it and undercut somebody else and still make money even if you lose.
Yeah, you know.
John, do you know how to put up polls?
Yeah, I think I know I do.
Yeah, John, put up a poll of what game we should play. Like every Monday, put a poll of what game.
I know I do that shit.
But y'all, also, I want you guys to be mindful, like all games aren't connected to the chat. So, like I can't connect every single game that you guys have in mind to the chat. Now we can put it on the screen and I can run it like how I did with Oregon Trail, but the games that I'm talking about, like you guys actually play back yourselves without me, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna lie, I do want to do another game of Oregon Trail. That shit was too fun with John and Stanley at the end. That was too funny.
Hey, you have any other options? Oregon Trail? What? You can't. Monopoly's probably too long. Jeopardy.
No, you know what?
You guys can play Trump the game. Trump the game.
I said, Battleship, John. Battleship. John, Battleship would be a great one. Everyone could like pay money to say
No,
what square
we
to
need to
shoot.
figure out how to. No, we need to figure out how to set up Uno. Uno's the best game by far.
Oh, Uno would be good. Yeah, Uno would be good.
Here lies John Galt.
All right, I got.
Whenever you talk to men, y'all are just so hard-headed and difficult.
Hey, Portia, I just wanted to say though, I hear you're a little sick this morning. I have tons of hydroxychloroquine.
Let me get him serious out of here. Get him serious. I want to hear about your goddamn Xanax and.
Not gonna lie, the most on-brand game would be Monopoly for John.
Damn, this shit would take so long, though. You know that?
Yeah, we can't play Monopoly, man.
I mean, you'd be streaming for 12 hours. It'd take up a whole stream, but
people in and out, though. People would be in and out. What do you think? You had to come up and take someone else's hand, I guess. Or someone else's, I don't know.
Yeah, we could do it like that. That's true. Yeah, we could.
Okay, so how many people? We got 12 people, and then we have y'all up here. So I'm about to show y'all what I'm talking about. Let's see. Okay, so this, let me make sure y'all can see it. Okay, words on stream. So we would start and
holy crap.
Somebody type a word.
Oliver? Oh, wait, no.
Oliver? Come on, man. It's roll over. Come on, bro.
See,
come on,
get
bro.
Crack. Wait, get Crack can't play. He's freaking Vietnamese, man.
Dyslexic people probably will get this stuff right?
Angel's gonna clean up.
Yeah, Angel will whoop all you on this one. It's like he sees it all wrong, it'll look right to him, and it's like you guys keep losing. Yeah, it's over. No, that ain't gonna work.
Okay, so basically what happens is once you type in a word in the chat like I just did, so I typed in roll, that's the first word that I thought of, roll, from the letters that were presented to us, then your name will pop up on the board. So the chat, yeah, so as soon as you type in a word to unscramble it, your name actually pops up on the literal board that I just had up there, and whoever gets the most words, they, it's a competition until the game actually ends. And so at the end, it'll show you, like, for example, we all know who's going to win this game. Blacks Who Defy, he'll be number one. And, but, it's not anything that I have to do on my end except for put the game on the screen, since it'll be connected to the StreamYard and the YouTube channel. And we just compete. And whoever wins, they'll get the cash out, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. And it's more games like that too. And then I made some other games too on Kahoot for the channel. So like guess that song, guess that movie, just different. And then I can look into the whole Battleship thing. Uno, I can look into that for you all, and we can just do that just a little break from the chat here and there. So
yeah, I like that, Portia. I like that. That's a very good idea. Very, very good idea. That's the beauty of diversity and having women in the audience.
Yeah, no,
Thank you,
I definitely agree. Portia, do you think we could play Spin the Bottle?
Hey,
let me get myself out of here.
I'll be right back.
Wow. Leave it up to HB.
Yeah, wait, nah, Gary might spin the bottle towards Get Crack. It might get weird. Never mind.
There you go. Shut the hell up.
It might get weird.
Man, if you guys play Battleship, Stanley's gonna get so mad. I'm just gonna start trying to think everything.
Yeah, Stanley might start having flashbacks. Get the semen.
Well, yeah, he served on a destroyer, so yeah, he would.
Yeah. Gather the semen. Like, what
Yeah, he has a he has a fucking stroke in the middle of the game because he gets PTSD or something.
Oh, Portia, how are you?
I'm okay, a little better, but only with the medicine. But I'm okay. How are
Yeah,
you?
I'm doing real good. I just drove through a storm, so I'm doing good. It's sunny out. I had to change my clothes though, cause I was soaking wet. So I had
Did
to
you
peel
stink?
off all. No. I didn't stink. I took a shower last night, so I didn't stink.
Oh,
But
okay.
but I was
Are you
outside in the
sure?
rain. Yeah. I didn't stink. I mean, I'm a little musty, but I didn't stink. A little
Little
Imperious
sour?
up
Little
there.
sour?
Yeah, Imperious. Hey, Imperious, why don't you send Portia the cash app? But Imperious said, Portia, can we play 7 minutes in heaven? Yeah, Portia, can me and you play minutes in heaven? Thanks, Imperious. Can we play that?
I don't know. I mean, whenever I think about 7 minutes in heaven as a Texan, I'm not sure if that's, I don't know what that game is, but if I were to play a game called 7 minutes in heaven, that's probably where you'll end up.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
wow. A revolver or a pistol? What are we doing?
Mm, we're going with my weapon of choice.
Ah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, John was talking earlier about how in the UK they call them bagging guys, where they stick a large sword or a knife up somebody's ass and put them on a shit bag for the rest of their lives.
That's
Yeah,
really malicious. That's crazy. To
Are
intend
you
to put somebody on a colostomy bag.
yeah,
Oof.
that's brutal.
are you serious?
That's
Okay, hold on, wait. Somebody put a sword up some what?
yeah, no, in the
Yeah, it's a
UK,
common thing in the UK now. It's
yeah.
called bagging somebody. They stab them in either the anus or in some part of the intestine, intending to put them on a colostomy bag.
Well, Ivan said you should play Two Girls, One Cup. Yeah, I think Imperious and Garion should play that game together. Yeah, I think that would. Two Girls, One Cup.
Bagging. So is this something that the criminals are doing against
Yeah,
their
yeah,
ops?
yeah. They're doing it to their ops. They're catching them lacking. I don't know if you know what lacking is, Portia.
Yeah. I know what that means. I'm trying to look it up
Okay,
and find.
yeah.
I've never heard of this.
Yes.
It sounds disgusting.
A knife up their asshole.
What's wrong with these people? And they have the nerve to talk about us having guns. This is what you guys are doing, weirdos.
Yeah, it really takes a different type of personality to stab somebody, man. I mean, unless you're like fighting for your life, you know.
I
Just
mean, but to
to,
especially stab them in their booty hole. That's next level, don't you think?
I was gonna say they might. They
That's
do it like
really
they just do it
difficult
for fun over there.
Yeah.
Stabbing. Should
Especially
I
in the
type that in
asshole.
stabbing in the butthole?
Yeah.
Will that pull it up?
That's really brutal.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Leading
Yeah, I
surgeon
don't know
has
if I
warned.
could. I don't know. I don't know if I could stab. I could stab somebody, but I don't think I could stab them in the asshole.
right, what you gonna wipe
Yeah,
the blade
yeah,
with? Jesus Christ.
I mean,
Did John pull this up
probably,
earlier, or
yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. We read an
Yeah,
article
okay?
about
So
it.
the earlier topic was like the UK riots and all that stuff, and then there was the stabbings. The whoever went into the children's place and like stabbed a bunch of kids. Yeah, all that shit.
Okay, so medics reveal humiliating new trend as knife gangs stab rivals in the backside, so they will need to
Is
use
this?
colostomy bags for the rest of their lives.
I think this is the same. Is this the same article?
Yeah, this is the same article. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. Criminal gangs have devised new tactics of stabbing their victims in the rectum to force them to use in the colostomy bag as a form of humiliation. Oh, gang members also using new weapons like bike spokes. Ooh, kebab skewers. What? And screwdrivers. What about the things you need to?
I didn't hear. Yeah, I didn't hear about this part. This part is new.
What?
Yeah, Portia, you want to just read the whole article?
Of course, criminal knife gangs have taken up a horrific new tactic to leave their victims scarred for life by stabbing them in the rear. A leading surgeon has warned that gang members are increasingly targeting others by stabbing them in the rectum so that they will have to use a colostomy bag. The humiliating tactic, known among gang members as bagging, is one of the increased risks to young people out on the streets. And see, when I'm thinking about bagging, whenever we were coming up, the guys would say something called tea bagging, but obviously this is not the same thing. Stephen Metcalf, a consultant in emergency medicine at St. Mary's Hospital in Paddington, West London, added that survivors had to be protected from their attackers while being treated in hospital. Gang members are also using a range of new weapons, including the spokes of bicycle wheels, ew, kebab skewers, gross, and screwdrivers, absolutely not, so that they will not get caught by the police for carrying a blade. Someone tried to get into the operating theater to finish someone off, Mr. Metcalf told the magazine. At other times, staff have to be alert to the people who walk into wards and ask for particular individuals to ensure that it is not someone wanting to continue an attack. Oh, here's a colostomy bag visual for us. For those of you that are not familiar with colostomy bags, they are disgusting. So I understand that certain people need them, that actually need them in their life because something happened to them. But they're in that bag. If you don't keep it sealed real good, you will smell like poop.
Hey, Portia, if you get stuck up the asshole with the skewer, would that be considered a shit kebab?
Oh man.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Hey, Portia, I think this is HB's sadistic way of getting turned on.
HB's nasty ass.
Hey, shout out to Lamar from BMF.
HB, that was perfect.
Don't laugh too hard, Portia. Don't laugh too hard. Be careful. Be careful over there. Be careful.
Okay. That was a good one. Master Kim, didn't somebody say something about Lamar from BMF? I love that show, by the way.
Yeah, I did. He had a what's called a colostomy bags.
Yeah, the colostomy bag. Yeah, he did. Did you know that Lamar is a Brit?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
that's why it's kind of ironic that he got stabbed like that, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, did he get stabbed in the booty hole too?
It's
I forgot what happened. Was it
you gotta watch the show and see. Okay, so it says another sadistic move by criminals has been to stab victims under the armpit because it's harder for surgeons to get to, causing more harm and being more likely to lead to a disability. Official figures show that knife crime, including attacks with other sharp instruments, rose by 7% to 44,000 in the year to June, the highest figure for 8 years. However, the number of knife crimes homicide fell by 14%, driven by a fall in London. Overall, knife crime in the capital was broadly stable, according to the Office for National Statistics. Over the weekend, a 17-year-old boy named locally as Tyrone Heyman was stabbed to death in Bristol, and a man in his 40s died from stab wounds in Dagenham, East London. A 14-year-old schoolboy has been arrested on suspicion of murder over the incident in Bristol. A man aged 59 has been arrested on suspicion of murder over the attack in East London. A woman was also injured at the property where it happened. So it looks like London is crazy, and there's not anything that we can do to
London is
change that, no
falling.
matter. Oh, I watched the whole series the other day. They talk about us here in America, but at least we have decency. We just kill you with a gun.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
not
yeah,
stabbing people up the butthole and under their arms and stuff.
yeah.
Which would you
No,
prefer? Would y'all prefer to get shot
Shot.
or stabbed in the butt?
Shot.
yeah,
Shot
yeah,
in my dome.
yeah. I'd rather get shot. I think I'd rather get hung too. There's a lot of deaths I'd rather get than
Stabbed
a
in the
bloody.
booty hole.
Yeah, I think that's man. Imagine like your first anal experience being a knife. God.
No, imagine if you're constipated.
Wait, you said imagine if you're constipated?
Yeah, and you're constipated, you're making your way to the bathroom, and some guy comes out of nowhere and just stabs you in your booty hole.
So
I
you
mean,
guys see that video of the Uber driver dropping off a
wait,
guy?
wait, Rashu, hold
I
on a
don't think we
second.
can skip past that so
Yeah, hold
fast.
on a second, Rashu, hold on. I think the more important is you have a knife in your ass, Gary, than being constipated. Why?
I'm talking about if you're constipated and then you get the knife up your ass in addition to it.
Why? Does that make it worse?
So,
I don't know what you're saying. What are you saying right now?
Yeah, it
I
makes
mean,
it worse.
okay, so HB, let's say that you're at the job and you really have to poop because you got the
Okay.
bubble guts, okay?
All right,
And
all
you're
right,
one of
all
those
right.
people that doesn't like to poop at work. So you're like, I'm going to run home really quick so I can go and take a poop. On the way home, as you're trying to rush to the toilet to take a poop so you don't poop all on yourself, someone stabs you in the butthole.
Oh God.
Yeah, thank you, Portia. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't think I'd be really worried about the pooping anymore. I think I'd be more worried about the knife that's lodged in my asshole. I think that would be the.
So going with Garian's story, if this were to happen and you actually did poop as he's putting the knife in your butthole and you got your poop all over him, how do you think he would react? You think he'd slit your throat with the same knife
Yeah,
that has your
I was
poop
going to
all
say,
over it?
do you think he'll do more than just keep stabbing you in the butthole? You think he might do some other things to you?
Oh wait, Gary, you think they stab multiple times in the butt? Ah,
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, you really think it's just the one? Like it's like the sheath of a blade, right? Where they just put it in and then they unsheath it. No, they shank. No, I think they shank you in your ass.
This is crazy right now. But
Yeah.
there was an
Like
incident in
a
the UK
like a
just
saw.
the other day. There was an incident in the UK just the other day where a Uber driver was dropping off a guy, and the guy got out the car. You know how Uber, they'll have like the video camera that's facing the back seat. So the guy got out the car, and a gang of people, probably about 5-6 people, ran up on him, started stabbing him. So he started running back towards the Uber, got into the back seat of the Uber, and they were stabbing him through the doors of the back seat. And he's trying to yell to the driver to, drive off and whatnot.
Yeah.
But that was in the UK. But yeah, it was sick.
If I was that Uber driver, I would have told him, "You got to order another ride, man. If you want me to go somewhere, you better
Oh,
hurry
they said
up."
it was a machete.
Wait, I did want to read Ivan's super chat. He said, "Check the Mall Boys, London."
Molly.
The
Molly
Molly
Boy. Yeah.
Boys.
Okay, yeah. I'm driving.
They're a Muslim. They're a Muslim stabbing gang consisting of some Somalis and I think some Egyptians or Moroccans or something like that.
Oh wow.
I heard about one.
So these are Dwale's cousins?
Wow.
Yes.
So they have specific stabbing gangs. That's pretty interesting, honestly.
You know what? I think each gang has its own brand of stabbing.
I mean, who wants to be known as the butt stabbers?
I mean,
What is their group called? You know how I always
yeah.
say booty diggers? Maybe that's a good. That's probably what booty diggers. That's what I always say
Oh yeah,
about the homosexuals.
maybe this is, you know how we call Africans African booty scratchers? Maybe this is like an offshoot from that. Maybe they really do scratch booties.
Hey, HB.
With knives.
Yeah, go ahead, Master Kim. I'm
Yep. So
that was
in your
terrible.
truck, have you ever done the Home Depot Dollar General bag poop trick?
Oh yeah, one time. That's why I don't go to
Okay.
Popeye. That's why I don't go to Popeyes anymore.
Yep.
I had that it was like some jalapeno popper
Nice.
wings, and I had it the day before, and then the next day, man, I had to pull over in like a residential area, and I had to pass the fecal matter. Yeah, it
Yeah,
was
it's
brutal.
probably a good idea to have just at least just for emergencies a 5-gallon bucket, some kitty litter, and some heavy duty black bags.
Dollar General bag will fit over.
I just keep garbage bags. So I just pooped right into the garbage bag and tied it up and double
Well, a
bagged it.
5-gallon bucket would be to help you like stabilize, I guess. So you can sit on something.
Right. Yeah. No, you're right. Cause I didn't realize how hard it was to poop in a bag until I had to do it. So you're right. You're right. I do need a 5-gallon.
Hold on. So HB, they don't sell those portable toilets anymore that you would like take the little cath in back in the day.
You know, my mom told me to get one, but I just felt, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Now, are the lot lizards impressed with your cunningness and resourcefulness over the weekend?
I mean, you know.
You gotta stop, man. You gotta stop.
Daniel wants to know: do you keep baby wipes in the truck?
Oh yeah. I think for truckers, you have to keep baby wipes with you on the road because you're driving a lot, and
100%.
Yeah, 100%. You don't want to be driving around with little yeah. You don't want to be driving around with anything like that.
It's just useful for everything. And my favorite brand is the water wipes from the UK because they have regulations for like all the junk chemicals, so it's not full of that shit, and it has a nice texture. The cloth itself. Yeah, I mean, like if you're eating barbecue, you can bring them with you. You clean up after eating It's useful for all sorts of stuff.
Yeah. I think wet wipes are like an essential trucker add-on pretty much, especially after a night out with a lot lizard. You need to wipe off. You need to wipe your
my
schmeckle
God,
off.
that's why I asked that earlier. I was asking how y'all clean up afterwards.
I mean, after she gives you a nice little BJ, you gotta wipe your shit.
Yeah. I was gonna say, do you think a lot lizards are worse the wet wipes, man?
I mean, some of them they clean. They only clean with wet wipes. That's
Some
how
of them
they
bring their own towel.
Yeah.
Give a whole nice shower with them.
Yeah. They smoke their crack pipe and then they give you a blowjob right then and there.
Now, Portia, would you say that HB's behavior is very ungentlemanly? And then the stabbing of the booty hole, wouldn't you say that?
Oh my God.
Very ungentlemanly?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of.
I would never stab anyone in the booty hole.
Yeah, getting
I
stabbed.
was gonna say, if you get stabbed in the booty hole and he wipes the blood and dookie off of you, do you think that's proper etiquette for the crime?
Wait, why is Portia involved in me getting stabbed in the booty hole? Hold on a second. Where are we going?
I'm not talking about Portia. I'm talking about getting stabbed. Period.
Oh.
I mean, I wouldn't stab you in the booty hole if that's what you're asking, HP.
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
But
imagine you got an angry black chick coming after you, and you cheated on. Maybe she thinks you cheated on her or something. And she's like, "I'm gonna stab you in your booty hole."
I think you would climax if that happened to you, Gary.
Hell no.
But they don't just use knives; they use the
Yeah.
kebabs, the skewers, the screwdrivers.
The bike spokes. I think the bike spokes is the most.
Yeah.
That's really brutal. That's brutal.
Yeah, there's so many things you could stab someone in the butthole with if you think about it.
Yeah.
Like if you're just walking and they don't have anything, they could always pick up a branch, you know.
What if they use something like a broken bottle or a shorter glass?
They could use like a pen, you know, a marker, something like that, you know.
Oh, marker.
I'd imagine it all would be very uncomfortable and it would get the job done, I'm sure.
A pair of scissors.
Yeah.
Yeah, a pair of scissors or some garden shears. That'll probably do the job.
Oh, garden shears.
Hey guys, I
Jesus.
gotta get out of here. I'll be back later.
Yeah, I don't blame
See
you.
you.
I don't blame you. Jesus Christ.
I mean, it's a good PSA. If you go to UK, you should bring some pants that are stab resistant for sure. Some Kevlar, yeah.
Yeah, that is a good idea. Maybe they need like Kevlar underwear over there.
Well, Crack said that he would wear a lead plate over his butthole.
Yeah.
A lead plate?
Yeah, like to protect his butthole. I gotta keep it safe. You gotta keep it safe from the gays and the stabbers, the butt stabbers.
Well, they have anti-stabbing vests, so I'm sure you could readapt a portion of that for specifically put it in your pants.
Yeah.
You can.
We could sell those. We could sell those.
Get Craig. Maybe you should invest in Kevlar underwear, man.
Yeah. You know what? Why don't we start a business? See if we can get some hookups on the materials. Go to the UK. See if we can start selling some of this stuff, man. We're gonna call it booty. We'll call it booty. We'll call it something like booty hole beyond.
Okay.
Call it something like booty hole beyond or something.
You know, protective gear from Booty Bandits.
Yeah, man. Times have changed. Times have changed. Guys literally got to protect their asshole now. Times have really changed. Wow.
Wait, for real? Nobody voted for Uno? Dang.
Oh, I haven't even. Where did it go?
But Portia, just so you know, between me and you, I would definitely stab somebody in their asshole for you.
Well,
oh my God.
That was the most romantic thing I've ever heard. Thank you.
Oh, I appreciate that. Daniel Nixon said, HB, do some truckers wear a diaper? I don't know. I wouldn't know that. I'm sure there's some truckers out here that wear a diaper. I wouldn't wear one just for sheer I'd rather just piss in a bottle or stop somewhere. But yeah, I don't.
But
well,
HB, not any bottle, the Gatorade one. Sorry.
Yeah, Gatorade bottle. Yeah.
A question for everyone else except HB on the panel. If HB did stab someone in the booty hole for me, would that make him a homosexual?
Portia, would depend on what he stabbed them with.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right.
I don't know. I think it would just make me a monster, but I don't think it would make me a queer.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, you definitely be a demon, but
Richard said no, and Black said yes.
But
Richard said nope, and Black says yes. Oh, well, Richard said it depends if the victim is clothed or not. Well,
Oh yeah, yeah. If I catch him in the bathtub, yeah, that's pretty gay. Turn around. Turn
Wait, hold
around.
on. I'm gonna say HB. If you also stab him in the booty hole, would you? If you come back, would you also stab him in the balls too? Because what if you miss?
I mean, I'm about to get Gary out of here.
Yeah, I think that was a bit homosexual.
Yeah, Gary is always
Yeah,
full of
I'm
lies.
serious. I'm serious, bro. What if you miss?
Oh,
wow.
man.
Okay, so I think Ivan mentioned something about these Somalian Muslims in the UK called the Mali boys. So I found a video if y'all wanted to see something about or learn about who these folks are and what they do. I mean, they are Muslims, so what don't they do?
50 gang members operate amongst 12 gangs in Walthamstow. But the Mali boys sit very much at the top of that pile. My name is Peter.
Anybody here have a good British accent?
Yeah, yeah.
It's
I don't
fucking
really like
appalling.
the British accent.
It's
Yeah,
fucking
I
appalling.
don't really like the British accent.
Man.
Yeah.
Only Grace can do all the accents. She just
Yeah,
does
no.
the best kind. She just mimics everyone so well. It's just like,
She is. She's very good at that. I don't have a good British accent myself, so.
Peter Blexley. I'm a former Scotland Yard detective. Violent criminal gangs are increasingly becoming a huge problem. In recent years, London has been plagued by a surge in gang crime. One of the most notorious of these is called the Mali Boys, who operate in East London, mainly in Walthamstow, in the E10 and E17 postcodes. It's widely rumoured that they've made Valentine Road in Walthamstow a no-go area and the centre of their operations. They're quite unique in some regards because they rely on old school tech, like Nokia phones. So they don't favour the smartphones because they feel law enforcement can track those new phones more easily. In fact, they have a Facebook page. Now, you wouldn't expect younger gang members to perhaps be using that kind of tech. But in order to stay one step ahead of law enforcement, in order to not get captured, they rely very heavily on this old school tech. The Mali Boys are said to be the most business-driven, violent and ruthless of any of the...
Do those look like Negroes to y'all? Yes?
Some of them do, but others don't.
Hey, they look like Somalis to me. Not really Negroes.
Well, not Negroes.
No, the
but,
one.
you know, since I don't say the N-word and all, they look black. Yeah.
Some look black. Some of them look pretty light. So I think there's a couple of Muslims up in there, like Arabs.
Are black people a problem everywhere that they go, or everywhere that they are in the world?
When they join gangs,
Damn near.
yeah.
Yeah, damn near.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know, they're rapping. Oh my gosh, British rap is horrible. But anyhow.
It's not that bad.
No, it's, I mean, gosh, just listening to it and them talking about ops, it's like, what, you guys drink tea? What are you talking about?
Well, I had to do like a whole I had to start Googling like some of the words because their whole like gang slang is completely different. Like they call revolvers spinners. They call them spinners. I hit her with the spinner. Hit her with the dump out. Hit her with the spinner. And then
oh my god, yeah. Holy shit.
A puppy in your top. They say shit like that. They say top for head.
Oh man. Oh man.
I knocked his muffin off his cradle. Like what? Wait, what? Are you baking something, sir?
Yeah.
I put a blueberry in his cake in his fanny. I put a blueberry in his fanny. Like, wait, what?
You go drop in his fanny while I go pull up on your granny. Shit like that.
Oh, that's cool.
Wait, what?
That's cool. That's cool.
Also, British rappers always talking about people's grandmas for some reason. Like, what's this old ass lady got to do with anything?
Have you guys seen Supercell on Netflix?
That's something I gotta watch. I haven't seen it yet though.
It's that show is incredible, but it's a British show, but whenever they get to talking like the stuff we're talking about right now, oh Lord, it's tough.
All right, let's play some more of the video for Daniel. Oh wait, you switched the. I think you switched over.
You hear how he said bougie? Yeah.
Cairo Keys.
That makes you want to talk to the guy. Mm-hmm. Never.
What's up with them wearing them big ass hoodies?
Wait, it's muted, Portia. Oh, that's some thick legs right there.
Y'all can't hear it?
She got some trees. Nah, we can't. I can't hear it.
Yeah, you muted it. I think it's in the StreamYards here. Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, it looks like it's mute. The muted signs up.
Oh yeah. You gotta unmute it on the StreamYards. Look at those legs though. She got some trunks on her.
Yeah, those some big spanners.
Yeah.
Spanners. They don't say wrench. They say spanners. And then the flashlight, they say torch. It's like, yeah, you can't say
Hey,
garbage,
Portia,
it's like
there's some pictures with the Molly boys without their mask on Google.
Okay.
You actually get to see their faces.
They operate a range
Can y'all hear it now?
of fear
Yeah, we can hear it. We can hear it.
over many people. This notorious linked to many crimes, of course, the drug dealing, arson, violence, and sex attacks. It's estimated that they rake in £50,000 a week from drug dealing.
Wow.
And they remain at large.
Pause it right quick.
They're also becoming presence in the drill.
What is 50,000 pounds in American? What is that? Anybody know?
No, I need a converter.
I mean, it's probably like 70,000 or something, I would guess.
It's 63 in today's rate.
Oh, okay, 63K. That's not too bad. That's about how much Get Crack makes every week trading. So that's not.
Yeah,
that's
right.
That's not too bad. Wow. Okay. All right. Go back to it, Portia. Go back to it.
Music scene, where they're known as Marley Strip.
The dot's gonna crush man's bones, but the 4-5 gonna take man's soul. If you got life, I'll feel it for bro for sure.
Like so many drug dealing gangs, they exploit children.
Doesn't it sound bad?
Nah, I think that shit.
That's what I heard. That shit sound like gibberish.
Pretty much gibberish.
Like you with this British accent telling me that I'm your op and you're about to come and get me. It's like, okay, bring some tea with you. You know, I don't know. I just don't.
Man, Portia, these niggas stabbing people.
Hold up, grab some tea and crumpets.
You gotta stop it. Don't try to knock them. These is cold-blooded monsters. Stabbing in the asshole, man. Come on.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, hold on. Are the Molly boys the ones who do the asshole stabbing?
I think so. Yeah.
Well, it's like a trending thing. I think once one started it, they all started to do it.
Yeah.
They over here looking at other people doing it, thinking it's cool to stab people in the booty hole. You know what? Whatever.
It is kind of cool.
They get them to do their drug dealing for them, just like county lines gangs do, the length and breadth of the country. The weapon of choice for many of these gang members is a zombie knife. These can be easily purchased on the dark web.
Hold up, pause it.
Unfortunately,
Pause it.
although the government...
Wait, Portia, can you please go back to that knife?
For many of these gang members is a zombie knife. These can be easily purchased on the dark web.
Oh my gosh, why didn't it pause?
I don't think Garyon's ever seen a knife before.
So is that their ghost guns? So it's zombie knives?
Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine that going up in your butt, man.
All right, Gary.
What
All right.
hell?
All right.
That's why you wanted me to pause it, Gary?
Yeah, that's what he
No.
He wanted to imagine that going up your asshole. That's what Gary wanted.
God.
All right,
I have to look at the knife again. Fuck.
Because you're concerned about it going up your butthole. I mean, that does look painful. I mean, if you know, what if they turn it the other way? I don't know. It looks bad either way.
Gary
man.
is excited by the size.
Fuck it, Perry.
All right, keep playing it. Keep playing
Okay, all right.
These can be easily purchased on the dark web, unfortunately, although the government did just announce yet more legislation in an effort to try and curb the sale, possession and distribution of these weapons that have claimed so many young lives, not only in London, but in some of our other cities up and down the country.
Seen the Violent Crime Task Force today taken off our streets 2 zombie knives. I mean, the only purpose for those zombie knives is to harm people, but also at the same time investing in young people. But we do need Londoners to come forward with intelligence. You know, Londoners need to be reporting if they see young people hiding knives.
In the year from March 2021 to 2022, 78 young people, all of them under the age of 25, were killed with a knife in the UK. 78 young lives needlessly snuffed out. And this is the price people pay for getting
Wow, that's not
involved
that many.
in gangs and drugs and that kind of criminality. The Marley Boys have been in dispute with another couple of gangs called Higham Hill and Priory Court. Humza Al.
Okay, we need some commentary.
Yeah, that
He don't look like a Somali to me, man.
Yeah,
That looks like an Osama.
That looks like a Hindu.
Looks like a sandbag.
Yeah, I was going to say, was it started by Somalis and then it got hijacked by people who thought they could do it better? Or?
Carpet surfers.
Yeah, it looks like Aladdin.
It looked like a Fez.
Well, sorry, Hafez. I hope you're not a part of the Molly Boys, but
He's running the Molly Boys.
you do live out there.
I mean, he's in London. We could always ask him. We could always ask him about it.
It could be him.
I bet his gang name is Tikka Masala.
He supplies them with the skewers, man. Yeah,
he gets some wholesale, get crack.
He's Persian. He got all the skewers. He got all of them for his, he just uses the Kubade and he just takes the used Kubade and gives it to them. Yeah, it's like here's your zombie knife for the day, boys. Oh my god.
Also, didn't the report say that only 78 people died?
Only?
Yeah, but you got to look at how small London and England really is, man. It's a freaking it's a it's an island pretty much.
Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah, and they're just talking about England, like it. And I could be wrong here, but isn't the UK actually like Scotland, England, and Ireland? Isn't that all
Correct.
considered the
Yeah,
UK?
yeah, yeah. That's
Okay,
correct.
so they're just talking about England. That's just the small island in between. So 78, it's a lot when you really like put it in perspective.
Well, Imperius says that it was 78 people in Baltimore last night. So
Yeah, but Baltimore is as big as and it was not 78 people in Baltimore last night. Shut up. But
Yeah, I'm going to say 78 people died in Baltimore in one night. Damn.
no, they did
That's a
not.
that's a goddamn murder spree, man.
But Baltimore is probably just as big as England, like the whole damn nation. Maybe not that big, but it's small though. It's really small. It's not that big. Pause.
wow. Wrong one.
Hack, widely rumoured to be their leader, was having none of this. And in 2023, he was convicted for murder once again, because he'd already been convicted in 2020 of another killing. So Ulhak is not going to see the streets for a very, very long time. But unfortunately, this has not brought peace to the streets of East London. And it just goes to show the police have a continual, ongoing battle to try and defeat these gangs. 5 members of the gang were jailed in 2022. They used 3,000 bottles to disguise illegal controlled drugs.
Bottles.
But the jailing of those 5 has not stopped their activity. It goes on and on and on. And it's really important that the police do not take their foot off the pedal in their battle to try and defeat these gangs. Because families and neighbours where they operate are always saying how they live in absolute fear and terror of the violence that these gangs bring to the streets. Innocent people sometimes get caught up in this violence.
Was that a samurai sword or what? Sorry.
Get crack? What? Get crack?
What's going on? I think those
Was
are
that a-
zombie knives. They call all these things zombie knives. Apparently, I was looking it up. It's like,
okay.
I mean, that's weird. They just call everything that looks big a zombie knife. So it could be anything, man.
Yeah. Wow.
Anything that looks big. I thought that HB was gonna make a joke.
I gave it to him. You didn't do the layup. All right.
Pause.
No. Oh wow. There was no layup. Anything that looks big is a zombie knife. No, HB, that's what she said. Nothing. You have nothing.
Come on, guys. Come on. I'm
He
trying.
must be tired. He must be tired. We're all tired.
We gotta be mature here. Come on, guys. Come on.
Mature. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that is a good question too, Daniel Nixon. How do they fight against it with no guns? Like, how are you gonna? They did show some.
The police. I was going to say the police have special units that are meant to carry guns.
Okay, yeah, because I was about to say I did see some police in the clips with some guns, but if the majority of them are just carrying around little pussy batons, I don't know. And it's just I don't know how you could really stop somebody from getting stabbed to death. Like I don't know. I think it's just the culture, you know. But I think the good thing though about stabbings is there's probably not a lot of like accidental stabbings. You know, over here you shoot up the block, you might hit somebody's grandma.
Not gonna lie, it's also.
Can't really
My
accidentally
bad.
stab somebody's. Yeah. You ruined my joke, Gary. And go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say it's easy to defend against a stabbing unless you get snuck. A can of mace or a can of pepper spray could easily do the trick.
You know what, Garion? I'm tired of you cutting me off saying the dumbest shit, man. I'm tired of this, Garion.
I felt like a good joke was coming, Garion, but sometimes,
You know what, Garion? Gary's trying to ruin it because these are his cousins over there acting a fool. Get your cousins,
That
Gary.
kind of activity happening in their name.
I'm not a Somali.
We've always had gangs.
Basically.
And sadly, I doubt that we will ever see the end of gang violence. But the amount of young lives that are being lost, the amount of violence that is being meted out on the streets of London and our other major cities, and the tender ages of people who are being murdered, means that there has to be a significant push to try and reduce this. The police must tirelessly work to try and dismantle these gangs, to disrupt their illegal activities. And it's important. It's really important. Not only because of the bloodshed and the lives lost, but because decent, hard-working people should not expect to have this on their doorstep.
See, you would think if they really cared about innocent people, they would let them have guns, because I assure you, the booty hole knife stabbing would stop. And the zombie knives would too.
Yeah, but then they'd have guns too.
Yeah, but may the best man.
Crazy? They actually do have guns over there though. It's just kind of rare.
HB Daniel Nixon has a question. Has anyone here on the panel ever had their hands chopped off?
No.
HB, you go first.
Not yet. Not yet. It's a possibility though. In the future, I could possibly have it chopped off. You know.
Garion?
I wouldn't be able to work if I did, so no, I have not.
Crack?
Yeah, nope. Still got mines.
Master Kim?
Not my hands, but because of a misunderstanding, my left ear.
Master Kim, are you Yakuza? Isn't that?
The loan was repaid.
I was gonna say, do they got Yakuza in Korea, Master Kim?
Get Crack would probably know. He knows all the ins and outs of all Asian culture.
Yeah, I don't know. They
got
might.
their version of it.
I mean,
But they're
yeah,
not as
they might.
sophisticated.
I mean, I know they got them in Hawaii. If they're all the way over there.
Because if they got enough of a business connections, they're there. And they're here too, in the US too, probably. So
yeah. I think we can all agree that the Yakuza is probably the coolest gang.
No, you like that, huh?
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I think the cartels are better. I like the cartels more.
Yeah. I think the cartels are a little too flashy. I like the Yakuza because they're like low key about it,
Don't the Yakuza also have like a lot of legitimate businesses like hotels and gambling rings and stuff?
Yep, they do. Yeah.
Yeah. They're really low key. That's what I like about them. And then they get those like crazy tattoos and stuff where they'll like tattoo a lotus flower on their whole body.
Yeah, those back tattoos are cool as shit. They're real cool.
Yeah. And then they like still use swords and shit. Like that's pretty badass.
It looks like you just want to join, HB.
Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn it.
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, Jungle. Like just talk about like rap music One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was Put It On Me. I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired of being lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds in, Ja Rule get a stream for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? Without alone might break me. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that one.
God damn it, Angel. God damn it. Yeah. So let me ask the panel, is if you guys could join a gang, what gang would you join? I'll go first. I would join the Yakuza. For obvious reasons, I'd get a ceremonial katana. I'd get to eat sushi, and I get one of those full tattoos.
The sushi. Yeah, that was important, huh?
Yeah. I mean, come on. I mean, if I'm gonna join a gang, you got to join it for the food. But Portia, if you could join a gang, what gang would you join?
I don't know. You have to go to someone else because I don't know anything about gangs really.
Okay, Garion, if you could join a gang, a heterosexual gang, what kind of gang would you join, Garion?
I would join the I would join the Colombian cartel specifically due to the simple fact that they got number one, they got bad bitches. Number two, they have a working military. They have a working military, so they got things like tanks and ATVs and a bunch of super cool vehicles. And number three, they're damn near international, especially when it comes to their cocaine dealing. Dealing.
Yo, I forgot about that. You could do all the coke you wanted. Yeah.
Uh-oh,
Wow.
HB's flipping. HB's flipping already.
Nah.
See?
I'm
You
gonna
gotta take off your ear, bro.
I'm gonna stick to my answer. But Garion really, he made some good points. Get crack. What about you?
Man, I don't know. I didn't really have one in mind, but now Garion kind of sold me on all those points.
Yeah, right.
I was like, wait a minute. Man, he makes good points. Those are good benefits.
A tank.
Do they have 401ks too?
Right. A tank and some cocaine? Like what? You know what? I don't know.
Yeah, dang. Oh man. All right, I'll go with Garion's answer. Oh man, you really convinced me.
Yeah, Garion. Yeah. Master Kim, what about you? Join any gang in the world. Any
Oh man,
outfit.
you guys. Oh, first off, those two choices are whack. I would join the red. Hold on. I would join the Red Hat gang. I would have the best attorneys in the nation. I won't even need to bond out. They'll do a courtesy photo arrest, almost like how Trump got booked and charged all in one, like 20 minutes. Yeah, so the Red Hat gang.
Wait, who's the redhead gang?
So small hat.
Small hat. Oh.
Wait, no. If you would have done
hey, that's not fair.
No, if you want to join the redhead gang, you gotta deal with trafficking children, and you really want to do that?
Wait, no, don't change his answer. All right, he wants to.
They're probably heavy involved in commercial real estate. The stuff that the Italians are too dumb to finesse. The small hats are doing all that shit.
You'd be okay with
not that
Italians fair.
You'd be okay with celebrating Rosh Hashanah. You'd be okay
Rosh
with
Hashanah.
You gotta do those weird dances in a circle. Hey, I'm not lying. I'm not mad at Master Kim.
I bet that they're like outlayers. By the way, they're not invited to the family barbecue. You know.
Master Kim, your mic is coming in and out.
Oh, sorry.
Now, Imperius said the Russian mob.
They're really good at trafficking. They're tracking women over there, trafficking girls.
I mean, if Garion didn't like say his answer with all the good points, I would have did Russian or one of the Serbian or whatever.
Sinaloa. Yeah. Ryan
What about
said
that
he would
China?
never.
What's the name of that Chinese? Oh, my bad.
No,
The
I
triad.
triads, the
triad.
triads. Yeah. Ryan said he would
Yeah.
never join one. I have morals. I mean, this is, we all have morals up here, obviously, except for get cracked, but but just hypothetically, uh Sean 313 said international, this isn't the 80s. Yeah. Oh, wait. Ivan said he would probably join the Helbanians or the Bratva.
Yeah, I was gonna say I never heard of them. I never heard of them.
Yeah, those are probably some real gangs he knows about out there.
Oh, he knows some of those Balkan gangs
Yeah,
probably.
it's probably the. I was gonna say some of them Balkan, Eastern European gangs.
Yeah, ain't playing with those guys, man.
Yeah. I think you guys all had some really good gangs you would join. Yeah.
Hey, HB, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, you know how it is when you want to show someone they can get real, maybe you'll show them the butt of the pistol, or maybe kind of show them a knife or take an attack posture. But with the booty poking, would you kind of like give them like a little warning poke first? Like, oh, you want this? Or how would that?
Nah, I don't think you can give a warning booty poke, Master Kim. I think you gotta be once you make that decision, you gotta go through with it. Yeah, you can't go halfway in at that point. You gotta shove it right up there, man. You might get lost in there if you do it right. Oh God. Oh man.
Well, speaking of the colostomy bags, since there's all men up here and I'm the only woman, let's say all of you males on the panel, you were impacted by this phenomenon of booty stabbing in the UK, and you all got colostomy bags. Let's say you met a nice lady, and just because your booty hole has been impacted, it doesn't mean that, your wiener has been impacted.
Yeah.
So you all are getting ready to get it on, and she accepts you with your colostomy bag and everything. But what happens, or how do you think you would react or she would react if you guys were doing the nasty and things actually really got nasty because your colostomy bag opened and spilled on her?
Oh, I think that would be kind of hot.
What's the name of that one lady who was really in the poop?
Yeah. Oh, that would probably be her fantasy right there, like a colostomy bag. Just throw the whole bag at her.
Yeah, she'll treat that shit like a Capri Sun.
Nasty, filthy whore. Just throw it at her.
You would just have to have that Imperious $600 bottle of cologne nearby.
Yeah, no, I know some guys that got put on a shit bag, and they still have luck with the ladies. I think like when the ladies are giving them a blowjob, they just move the shit bag over to the side. Hey, you gotta get it how you live.
Wow, that's a lot,
Yeah.
Would she reserve the right to get upset?
I mean, I think anybody who gets shit
She
on them
accepted you with, your poop bag, and if some of it got on her, she should be okay. Maybe she would be understanding and not break up and leave you alone.
I mean, I was going to say, Portia, in your scenario, it was an accident, so.
Yeah.
It's not like he threw it on her.
Do you think that?
Yeah, it's not like he ripped it out or threw it on her.
Now, Portia, do you think that the man would have to kind of lie and not say that he got poked that he got like hit by like a county bus and he's waiting for that lawsuit to cash in, so the woman can look beyond like the poop stink and all that.
he's definitely going to have to lie.
Yeah.
I don't know how many women would handle that.
Yeah. Portia, do you think you could find an interview with a victim?
Oh, let me see. I'll try.
This guy Gary.
Oh man. Oh boy.
Garion. I think Garion's really into this lifestyle for some reason.
I don't understand how something like this could even happen. Like, who has the thought to just jab somebody in the booty hole?
Man, you never heard of you never heard
No.
of Vlad the Impaler? That's literally
Did he do
all
it in the
did.
ass?
Yes.
Did he do it in the ass?
Yes. Vlad the
I'm gonna-
Impaler. Yeah, Vlad the
Oh my-
Impaler used.
We gotta
used
fact
to-
check this.
Yeah, look at Vlad the Impaler.
I'm not looking that shit up. Hell no.
No, look up Vlad the Impaler. He would put his enemies on a stake ass first and kind of surround his castle with people's bodies ass first. That's why they
That's
call
fucking
him,
insane.
That's why
That's
they call
fucking
him Vlad
insane.
yeah, that's why they called him Vlad the Impaler. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Now, could one like make money like teaching self-defense or reciprocated? Like, hey, I can play dirty too. Like, you carry your own like zombie knife too. So if they try, if you know, because while they're trying to impale you, you might be able to reach for yours and go behind them and try to impale. You know, like
I see
almost
what you're saying.
like if you had a gun, I got a gun, then I don't want that kind of heat, right?
Yeah.
You know, so if they're
Yeah.
individuals walking around that they too can get grimy like that, then it's going to make the other guy maybe, hey, do I want to get poked?
Yeah, no, they could like create like a new form of martial arts, like instead of Muay Thai, like booty Thai.
Yeah, come with this barbarism shit.
Yeah. Oh, what is this, Portia? Is this some dead guy? Wow. You happy now, Garion? Now you can go masturbate. You good?
Fuck no. Fuck no. I'm done with this shit. Nope. Oh God.
Nah, you happy now?
Why? No, I'm not. I regret my
you are.
decision. Fuck
And that
that.
is what happens. That is what it looks like when you get stabbed in the butthole with a
So-
knife.
So I
Thanks,
fact checked
Gary.
it. I fact checked it. HB's right. He did it through there. Yeah.
Oh, that's oh God.
It's in the name, Vlad the Impaler. That's it's literally in the name. It's in the
I
name.
I knew about the impaling thing, but I didn't know it was up the butt.
Yeah, he would mount them on
I
it
thought it would
ass
be like
first.
through the torso or something. I thought it would be like through the torso, like in your chest or whatever.
No,
Nah,
no.
he liked to do it that way.
Yeah.
Fuck. That's
All the way
disgusting.
through. All the way through.
All the way through. Yeah. All the way through.
That's
All
fucking
the way
terrible.
through.
Don't they do this to those guys with like broomsticks and shit? Like every once in a while you hear about law enforcement doing it, or that big ass lawsuit where they stuck a broomstick up this dude's ass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that like a prison thing as well?
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. I think it's some real barbaric shit to shove something up another man's ass, especially if he's not gay.
Yeah.
Have we considered that maybe this was a free colonoscopy, cleaned them out a little bit?
Ah, come on, Portia. Come on.
So yeah, Vlad, he did the whole GI tract out, so the spike would come out through the mouth, and then they would be on display, right? And it actually terrified the Caliphate army that they didn't invade. That's how terrifying it was.
Wait, Gary, you're talking all over Momo. We can't hear him. Say that one more time again, Momo.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, so the spike would come out through the mouth, and then he would put them on display, right? And so he would put out so many, it terrified the Caliphate army that was going to come to invade, just with the display alone.
Like the Turks. The Turks. He did it to the
Yeah,
Turks.
they were going to come to invade, and they stopped because of just the display.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
now the Mali gang is getting their revenge on the British for this, right? So this is just a continuation.
Wow, I didn't even think about it like that. Yeah, yeah. I didn't think about it
Mhm.
like that.
Now we're
Wow.
thinking. Now we're thinking here, guys.
Yeah, yeah. I
Now you
guess
know.
I guess nothing really is new under the sun. You know, they always say that. But they've
Hey,
been
HB, may
Well,
I ask you a
that's a
trucking
scriptural
question?
verse, actually. So yeah, it is true.
Yeah.
HB, can I ask you a trucking question?
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what a lot of people don't realize, and this is where you guys probably think I'm going to sneak in a joke by talking calmly and saying something belligerent. What people don't realize in the trucking world, that those showers are very expensive and very desired. And when you work for a fleet, you get it when you fill up, like at the Flying J's and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And because they're so expensive, HB, have you ever thought, and this is no homo, but have you ever thought about like sharing the shower with someone to make some money? You know, no, it's not what you think. It's not, it's
Like letting somebody use a shower or
yeah, at the same time.
uh no,
What?
no. I don't do any buddy showers. They
No,
call
but
those
you am I right? They're expensive and everything. It's not like
those buddy showers. I don't do
yeah.
buddy
There's buddy
shower.
shower?
Oh, you
Buddy
do?
shower.
Oh, okay. Just wondering.
Yeah. Momo might know more about this, but the buddy
I
system
mean,
in trucking
yeah. So
is very
with the
gay.
fueling, you just get, like with Loves, for example, if you fuel 1,000 gallons or even 750 or so, you get platinum/diamond status. You just get free showers the whole month.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'll give somebody a free shower. Like if they ask me, and I have, because you get flush with shower credits. I'll just give it to free. I don't care. I don't mind.
But
I don't
not
need
with
to.
them, individually, right? Not with them individually, right?
Well, I mean, I've seen like couples go in for couple showers, but I would never. I'm very solitary. I don't fuck with people like that.
Okay, so HB, like a big hairy guy that's got a big back, he's gonna need some help. You wouldn't offer. Come on, dog.
Absolutely not, Master
What
Kim.
if he said
Absolutely
that,
not.
depending on your help, he'll vote for Trump? Would you do
No,
it?
no, not even a Trump supporter. No, no. I'd probably tell him to vote for Kamala if he wants that.
But they have increased the price recently. Now it's like $20 almost if you don't have the
Yeah.
credit.
You don't have credits, it's $20 a shower, man. It's crazy. You might as well rent a hotel room. God damn it.
Watch, HB's gonna check. Can people make money doing the buddy shower? Watch.
Maybe. Nah. Oh man. I couldn't imagine. So Portia, is this what, after they skewer the guy, is this what they pull out?
That's what Hafez is doing. See, this is exactly.
Oh God.
That's his
I
food.
think so. That's what it looks like.
That's his food.
It
right
actually
there.
looks appetizing, though. Actually,
Yeah, it does look really good.
Can you
Yeah,
imagine
that's
that metal skewer going up? Like that's what they would be using in
Yeah.
England to do this.
Call them
kind
booty
of-
bobs.
Booty
Yeah.
bobs.
I could not imagine that, man. It is
That's
so
crazy.
brutal. It's
That is
so
crazy.
Like it's so
Uh-uh.
much more violent than what we do over here. It's so much more violent. That is insane. Oh man. You wouldn't want to survive that. And that's got to be like a painful death too.
Yeah.
Like you're
Yeah,
just all your organs falling out of your asshole.
That's what
Yeah.
Vlad did. That's what he
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
He wanted to
Yeah.
do it that way. Yeah, people
Now,
are
you know,
okay,
despicable.
so
man.
let's kind of mix this up a little bit. So let's say the person that's getting stabbed in the booty hole with a kebab is a homosexual. Would they enjoy it?
Oh man.
No.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Go ahead, Gary, and answer, Gary.
I'm not answering that shit.
Off the top of my head, from what I remember, I think Vlad and they kind of figured out how to do it so that it maximized the amount of time they were alive while on the
Oh
pipe.
man, dude.
Yeah. No, that's true.
People back then were so sick with their like
Yeah.
twisted ways of killing people. It was just like unbelievable. Like you
Yeah,
heard of
I think
oh
he would
man.
sit. He would like sharpen the tip of the post, and he would sit him up there. So gravity, or I think he would sit him up there and then put something on their ankles or something. So gravity plus the weight would slowly kill this guy from the inside
Oh
out.
man. Come
Matter of
on.
fact, if you could find a Vlad the Impaler maybe like a video we could watch of how he impaled people, Portia, I think that would be interesting because it is really brutal.
You said it's called what?
Vlad the Impaler, VLAD, the Impaler.
Oh,
He's
Vlad
the
the Impaler.
yeah, he's the guy Dracula is based off of.
Oh, it says Vlad the Impaler versus Dracula. Let's see.
Hey, do you think that those that do get poked, maybe they can apply for disability like mad quick, and they don't have to come in person because it's a health hazard showing up with that bag? So they just apply online and they get it like mad quick.
Hopefully, I hope they can get some help. They probably need that, and probably some. I would imagine they would need some therapy too after that. And ice.
I wonder, does the bag like sit like in a little fanny pack so they're just walking around town? Like, you think they got like a camera on their waist and sit like a colostomy bag or something?
Yeah.
Or do they wear like a shoulder holster, makes it look like they got a pistol when it's really just a bag of dew?
They probably got like a Gucci bag full of shit.
Nice.
I probably got a Gucci bag shit line. Gucci bag.
Pretty big surprise for pickpocketers at the state fair, right?
Right.
Or the airport.
Hey, Master Kim, if that happened in Detroit, they would get Gucci. They would get Gucci shit bags if that happened in Detroit.
And if it's a fake bag, they get double whammy.
Yeah, they get stabbed again if it's a fake one. Nigga got a fake shit Gucci shit bag, man. Stab that nigga. and Detroit, they don't rock with that fake shit in Detroit, man. They don't like that. You get stabbed for that in Detroit.
Anyway.
Yeah. I've been looking at Boyle, BOIL.
Yeah. I think it was the bottom when I called it like last week, but we'll see.
Yeah.
So-
It's been sitting for a minute.
So Thursday, watch out for Thursday, 10:30. All right, Eastern time. So that's when the report. Every week there's a report how much gas is stored every week. So same with oil. So oil always moves on a Wednesday for that reason too. So natural gas is Thursday.
Do you think if Trump gets in the office and he starts doing more of that fracking and opening up
it'll
more,
jump. It'll jump for sure.
jump?
It'll
Yeah,
jump.
okay. Yeah, that's kind of how I've been
But
looking at it too.
but realistically, you should be out by October. But
okay.
But I would like think about longer term. It might, but it's so volatile. I wouldn't recommend holding it that long. Like just ride the main wave and get out and see if there's a second wave.
What's like a target price are you thinking?
I'm hoping at least 100 to 200% before things get wild again, and then you'll ride it another 100, 200%.
So you're talking about like $90 to $180, something like that.
So if you bought it $8, right? So 200% would be like what? That's triple. That's basically triple. $24, $30. Yeah.
Okay.
So you go from 8 to 30, and then the next wave will be from like, let's say it drops back down to 20, and then it goes back to another wave 40 and 50. You know,
Okay.
so it
Okay.
goes in
Okay.
these leaps, right? When it gets going, you'll see it. You'll because that's how commodities work. They always like they just go up and down violently at a bottom, and then all of a sudden they just shoot up violently. Like you can't
Yeah.
tell. It's just like that's the commodities is like the crypto for the boomers. That's how they got those big gains back in the day in the 80s. 80s was all about commodities. That's why trading places, they were talking about orange juice, right? Frozen orange juice. That's where the big money was made, not in stocks. Stocks were boring back then. So when Righteous Muffin came on here yesterday to complain about the stock market, he's not wrong, because stock
Yeah.
market is overly juiced now. There's too much
Yeah.
people playing it now. It wasn't supposed to be that way. It was just to put money, invest, and in companies you believed in. Now it's just like it's all gamed out, and people are just using it to make fast money. That's what the
Yeah.
commodities world was. That's what commodities were supposed to be. Not this. Yeah. So anyway, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I never get mad at people that look at stocks as just like a big joke, because I kind of agree with them too. But then at the same time, it is money to be made too.
Yeah.
So
It's
so I
hard to
see
argue
both
that
sides.
point. Yeah,
Right,
because
right.
he wants everything to be like, okay, if you see it's evil, why do you use it? But then we get into that moral like theology thing where we're saying like, oh, it has to be like Islamic finance. We'll never get a loan because that's evil, or we'll never do this, that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a difficult question.
Well,
So
it's like usury is evil.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I position. But our whole current financial system is predicated on usury fundamentally. So it's like,
correct.
I can't. There's nothing that I can do about that. So it's just
Yeah.
it is what it is at that point.
Yeah, you're right. You're definitely right. That's kind of that's my point of view. And I think Blacks was saying like, well, it's because the people were evil that made it, like, because if you have
Yeah. And that's to me, that's always been, not always, but a lot of times people think the system is evil, but I don't think the system is evil. I think the system isn't evil or good. It's the people that are
Yeah.
evil and good. A system is just a structure. It can't be
I mean, there
evil.
are aspects of the system that have evil underpinnings, but you can't. There's literally nothing that can be done about it. It's just not possible to do anything without collapsing everything and killing it all. So it doesn't really matter at that point.
So what system do you think is evil? Because I don't really see
Okay,
it
so
being evil.
usury, that's a term for debt, and it's a term really for loaning on interest. And if you go back into like Thomistic thought, the reason interest has an evilness to it is because it's predatory on the person, on the dettee. They are paying. So the person the usurer is just making money off of money with nothing. There's no labor. There's nothing. It's because they have money, they make more money. And if you think about it, that's the reason why the small hats have so much wealth. They have so much wealth because they grow kind of in a cancer sense. Just they amplify their wealth because they have wealth, because the wealth just amplifies itself, and it's impossible to close that gap. But so it's just you can't do anything about that at that point, and it's just something we have to live with. You know, we have to operate within that framework.
Yeah, because the root is way deeper than just the stock market. Just removing the stock market doesn't cure anything. That's kind of the problem. See, you can point at everything and say that's evil, that's evil, that's evil, but the true evil is all the way at the bottom, and you have to get rid of so many things. You have to break everything down and rebuild it, kind of thing. Which, okay, maybe it'll happen when Jesus comes back or whatever you want to believe. I don't know what's going to happen, right? But it's not. That's ridiculous to think we can do anything now. Yeah.
Yeah. No, Portia, I do wanna watch that video about Vlad being paler, if you could pull it up. But do you guys ever think about that? What that would even look like if Jesus really did come back? Like, what would
Well,
that
I mean,
even look?
scripturally, it's in Second Peter's actually, and basically, it doesn't really. I know people have like conceptions of but it's not really exegetical, because like the exegetical, if you read Second Peter's, what it looks like is basically everything gets burned, everybody dies. Yeah,
I
instantly.
didn't.
Everybody just burns up and dies, and then everything is remade, and you have the general resurrection. So yeah, it's a little different than what most people actually conceive of, because I think it's overlooked.
Yeah. Well, maybe Jesus should just stay where he's at then for now, because that
Well,
doesn't
I mean,
sound.
one of the things, one of the verses is, it's like it'll be like a thief in the night. Nobody knows when it'll come, and when it does come, it'll just boom, instantly. It'll just happen. So there's no reason to really worry about it.
Yeah. 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 That's
Ma-
that. Yeah. That's.
imagine you getting on with your girl and all of a sudden you burn alive because Jesus returned.
Yeah. That'd be pretty hot.
Yeah.
Be really hot. Is that what you think about, Garion? Burning alive with your girl?
I mean that'd be one way to go out. There would be one way to go out.
Yeah, that would suck. That would suck.
You can kind of just relate it to what would happen if a quasar beam hit the Earth. Well, it would just be a picosecond and everything is incinerated. So there's no reason to worry about it. It could happen at any time though. So it's like, it is what it is.
Or if
Yeah, speaking of,
or if all the nukes went off at once, that would probably scorch the earth too, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
It would definitely kill the atmosphere, which would just choke everybody to death.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have brought that up because now it's pretty bleak. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Jesus can God bless Jesus, but yeah, just stay where you are for now. Let's watch this video about Vlad the Impaler. Let's see what this is about. It's not too long, is it, Portia? That's what she said.
It is long, but we can.
Oh, it is. It is long. Oh.
It's really long, HB. It's really long. It is.
That's dang near an hour.
Can you find one that's like
everything else is shorter, but it's from National Geographic or Time, and I don't know if we can show that.
Oh, okay.
They say what needs to be. I already watched the first few minutes, so I was just gonna show like a couple of minutes.
Okay. I just want to see the part. I just want to see the part where he puts people on the stakes.
Yeah, it's in the very beginning.
Okay. Let's check it out.
In June 1462, a vast Ottoman army under Sultan Mehmed II advanced on the city of Targovishte in Wallachia. After weeks of grueling ambushes and pitched battles, resulting in thousands of Turkish deaths, the Ottomans were preparing for a siege of the Wallachian capital. But when a detachment of Ottoman cavalry was sent ahead of the main force, they encountered a sight that shook them to their core. They discovered a forest of impaled bodies. There were over 20,000 Ottoman captives.
So if you take a look here, like I was telling you, HB, it's only been 36 seconds. I'm not going to take all of you guys' time here, but looks like he stuck the stakes right through their rear and up through their heads there.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it went out through the mouth typically, but yeah, you'd have to double check.
I probably can't show it like the gory stuff, on YouTube, maybe on Rumble, but yeah.
You could use your
Rotting
imagination.
in the summer heat before the walls of Targovishte. The forest of stakes stretched for 2 miles in a vast crescent up to half a mile wide. This macabre sight was more than the Ottomans could take. The scale of the horror, the astonishing extremism of it, broke their spirit,
pause it.
and the Sultan and his army.
What is a macabre sight? What does that mean? Macabre sight.
I'm pretty sure it's MACABRE, and it's like
What's it mean?
It's like something that's very gory, like it's scary, it's horrifying, it's disturbing, like a very macabre,
ghastly
type.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, ghastly. I like that word, ghastly.
Yeah.
Okay, macabre. Okay, all right. So
Yes.
so I could use it in a sentence.
Jesus.
Well, hey, HB, because that's a UK pronunciation, you probably heard it as macabre. So they
I don't
just
think I've heard that one either. I don't think I've heard
okay.
that either.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've
that's
heard
why I spelled it out.
Oh, okay. So there is a R in it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
MACABRE. Yep.
Okay. So let me use it in a sentence. Garion's girlfriend walked in on him jerking off, and it was a macabre sight.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thank you. Do I get a gold star today?
Yes, you get a sticker.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I have seen that word before. It's one of those words where you see them and you don't even try to pronounce it because it just looks crazy. Macabre. Okay, so the R is silent. Gotcha.
If you're British, yeah.
So in like American English, you say it with the R,
Yeah,
macabre.
macabre. Yeah. It's
Oh,
very
wow.
different, huh? Yeah.
Wow, macabre. Huh. Yeah, I like that. I like learning new words. Macabre. Okay. Sounds like a Mexican dish. Macabre. Let me get a macabre with a side of horchata.
And elote.
Elote. Damn it. I'm gonna get some elote today. God damn it. Now, get Craig, do you like your elote in a cup or on the cob?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I think either is fine, but I think I'd rather have the cob maybe more.
Yeah.
I don't know.
When you eat it, do you eat it like from the?
Shut up, HB. I'm not. You get shut up.
Are you asking if he deep throats it?
Probably.
If he eats it horizontally or
Hey, Portia, do you have any of those videos that you recommended earlier? The ones that HB usually plays, the weird, gross ones about weird people.
Oh yeah, we could do another one of those. Sure, let me find a good one.
I think we had to finish the scat one. We didn't finish it, huh? It was like half.
Oh yeah, we sure did.
I thought
two-thirds.
Wait, I was gonna say, wait, did y'all not finish it?
There we go. Can you guys hear me?
No, we didn't finish it. We timestamped it, but I have the timestamp.
Was that the one where Nina was up here?
I think so.
Yeah.
We can start a different one, or we can finish that one, whichever one y'all want to do.
Yeah, let's just finish it. Since we're talking about Vlad and the whole like gang, right? It makes sense. It ties in.
You think it? I was gonna say you think it's thematically appropriate.
Is it too macabre for people?
Okay, let's see. The most latest one that they have is pretty interesting, but I am looking for it right now. I think this will be really nice.
I'm losing
to finish up.
My bad.
Okay, it's okay. I think it's going to be really nice to talk about this, considering all of the things we've learned today about poop. Let's see.
Oh no, 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 no. They did that to the shit in here. God damn, y'all living like this, boy. Damn.
Hello?
Yeah, we're still here. That was one of John's tenants. Salute to John
Yeah.
Galt, man.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Salute,
Oh,
salute to John.
oh
Yeah,
Jesus.
salute to John. John.
John said, little context of the story. I think the reason he's surprised is because he shut off their water, and they still decided to use the toilet.
Yeah, to still
Take
shit
the
in the
poo to
toilet.
the loo. It's still better than what they do in India. Shout out to Tropes
Yeah.
with the reminder.
Yeah, but you
Yeah,
know what's
yeah.
crazy is if they
I was
would have
gonna say
just
they still
bought
use
a
the
gallon of
toilet.
water. Yeah, no, but this is the crazy thing. If they would have just bought a gallon of water, they could have poured that water down and it would have flushed itself. They ain't even think of that. They just shit in it and just left it there.
Yeah, they
like
just
like
went
an
up in there.
outhouse.
That's too much brain power, bro. They don't even know like hydrology and like fluid dynamics, bro.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I guess you're right.
you telling me
I guess
you
you're
telling me niggas don't know niggas don't know how water works?
Yeah, I mean, it is a crazy.
I'm
You ever think about that though?
intentional.
Wait. This is like one of those
I
high
would have just
moments.
I would just went in the bush.
But you ever think about how like water isn't destroyed or created? It's just there. You ever think about that? Hey man. You ever think about water? It's like not. It's just.
No, it
It's
does
not.
take some thinking because like most people
Yeah.
don't even think about it. Yeah, they
Yeah.
don't. They
It's
just take it for
Not gonna lie,
granted.
this is the type of shit stoners be thinking. Not gonna lie, this is the type of shit stoners be thinking about. Stoners and
no. It
scientists.
is.
Stoners
It
and
is
scientists.
a very stoner thought. But if you think about it, water is something that's like it never you can never get rid of it or whatever. It just turns into a different form. But it's like the water we have is the same water that's always been. It's just there.
Mhm.
Like, hey man, you ever think about water, man? It's just.
Imagine how dirty the ocean is, man. Like imagine your great grandpa.
But no, but seriously though, like it's like a.
No,
It's
imagine you're using
like
the
it's
same water your
almost.
ancestors did to wash his ass.
Am I the only one that
Coming
thinks
down in
about this
rain.
stuff though? Am I the only one that thinks about it? But it's like a thing that just is, but it's not. You can't destroy it and you can't create it either. I don't think anyway. Hey man, yeah, you ever think about water? Where does it come from, man?
It came from those. It came from those comets. It came from those ice comets. If
I
God
mean,
didn't
as
throw
long
that,
as I was gonna say as long as hydrogen and oxygen exist, you got water.
Can we create water though? Can we create it?
Can you create hydrogen or oxygen?
Can you?
I'm pretty sure you can.
Can you though? Can you?
I'm gonna have to look that up. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah, because I feel like if somebody could create water, Africa wouldn't be so fucked up.
You're gonna say, imagine some nigga be like, "Look, I figured out how to make water."
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's a lot more. It's a lot more. Oh wait, Mackenzie Carter Cameron said it's called the law of conservation of mass. Yeah, I don't know what that means. If it's a law though, I'm gonna trust your
she's here.
statement there.
She should come back for the COVID show. Her and John will
It
go
sounds.
real.
I was gonna say it sounds like something that you learn in school but forget about.
Why'd you say she should come back for the COVID show? She's triple vaxxed.
Yeah.
Boosted up.
Yep. Yeah, she was going at
Mackenzie,
John. She was going at John. You remember?
Oh dang.
Remember?
She's double vaxxed and boosted. God bless you though, Mackenzie. Like I
She,
don't
she
judge
probably
people for getting like the shots and the boosters. I don't judge them. It just wasn't for me, you know.
yeah, she probably got some nanobots in her brain right now or something.
Ah,
No
see,
telling
you're
what that
judging
booster
her.
is.
You don't know. You don't know. Come on, you don't know.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Well,
Very
nobody knows
suspicious
what the
liquid.
actual distribution of material was. I mean, at the superficial level, it's a bunch of clear fluid in a vial being distributed. So that was one of the questions: is what are you being what even in the first place is anybody being injected with?
Yeah.
Nobody knew. I was asking people, have they has a third party sequenced the purported genome of the plasmid that was being distributed? No, I don't think so. I don't think still anybody is sequenced that
Yeah.
shit. So yeah, it's just
Okay, so I
How
looked it up. I remember this from chemistry class. You can
uh-huh.
make water from electrolysis. Electrolysis. You have oxygen.
electrolysis. Yeah.
Yeah, electrolysis. Yeah, there we go. So you have hydrogen, oxygen. You put battery, and you use electric current to make the water. Yeah.
But I think the
Really?
other question was more fundamental, but that gets into what the nature of the atom is itself, right? So you have to get into, can you make an atom out of what would that be generated out of? And then she's referring to the conservation of mass, where the current paradigm is that no, like all the atoms were created essentially at the beginning of the universe, right? With the Big Bang. And then
Oh, okay. I see where we're going. So yeah. Okay. So you got to find hydrogen and oxygen. Wherever you find that at, I don't know where that's just laying around. Can I get that
Space.
at Home
Go to
Depot?
space. No, you
Oh,
gotta go to
yeah, well,
okay.
those are
space.
two
Yeah,
gases.
I was going to say it's in space, HP. They usually have. I think the moon has pockets. What is it? Pockets of ice. Pockets of ice that have oxygen in them.
On the moon? Nothing can be. Okay, so Mackenzie said nothing can be created or destroyed. Well, then that kind of goes against what Get Crack is saying, then, because he's saying you can.
No, this is transformation. This is not creation or destruction. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, so electrolysis would just break the bond. There's a covalent bond between the hydrogen and the oxygen and forms this like triangular shape. And yeah.
Oh God. See,
You gotta go.
this is
Yeah.
where it gets like freaky, man, because it's like, where the fuck did this water come from then? The fuck?
Yeah. God made the chemicals, and then I guess from the chemicals interacting with each other, it made water.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, HB said that women are the only ones that can make their own water that's not pee.
I think
woman,
no.
the woman is God, I guess.
No, Portia. I think there's a difference between water and pussy juice. I think that's a little something different.
Well, you called it water.
I thought I called it pussy juice. I don't.
Nope, you said it
Women
was
can
water.
women can make water.
Well, all the fluids in the
Well,
human body are
hold
going to
on, wait.
be
Crack isn't crack
they're going to
still
be water based
up here? Right.
for the most part.
Is crack still? Let
I'm
me
pretty
see.
sure every liquid is water based.
Okay, crack. Mackenzie says, I don't know. I just got here. Don't what Get Crack said. Probably a bunch of nothing like usual. How do you feel about that, Crack?
Oh, we have a history because it was the late night stream and I was bored, so I was just going at her on chat. but the
I
real
thought it
reason,
was something else.
no, the real reason is like I just got her. Yeah, I got to get her over here so she can argue with John again. That was the real reason. So she finally came over here.
Okay. So yeah, but H2O is hydrogen and oxygen. Okay. So I guess I'm not as crazy as I thought then. So it is something it can't really be created. It's just there.
Yeah, so And the covalent bond, well, I mean, in standard chemistry, it's a sharing of electrons. But the question of the electron is like, if you get into more like electrical thought, especially the person that kind of initially found or discovered the electron, he didn't quite believe it was a little bubble. Neither did Nikola Tesla. So, but there's an electrical interaction between the atoms that kind of binds them. And then in water specifically, it forms a triangle with like a 108-degree angle between the two hydrogens. So that's why it has polarity. And water has a very special, unique attribute, which is why, the polarity in its structure allows it to have this sort of like, that's why ice has less density than the liquid. Usually when the solid and all the things, when you look at like the chart of the solid, gas, liquid phases, usually the density will be larger for solids, right? So, but water has that unique thing, which is one of the reasons why you got ice on the top of the lake and things can still live underneath and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's a very, very interesting thing. Sometimes I think, and I'm
Well,
not
yeah, water is
high, but
very
sometimes I
interesting,
think,
and chemistry is very interesting generally.
uh,
I don't want to ramble too long about it, but yeah, I mean,
no,
there's a
no, no,
reason
no,
why
no, no,
it's one of
no.
the fundamental, not just in Christianity, because in Genesis, water is there, right, in the firmament and stuff. But then universally, there's a universal acknowledgement of water being one of the fundamental elements, right? There's the four fundamental elements: earth, water, fire, air. Yeah, it's cool to think about.
Yeah, because it almost seems like water to a certain extent. I don't know if it's alive or it creates life, but
Well, it's fundamental to life. Anything that there is no life form that exists without water. All cells are aqueous solutions. It's the substrate in which all cellular nanomachinery works in. Every reaction, pretty much, as far as anything living, requires water as the substrate or the medium in which it operates. Yeah, it's fundamental.
is that true, Get Crack? Is there anything that's not alive that doesn't have water in it?
I mean, yeah, everything has water in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Dwale says, how can we make this channel hot? Any ideas?
what do you mean by hot?
I
You
mean,
want
we
more
already got
people to
the.
watch it?
Dwale,
I
this
mean, we
channel
already
is
got the
already,
game mode.
it's already hot. Maybe not as hot as Somalia, but
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah, I mean,
we already got the game night idea. So
yeah, we had 50 people at a peak. Every time we average about 20, so we go from 50 at a very high, but if we mostly 40, and then we'll drop to maybe 10, 15, but we'll go usually be between 20 and 30. So I think we're doing a good job now. At least we're not like one person or two people like
not
most
gonna
of
lie, I
the.
think that's kind of low for John because he has like 500 something subscribers.
No, but if you look at
For
the
500 subscribers, that's low. Most
no,
1,000. Yeah, for
No, that's a
1,000
lot.
subscribers, I've seen people that only still get 50 or 10 people watching, and they have 1,000 subscribers.
If you've got a 10% ratio, that's really good.
Yeah, so we got to keep the ratio good. We don't care about if we get dumb subscribers that just click and leave, never come back. We don't want those guys.
Yeah, plus, I think Portia, I think you're about to say it too, but
John, go ahead.
But I think the difference too is the quality of the people. Like everybody in the chat right now are very high IQ people. We don't have any retards in on the panel or in the chat.
Oh, except for Mackenzie. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. No, don't get mad at me again, Mackenzie. No,
I'm gonna say we had MC Hammer guy up here and then Jeremy. So
yeah, but they're like
Jeremy. That's a special one.
Yeah, they don't
Actually, I
really
looked
count.
up the average ratio. It seems like the average channel only has a live ratio of like 0.5%. So, yeah.
Yeah. I think John is he's
Yeah, that
like at
makes
the
sense. That
5
makes
to
sense.
10, he's at like the 5 to 10%, which I think is really good if you think about it.
I just would appreciate it for people that, whenever they come over here, if the show is live, if you just, go ahead and enjoy the show. Okay. And just, participate with the show, Yeah, let's just do that because we're having fun over here. We're going to be talking about poop again in a second. So once we finish with
Wait,
science class, but
yeah,
we're just having fun. Okay. Having fun.
before we get into the poop discussion, so Get Crack has been saying this for seems like months now about this John Galt coin. I wanted to ask you, Portia, would you invest in the John Galt coin?
Sure, why not?
Do you even know what a John Galt coin?
What would it look like? What's the logo for the John Galt coin? Would it be Angel's face?
We should put Harriet Tubman on it.
No,
Oh
I think the
man.
logo should be a dread coming out of a drain. Just being pulled out of a drain. That would be
Wow.
the John Galt. That would be the Portia. That might have to be John Galt's his logo. Have his hand pulling a dread out of a drain. I think that could be his logo. Am I chat? Am I off by saying that should be his logo? Him pulling a dread out of a drain?
Nah, I think that's a good one. We should have a contest. Logo design.
Yeah, logo design contest. Yeah, because John needs a logo. I think that's the next. Oh, no. Trump said, I think just a round ball don't want a gold coin.
Hey, what about last night? Talk about Angel trying to do another cover or something. Make him earn his money. I think that came from Get Crack. I thought that was pretty clever. Any song suggestions? I suggested "It's Hard" by Fat Joe.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. I remember that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
so hard.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we got so many ideas now, man. We have so many ideas. Like we don't even have like the time to like even go for complete like all of them, right?
Well, I write everything. I keep everything down in a log.
Oh man. Oh, I sent you a Cash App, Portia. Did you get that? I think I sent you a while ago though. It was like 2 hours. Was it 2 hours? I don't remember.
Yeah, Portia, I told you, put your Cash App notification on.
I do have my notifications on. I just didn't get a notification. Let's see. Oh, I got it. Thanks, Crack.
All right, good.
Thank you so much.
You have to beg more. You have to beg more than Angel. Angel keeps begging me now.
Yeah, you send Angel one Cash App, he'll call you in the middle of the night. Hey there, I was wondering if you got my $50 Cash App request there. I know you're sleeping there. You don't have to accept it if you don't want to like Angel, Jesus Christ, man, I'm trying
bruh.
Man, bruh, calm
He
down.
was putting on really hard yesterday. As who was he talking to? He was talking to John. Or no, who was he talking to? Bob. Whenever he was like, instead of him sending that money to CT to get him off the panel, he should send it to him.
Yeah, no, I think Angel sees what's going on. He sees all the money being made off of him, so he's like, "Yo, I'ma just ask the people directly." Like, I'm cutting out the middleman. And I get it, but it's like, bro, that's not how this works, man. I didn't create this system.
And he doesn't use any finesse language at all. He just like, hey, you send money.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Black Sea. Yeah, he
Well, that's
does.
how you know he is autistic, because if he wasn't autistic, it would be hard to.
Hey,
Yeah,
you know
nah,
what? Kid
he's
Crack
definitely
for
autistic.
me. Doctor get free.
Oh, he borged out.
Master Kim, you're borging out, Master Kim.
The video that I have on the screen is something.
PhD holder.
Oh, what was that? Yeah. He's still borging. Oh man, it's too bad. It's really bad.
Beep boop beep boop.
Yeah, you're borging out, Master Kim.
It's way.
Master Kim.
Blacks Who Defy in the chat. I don't know if anybody is familiar with James Tour, but he asked to look him up and play something short about him. Do y'all know who James Tour is?
No.
Anybody else?
No.
Me either. Let's see. Who's this guy?
Jim Tour, and these are some of my graduate students at Rice University.
He's Professor of Materials Science and Nanoengineering at Rice University in Houston.
I don't just talk about science. Most of my day is doing science.
The human condition is undeniably limited.
I love Jesus more than anything else in the world. I am looked at like, why are you doing this? Why are you causing all this trouble?
So, James, you have a choice. You can be a scientist or you can be a preacher.
And then somebody was standing in my room. That was him coming to me. Why do you believe in something as amazing as the physical resurrection of Jesus Christ? So we're agreeing that how we got from the simple molecules to life, it happened, but we don't know how. I've decided to not monetize this site, so there are no commercials that are coming in that are getting me any money. Decided not to go on a Patreon. But I've started a nonprofit organization, which is an official 501c3. So now we're paying for freelance production work, but it's really ramped up. So we have these YouTubes, we're putting out TikTok videos, Instagram. We hope to move on to WeChat to move this into China as well. We've moved into 600 radio stations, mostly in the US, some in Europe. There is cost in that as well. In the description box and below, you will see a link where you can give.
So I usually watch his debates when he debates luminaries, very well-known luminaries on origin of life. So a little bit about him. He is a Rice University, industrial chemistry doctor of industrial chemistry. He's worked with NASA, he's worked with Raytheon, he's worked with a lot of things that we utilize. He's worked with microelectronics, he's worked with nano systems, etc. He pioneered a lot of things. His name is on some of the papers for Nobel Prize laureates, etc. Helped assist them, so he's very well known, and he gets a bad rap because he is a Christian man. However, his pedigree speaks for him. It speaks for him. He's not just some Bible thumper who just says, "Oh, God of the gaps," etc. He knows he knows the people who writes the books on these things. He's also written short works on these things, and if you just listen to him, about the nature of a cell, the nature of proteins, the nature of sugars, what time does to these building blocks, you realize that a lot of these people who talk about this stuff are full of shit because they don't know. He gives you the inside scoop of what these doctors say, these Harvard laureates, these Harvard tenure professors who talk to him and colleagues of his behind the scenes, who might say something like, "We'll have our first man-made organism in the lab within 5 years," and then 5 years comes and goes, and then he's there. Everybody's like, "Where is it at?" The Harvard laureate will give you some gobbledygook doctor jargon, but behind closed doors, he says, "Man, this shit is impossible." The things that you have to traverse in order to create life, it's damn near impossible because we definitely don't understand it yet. And when people tell you, oh well, we had billions of years to create it, he's saying that's just it doesn't make any sense because time is not your friend. Time works against you. And that's the major argument. But he makes plenty of other arguments when he talks about origin of life.
Oh, you know, the funny thing, I actually converted and got into reading the Bible because of my studies in molecular biology, interestingly enough.
Isn't that amazing? It is amazing because once you see it, you know, I'm not even a chemist. You know, I've taken biochem, I've taken industrial chemistry, I've taken separate chemistries in my pursuit of a doctorate in medicine previously, and just doing that, working some of those equations, you're just like, my God, it's just there's no way to even begin to approach to create to utilize the building blocks necessary to create the body, to create a living, breathing being. It's insane. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I mean, just thinking about the interrelated human systems, just in the human body alone, it's quite mind-boggling. Just considering the immune system alone and the genetics and epigenetics involved in the immune system, just by itself, is completely mind-boggling.
We got a super chat. We got a super chat from Dewale, the Somalian German. Finally, John, HB, and Portia give crack to me, and Gary and did it. I am loving this channel more than the others. Dankeschön, Scheischen, guys.
Dankeschön. No. Dankeschön. Dankeschön.
Dankeschön.
That means a thank you.
Okay.
Thank you in German. Hello.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Dankeschön.
Dankeschön.
I know a little bit of German, a little bit.
Just thinking about the immune system alone, it's really just completely mind-boggling.
It is.
Just the genetics
Tell
and
them about the
epigenetics
Krebs cycle.
Wait.
Well, the citric acid cycle, the metabolic pathways are all interesting to think about.
It is. I know you guys don't know what we're talking about, but yes.
Wait, Blacks. I wanted to ask you. So, do you? And I gotta preface this. I'm not high. I'm not on anything right now. So I want you to know that first. Do you think water is alive?
No.
Okay.
No, I do not. I believe I heard somebody.
Life exists, but
exactly.
It's the fundamental
I believe I heard somebody
for all life, but yeah.
Exactly. I believe I heard somebody say that. Yes, that for instance, we're 75% water, give or take. You know, you need water. Think about it. You can only go, give or take, 3 days without water. Right. Why is that? You need water to help your systems maintain themselves. You know, it helps, believe it or not, maintain pressures in your body.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
osmotic pressure?
Think, yeah. Think about it. Yes, osmotic pressure. Think about this. You know, when people have kidney failure and then they go to dialysis and they're on that system and the blood pumps and removes their blood and scrubs their blood and then pumps it right back into their system. And people may ask, well, if they are experiencing kidney failure, how come they can't live forever doing that? It's because there are several pressures in your body that change, they ebb and flow with the changes of your body, your metabolic rate, etc. The machine has one constant pressure. Your body cannot survive doing that until until the natural cycle of your life. That's why you need things like kidneys and you need things like livers in order to maintain a symbiotic relationship with all the other systems that are working in your body. It's just impossible.
Could it be something that maybe could water be like a entity that we just don't fully understand?
No. We know what it is.
Well, there is a little. I could get in because if you look at the structure, the triangular structure of the molecule itself, and you get into like the luminiferous ether,
Yeah.
there is a nature, a more esoteric nature to water, which is interesting to consider. And yeah, but I don't want to.
Water
I don't want
itself
to
is
derail
just.
things there.
I know where you're going, but water itself is just. Think about it in this way. Water itself is kind of like just really, really, really dense air. Your body can't process it if you try and breathe it in through your respiratory system. Remember, it's H2O. Okay, that's the molecular structure of water. There's a lot of air in water. There's a lot of oxygen in water, I should say, pure. So my point is, it isn't necessary, like he said, it's not living, but it assists you in living. That's all.
Okay. All right. All right. Yeah, sometimes I get a little too, you know, start thinking about things a little too deep. But it's just one of those things that it just seems so important to everything.
It is.
It almost
Well,
seems
yeah,
like
down to the cellular level, every single bacterium, all the archaea, every eukarya,
They
every
all need
single
water.
cell is a water-based aqueous solution. Every reaction happens in water. Uh, it's the medium in which everything happens. All the molecular machinery operates in water. Yeah, it's just, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Now there are other materials, of course, like magnesium. Magnesium is the number one substrate necessary for your cells to do work for all the reactions that happen in your cells.
Yeah.
So
All
I
the
mean,
electrolytes and
yeah.
coenzymes. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah. Hey guys, take biochem one day. Just moonlight in biochem. Look up a biochem YouTube channel. It's so fascinating. It'll help you get a better understanding of all the processes that your cells go through to keep you alive. And they do it in split seconds. Now they've timed this stuff, but they do it so quickly that it's almost like it's magic.
we got a stock update from Get Crack.
Yeah,
Well,
hold
people
on.
should look at the molecular machinery of just the flagellum, just the whole
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the
apparatus.
flagellum is like pretty
no,
interesting.
you
Yeah, that's
didn't.
Really look at
interesting. Yeah, that's interesting too. Yeah, every
Yeah.
machinery
Okay.
has to work with water. Yep.
Yeah, what about the car that could run on water and the guy getting killed for it?
Well, okay. Think so. So you're talking about not hydroelectric, but hydrogen fuel, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The thing you need, I don't know so much that was real. People say it is, but I just think about what you need, the pressure you need, the precious metals you need to even come close to creating a hydrogen fuel cell and put it in your car. Okay, it is ridiculously complex, and the fact that
Don't they have hydrogen bombs though?
yeah, but yeah,
That's
they do.
just splitting a hydrogen atom. That's not using
Yeah,
hydrogen.
Oh,
no, exactly. But I'm saying the thing you need, like I said, there's a lot of complexity that goes into that. And I'm just mentioning it in an avant-garde way. I'm just saying that there are a lot of precious metals that go into it, a lot of pressures that go into it. I mean, by several orders of magnitude, and it's ridiculous. And so when I hear stories like that, I don't know. I don't know if I can truly believe it, but I do believe that the government is nefarious. So it could be true.
Hey, HB, so I was watching that trial today. Little Woody just took the stand again today.
Did he make
but it's
ass
very
clown of himself again?
No. He's really smart. Actually, I know he seems stupid, but what he did. Okay, so the prosecution's screwed because he's going to answer one of two things. Because the whole case, the linchpin of the case is the death of the one guy, Big Nut or something his name is.
Yeah, Big Nut.
Yeah. And
Big Nut. Yeah, no,
and
he was actually he was like a big fat guy.
yeah, he's a
So
fat guy. He's like what's his name? That rapper, Rick Ross. He's like a fat guy like that. But no, okay, so Woody's going to answer, it looks like one or two things, and both are going to screw the prosecution because the immunity that they gave him in order to testify, the stipulation is that there's two, he can't lie about like under oath or make false statements or make false statements about crimes he didn't commit. So the reason they did that was because if he on the stand says, I killed Big Nut, he's already immune. And then the attorneys are going to move for a mistrial because of a Brady violation. He's the prosecution's witness, and he killed him. So, and the other choice he's going to do either that or he's going to sit and take the fifth. And the judge today said that the contempt would only hold him until the end of the trial, not any other of the additional trials or any concurrent trials.
Oh yeah. So there's really no reason for him to talk then.
No, he's done. The trial's done, dude. He's gonna but the thing is, I think he's dead either way, because I don't think they're gonna. I think the fact that he was an informant already, they're gonna kill him either way.
Well, it's not the same. It's the gang politics aren't the same as they used to be. Like if you become an informant, but then don't actually snitch, don't actually put anybody to jail, it's not always as cut and dry.
Oh, really? Because I was hearing that it's like if you're a snitch, you're always a snitch. You get killed for that. You know what I mean?
Not in today's age. Back in the day, yeah.
Like when we were younger in the '90s, if you talked, you were dead, dude.
Yeah. Back then, yeah. But nowadays, it's like the gangster. There's just no reason to be in a gang nowadays because there's so many different. Like you could pretty much cooperate but not snitch, and that's not considered snitching. To me,
that's so weird. That's so weird. Any talking or any I'm from the time. I mean, we're older. I mean, you're in your upper 30s too, I think. Yeah, you don't, dude. Like it was like if you even were seen near a cop, you got killed back in the day. You know what I mean? Or an informant, or any even suspicion, you were dead. You know what I mean? So I guess, but that's what I'm saying. I think everything, that's what I go back to about how I think, like I said, I think the DA's office is involved in the crimes in Atlanta. I think they're.
That's the thing too. Like the government is involved in all of these organized gangs, all of them.
They fund them. They fund them all. That's what it's. It's the same thing. They fund the cartels and stuff. They fund everything.
No, but they get a cut off of everything. That's why when we were talking about Bitcoin, that's why Bitcoin is like the biggest scam in the world, because it's literally the government taking a cut of all the illegal things going on in the world.
Yeah, it's saying, okay, we'll let you do the drug deals, the sex deals, all that stuff. Just pay us our 10% to the big guy, just like Joe Biden.
Yeah. That's why Trump's saying he wants the government to get in on it. It's brilliant to pay the national.
Yeah, to pay the debt off. Yeah. It's the same guy, Bukele or something in Ecuador or whatever he's doing. He did the same thing.
Yeah, that's brilliant. It's brilliant.
I mean, it's interesting until I'm not a huge Bitcoin, I don't know that much about it, but it just still seems risky to me. But I mean, again, I'm older, so I'm not in the younger age where you can risk it all and still,
Yeah, I mean, it's all a risk, but I think once you see the government talking about investing in it, that's
No, I mean, it makes it a little bit more legitimate if the government's holding on to the asset itself,
Yeah.
But to me, I still think futures and what's it called? Not liquidities. God, what is that called? I just lost it. I'll remember in a second. Hold on.
Derivatives.
Derivative, but not just that. But it's not raw materials. God, what is that called? Crack. Commodities. There you go.
It's commodities.
Commodities and futures are still probably the best place to go.
Yeah, no, that's what Get Crack was just saying. Commodities. That's like what they were trading.
They're the most risky, but the most reward too. It's kind of like if you can become an overnight billionaire, but you could lose it all in a second too.
Yeah, that's what CKJ3 is doing. Yeah, he's going to be at that level. Once he gets to that level, yeah, he can do that.
Yo, could you imagine somebody testifying against you over the death of somebody named Big Nut?
And it's funny they call him Little Woody, and in the court too, they call him these names. That's what's so funny.
Lil Woody and Big Nut. Like, wow.
And Big Slime or whatever. Isn't there a slime guy or something too?
Yeah, I would stop gangbanging at that point.
I mean, where did they come up with these names? I mean, they used to be better names. Now it's just like they're cartoon characters or something.
Big Nut and Lil Woody. Man,
Big Slime's gonna slimer you.
I like Get Cracked better. Get Cracked. Yeah.
What's
get
up?
straight to it.
Get cracked, yeah.
Yeah, no, I like your gang name better.
Oh.
Just get straight to it. Get Cracked.
Yeah, that's way harder. How is an Asian gang name harder than the black dudes nowadays? What's going on here?
Get Cracked. Get straight to it. You know what he's about? You know? No, it's not ambiguous at all. Just straight to it. Get
Like,
cracked.
I mean, the Asians used to have like Mario 44 or something, but now it's like, you know.
Just get cracked to me. You're like, okay. All right.
That's what I'm saying. The Asians are just tired of it. They're taking over, man.
I was thinking that about your name, Get Cracked. I know you told the backstory about your name, but I was thinking like this was like a psyop to get people to start smoking crack.
Oh, was it?
Well, hey, dude, I'm sure the Asians are bringing all the they're bringing the fentanyl in, so they're making some money off the crack when they cut it with it, you know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Nah, but if you say it enough, give crack to me. If you say it enough, maybe it'll just get into your
that's how
maybe
Grace
crack will just appear, huh?
Well, that's how Grace got swatted. Remember, she probably
Oh,
said
yeah,
my
yeah,
name in the, and then they sent that to the cops, and that's how they got swatted. She was like, "Give crack to me, get crack for me." It's like,
yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah, someone called the cops on her soliciting narcotics or something.
yeah, that was a while ago, probably like 3 weeks. Man, things go so fast here in this.
Yeah, they do.
Doing this 24-hour streaming and all this stuff. Yeah.
So
Anyhow,
wait, what are you looking at on this this chart?
I was waiting for it to hit these points, and oil now is right here. So I think oil should be a good buy. Well, I'll probably have to talk about it later, but yeah, oil.
Well, like Chevron or
maybe, but the commodity.
You know, crack. You know what's really surprising is that Nvidia went down as much as it did. That's what really surprised me yesterday. I mean, they went down.
Yeah, it's not too much of a surprise though, because it was kind of.
No, it's not a surprise, but the amount that they did. I mean, they are pretty much an insulated company from that. I mean, they're the only real GPU makers that are, you know.
You see, it doesn't matter about that. It's about liquidity. If somebody needs money somewhere else to pay something else, they have to sell something. They'll sell whatever they have to pay it. That's what happened.
Well, yeah, because companies run now on debt. Like that's the difference.
It's the people holding the shares. They had to pay something else off because they had a margin call or something. Because you have to remember, overnight futures in the Nasdaq dropped 5%.
Yeah, that's what. It was down
5% overnight. So I bet you those guys woke up in the morning and all the banks and brokers were telling them, "Hey, bruh, your account is now down. Blah blah. You better sell now, otherwise we're gonna automatically sell everything else in
the futures markets though. Like
because they're all a margin.
How much ahead of time do they get it? I mean, how much ahead of time are they looking?
No, the problem is because your account has a minimum funding rate, so you have to maintain a margin, right? You have to maintain a certain amount of money in your account to get that margin. A lot of people just buy stocks on money they don't have, so. That's what a margin call is, and so what happens is like a lot of those guys get phone calls or emails saying you better sell something because your account is now underfunded. So they're forced to sell.
That's why all the billionaires are liquidating their assets right now in stocks.
Yeah. So people are over leveraged. This is what Righteous Muffin was arguing about. This is exactly why, because people are using other people's money to buy stocks. They're not using their own money.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have any. If you have no stake and nothing in the game, it doesn't really matter.
It only matters when you see these big crashes, right? So when it's a sudden change in percentage, they're forced to sell, and it creates worse selling. and it creates worse selling, and then everybody starts panicking, and it's like a flood out of the.
Well,
It's a
yeah,
flood out of
it's,
the pool.
it's a continuous cycle that fear creates fear, and then creates more doubt and more fear,
And
and
the
then
news, and the news doesn't help because they know that, and they'll start pumping out more articles. So first, people were blaming Japan, then they're blaming like, oh, the polls, Harris and Trump, and they'll just keep pumping it.
That's why yesterday. That's why yesterday
Good.
should have been the day you bought Nvidia.
That's what I bought.
Oh yeah, no,
I bought it.
yeah. Well, that's the thing. I have stock, and I was kind of upset, but it'll go back up. I'm just,
Well, listen to
That'll
me,
be fine.
Imperious, and then you'll find a ways to get around these issues because you would have been hedging at that point. Yeah.
Yeah, I just hold on to them. Most of the stock, I just hold on. They grow in a pretty decent
Yeah,
rate
it's
anyway.
okay,
I'm
but,
young
you know,
enough that I don't care. You know, it's
Yeah, you
more so
don't
that I
care.
treat stocks like Bitcoin because I know
Yeah.
the companies I've invested in are going to,
But
you know,
but
increase
don't you want to
capital.
outperform the index though? Don't you wanna?
No, I mean, I'm good enough that I can take like
Oh,
an 8,
okay,
9%.
okay,
I'm
okay,
fine. You know what I
okay,
mean?
okay,
Like
okay.
I would rather have a continuous like 8, 9%, you know what I mean, return
Okay,
than like
okay.
risk any of it and get like 15, 16. You know what I mean? I'm 30, you know,
Okay.
I got enough money. I
Yeah,
make a
yeah,
decent
okay.
salary. I don't need to worry about like immediate
Yeah,
cash flow.
Yeah, everyone has a different you know, it's like Denizen and CKJ3, they need more capital, so they're gonna be more aggressive. Some people like Imperious are cool, keeping it passive.
Yeah, like
Some
if I want
people,
total
yeah.
capital, I mean, I have enough liquid capital to,
Mhm.
but I mean, if I really need tons of it, I just ask like my dad or something. He's got more capital than any, you know what I mean? So I
No,
wouldn't.
no, don't ask your dad. No, no,
I
no.
mean, listen, if you got it, go ahead, ask him. I mean, if you got it.
Well, that's what I'm
Oh,
saying. He
no.
doesn't care. He's 70 years old. He doesn't give a shit. He's just working in his yard all day.
But no,
Anyway.
I do think Nvidia it's back on the way up, but it's probably gonna be a while before it
It's
gets.
gonna be a while. Sorry, HB. I told you with the Bohemian Grove video. I told you they were saying Nvidia's going down. Nvidia's going down. You remember that
We're
night?
gonna get a lot of turbulence. A lot of turbulence going
Yeah,
forward.
but I think once later this year, the new 5 series comes out, it'll bounce back up.
Yeah, no.
Because remember, the 5000 RTX series is coming out this year, so they're gonna blow up in November. So that's why I'm
But
holding
will it
on to it.
really impact too much? Isn't the majority of their business actually all the AI
Yeah,
stuff? Like
it's probably
completely
priced in.
looks.
It's probably priced in.
It might, yeah, it might be. That's a danger too. Earnings is in about 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Yeah,
Yeah, that's gonna be a big deal.
yeah, that's a big
Well, that's
deal
what I'm saying.
now.
Like that's why Nvidia always releases their card before the end of the year. Stock owners meetings, because they'll release it always in October or November, and then in December they have their year-end like, you know, health meeting, town hall for company health and growth potential. So you know, they're gonna release the 5 series in November. It's gonna be sold out, and then they're gonna have a great you know, town hall with all the stockholders because they sold out all of their inventory. So, you know.
So wait, get cracked. What do you
Well, I
think
mean, they
about
do always
Nvidia?
sell
'Cause
out.
it did
But the
meet
institutional investors already know that, and they're already going to buy it based on that. So if it doesn't go well, it's going to fall quick, right? I mean, they price a lot of those things in already, right?
Yeah, I
They're
get what
either
you're
buying
saying,
or selling
Brian.
based on the
Yeah.
anticipation of what's going to happen.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, I get what you're saying. Yep.
you know,
That's the danger of earnings, doing earnings.
that's
yeah.
it, man. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So
So HB, you saying something? What do I think?
Yeah. So what do you think about Nvidia?
What I'm doing with my parents and my portfolio is like, yeah, I sold around like the QQQ and any semiconductor stocks up here. Then, but I didn't buy any of them back. I just bought Nvidia because it has the juiciest earnings, and I'm just trading it up to here.
I mean, it's up
temporarily.
5% today. I
Yeah,
mean,
I
it's
bought it
up,
down here.
you know,
Yeah, it's a
Nvidia's,
lot
I mean,
more.
we're going back. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I remember when I got it and I invested back in like, God, through Oppenheimer funds when my grandfather set them up for me.
Yeah,
And
that's
it was like, back
17.
then it was like
Yeah.
38, 39, and now it's like 108. So, I mean, the
yeah.
thing is, it's going to continue. Nvidia is going to grow because it's the only real like GPU chip maker for for the gaming industry. And that's the thing. The gaming industry is a $10 billion a year industry.
But it's not.
Yeah,
You know,
It's
I
not
mean,
just
and
the
they have
gaming though. It's the
90%
Bitcoin,
of the
the Bitcoin
90%.
mining too though.
No, Bitcoin
Oh yeah,
mining
yeah,
left.
mining.
No,
Dude, that's
it
what they
left.
use
They
those
left
to.
GPUs. Bitcoins don't use GPUs anymore.
Oh, they
Yeah.
don't. Okay.
It's in
Well, I remember
Ethereum.
back in the day they used to have like warehouses full of
Yeah, they
GPUs
stopped
just
doing that.
mining.
It's too much electricity, and the Ethereum went to proof of work. They don't do proof of stake, so they stopped using them too. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, I don't know. Everything's changed so fast. You know, you got to keep up to
Yeah.
date. Things keep changing. Yeah, yeah.
That's what I'm
So
saying. It's a young man's game, dude. It's like
Yeah.
if you're older now, you got to be set already and just kind of like. To me, I take the more view of I would rather have a smaller, consistent growth pattern than the uncertainty of
I get
ups and
you.
downs and peaks
Yeah,
and
I get
valleys.
you.
It's just I'm just too
I
old
get
now
you.
for that to be watching the market so much anymore. And just I'd rather take make good investments, and then have whatever $10 million by the time I retire. But that's what I'm saying. Like instead of risking to get 15 now, but then you could lose all of it. So I mean, again, it's just like where you are in the market and your own financial status. I think makes a lot of difference on how you interact with the market.
It depends. Everyone has their own has to do their own thing. Yeah. So, but I'm just giving you the tools. I'm just saying, like, hey, I
There's
drew
a
these
ratio.
Oh
lines.
yeah, no, you're educating people on how to
Yeah,
do
because
it. But people have
I
to
drew
make the
these
decision and
lines.
be smart with what they do. That's the thing.
Yeah, I drew these lines months ago, and look at how well it hits them. It hits them, and it bounces down. It hits them again. It's like these gaps are not like on random happen chance. These prices are significant, meaning because they were, as say CKJ3 said, like you look to the left, you look at how the price moved here, you see how the price moves there. It's all predictable. You drop below the box, you get back in the box. You drop to the top of the box, you sell. If you are a day trader, this is easy.
Well,
This
right
is so
now
easy.
you want to go into
Yeah.
military stocks because the market's anticipating the Israeli-Iran conflict.
Yeah, somebody was
And so
talking about like LMT,
if you can get
like
into if you can go into
Lockheed.
Lockheed or
It's too late. It's
Raytheon north of
earnings. They already had
Grumman
earnings.
right now. Yeah, look at that in the last day. Look at that in the
They've
last
already
day.
gone up.
Yeah, you
They've
should have
already
been in
gone up.
here. It's too late. It's too late.
Yeah, it's too late now. Well,
If you know
unless
about
it
it, it's
becomes
too late.
unless it's a larger conflict than anticipated. Because I think they're anticipating a large drone attack by Iran and then Lebanon. But if it's an actual war, because Iran's talking about an actual like full scale war now, if it comes into that, I think the market will go back up again because they're anticipating just another kind of retaliation what Iran did earlier this year. So if it gets bigger than that, I think you could see some pretty significant growth in that.
Well, I'm curious if it's a hot war, the market will implode for a couple of days because it's fearful, right? They don't like fear. The market hates big changes, so it's gonna, let's pull money out, right? So a lot of people will not want to be exposed, and then you'll see big things happen. But usually that kind of uncertainty, it usually goes backwards. Major changes, it
I
hates.
get, usually, but the thing is, if you look at yesterday, all the military stocks went up because it's known that's what the future is going to hold. So I think if it's a bigger war and a more profitable war than expected, I think you could still see some pretty big growth.
Like when it first, like if all of a sudden it happens today, they say we're going to war, and they start sending ships to Israel, like meaning Iran does, the market gets very nervous when that kind of stuff happens. So usually it's
No, but would it be nervous in the military stocks because we're obligated to defend them? You're going to get no bid contracts though.
My fear is it's priced in, right? My fear is it's priced in, like people already are anticipating it, and people in the know it is or not, and they've already bought it up. So it's like, usually your thinking is my thinking because I'm usually like, oh, this is a great idea because I just read this, and every time I'm too late. You know what I mean?
That's what
it's
happens.
like. If I'm reading, I'm too late.
Yeah,
because these guys already too late on that. I mean,
week in front of me.
I get we're too late on it, but I'm saying is the people that are still. Again, I just feel like the military stocks are pretty consistent though in growth. I'm saying if you were patient, you probably made a bigger dividend than you anticipated. It went up by about like 11% yesterday, didn't it? Didn't Raytheon go up like 11%? So I mean, what I mean is that
Northrop.
Yeah, like what I mean is like I think we're in a strange situation because I think the market's actually anticipating the war, but it may be hesitant on seeing how big and how widespread, if it's just going to be a small conflict or if it's going to, because remember, if even with the drones, you're still going to need to replenish the Iron Dome with Israel. And that's another, 20 billion. So, I mean, I'm just saying there's still profit to be made there. We'll see. But I mean, they're still up today by like 5%, I think. So I don't know.
I think the market's moving up today, isn't it? Rebounding some.
Yeah,
It's
up 500. The Dow's up 500 right now.
Yeah, I figured it's probably going to stabilize a little bit, but I still think we're going to get a lot of volatility over the next until the election for sure.
Oh yeah,
So,
well, because the market, especially the market's reading the polls too, and it's the uncertainty with Kamala Harris getting in there. The market's going to be really volatile because, especially with her picking Galt today, especially with her picking the socialist as a vice president.
It's crazy.
So the
I thought she would pick a moderate Democrat, like a middle of the road.
Shapiro or the dude from Arizona, Kelly. I thought Kelly would be. Honestly, Kelly would
Kelly's
be.
a moderate.
Kelly was my most feared pick. I was scared she picked Kelly because he's a person that the independents in Pennsylvania could still get behind because he's an astronaut and stuff like that. But this guy's an idiot. This guy's an idiot.
Yeah, this he's a leftist.
Yeah, I really think she just sewed herself up. Her stupidity right here just showed, because you always pick somebody that has some kind of connection to moderates. You always pick someone that has some kind of enticement to moderates to get some kind of middle of the road. Everyone shifts to the middle in general elections.
That's right.
And
she has to.
Yeah, she has. But that's
to,
the thing.
Right?
She's not though. That's the thing, and that's why she's going to lose. Because now I don't know if you've seen some of the clips that he has though, where he's talked about how I think one of his the clips that they were showing today was, oh yeah, don't be ashamed of your progressivism if you if someone says anything, just say one person's socialism is another person's generosity. And I mean, remember, he signed that bill for the tampons in the kids' restrooms. He signed the whole driver's license and everything for the illegals. So I mean, remember, I think she really screwed herself. But the thing is she was so terrified of picking Shapiro or Kelly because of the anti-Jewish vote, because the anti-Jewish vote in liberals. They can't.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, Shapiro might have won her the election, but she can't pick him because Minnesota.
He's actually pretty charismatic, right? Like he's the most charismatic of the candidates.
Yeah, he's a good speaker.
Yeah.
He would have been able to stand up with Vance and actually debate him, but this guy Waltz is going to get crushed. Like I'm telling you, JD Vance is going to crush him in a debate. As a Harvard law graduate, he's going to crush him. He's going to crush him. Or Yale, sorry.
I think, but don't you think it says a lot when the party of quote unquote anti-racism can't pick a Jewish candidate because of his ethnicity, right?
This is the problem with having that big tent party. Eventually, they're gonna somehow have to try to come to terms with having the LGBTQ community as well as that community under their political tent, and they don't. That's what I'm saying. Like having a big political tent is not always good. That's why everyone's like, oh, pick, everyone expand. Sometimes you don't want to expand it so much that your party is now fighting amongst itself. You know what I mean? That's the thing. I mean, you have. It was the same thing that happened with Bernie and Clinton in 2016. The party fought itself, and that's why they lost. Yeah. Because Clinton took away. I mean, Bernie was going to win, and then the super delegates took that away, and that split the party. A lot of the younger votes with the Democrats in 2016, they didn't want to vote.
That was a straight takedown. That was a straight up takedown.
They literally, the rules for the Democratic convention are completely different than the Republican. The Republican convention is by the delegates of the states, but there are more super delegates than there are delegates for the states in the Democratic Party, so it's different.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But
That's
it was. I mean, they ousted, like literally the DNC head was colluding with Hillary to get rid of Bernie. I mean,
but that's because
even called the Latinos
collude. You just
taco
need the
bowl
super
leaders.
delegates. Yeah, you just need that's why do you think that she already secured the delegates? They said she came out and she has the delegates needed to be the nominee. Well, why? Because she has the super delegates. It doesn't matter what the people in the states want. The super delegates.
Yeah, they don't care.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna go head to the gym. I'll be back later, guys.
Later.
Rock on, man.
Okay. All right. HB's gone. Man.
Moneymaker. You're just making money.
No, I'm not. Yeah. No.
Hey, man, we're gonna get a lot of volatility though. This isn't over. The economic data is gonna keep coming in bad. Sure. I'm in business, man, and I'm telling you, the commercial buildings have slowed down.
That's not good. Dude, you're in the front line, and you see that. That's not good.
Look, I'm directly affected by interest rates, right?
Yep.
because every time someone's going to build a building, they're getting some. They're not doing it with cash, right?
Right.
So they borrow the money and then pay it back when the building's complete, right, and take their profits. Well, at the end of the day, it's been hammered for a year. It just takes a while to get into the
Yeah.
the economy
That's
because
another thing.
they
It's a big
appropriate the
latency.
money. It's huge. It's a
Mm.
so but we've been feeling it for a year, the slowdown, and now I've got contractors calling me saying, "Hey, man, you know any projects going? Is there anything going on at Fort Meade military base? Is there anything going on in the hospital business? Is there anything going on?" And they're asking about projects like where there's a lot of jobs. Southeast DC, is there anything going on at XYZ place? And yeah, there's projects, but there's not projects, like a lot of projects, tower crane jobs. It's not there. There's a lot of little rinky office renovation. You know,
Oh.
once the election happens, and if the parties change, K Street will change up. They'll get different lobbying groups there. They'll redo all them offices. But it's not there's the tower cranes
Yeah.
are not there, man.
Oh,
So
that's not
we're gonna
good.
hurt for a while. This is gonna be a year to 2 years of slowdown. That's my prediction.
What do you think
Right.
about the thing? Remember that night we were talking about the migrants, and you was talking about like Taiwan. We're gonna invade it. How do you feel? Like any recent feelers out
Look, I
there?
asked my buddy. I have dinner with him about once a month. He's like, "Listen, man, there's no change in what I said before. There's no
Ooh.
capitulation. There's no. We need to rethink this. There's no change in what the intelligence is saying. So, and by the way, I think it's getting worse because as it becomes less stable over there, their leader has to do something to maintain his position.
That's what I'm
Right?
afraid of.
I'm
That's
nervous,
what I'm
man.
afraid of.
I figured right around the election, I'm gonna park some money because it's just too much. Like I figure if I park money in bonds or something, like take my retirement, take the other investments, slide them into something like bonds. Even if a company goes out of business, the bondholders get paid before the stockholders,
Yep,
right?
that's right. You're correct. And most people don't even
So
know the fixed income like bonds. Like they don't even have access to the corporate bonds usually in some of the brokerage accounts, right? Robinhood probably doesn't have any.
well, here's how I see it, right? Like
Mm.
so let's say I slide money over into bonds, right? Just put it all in bonds in like say December, the election's over.
Mm-hmm.
The invasion's supposed to happen next spring, right?
Right.
And I sit it for 6 months until summer. Worst case, if stocks like they don't invade, stocks go up, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'll lose 10, I might lose 5 or 10% in
That's right. That's the right strategy. Yep. Yep.
and not gain and not gaining, but I could lose a lot more if it goes
Yep.
the opposite way, right?
That's right. You're
So
right.
I think I got to get secure. And like I said, worst case, I lose some profits, but it's better than giving away the profits of the last 10 years,
Yeah.
20 years.
Because
So
that's a major event. That's just way more.
that's a big
way
deal.
bigger than. Yeah, that's gonna be. Oh my! I don't know.
Yeah, look, you're talking about not having a coffee maker in the morning. If you don't have chips, you don't have a coffee maker. That's no one's working without coffee in the country. Cars are stopping on the street. I mean, this is a major problem here, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
coffee
these stupid
prices.
chips make everything happen. Your garage door has a chip. Everything has a chip.
You remember the 2020 when we couldn't get chips and all the car prices just shot up like crazy because they couldn't pump them out.
There's 130 chips in a car. They're all a little different, right?
Yeah, and
If
they
you
just
can't-
rippled.
If you're
Yeah,
just one short, you can't finish the car.
yes, you can't make it. Yeah, you can't make it. And
man.
And the
It's a
thing
big
is, like,
deal.
it shot up the used car market, right, for a while. So everything rippled. It just rippled, and it's just not. It takes time, like as you say, interest rates when they raise it doesn't ripple through the economy right away. So it's like you don't know what the real effects will be towards the end.
Well, that's the fear. I think that they're going, okay, did he keep? Like he definitely kept his foot.
Oh, we lost Ryan. He went into a dead zone. Or did I go into a dead zone? I don't think I went into a dead zone. Momo, are you still there?
Yo, what's
Anybody?
up?
Okay, so we lost Ryan. Okay.
Yeah.
Anything you want to talk about?
Oh, you know what? Somebody yesterday, they were talking about high fructose corn syrup and how it's not a big deal. Kind of wanted to refute
Oh, I
that.
forgot who that was. Who said that?
It was the guy. What was his name? The guy, Smeagol.
Oh, Smeagol. Okay, gotcha. Jeremy. Yeah.
What is his name? Yeah.
Jeremy.
No. So the change in fructose in the diet is one of the most significant dietary changes in our history. So like just a basic, just out here, all the way like 800 BC, like refined sugar was already being produced, like from beets and shit. Cane sugar is also, it's a grat. You got that hard shell. You just press the fibers, you get that sugar out of there. But so we had been consuming that for thousands of years. And like, for example, in the 70s, I think the average American ate 45 kilograms of sugar. And this problem of obesity, it didn't spike until actual high fructose corn syrup got perfused throughout the market. So the reason why there was a high fructose corn syrup is because the sugar market crashed after World War II, and they needed a cheap sweetener. And the corn had all this byproduct that was part of the industrial process. They had all this excess shit, and they found an enzyme that could convert cornstarch to corn syrup, high fructose, and add more fructose to it to make it sweeter. And so we only started consuming high fructose corn syrup maybe in the 50s at the earliest, and they didn't increase it to the proportion that we find today until like the 80s. So one of the reasons it's used in so many foods is because it's so cheap. It's just a cheap junk byproduct, and it happens to be sweeter than regular sugar. And and the actual metabolism of fructose, it wasn't even elucidated until the 90s. Mid 90s is when it started to get elucidated, and there's current, like more modern elucidations that show that it's hepatotoxic. It's basically a metabolic poison. If you have excess fructose, you can basically deplete your ATP just on the first metabolic step, because one of the first things that needs to happen for it to even begin to enter into our metabolism is it goes from fructose to fructose 1-phosphate. And so basically ATP can be depleted just trying to get fructose into the metabolic path. And if you know anything, ATP is a fundamental energetic molecule. That's what the whole metabolism is for. So it's complete garbage. It's a metabolic poison. It drains you of energy. It's toxic to the liver. It's really bad. And it's the reason why the population all of a sudden, I mean, there's other factors like excess linoleic acid, but yeah, if you look at like the obesity stats, it's like it's flatline, and then there's this nice disgusting curve, and now we're at like 60% overweight, obese. It's insane. Yeah.
That's interesting. Very interesting. I'll have to listen over to what you said before, because yeah, I've heard the similar things, but you have more experience you have more background on it. So
yeah.
He was just saying like, oh, it's just something fat people should worry about. But okay.
No.
Okay.
If you look at
sure
the
about
obesity
that?
rates, it just lines up perfectly, and it's garbage. It's an cheap industrial byproduct, and it's a metabolic poison. It's not good stuff. And if you look at all the packaging, it's in just so many foods.
Oh, it is
everything.
It is.
Yeah.
Hey, how do you feel about food coloring, like yellow number 5 and all that other stuff? That's banned in Europe.
It's not good. It used to be thought, well, this is like a benign substance. Like it's not a metabolic. They didn't think it was, but it's pretty much certain that there are interactions. I mean, I would have to you could probably look up PubMed of like the sort of current elucidations that have been found. I'm sure they found something that it does have some effect on on endocrine system, on something. I'm certain it does.
Yeah,
It's almost a certainty. Yeah, I would have to look it up to see what specifically has been found so far. But yeah, I mean, the European regulators have banned it, so it's like they've definitely found something somewhere that is not good for you.
Okay. Yeah, we'll have to cover that in some other stream just on that topic. That's a very good topic to have.
Yeah, because
Okay, Ryan.
I mean, it's a huge topic. You could really get into a lot as far as like.
Oh, it gets too deep. Yeah, we can't
Oh,
cover
it can
this
get
like right now.
super. Yeah.
But we got someone with your experience and maybe someone else. I bet Stanley, if he was here, he'll start arguing with you, which would be perfect. Anyway, yeah, you can go at it with Stanley.
Stanley would for sure.
Okay, Ryan, what do you think about this comment I put on the screen here? No slowdown in construction in the South. Can't find enough good workers. Commercial, residential, anecdotal complaining.
Okay, listen, it's not anecdotal complaining when the statistical data bears it out, dummy. It's very annoying. Yeah, the South sees massive population growth, okay? But nationally, there's a slowdown in construction. These people are hilarious.
Oh, Mackenzie's great. Mackenzie, because she's going to go after John and now you. Oh, this is going to be great.
Okay. Nationally, housing starts. I mean, there's data.
You're right. There's housing starts data. Correct. Like tell the people
a lot
how
of
to find
different
it.
data. Right? So yeah, in the South, Texas, Florida, Georgia, I mean, all the places people have moved to, it continues to be robust construction economy because of population, it's population. That's all. It's population. So people are moving there. They have to build schools. They got to build hospitals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? But in New York, Boston, DC, Chicago, and all the other cities they're moving out of, it's not robust like it was. That's reality. So.
Okay. Good point.
Yeah. So, but normally it is. Normally it's good. But these rates are affecting borrowing for everything. That's why. I mean, that's why last month used cars fell yet again. There's been deflation in a lot of stuff.
Yep. That's
right. And money costs more money. People don't want to do anything to. So anyway, but. You're seeing discounting in a lot of places, et cetera. So, what's so funny?
I don't know. The way you just went at it, like, oh man, this is like cool. You just really couldn't take that comment.
It's annoying.
It is annoying.
Well,
I understand.
You got one thing that's a population growth issue, right? And then the other thing is what's actually happening if you adjust for that. Like people say, man, employment's up this December. Well, yeah, but if you adjust it for the fact of Christmas, then there's reasons that it's up. But in January, they're going to lay them off, So you have to seasonally adjust.
There's nuance to the data that people really ignore. They just look at the raw number and they move on their way.
Yeah, Joe Biden's always talking about how great his economy is. He never talked about, quote unquote, the real economy, which adjusts for inflation. Right? He never talked about adjusted for inflation. People are getting hammered and they've lost money wage-wise to inflation. He never said that. So he just conflates the information and they don't tell you the whole story. It's very irritating. So that's just my point. That's my view.
No,
sorry for losing my cold. I usually try to keep calm. So,
we liked it when you were yelling. We liked it when you had the hot mic. You had the hot mic and you were yelling at someone. And you were hearing that.
I don't want to be that guy, man. I don't want to be that. I've only lost my cool. It's not worth getting excited over. It's really not. So, but
let's see. So let's look at the data for real. This is the recent data. Let's see.
What is it? Construction
housing starts. I did housing starts. Let's use that one for now. Okay, 3% up.
Well, that's residential. You got to There's also commercial, and then there's infrastructure. There's a lot of different factors.
Yeah, there are a
too.
lot. This is the first one I
Yeah,
pulled
so,
up. Yeah,
but-
I know there's like tons of them. Yeah.
In the South, housing is still robust, very robust. Maybe I would assume still. Like I don't see it slowing down because who wants to live in a liberal state?
Mm-hmm.
You know. But if you look at just one number that is a good number to look at, you can look at the occupancy or available rental space in a city, right? The occupancy rates in a city, and that will tell you a lot of information. When when rental space is going down, they'll build. When rental space is going up, they'll stop building. Occupancy rates, right? So there's a lot of indicators you can use to figure things out. You know, yeah.
That's a
I mean,
good
that's
point.
one thing, but so yeah, I mean that's part of it. And by the way, even at high interest rates, if the occupancy rates are going up, there's more available space to lease. They're not going to build, and if there's no available space to lease, they're going to build, even at 10% interest. Like they're going to do it because there's not enough. So, but commercial office space there's plenty of it. I mean, 30 of these cities aren't even occupied by anybody. So leases are changing. We're about to see a lot of defaults, just like SVB Bank, and remember that bank a couple years ago, crack.
Yep, I remember.
It went out that Biden bailed out, even though he said he didn't.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of the paper they were holding was commercial real estate, right? It was office space, and that's why they got hammered. So, anyway, so he got all the banks, all the collective banks to bail them out. So they'll pass those fees, those costs along to the consumers, which is us that use banks, right? So, but it wasn't the taxpayers. Well, it's the people that have bank accounts that are going to pay.
I think Jared Kushner bailed out one of the other ones, New York Community Bank Corp. That got hit too. So
maybe
yeah, because it got hit first and then it got hit again.
I mean, honestly, the banking industry writ large, they pay back their loans. Like in 2008, they talk about bank bailouts. The banks pay back the money. The automakers didn't, and all the people didn't. But the banks, as entities, paid back the government with interest. So I'm kind of like, all right, if you pay back with interest, it's a short-term loan. I'm cool with it. People like to vilify the banks. I'm like, listen, they pay back the money. All these other scumbag companies didn't.
So
they didn't do nothing.
Do you buy the preferred shares of bank companies, Ryan? Do you look into those? They pay really good dividend.
They're hard to get.
They're hard to get, huh? How do you know ways to get them? You know any tricks?
Man,
tell
dude,
me, guys.
That's the thing, man. It's hard to get them.
I'm trying to get you to tell us some tricks. See, this is some boomer knowledge here.
Nah, you gotta be connected, and a lot of times they'll keep their preferred for board members and because here's the other thing about preferred stock is they get paid if the company goes out of business. The preferred holder gets paid before the common stockholder.
That's right. That's the key.
Yeah. So
key.
But it's always at a premium because of that.
That's right. But it's worth
most
it.
Most of the time, it's going to cost you more money, and a lot of times institutional investors are sucking them up. Vanguard's buying 400,000 shares of preferred, versus common. Like it usually gets sucked up by all the institutional investors.
Okay.
It's hard to get access to that.
Yeah, the liquidity is very low on them. You probably can't find anybody willing to sell during market open normally.
Yeah, and then if you want to unload it, then it's okay. It's not going to be, what if nobody wants it?
That's right.
Whereas the common stuff, so it's not.
Oh, okay, I thought you knew some tricks. Maybe you knew something.
Look, I don't.
You don't want to share the secrets online? Okay, that's cool.
You know what? I will tell you that find a good. But I tell people, especially young people, find a good investment house that you can trust. Not like your cousin or like just Uncle Jimmy or some dude on the internet like Bernie Madoff. Like find a good investment house. Invest as much as you can when you're young because compounded interest really, after 30 and 40 years, that's a lot of money. Don't take out credit cards. Get money working for you instead of against you with compounded interest, right? Put your capital to work. I tell people the same thing. And let the pros figure it out. If they're not giving you the return you want, start to look at other these mutual funds and EFTs. These companies have millions of products. You know that, right?
That's right.
As you get older, the ratio, by the way, is 120 minus your age for your exposure to bonds. So if you're 50 and 120 minus 50 is 70, you should have 70% stocks, 30% bonds. Technically.
Okay. Technically.
If you're 80, right, you want to have 120 minus 80, you want to have 40% stocks and 60% bonds. As you get older, you want to recheck what you're doing, because you're going to need the money at 80, right? Like you might have a life alt, you got to get the money out because you have a emergency or something, right? That's why you go into bonds more. And then once you become super wealthy, you just buy bonds, right? That's
Yeah, you just collect that coupon. You just collect that coupon.
Dude,
Yeah.
you live off the interest, right? You just guaranteed 5% a year. But if you got $80 million, you're literally each year you're getting a check for $4 million, right? Guaranteed. The company goes out of business, you're one of the first people paid, right? Your taxes get paid, then the bondholders get paid. You almost can't lose. Once you hit a certain level of wealth, you just want bonds, really. So
And the thing,
I mean,
people
that's
don't, the thing
go ahead.
people don't understand too is that bonds have prices too, not only the interest rate, so they can move up and down, and you never know. One of those bonds, like some guy really wants it from you, and you could sell it at a
That's right.
premium, and you're like,
Yeah, they move. Bonds move.
yeah,
just
they move, but people they don't know that stuff. They just think like, oh, it's boring.
Look, I'll say this much: most of your loss in dollars, when you have like, so you know how that people get out of growth when inflation hits, they're actually pricing against the forward earnings in the bond market. They're pricing against the bond market. I don't know if you knew that or not, but
no, you're
they're
correct.
pricing against the bond market, right? So in forward earnings, so it tends to lose that much value that you could get in bonds, right? So there's still a big deal. There's a lot of bonds out here. People don't even think about bonds anymore. You know that?
No,
They don't even.
and
It doesn't register.
they like to keep it that way. And I was talking one of Grace's like late night streams, and this dude said he knew people that made the Bloomberg terminal, and I said, the only reason you would buy a subscription to a Bloomberg terminal is that they have the most comprehensive fixed income database. Like you could find out so much about companies and the states of world's economy just looking at their bond market. That's the true market, because that's the fundamental market that drives everything else. If you don't know the bond market and reading the bond market, you cannot play the stock market.
Well,
in my opinion, anyway.
I don't know as much about bond as I wish I did, but
yeah,
I do know that when you have people talking about bonds and like comprehensively, it means they got a lot more money than you.
Yes, you are correct. You are correct. Correct.
If they know the know, and if they're not in the bond industry but they're talking bonds, I'm like, all right, these guys are wealthy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they're over my head at that point.
That's a pro tip for you guys. Ryan just laid a pro tip for you guys. If people start talking bonds around you, oh, these guys are really rich, way rich.
Yeah, they got cash. They're hiding it. They're driving a Toyota, by the way. They're hiding it. They might be hiding it because that's what the wealthy do, right? That's what cracks me up. I see people walking around, especially young men, and they want to flaunt their cash, right?
Yeah.
But once you actually get some money, I tell people all the time, listen, you keep the ones on the outside of the bankroll because you don't want to get robbed, right? These guys are talking about $100 bills and all this nonsense, and I'm like, listen, people that actually have money don't want people to know. They don't want to brag because they don't want to get ripped off, right? That's how you know when people are bragging about their stuff or wearing it or driving it. I'm like, you don't have any money. You with me?
I'm with you.
Shit,
exactly.
That's
what I do.
Yeah, dude. Keep it quiet, man. Nobody, don't put it on Facebook. Just be cool. So, I don't want, But a lot of younger people, They have a different attitude. They want everyone to know that they've made it. I've made it in life. Look at me. I'm like, well, you're in debt, and no, you don't need a $2,200 purse. The fact that you bought that purse tells me that you don't have any money, or you're in debt to your eyeballs, right? So.
Oh man, hey, we dropped down to 4 viewers now, Ryan. See, they didn't want any real
That's
knowledge.
me. Dude, that's me. That's me. Bonds. We're talking bonds, dude. People are like, no.
They zoned out. They zoned
Yeah,
out.
they don't.
They didn't want any neural knowledge. They were like, who cares? I just want to hear the N-word or this and that.
That's right. Crack. Look, CTO cut me off. He's like, no, I'm losing viewers. I don't want to hear about the Federal Reserve. Shut up. Shut up. Dude, don't even throw me in the back when I started to get too deep with the econ.
Oh, really?
He's like, get in the back. Get in the back. Absolutely. You don't want to hear that. It's boring. It's boring, man. It's boring.
Oh,
I mean, they want to hear Be Brave going in on, just talking about the corporate machine, like, you know what I mean? So, or they want to hear Linwood fighting with somebody, right? So they don't want to hear economic anything, I think there's a certain uniqueness to John's show in the morning, because that's most people are like getting up for their business life, right? And they're talking business. I think that's when you get a good viewership. But in the afternoon, it's just racial violence on the street. You know what I mean? Calling each other bad names, derogatory slurs, Be Brave versus some gentleman that's never heard him before. That's what people want, It's racial infighting,
Oh,
Yeah, or I didn't want to do that, man.
John, am I right about it?
I can't really say. I do know that is what people want, though. You know what I mean? A lot of times, Real Housewives in Atlanta wouldn't be good without the tension. And
Yeah, they want Honey Boo Boo. Okay,
yeah.
or they just want Real Housewives of Atlanta, right? That's what they want. So we're trying to have serious conversation. People are like, no, I don't want to hear it. We were talking about bonds, John. That's killing people.
Yeah,
the viewership fell off. It fell off the face of the earth.
I just saw it go down just like my stocks. It was just like, what the heck?
Hey, get crack. I got a lady friend. She trades on an algorithm. I guess.
This person might be on Jane Street, huh?
One of these prop firms, but I guess they let you write your own algorithm or something like that. Are you familiar with that? Are you familiar with that, crack?
Yeah. I mean, that's Jane Street, man. Remember?
No, yeah, but I don't think she's Jane Street. I think she's just kind of a retail investor, where kind of what CKJ3 was talking about, where they allow.
But she does an algorithm, though. That's the difference.
Yeah, they let you write an algorithm. Yeah. I looked at it. I said, damn, that's interesting.
Man, you gotta hook her up with CKJ3.
And because I'm sure they're doing something very similar, because CKJ3 was talking about the different like prop type firms. Accounts.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Yeah, I have a list of it. You can go back to the stream and we can find all of
Do you do prop type firm trading? Are you familiar with it?
Oh man, I'm just a hobbyist. I only started doing this because of COVID-19. I was stuck in my home and going like, what the heck because I'm just an investor, man. I would just buy a company I like and then I just hold it. That's how I made all my
he's
money.
a Wall Street bets guy. He's a Wall Street bets guy.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
So no, I think I started kind of swing trading in 2018 though. I kind of got familiar with it, but then when 2020 hit, I got more like I had to decide like how should I do it with technical analysis or some.
Are you still trying to squeeze AMC right now and crack?
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Still trying to squeeze. I got guys that are still trying to squeeze AMC. I'm like, it's not happening. It's not gonna happen. Okay.
They did Bed Bath Beyond. There's still people that still think that's gonna come back or some reason. This is like, bro, you're pink sheet now. You ain't coming back.
Yeah, dude, they're gone. They're gone. They have no capital. They're out. Right. I lost money on a meme stock myself, but I didn't. I bought it because I thought it would be a good hit, but it was stupid. It's called. It's a TV service called Fubu.
Oh, I heard of that. I think I heard of that.
It's called Fubu.
Not the clothing store.
No. If Fubu's a TV service, that you can bet on your TV. And I was like, people are going to love this. I got to buy, I'll put a couple grand into it. Not a lot of money, but, and my wife, of course, is like, no, it's going to lose. You're stupid. You don't know what you're doing. I'm like, you don't know, honey, I'm smart, right? It's now worth like $200. I can't sell it because she'll know and be able to say, I told you so. So I'm just sitting there. You know, so she don't know it's worth $200. She's just like kind of forgot. But once she sees the $200 and the transaction, she's going to go, yeah, he's an idiot. He's an idiot. So I'll wait until they go out of business before I tell her. I don't want, because she's going to call me an idiot. You know, she's going to be like, I told that idiot not to buy that stock. He lost $2,000. I kind of want him to go out of business so I don't have to tell her, because if I got to trade it, then she's going to be like, you lost $1,800. You're a moron. You know, but
you might be out of the trading business at that point, right?
Well, she works for an investment company, and the problem is I have to register 100% of anything that I do, including Bitcoin, including I can trade within my retirement account. I don't do a lot of that. And I generally buy and just sit, right? Like my kids can't even make trades because the dude, listen, the SEC will, if I make a trade, the next day she gets flagged, right?
Wow, shit.
Yeah. Yeah. So the problem
that's the same
is,
problem like Nina. Nina has the same problem then. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't do nothing, right? Well, I think she's a FINRA. She's some kind of FINRA associate. I don't know her.
Yeah, she was telling us like she can't even do ETFs. I was like, what the heck?
Yeah, you can't. Look, the crazy thing is they flag you like they're fast, man. They're like boom. Next day, it ain't like the IRS where you get a notice a year later. Next day she gets flagged. And by the way, she had to take a class and because I forgot to tell her I did a trade, which, yeah, that's a long story.
Oh, man, she got mad. She got mad.
She got in trouble. She got in trouble, right? Look, Congress can trade all day long, right? All day. I can't. I'm just some schmo, right? I got no information. I just bought FUBU. What an idiot, right? But meanwhile, Pelosi's just walking out of meetings talking about, okay, what we're going to do is shut down the entire economy, but everyone needs a dust mask. She calls Johnson & Johnson. She buys 2,000 shares of Johnson & Johnson. She's like, oh, so who sells hand alcohol? These people have access to everything. What's happening with oil? What's happening with everything? And they can trade all day, every day. Just walk out and make transactions. I can't. I got hit the SEC. It's crazy.
So no matter how small your transaction is, you have to report it?
No. I have to get it approved. Okay. So I got to say, I'm going to buy before I trade it.
Damn.
Okay. Yeah. So if I get, so by the time I get the SEC has to find out, then, okay. And my wife will say, okay, you can do the transaction, right? It's 2 days later. The price has already been affected. So I can only really deal long-term, right? You know, so I'm just like, you know, it's not worth it. And she gives me a hard time because she's like, I don't want to get in trouble again. I had to sit through an 8-hour class where they talked about insider trading. You know, she's up within the company. She's not like a desk jockey or something.
Oh, she works privately. She doesn't work for the government.
No, she works for an investment company. That's a big investment company, right? And she's not like an entry-level employee. She's up within the structure of the company. So that affects, even though she's not in trades, she's in like operations. In the accounting end of it, it still impacts what, you know, she knows less about investments than me, right?
Yeah,
truly.
I've heard people like that in DC too. They work for like CFTC or any of the stock regulating people. I know CFTC, that's commodity futures, but they're of the SEC probably.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, you know, so I can't really day trade. I can't do a lot. Now, I was playing around with Bitcoin before they decided to regulate it, right? And then once they started to regulate it, she basically came and said, hey, I need to know any Bitcoin / crypto you have, because I got to report it. Crazy. Yeah. They want their hands in everything, man. Look, I'm telling you, if they can find a way to tax it, they're going to tax it. They're going to regulate it. They're going to want to be involved, right? It's hard to do anything, man. You know, it's hard to do anything. There's no real off the sheet way to do anything unless you barter or deal in cash, right? I mean, that's about it. You got to deal in cash. So, you know, listen, that's another thing. I tell people all the time, financially, I pay a lot of different things that I buy in cash. Most people will take cash at a discount. Your mechanic will likely take cash. Oh, I need a transmission. It's $4,800. They'll do cash for $4,500, right? All the time. And you're avoiding the tax, because if it's $4,800, it's going to be $5,100 with tax. You're likely to pay $4,500. He'll take cash.
Why do you think
I
they're
do it all
doing
the
it?
time.
You think they're doing it for tax avoidance?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, the government's taking 35% from them, I'm sure. You know. I mean, look, John, if someone said, I'm going to pay you to rent in cash, isn't that better than getting a check?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You know me.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, absolutely. So cash is king, you know. So, but people go out and buy stuff all the time with various means, but a lot of people that are small businesses, they love cash because they put it in their pocket, and good for them. Why give it to the pig, the government? You know? So I'm not saying that because I'm all about breaking the law, but the government gets plenty. They're a bunch of criminals, honestly. So, but
you see that on the screen, right?
I can't. I don't have my glasses, John. So
Stanley said Mrs. Manioni has more scruples than Justice Thomas.
Who was this, Stanley? Oh, Stanley, come on up, man. Come on up. What are you doing? What's he doing?
I don't know what Stanley does.
Come on up. Where is he?
Stanley might be.
We're gonna get our viewers back up, man. I gotta recover this market.
Yeah, Stanley, come on up.
Have you traded anything today, get cracked?
No, I only invested yesterday. I have no trades right now. Still, no short term things. Short term meaning like 1 week things. I bought Nvidia and QQQ, okay, and some others ETFs. Yeah. And
Stanley woke up finally.
Hey, Stanley. Ruth Bader Ginsburg flew all over the world. The liberals never said a thing, right? Justice Thomas takes some trips, and oh my God, we got to change the court. They're just sore losers, man. That's the facts. Ruth Bader she went to Israel 30 times. The liberals didn't say a word about it. The good Justice Thomas, he took some trips with Harlan Crow. Big deal. Why is this an issue? You want to change the court now? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm telling you. If the liberals lose, the liberals lose something. They want to change the rules. If they always
here we go, guys.
Okay,
here we go.
The problem isn't where she went or what she did. It was declaring it.
Good morning, Stanley. Good morning.
Good morning.
Listen, Sotomayor.
Wait, is it morning?
Sotomayor wrote a book. Sotomayor wrote a book, and then had people inside that work for the government working on her book. Right? Nobody said nothing. The liberals were quiet about it. They didn't say a word about it. But Justice Thomas is a bad guy.
Okay.
They're just
listen to what I'm saying. I don't care what he does. He just needs to declare it.
I'm sure you probably want to change the court rules now, don't you? Just like Joey B.
I think that justices should be subject to a code of ethics like all other bodies are. I mean,
Joe Biden. But what about term limits? You want the term limits?
Well, hold on. What's wrong with the code of ethics?
I don't see an issue. What I do see an issue with is they do a code of ethics. All that's going to happen is that whoever has the House will then call them up there constantly, right, for this code of ethics. Oh, it's a code of ethics violation. And I think it's just going to waste. It's just going to create more nonsense. But if they did hold themselves.
But there are two things that I agree with I think that a new amendment to basically reverse the Supreme Court decision on presidential immunity, I think that's necessary, but it'll never
Do it.
happen.
They
And
can
I
do it in
think
Congress. Easy.
and I think the ethics, having the Supreme Court subject to a code of ethics, just like all the lower courts, I don't see that it should have been done quite
I don't
frankly.
disagree.
So I mean, but packing the court and all that stuff, that's just liberals, being vengeful.
What about the whole term limits? Joe Biden was in the Senate since 1934, right?
I'm on the fence about term limits, but I think the problem with not having term limits is you get a Ruth Bader Ginsburg who just I don't know what she was thinking.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, be mad at her.
That's the only reason I see to have term limits on the Supreme Court.
You don't think it's an issue that an 80-year-old man who was in the Senate since 1974, literally he was in the Senate for 35 years, right? He wants to limit the justices, but he himself doesn't want Congress to have any term limits. What about Congress? They're serving for 30 years. You see what I'm saying?
Technically, they do have term limits. If they're not popular, they get voted out.
I get you, but the president can only be in office 2 times in a row, right? What about senators? They can be in office 100 times in a row.
But honestly, they are voted in. Technically, if their constituents don't like what they're doing, there's your term limit.
So
the only reason, as a matter of fact, there were no term limits on the president until Roosevelt.
Yeah, because he went 4. Well,
Exactly,
Washington
and they just wanted to make sure that didn't happen again. So I mean, I'm on the fence about term limits for justices. I don't know that it serves a purpose other than Ruth Bader Ginsburg, in my opinion, and Dianne Feinstein also. They're both cautionary tales. I'm wondering what the hell Feinstein's constituents were thinking.
Wait, so what do you guys? Wait. So what do you guys think about quesadilla?
About what?
Quesadilla. Quesadilla.
Is that something like cheese?
Quesadilla. You never. Quesadilla. You never heard of quesadilla?
No.
I don't know what it is.
Wait, you're talking tacos?
Yeah.
I think they're delicious. I think they're delicious but fattening. It's not something you want to eat.
Quesadilla? Quesadillas?
No,
I know what quesadilla.
Basically, it's birria tacos that you dip. It's kind of like a Mexican version.
Sounds awesome. It sounds awesome.
Of a French dip, and then he's talking queso, which is the cheese. It's a heart attack. It's a heart attack in a taco, but yeah, eat it every now and again.
Oh, okay. Well,
are we trying to get the viewership back up so we have to have some battles? Or we can't talk about anything serious right now.
No. You guys go ahead. Go back at it.
Get Linwood up here.
I mean, the thing I like about Ryan is, moderation in all things. Okay, I can talk to someone who's more or less a centrist and just isn't out, out on the fringes. And I think that term limits for I'm not sure they're necessary, but I'm on the fence. Stacking the court, I don't even know why, that comes off as sour grapes. Okay, the Republicans
I agree.
The Republicans won fair and square. They executed a 50-year plan, and give them their props. And let's do better, and let's start working, at the state level like the Republicans have been doing for over 50 years. Dems lost, period. Get over it
one
and
thing
do
that's
better.
shocking is the Roe Wade. I'm like, I can't believe the Democrats. The thing is, why didn't they codify it over? They had 50 years to codify it, and I'm thinking it's going to come a time like the court was very left leaning after Roosevelt for years, right? The Warren Court was very left leaning, and it was what it now it's very right leaning. But do you think from
Well,
72 to 2018, the Democrats had power a lot? I'm
you know
like,
what?
why didn't they move to codify? That would have been a way to protect
because
it.
they trusted but didn't verify.
Yeah.
They trusted but didn't codify.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it. But
You know,
they
when,
many times they had it, and I'm like, I don't know why they wouldn't try to codify. That would just
well,
make
yeah,
sense
but
to
I
me.
mean, when you're interviewing or having a hearing where a Republican appointed justice
Yeah, it's the
comes
law
up
of the
and says,
land. Yeah,
"Yeah, they believe that," and
yeah.
that was foolish. I hope they know better now.
It's really interesting to me that anytime, like, so Biden's on this now with, we need to change the Supreme Court before I leave office, right? And I'm like, listen, I would normally say, hey, anytime you want to modify something, as long as there's no political motivation, I think it's good, right? But it's
Right,
glaring that there's a political motivation. So it's hard to
right.
get people on board, right? I mean, if it was bipartisan, two people coming forward saying, look, man, we got to do something about this. And by the way, then saying, my party's done the following, right? We've done this. You guys have done that. That's how you get people to, you know what I mean? You're not just blaming the other side, so to speak. So, um,
Well, I firmly believe that a constitutional amendment to overturn this immunity thing, I actually am 100% behind that. We went almost 250 years without, you know, uh,
so there's,
basically this immunity isn't in the Constitution either. So, what are these textualists doing?
here's my question to you. And look, do I think Trump cheated on his taxes? Yes. Do I think he overestimated his properties? Yes. Do I like go down the list of things that I think he probably did? Probably did a lot of stuff, right? He's not innocent in any way. But I will say this: when you're the president, so I'm not a Trumper, is what I'm saying. I will say this, though, Stanley. The problem for me about immunity is this: how do you get a jury of his peers that don't already have a preconceived idea about him to judge him, right? That's the issue. How do you get a jury? So you're going to bring this guy up. How do you get a jury?
Well, you
You
don't.
can't. Everybody knows him, right? Everybody knows him. Everybody has an opinion on him before they're called forth. That's the problem with not giving them immunity.
I
You
don't know
can't
that it's
really try him.
necessarily a problem. And again, the people that are calling themselves textualists and originalists, there is going in and looking at the 14th Amendment. Okay, these guys are these guys are making it up.
Originalists, by the way.
Originalists
That's
and
very good.
textualists are basically hand in hand.
Yeah, yeah.
They're making it up. Okay, this part about the only way a president can be prosecuted is if he's successfully impeached and convicted. They're making that up.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it. My thing is I see, and by the way, are they saying this is after he leaves office or during office?
What is
So in other
impeached?
words, yeah, no. You're saying immunity, right? During office, he's got to have immunity. Like there has to be
Right,
immunity there.
basically anything that's an
But
official
after he's out
act.
of office, okay, I see what you're saying.
Basically, like when
Clinton,
Trump went to talk to the acting attorney general about what can we do to coerce the states into nullifying elections, basically by saying, hey, the Justice Department found irregularities, you need to like nullify or void these elections. Talking to the attorney general, it does not matter what the subject is. That falls within official duties. A president can talk to an attorney general. Now, the part about where he went to Raffensperger in Georgia, basically saying, "Hey, find me 10,000 votes." That is not an official act. That Article, what is it? Article 2 basically, Article 2 basically has nothing to do with elections. So that is not an official act.
So you're saying if he goes and gets a hooker on a Saturday night, he's not immune, right?
Correct.
Whereas if he's blowing up a country, that's okay. And which I'm with you on that. I see what you're saying. It's a good argument. I don't know. I think the issue is, okay, he went and got a hooker. He's in trouble. Who's the judge now? A Democrat or a Republican or a jury of his peers?
The thing is while he's in office, he's not going to go to trial. I mean, he can't go to trial. Basically, a president is not going to stand in front of a judge. Generally, I think Clinton was kind of an exception to that. I think he went to a grand jury. He went.
Did
he was in front of a. Pretty sure he did.
What for Monica?
That is stuff. I'm pretty sure that was a grand jury. He was testifying in front of.
Wait, so what? So if a president ever did get convicted, put in prison, how would the Secret Service work with that?
President's never going to prison. You'd almost have to build a prison for him. I don't foresee.
It's another problem.
Yeah, I don't foresee a president ever, home confinement or something like that. It just would not be, putting the Secret Service in prison to watch a prisoner. I don't know that that's going to fly.
Hey, you were asking how Trump could have a peer of his own in a court, peers of his own judge him. Maybe if it was just a bunch of billionaires up there.
No, you can't. Okay, so the jurists cannot have a preconceived idea about the person, right? So when I go up there, I don't already have a prejudgment that I like this guy or don't like him. That's hard to do when everybody knows the president. You almost have to go to a foreign country. Yeah, you can't. Yeah. So there's Trump haters and Trump lovers and Clinton haters and so part of getting a jury is you don't already have everyone has a preconceived, so it's hard to get the jury. And that's my problem with the immunity thing is how do you get the jury? He has a right to jury.
I think it could be
it's
done.
Hard.
I mean, the prejudice comes in, well, do you think the president is guilty? I mean, whether you like him or not, or whether you're a Democrat or Republican or not, actually isn't the question. It's whether you've already prejudged him guilty.
Well,
you either like him or don't, right?
Yeah, but I don't even really think he's guilty. Really, really is he guilty? He fudged a couple numbers on a tax return. Does that make him a criminal?
No, it wasn't the tax return. It was why he fudged the numbers that was a big deal.
I mean, is that? Come on.
In the classified documents case, they caught him red-handed. Now that Eileen Cannon basically said, I mean, she tossed it out on a very vague. She tossed a Hail Mary dismissing that case. There is almost no way it's not going to be overturned. And probably, I'm hoping and probably guessing that the case won't be reassigned to her. She's just, obviously too partisan. But basically the way she threw it out and why she threw it out, there's no way it's going to stand up to an appeal.
Yeah. What about the Joe Biden documents? I know it's separate.
Well, the difference is when he found the documents, he gave the documents back and cooperated fully. Trump, they went on for months and months and months, and he
I don't know. And by the way, I don't know why Trump made that into something. He should have just said, "Oh, here's your stuff," right?
Yeah.
But that's not it. So they both had top secret stuff or secret stuff, whatever it is.
Yeah, but
Which
Trump was
a lot of
showing it off.
well, the thing is,
They've got him
the
on
thing is,
tape.
well, here's the thing about it though, right? He was insubordinate, right, in the issue. But I think politically it looks really bad when you have one guy with documents, the other guy with documents, and they're not going to charge one because they said he was this innocent. He would come off as a seemingly innocent old man, right?
Wait, was it was it
Well,
was
what
he
about
was he
It's not a,
Pence?
what
Pence was
was
caught with documents too. He cooperated
was he?
fully and turned it. Yes.
yeah,
Listen,
yeah,
listen,
he's a
Stanley.
traitor. He's a traitor
No,
though.
I
Yeah.
think all of them. I think if the archives contacts you and says, "Hey, you have these documents. You're just supposed to take the ones of your personal effects," which you can do that. They all do that. You have to return them. Okay, he should have. I don't know why he kept screwing around. That was a stupid thing that he did.
Well,
I don't know what Trump was thinking.
it's speculation why he kept them, but I can tell you from personal experience, dealing with highly classified stuff is scary, but if you come clean and fess up, it's surprisingly easy. And I'm not going to relate a long story, but when I was in the Navy, it was after my first deployment. I went on vacation, and my guys destroyed a shitload of crypto and equipment. Um, I don't exactly know why. And, my captain, I've never seen a man literally turn as white as he did. It's potentially like me, the XO, and the captain would have been just bounced out of the Navy if the potential was there. And you know what? In the end, they sent me a document saying, here, sign here, verify it was destroyed, and we're good to go. And so, what could have been terrifying actually wound up, fairly easy to resolve. If you turn in those documents, especially someone at Donald Trump's level, if he just turned in those documents, we would have never heard about it.
I don't understand why he was doing it. I don't just not. It's the archives. Who cares? Like, just okay. I got to turn
I
them
think
in.
Ryan, I think it was just him bragging. I think Trump was just like, hey man, probably smoking a cigar. Hey, I got these classified American documents. You want to see? Just
Yeah, I get. Yeah, and
just
I think he
bragging.
like. It's just like when he went to the black journalist the other day. I'm like, do you think you're going to win some votes, Donald? Do you think these ladies like you idiot? Why are you antagonizing these people? Right? I don't understand. You're not going to win any votes. What are you doing?
Well,
I just
no,
think
but
he's.
I think it was a very calculated decision. What he wanted, basically, he went in there with the plan to drive a wedge. His audience wasn't particularly the people in the audience or the women on the panel, which, by the way, having all women up there was problematic. Not all black people in America are women. But going in there and like saying, "Hey, Kamala ain't black," oh, that was cold. That was calculated, dude. It was reptilian, but it was calculated.
I mean, it became a talking. It did become a national conversation for a few days, but I'm just like, look, man, I don't. I don't know. I don't know what is there to gain by
I think it's
going.
just the ego
Let's
thing,
say the
man.
conversation didn't go there. Okay, so the journalist first made the comment about race, and then he responds was, "Is she black?" So the thing is, he didn't go there, right? She went there first. So,
And that was
but
stupid on her part. You know
but,
what?
but
I
let's
don't know
say,
whether.
but Stanley, let's just say it didn't go there, and he sat there for a half hour and talked, right? I don't think you're going to gain a lot from the Black Journalists Association. I don't know what he's going to. What
But
are you going
here's
to
the
get?
deal,
Right?
though. I mean, from a black perspective, or at least mine, I think
Yeah.
giving the respect of basically, Republicans in my lifetime. I mean, I can remember Reagan like refusing to talk to the NAACP, et cetera, et cetera,
Yes,
et cetera.
Yeah, they
And
haven't.
you
They
know
haven't.
what? The thing is the one thing I will give to Trump. He's got balls of steel.
Yo,
I
and Ryan, that's one thing Stanley's spot on about the issue with the Republican Party is they pretty much just act like black people don't exist at all, and that's the thing with
Yeah, I know.
Trump.
I know they have.
And Trump
Yeah,
though,
yeah. Well, look,
he
I
grabs
well, I
agree,
he
but
think
the
grabs
Bush. I
journalists.
think Bush too was actually pretty good at that too.
But what
uh
about? I don't disagree. What I'm saying is this: he would have been better off going in front of a journalists. By and large, are 90% liberal, right?
yeah,
So you're going in front of a audience that's black and 90% liberal. Why didn't you go in front of the black Department of Commerce, the black firemen? I mean, like, so you see what I'm saying? Like the journalists themselves, that's the issue that I have. Is I'm like, you don't have any fans here, dude. You should have managed this better. I mean,
Well,
Jesus, the way I see,
black people. I mean, when you say liberal, and I'm not going to get into it now. We can do it
yeah,
after you finish your point. But
yeah,
liberal and conservative in the black community do not mean the same thing as they do in the white community.
okay.
yeah,
Well,
like
I just feel
yeah,
like
because
the journalists
Stanley's a conservative in the black community, but
is he,
in the
No,
white
I'm not.
in the white community he's a liberal. It's
You
different.
know what? Actually, you know what though? Actually, you're probably not that far off, HB. I
I think
actually think you called it.
Yeah,
I kind of got you as as center slightly left, Stanley. You're not like a leftist. You're not
That's
like a right.
exactly what I am.
You're like center
Center
a little
left.
left. Yeah, you're not crazy. You're like
But
maybe a little.
most black people are, I would say, probably in the center. A lot of younger
I would
people.
agree. I would agree.
A lot. That's why I'm saying I would, and I don't know the numbers. I'm kind of just going off the top of my head here. I
Yeah.
would say the majority of black people, especially in the South, dude, we're fairly conservative.
I have said it many times that like Hannah Nicole Jones was talking about. I saw this was years ago. She's on TV. She's like the black and brown community, and she was talking about like Latino voters, and like they hate each other. What are you talking about? Like I don't know any black and Latino to get along for an hour, right? Like through my whole life, right? They're like warring. They can't be put near each other in jails. What are you talking about, right?
Well,
Like
in the
you got the
black community, Nicole Hannah Jones is probably to the left of the black community.
well, but what I'm saying is how was she able to group these two? The Democrats, that's their pitch is we're a Big Ten. We love black and brown, blah blah blah. And I'm like, yeah, that's not. They don't get along. They don't get along, you know.
Well,
And
it's not
also,
that they don't get along, they just have different agendas.
yes, and but also then they're like, I don't know, like they're grouping the LGBT community, and I'm like, I've never saw a black person
Oh yeah,
like
that's
homosexuals. I've never
yeah,
in school they weren't like,
that's a
hey buddy. They were like, we
no.
hate these motherfuckers. You know
You
what
know what? You know
I mean?
what?
Like,
I can tell you right now. I when I was a kid, I have heard my parents would be quick to call someone a sissy.
absolutely,
It's
absolutely, man. I don't, and I'm like, I never got it. And then I'm seeing these protests, and it's like you got like black people and gay people just marching down the street. And I'm like,
no, that
something's
just
changed. Something's changed, right? I think
it.
it's younger people, you know.
Well, I think it's younger people, but even see the thing is younger people, and you were talking about Palestinian protests on campus.
Oh,
Young people grow up, and I can tell you, I was fairly liberal in college, like probably way more left than I am now.
yeah,
Um, because I was hanging out with, the arts crowd, even though I was, a science major.
Yeah.
The Navy fucking totally changed me. That probably sent me towards the center probably quicker than anything else.
Well, I think the Navy's real, right? Like you're out there
Oh,
facing
it's real.
warfare. Yeah,
It's
yeah,
real.
yeah.
It's real.
I mean, I think a lot of these people think the world just wants to hug. I'm like, no, they want to
No.
kill. They don't like us. They want to kill us. They want to. Like they're not. People
Well,
aren't just getting
now
along out here.
I can't. I can honestly tell you. Even like I remember one day walking in the souk in Abu Dhabi. I spent 30 days in Abu Dhabi. Loved every
Yeah.
minute of it. Um, so me and this kid who worked for me, I was crazy enough to like, hey, I'll lend you a few bucks. He wanted to buy his wife like a gold chain or something. So we go walking into the souk. They were spitting in this kid's path. It's
Why?
like they're shaking my hand, but spitting because he was blonde and blue eyed. To be honest, I was shocked. I'm like, holy shit, what are these people doing? So
I wonder why.
the bottom line
Yeah,
is
yeah.
they want
Stanley,
to
do you know
kill
why?
us. Might be an understatement.
Do you know why they were? Was it because they thought he like represented America,
No,
or they just
shit. They
hated
knew
white people?
everyone knew I was American. At least once they talked to me.
Yeah, but you're black, so they probably didn't really
And
consider you.
and you know what? Black American is different in the Middle East.
Yeah, they don't really
Well,
consider
number one,
you
they don't meet a
American.
lot of Black Americans.
Yeah.
I mean, in Israel, it was almost embarrassing. I had the head of the USO in Haifa, and I got kind of pissed off when she said this. She's like, "Oh, you're so handsome. You look like Sidney Poitier." I'm like, "What the?"
That's the only black person you've ever seen on TV.
I wanted to be mad, but I couldn't. She paid me a compliment, but damn, you know what? I kind of wanted to leave after that.
Yeah, you don't really look like Sidney Poitier, Stanley.
I didn't think so, and
I mean, maybe back then.
that's
Maybe back then.
exactly my point. I'm like, am I the first black person you ever saw?
I think
Now she was nice as pie. I mean, she treated me well, but I think she just thought she was giving me a great compliment, and I had to kind of like check my attitude.
Wait, Stanley, have you guys both heard of Vlad the Impaler?
Yeah, he was like basically
was
that's
a
like a
Viking, I think.
precursor of Dracula, right?
Yeah. So we were talking about it earlier, but I wanted to show a video of Vlad the Impaler. I don't know if the video's queued up or not though. Let me see. Let me check and see.
There's like a Romanian or something.
Yeah, something like that. But he was like.
Oh, I think Dracula is based on this guy, right?
Right.
Okay, because Dracula was fake, so it was written
Yeah.
based on. Okay, got it.
On this guy, yeah. But I wanted to show the biology. I'm trying to see if it's queued up in the back. I think we got it. Okay, we got it real quick. Just want you guys to.
Yeah, he's Romanian. Okay.
Please make sure to subscribe. Impalement was used as a method of torture and execution, and it involves having a wooden stake, metal pole, spear, or any other instrument being driven through the torso or part of the body. It was used as a public method of execution to send a clear message to the people in which crimes against the king, ruler, or government would not be tolerated. It was considered a very brutal and horrific method of capital punishment and execution, and it was used at times to punish rebels, traitors, and those who had gone against the rules of the military. Often some crimes that were hated by the population were punished by impalement, and examples were made of those who did such things, such as robbing graves, or those who were highwaymen or robbers. There were different methods of impalement, and one of them was longitudinal impalement. This is where an individual would be impaled through their body in a vertical manner. This was used in many different countries, and one account of an impalement from Egypt in the 1600s unveiled how brutal it was. It was said, they laid the malefactor upon his belly, with his hands tied behind his back. Then they slit up his fundament with a razor, and throw it into a handful of paste that they have in readiness, which immediately stops the blood. After that, they thrust up into his body a very long stake, as big as a man's arm, sharp to the point and tapered, which they grease a little before, when they've driven it in with a mallet, till it comes out at his breast, or at his head or shoulders. They lift him up and plant the stake very straight in the ground, upon which they leave him so exposed for a day. One day I saw a man on a pole, who was sentenced to continue so for 3 hours alive, that he might not die too soon. The stake was not thrust far enough to come out at any part of his body, and they also may put a stay or rest upon the pole to hinder the weight of his body from making him sink down upon it, or the point of it from piercing through him, which would have presently killed him. In this manner he was left for some hours, during which time he spoke, and turning from one side to another, prayed those that passed by to kill him, making 1,000 wry mouths and faces, because of the pain he suffered when he stirred himself. But after dinner, the basher sent one to dispatch him, which was easily done, by making the point of the stake come out at his breast, and he was left there till next morning, when he was taken down, because it stunk horridly. In terms of how long someone could survive through longitudinal impalement, depending on where the stake or spike would be placed. Some people would live a few seconds if their internal organs were penetrated by the spike, or some could live a few hours and even a few days. In the Dutch East Indies, it was noted that one man survived 6 days whilst being impaled, and some surgeons claimed someone could last longer than 8 days, but this depended on how the stake was stuck through the body. If the stake was inserted to follow the spine, then the impalement would not necessarily damage vital organs, meaning that someone could last longer. The other type of impalement was transversal impalement. This is where a spike was pushed through the body from the front to the...
You can stop playing it. You can stop playing it. So I just wanted to show this video because this is the reason why the ladies call me Vlad the Impaler.
Because
you know what?
like that.
Yeah,
people,
let's. What are you driving through their breasts?
Yeah. So you like to murder them and just sit them there for days? That's what I heard.
That's my business, Ryan. That's my business. Whatever.
Yeah, the dude in the video sounds like he's describing a gourmet meal.
No, I think that dude was like an AI generated voice or something. But
yeah, I think they all are now.
Yeah, they all
These
are.
narrators.
I swear.
No, dude, that's not. Look, that's not the Iron. You ever heard of the Iron Eagle?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
that's pretty.
Where do these people who sits there and goes, if we can find a way to put the lungs on the outside of the person, it would be really graphic and scare our population. Who thinks of that sick stuff? Who thinks of it? Right?
I think all
What's
of
wrong with these people?
Someone very Catholic and
Oh my
Lord!
lord!
I think all of
like back then, Imperius, that probably would have been his primary job.
That's good.
HB, look up the Roman sack torture or the golden bull.
See?
Yeah. See, I already know about the golden bull.
It's
I don't know.
Disgusting.
The sack torture is more inventive though. They took a dude, they put him in a sack with a chimp, a jaguar, and a poisonous snake, and they threw it in a river.
That's not even creative. That's just
that seems unworkable. Unworkable.
But see, if they put all three of them in a diving bell.
No, but
then there was also it was like the
diving bell would be worse.
The wheel of torture in the Middle Ages. It took they turned you for 12 days or something. I forgot which saint. I think it was Saint Mary.
Daniel,
it's the rack.
Right, it's
the rack.
bronze bull.
No. It was different than the torture rack. This was a straight up wheel that they put you on. It was different than the torture rack.
Oh yeah, yeah. You guys are ruining all the names. It's the Blood Eagle and the Bronze.
The Blood Eagle. That's it. Yeah.
The Blood Eagle.
And
You know,
and
I think a lot of this stuff, these torture methods, are like the precursor to surgery, to like major surgery, because they had to cut a bunch of people open, figure out how to torture them to figure out how to fix
But yeah,
them.
during like the Middle Ages, they used prisoners as medical experiments. They're allowed to cut them open and surgically,
Yeah.
Stanley, were you threatened with being
A lot of people think that
Keel Hall?
the dude from the killer from England, what was that dude's name?
Jack the Ripper.
Yeah, was a surgeon. That he used that to like hone his skills. He actually did that as like a way to improve his medical skills.
That makes sense.
He did it to a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm one of those people that I think like the major surgeons, like the big surgeon guys that are like chopping people up. These guys are psychopaths. Like you got.
What about keel hauling? Keel hauling. You know what that is? Stanley knows what that is.
Yeah, I don't even want to think about that.
John,
It's like basically, it's like basically, if you've ever taken like a live fish, you cut strips in it so it bleeds out and then toss it. It's basically trolling. And
yeah. But underneath the bottom of the boat, you're under the boat with the barnacles cutting you all up, and then they bring you back up and you just.
Where they drag you on the rope and they pull you through the outside of the boat. Yeah. I forgot they used to tie you and strap you to the mast and through the sides of the boat, and they pull you, and it would actually like drag you from the where the fucking
one side to the other. Yeah,
one side of the underside to the all the way up to the mast too.
And that was for like not mopping. Like you didn't. That was for like not mopping on the ship correctly. Like, you didn't mop? All right, let's kill all this bastard.
You didn't get all the blood off the deck.
Yeah, no one had to clean up afterwards. The deckhands didn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, who comes up with this Vlad the Impaler? Who comes up with this stuff, man? It's really.
I mean.
Oh, he was awesome, dude. He was the guy that like stopped the Muslim hordes, dude. Like he was one of the few guys. He was one of the few Christian, like the Catholics, that actually, like I said, he was like, "Fuck this, then we're gonna actually go more butchery than the Muslims." So that what he did was he created a whole line across his borders of people on stakes.
He's like, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, go ahead and throw that guy on that pole. I mean, dude, that's just.
Yeah.
I think they just thought differently at the time. You know, they had different. You know.
Yeah. But you had.
Well, he wasn't really supposed to. Did because crucifixion, Emperor Constantine made crucifixion illegal in like 364. So he really was actually like looked down upon by like the King of France and Spain and stuff, because the Pope kind of denounced that back in the 300s. So
gotcha. Interesting. They probably made it illegal.
Like he was kind of the wild dog of Europe, that they kind of just set him loose on the Muslims, but they were going to kill him too afterwards.
Yeah. I just think these people were used to seeing a lot of death. Like, I think 50% of babies born before 1800 died in childbirth or something. It's some crazy statistic like that.
Yeah, it's not that. It was like 20%. But yeah. I get
a lot of, I mean, and by the way, to make it to 18 was not normal, right? Like, a lot of, like, if you had 4 kids, one of them was dead by the time he was 20. It's a guarantee. You know?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's why, like, men back in the days were harder. I mean, if their wife or kid died, they didn't care. Like, all right, we got to keep going. Make another one.
Yeah.
That's how it was. I mean, death was a common occurrence and an everyday kind of, I don't know how an everyday situation that you would kind of think about.
Let's normalize.
Yeah. Like nowadays, nobody thinks like, nobody even realizes, I can get in the car and die on the way somewhere. But you can.
Yeah,
memento mori. I mean, that's what I think it was Emperor. God, what was his name? The wise one.
We've largely done that on purpose in periods. Like, think about it. Like,
well, because if
you don't see anybody die. You don't, like, they won't even lower the coffin into the grave anymore, right? They don't lower the coffin. People just leave, right? They used to lower the
completely
coffin.
we completely like put it out of sight, out of mind. We kind of isolated.
Yeah, we don't want to know. We don't want to. Look, the death penalty. The death penalty. You don't see them. Like you don't see public hanging. You
Well,
don't see none
it's
of
like
it.
okay, it's odd because it's mythicized. Because there is a lot of death in our culture, like in movies and games and TV, but it's like all in a fantasy way. Like people think you get shot and you just fall down. They don't think you
Yeah.
like groan and bleed out and like shit your pants while you're dying. You know what I mean?
You
It's
always
all
shit
myth.
yourself. That's right.
Yeah, it's all it's all mythicized. It's like, oh, you get shot and you just blow away and that's it. No, it's not that clean.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
This is good talk over your bloody steak lunch, isn't it?
Are you having steak for lunch?
No,
Yeah,
I
he
didn't have
is.
steak for lunch.
He's,
No, that was over the weekend. I had
he's having this conversation while eating a steak
filet
cooked
mignon?
rare.
I just had etouffee, so
Yeah,
I'm
filet
cool. I don't
mignon
mind
actually
it. Doesn't
is
bother me at all.
not the best cut of steak.
No, I enjoy it. The New York strip is my favorite, but
Porterhouse.
I'm a ribeye man.
Ribeye rocks too. It's got a lot of fat in it, right? So it's
Yeah,
flavored.
that's why I like it.
Yeah. Filet's a little lean, man. It's not as good as it. You need a little bit of flavor in there. So
Well, yeah,
that's why
but the thing
they wrap it with bacon a lot because of that.
Exactly.
So because there's nothing to it really.
Nope. Give me a good tomahawk ribeye. I could.
Tomahawks are nice.
What is a tomahawk? I think, what do they have that at? Which one is it? Ruth Chris, maybe? A tomahawk ribeye?
Oh, yeah.
Where did I see
Chris,
that?
I mean, they probably have it at Fleming's and stuff. I think they have it at Fleming's, pretty sure.
Yeah.
Well, better than that.
The tomahawk. Yeah.
I like home cooking. If I ever, I rarely do it with crown roasts. But like a lot of times they'll put these like center loin things on sale. And I always go to the grocery store and say, hey, give me one that's bone in so I can cut my own pork chops or whatever. Like you take the pork chop and do a double rib pork chop. Or I like crown roasts, beef roasts are just inordinately expensive. But maybe at Christmas or something like that, cut it double bone, and then like cook it, so it's exactly how you want it. That is luxury.
I get this.
Yeah, but that's a labor of love. I mean, you're not going to get that at a restaurant.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
I get this beef loin, right? It's about 2 foot long. And I think I get it for $80 or something, and then I just make my own stuff because I'm not, you know what, Ruth Chris, all these restaurants that want to charge you $200, it's really not worth the money. It's just not. Like I went to Outback a month ago, and I'm like, this is trash. It was a terrible experience, right?
You know what's a good steak for a medium? Try Longhorn Steakhouse. That's a really good steakhouse for like a medium expense, like a medium expense. It's not like super expensive, but damn, they have some great marinade and stuff there. They do really good. For 30, $35, you can get a good steak there and it'd be really good.
And I hate Texas Roadhouse because I feel like I'm at the Walmart of steakhouse.
Yeah, that got way overhyped. Texas Roadhouse got way overhyped, dude. Like
That's
way
funny.
overhyped.
Yeah, it's like it's the Walmart of steakhouses, man. It's like
Texas
a leprechaun in
Roadhouse,
there.
is that the one with the peanuts on the floor? Or is that?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no, Stanley. Actually, the famous one with the peanuts on the floor, Stanley, is a place in Southern California called Northwoods Inn. It was started in the 50s. It's a really famous
Texas
place.
Roadhouse has it. They have it too.
Yeah. No, I'm saying the one the one you're thinking of. The one you're thinking of is Northwoods Inn. That's a place that's like got this cheese bread that's like a special kind of recipe. Look it up. That's kind of the original. It was like started in the 50s or something. It's got like the building's like really famous looking. It looks like an old cabin in like Alaska with like painted snow on the roof and stuff. It's like really famous. It's like the Palms or something.
Texas Roadhouse is, but it is. It's the Walmart of steakhouses, and it's like you sit down. They're like, "Hey, would you like to try our famous?" Just fill in the blank, right? It's always famous. It's super famous. Oh, your famous applesauce. It's really that famous. Everyone knows about it. Get real. How much is it? Give me
Ooh.
the menu. Yeah, it's always that. And then Outback's gone downhill too. So it's like just to get like a moderate meal. And then the other thing is like I can't go out to dinner with my wife for less than like $80. And I'm like, I'm tired of dropping $80 to get a subpar meal, just dinner, right? And she gets a drink. I get like a I don't even. She usually will get a glass of wine. It's $80. I'm like, this is ridiculous now. This is absolutely over the top with how much this is for what you get, right?
Well,
I
do
could just
do y'all like cooking at home?
I cook. I do. I sous
Oh
vide a
yeah, dude.
lot.
I love cooking. I do carne asada at my house. I smoke the carne asada sometimes, dude.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. I
I
love cooking.
cook. What about I sous vide? Have you ever try getting a sous vide to make meat? And I grill out. I get So I usually am the cook. So I don't. My wife's a
Yeah,
really bad cook.
I'm kind of the
Yeah, dude.
same way.
Barbecuing's the best thing in the world, man. On a Sunday or Saturday, go out back with a couple beers and just barbecue, man. That's peaceful. That's calming, man. I love that.
Yeah, there's I had a smoker for a while. I got rid of it. So, but yeah, I just
Oh, dude. If you
My
have a smoker, you can do some great stuff with a smoker.
my brother just bought me. Well, he gave me his old electric smoker. It's one of these
Mhm.
things where they're like wood briquette things that you put in, and it's all
Yeah,
timed and stuff.
yeah,
However, I had my son make up a jerk seasoning. Just got a recipe, off the internet, and
yeah.
we did chicken quarters a couple weekends ago. You know what? I go to a restaurant. This tastes exactly how I
I'm
want it.
with you. Yeah, that's
So,
right.
but I'm older. I don't really dig going out to restaurants that much.
No,
I don't like it.
I'd rather stay home and cook it how I want it. Stanley, you're normal. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, Stanley, you got to try now that you have a smoker. Do a beef brisket, Stanley.
Oh, I
You got
did.
to throw a
I've
brisket
already
in.
done. I
Uh,
Oh
cooked
yeah,
one for me, one for my
that's
brother.
time. That's
Made
a
up,
lot of time,
made
though,
up the
man.
rub.
it's beautiful,
Yeah.
isn't it? Though, Stanley. Once you
Yeah.
eat it, that first bite, man, it like tears in your like once you pick it up with the fork, it almost tears off just holding it up with the fork. Oh,
Well, not only that, but I had like a porch, so with a couple rocking chairs. So I can smoke the brisket. Kick back in a rocking chair, read a book, drink a
Yeah, it's
beer.
nice.
That's like you know
But some of
we
these
should
briskets
all
will
want
take
to
some
grow old
time.
and be able to do that.
Some of these things you want to kick them down like to 185, right? Like
Oh yeah, yeah,
ribs. You
yeah,
want
yeah,
to,
yeah.
but that's a long process. That's 5 hours, right? So that's the whole key to it all.
I start
Is
early in the morning.
Yeah, that's how you got to do it. But depending on what it is, of course, brisket takes a
well,
long
what about
time
a
too.
tri-tip, Stanley? You gonna try a tri-tip anytime soon, or?
It's what I'll add it to my list of things to try.
Oh, tri-tips are beautiful if you get a good
Well, I mean, a
marinade and do it
tri-tip
overnight.
is basic. Is that the same as a brisket tip?
It's kind of, but it's a little bit different on how you cook it and prep it. But yeah, it's
I
very
see.
similar.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try it next.
Yeah, the smoker. I got rid of the smoker because it was too much. It's just me and my wife now, right? So,
Yeah,
I'm out there
yeah.
for hours and she's like, well, he don't care. Like I'm smoking all this food and she's like, I can only eat so many of these, right? So I was like, all
Yeah.
right. You know what I mean? Like when you got a family, it's fun, but when it's just your wife's like, well, it's taken him 14 hours to cook this, and now he wants me to eat all of it, and I only want a small portion of it, right? So
Oh
then I have
yeah,
all
dude.
this
Women are
food.
what, dude. The more you cook, when you're done, women will. I'll just have a little bit. It's okay. It's really fun. It's ridiculous, dude.
Yeah.
Well, if you
And
hate wasting food, I can kind of feel her pain. Because I'm gonna
she
be
hates it.
cooking for one. I kind of perfected cooking for two.
Yeah.
My son eats like two, so really it's cooking for three. But it's Yeah, and I detest wasting food, so I'm gonna have to
Well,
kind of re.
you save it, right? You like I'll
Hey,
freeze
Stanley.
it. I'll do all
Oh
this
yeah, I'll
stuff.
freeze it. But
Stanley,
see,
how
I
old are
don't
your
like
kids?
leftovers that much.
How old are your kids, Stanley?
Well, he's 18.
Oh, dude, he's got hollow legs to fill. Just shove it. He can eat everything. They'll eat for
No,
days.
he's off to Georgia Tech this Sunday.
Oh, he's gonna eat. He's gonna eat tons over there, dude. The dorm food, man. You know what's crazy about the dorm food, though, Stanley? You probably remember. They put laxatives and fat gainer in the dorm food. Isn't that
Well,
ridiculous? I hated that.
The only thing I remember is at the end. I was on the quarter system when I was in college. At the end of the
Yeah, same
quarter,
here.
they would raise raid the bottom of the freezer. They'd be bringing out like these pre-processed fried clams that were sandy.
Oh yeah, the stuff they got to get rid of before the end of the quarter break. Yep.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Stanley. So how is he? So is he moving away to? Is he moving away from you at this point, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, he's 40 miles away. I live outside Atlanta, but yeah, he's going to be living in the dorms.
But you're going to be. It's just you now, though.
Yes.
Oh man, we're here.
Are you guys gonna go to games together, Stanley? You're gonna go because he's going to Georgia Tech.
No.
Right?
For you.
Oh, hey, his dorm is like within walking distance of the stadium. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. He should take you to games, dude. Like that's what I did with my dad.
You know what?
I took him to games.
You know what? I went to the University of Georgia. I've had my
you
fill
can't
of
go
college
then.
football.
You can't go to Georgia Tech then. That's like against your.
No, you know what? I don't care. But I would like to go to a basketball game. Georgia Tech isn't famous for its football. But no, you know what? I have spent 14 years raising this kid. We need to be apart. And it's a good thing, but he's got to get out on his own. And
Well,
again,
it's the whole becoming a man, kind of how the natives did. You went into you did your spirit walk alone, kind of into the wilderness,
Yeah,
well,
but
now the thing is my
tell you,
son, he's at Georgia Tech, but my brother works at the Georgia Tech Research Institute. So, if he was going to Harvard or somewhere, somewhere far away, I'd be a little concerned. But Georgia Tech was his first choice, and he got in early actually. So
yeah, dude, you're like the same. You're like 40, 45 miles away. Like that was the same with my parents when I went to SC and UCLA. Like I was about 45 miles away.
It's
that's a good enough.
It's still hard. It's still harder than you. It's still becoming. It's the next phase of your life. It's
exactly. And
it's hard, man. It's harder than I thought.
It's a phase for me, and it's a phase for him. So
Well, he's got to be exposed to some personal failure on his own so that he can bounce back from those. You know what I mean? You can't have dad there all the time.
But what I'm saying is, like, you literally get married, you have these kids,
yes,
and then your dreams are dead, and it's all about them for years.
I wouldn't say they're dead
for most of your life, right? And then all of a sudden they're like, bye, and they go to school, and then you kind of look up and go, what the hell just happened? What just happened to me? Like, you're not who you were before you had them. So now you got to kind of figure out who that person is. It's a weird thing, man. It's a weird thing.
I can honestly feel a little bit of reluctance on his part. I can tell, he's pretty.
He's a little nervous.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool cucumber, and he's probably the only person in my family that I can't always read his emotions.
Don't let him come home for the weekends. Don't let him come home on the weekends.
No, I mean,
he's more likely to quit. He's more likely to drop out.
He's not. No. He's not going to.
No, Stanley's not going to let him drop out or quit. Stanley won't let him do that.
No, dude.
They get lonely for their girlfriend, all that.
Screw that.
It's not always bad. I mean, I came home for the weekends to do my laundry just because my mom knows how to do my laundry good. You know what I mean? Like, it depends. It really depends because like there's some commuter schools. Georgia Tech and Georgia also have a lot of commuter people that don't necessarily live on campus.
You'd be surprised. Actually, Georgia Tech probably has more commuters than Georgia did.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Most people don't. Most people in Clark County don't want to go to the University of Georgia.
Why? Georgia's a great school.
Why would they want to go? Like these people, the townies hate. They hate Georgia students.
Oh, just because they're like loud and obnoxious and they don't want them around or
Exactly.
something. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, I get what you're saying.
Now the thing
That's like Westwood with UCLA. Like everyone hated the campus because like the rich old people place, and it's the only place with anything going on.
but see, Georgia Tech is cool because he can date like a Spelman girl or an Emory girl. You know, there are a lot of colleges.
Yeah, I had a really good friend that went to Emory. He's actually related to Tony Gwynn, the guy that I knew.
Really?
Yeah, he
The
went to Emory.
baseball player?
Yeah, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it was funny. He was like he's not like immediate. He's like, cousin or something, or nephew, something like that. But I forgot what he was. But yeah, no, he went to Emory on a full ride. He was pretty smart kid.
Well, I wanted my son to apply to Emory, but he didn't do it. And I kind of understand why, because one of his friends at school got accepted to Georgia Tech and Emory. Now, Emory's good for biomedical engineering, but this kid decided he wanted to do computer science. And Georgia Tech, it's shit. They have a whole.
It's a polytechnic university, so.
Yeah, well, they've got a school of computing, like there's a dean of the school of computing. They take their computers seriously. So.
Yeah, no, how big is Georgia? Because like the thing is I forget how big these colleges are. Is it like 100K about it? About 100?
No, 20,000 maybe.
Oh, okay, so it's not quite as big as like a Georgia. Okay, gotcha.
Well,
so it's got a little bit more.
Georgia Tech is way more selective than Georgia.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because you have to my son got a decent SAT. He's never made a B in math. He took AP calculus. He's not a mathematician, but he's competent. So, he, at least tuition wise, my son has a full ride to Georgia Tech. But he's he's actually smart.
Yeah, no, I mean that's the thing is nowadays, honestly, you got to put into account tuition and debt too. When you go into you got it. I mean, like if I was looking today, and I was saying, okay, you could get into like Princeton compared to like, let's say Northwestern. I would take Northwestern because you're going to get you're going to pay a lot less, and you're going to get free housing. Princeton.
Well, the thing is I have a friend of mine who's a Berkeley graduate. The thing about Berkeley and Georgia Tech specifically is they're public schools.
Yeah. Well, UCLA was too. That's why, like,
state schools.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, well, I only paid. Dude, you want to hear how much I paid a quarter at UCLA?
Well, I thought you went to USC.
$4,500. I paid $4,500 a quarter, dude.
What about
USC? Oh well, that was $42 a year for law. I mean, that's a little different.
That's actually pretty. Okay? That's actually reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, when you sign those loans and you sign over, you'll be owing $42 a year. It makes you gulp a little. You know what I mean?
Well, the thing that's one of the things. I had a whole when my son was like in 8th grade, it's like, dude, when I graduated from college, I owed $0 because it was all
that's what you want, dude. I mean, if you could, like I say, if you could go to a little bit lower tier school and not owe, you'll be ahead when you get into the job market. That's the thing. Like,
I mean, you'll be able to buy a house.
Oh yeah, well, not just that, but also in a lot of for law, I mean, you have to be out of serious debt too. You can't be unbeholden debt. Oh yeah, your ethics. Yeah, dude, they check out all the bar.
Right.
Oh yeah, you can't have massive unpaid debt. I mean, you can have some debt, like you can have like a car, but if you have massive like student loan debt that they don't think you're going to be able to pay off, if you have massive credit card debt, if you have unpaid medical bills, car payments, tickets, you can't be licensed.
Holy shit! I never considered that.
Yeah, that's why they also make it. On some states, they do a mental health evaluation and all that kind of stuff.
Really? Well, mental health, I'm not surprised, but I am kind of surprised. Like coming right out of law school, they're doing that deeper dive. You know, when you don't
Yeah, I
even
mean,
really
it's
have a reputation. That's interesting.
yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, that's why when certain states like like Washington, or I've got the other Illinois maybe, where you don't have to when you don't have to take a bar exam, it's a big deal because you don't have all these checks and stuff. You know what I mean? So because you got to take a personal ethics requirement once you take the bar, that you have to sign off that
Really?
an acknowledgement with taking the bar is you have a personal ethics requirement. Oh yeah, to sit for the bar.
Well, I mean, ethics requirement, as in they're going to teach you a course, or
No,
how
no,
does
as in
that
you
work?
can't have any kind of like I said, mental health evaluation, overwhelming debts and liabilities, all kinds of things. I mean, even some personal like things that you do. If you're like, I wouldn't be surprised if, let's say, like a Jasmine Jafar. You know, have you heard of her online? That OnlyFans
No.
lawyer whore. Okay, well, anyway, she's a whore that became. She's a lawyer, became an OnlyFans girl. If she was in OnlyFans and tried to become a lawyer, you may have some kind of ethics issues there. Because you could be, there's potential for blackmail if you become a judge
Right.
one day and things like that. So,
You know, that's actually fairly interesting. You know, because in my dream of dreams, my son gets like a pretty decent, computer science degree. Now, he talked about aeronautical engineering, and
oh shit, he'd be
but
working for he'll be working for Northrop and
but
Lockheed if he
but
does
the
that. That's
thing
a laborist.
is you get that kind of technical degree and then go to law school. You know, like Bill Gates's
Well,
father
yeah,
was a
he could
patent
get
lawyer.
involved. Yeah, he could then get involved in like procurement and contract
Exactly.
negotiation with federal procurement agencies for
But
like
the
weapons.
deal is, he's one of these kids that is actually good at both, math and he's pretty verbal too. That's why I think he'd make as a matter of fact, that's like perfect for computer science, but I think it's also perfect for law.
Well, yeah, because I mean, the future of a lot of legal fields is the online and technical AI kind of stuff. So you're gonna have
Yep.
there's a lot of, I mean, there's going to be a whole new branch of law coming out with AI deep fakes and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, if he knows technical computer acumen and stuff, he could get into that kind of stuff. He could get into, I mean, you could even get into like, he could work with the State Department if you really wanted to. If he's technical like that with mathematics, he could get into the State Department and work in the legal field for like military contracts and like foreign affairs and stuff like that. So,
Well, I think math wise, he's kind of like me. I can do any math that I need to do, but I don't sit down and do I don't solve problems for fun. I just use the math
yeah,
I
you
need to
you like to
get
just
through a
stimulate
course.
you stimulate your intellect. You're at a different place in life, though. That's, you know what I mean. You're kind of,
Well,
you're just
even
sitting
when
back.
I was a kid, I mean, I was excellent at chemistry, but I thought about doing applied math, like majoring in applied math, which is essentially problem solving. But
Yeah.
I never considered being like an academic like
Would you ever
mathematician.
consider into like why don't you get like a black belt in Six Sigma if you're like really mathematically
You know
acumen? You could
what?
get.
Years ago I had a chance to do it. I worked for Home Depot for quite some time, and I just never did it.
Yeah, because that's
I
a
mean, it
great job.
just
I have a friend that has like a, what is it, a brown belt, I think he has. And man, he has a really cool job. I mean, he just works at home and kind of does, graphing, charting,
well,
projections.
six is that still a thing?
Oh yeah, dude. We have our
Really?
whole queue. Yeah, oh, dude. Like in my company, I mean, I can't say it, but it's a big company. It's a military company. Dude, we have QA. Oh my gosh, we have process improvement specialists that come into every plant and come in there and analyze everything, and then they take all their data home, and then they tell the different divisions and directors what they got to do. So yeah, no, it's a pretty cool job if you can. I mean, and what's great about Six Sigma is usually you're kind of like a consultant almost for the company. You're an employee, but you're almost treated like a consultant. So you're given a lot of perks because they want you to come in as like as kind of an outside eye of what's going on in different facilities or different locations,
Well,
so
let
that
me
you can kind
ask
of.
you a question though. if you're working for, these like McKinsey, all those firms like that, I've always just found them to be sometimes their reputation, as being like Jedi masters, really don't match up to,
Oh
you
no, no,
know,
there's fuck ups in outside consulting firms for sure. I'm talking
yeah,
about you would get hired, but no, see, a really good Six Sigma is hired by the company internally. They have their own Six Sigma guys that they use you to make sure you're in compliance with whatever federal regulations or whatever kind of procurement rules there are or whatever you have to do. And then you're in internal. But the thing is you're given like special autonomy, which is interesting. They don't want, because you can't have like the company trying to, how would you say it? Trying to,
well, it's like a special counsel.
yeah, yeah. Oh,
You
exactly.
got,
There you go, Stanley. Yeah, it's like you're bringing in an internal agent, but it's somebody that's you
or
have
an
to stay
inspector
away from.
general.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's more like an inspector general. Yeah, like a CBO inspector general. You know what I mean?
Right.
Where you're coming in and you're pretty much, even though you're employee of the company, you can kind of determine other people's what they're going to be doing for their livelihood, because you're looking at the overseeing of the plan itself or whatever location you're at. It's an interesting job, is what I'm saying. I mean, if you're good at math and he's good at like linguistics with his, being able to talk to directors and vice presidents and looking at different PMOs, man, he could that's a great job, and you could travel all over the world, see all things. I know
But
friends
let
that
me
have gone
ask
to.
you a question though, and I got a ton of questions. You have sparked my interest now. How do you do a job like that and not be not liked?
Not be what? Sorry, you cut off a little bit.
Not liked. Like, when I
Well,
was in
that's
the
the thing.
Navy,
You're not
you
liked a
always
lot of it. Yeah, you're feared, and when people see you, you're kind of like, "Ooh, God, he's here," or "She's here," or
exactly.
Oh
Like
yeah, no,
like
it's a job. You ever seen the movie Up in the Air with George Clooney?
yes. Yep.
That's what it's like. It's
Efficiency
very
expert,
similar to
yep.
that. Very similar, but they're more ruthless because he's in an health. I don't know pharmacology as much, but they're brutal in their outside consultants. Like military, not so much because they have their own internals, and then the Pentagon verifies with theirs. But man, the pharmaceutical industry is brutal with their outside consultants, man.
Well, I can tell you right now, at your level, um, but peer side, like if you're on a ship, inspection teams, because on ships you do a lot of
Oh yeah, dude, are
engineering
you kidding me?
inspections.
Yeah,
They are
every inch
feared.
is inspected.
Yeah,
Well,
and
why do you
and
think ships take so long to launch from Norfolk? I mean,
oh,
you got an
well,
aircraft.
yeah, I've never been on a pre-com, but I've been, on a couple ships that were in the yards. Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Show that. Yeah, bring that up right there. That Six Sigma. I think Stanley would honestly. He's an his kid. I think if he's good linguistically as well as mathematics and
Yeah,
pattern
but
recognition.
kid's a freshman.
No, I'm not
He,
saying put him in. I'm saying like, but if he's in that, he may go into that one day. You know what I mean? Because it's a great field
yeah,
if you can make it
exactly.
in there. I'm saying it's an option. When he's done, he can sit back and look at his you know, uh, positive, negative, and kind of see what he would like to do. But it's just another opportunity, is all I'm saying.
You know what? Actually, now that you bring this up, that friend I told you who's like a Berkeley guy, he is still in San Francisco, and he works with a lot of like tech people, and he started talking about, and I don't agree with this. I think a Black American has a. It would scare me if my son said, "Oh, hey, I'm 2 years into this degree, but I have a great opportunity to do a startup."
Oh yeah,
Um,
that's scary.
yeah, but I know of kids that are like 20, 21, 22, 23 who make like a couple million at a startup.
Oh yeah, no, what the thing that determines success from a failure in that is a person's ability to just push through adversity. Like if your son is
Yeah,
the kind of guy that can suffer through some little losses here and there, ups and downs. No, that's not going to be easy in the beginning. I mean, remember, 80% of startups and businesses fail in
exactly.
the first year. If he can keep pushing at it, That's the kind of person. I don't care what color you are. Everybody billionaires and people that make startups, that make great businesses and stuff, are the ones that are able to suffer through the initial hardship of it. I mean, I don't care. You know what I mean? That's just what I say. I mean, that's just
But see, I would steer him away from it.
Yeah, no,
basically
he could
get
not.
your
No,
degree, then do the startup.
with his abilities, he doesn't need to do a startup. He can do that in his 40s when he has a lot of excess capital.
Well, no, I think he just, and this is like maybe a family thing. We in my family, no one said, "Hey, Stanley, do you want to go to college?" It was just fucking assumed. We never
You're
talked about
Stanley.
not going to
Stanley,
college.
you're Catholic. You're Catholic. You have to go to college. Like, did your grandma not tell? I mean, I remember my grandma told me. She says there's 4 professions in this world: doctor, lawyer, engineer, priest. You choose one.
Now that is basically Savannah, Georgia.
Yeah, that's like I said. We may be a distance apart, Stanley, but we have the same ideas on a lot of things. I got to get home. I got to shower.
I think there's more to do than those 4. But anyway.
Oh, there are. But what I'm saying is the old school. I'm sure you heard it. You know what I mean? That was the old school. So. All right, boys. I got to get home and shower. So I'll hop on later. Have a good talk.
All right. Take it easy. Uh-oh, am I alone? Oh, shit. Crack, where are you?
Hold up.
So what's this Haas?
Yeah, they.
You went. You didn't go to Berkeley, did you?
No, but I was there for the I think they call it educational outreach, academic outreach program. So I was there in high school. I was there in summer school, but I told my story. I didn't apply to those. Like I was like, I'm gonna go to the dumb schools and just make it my life easier. You know what I mean? So yeah.
I don't know that that's a bad decision, especially if you know you're smart. It's I'm just gonna slay, and then
it's tough because my high school was like, there was a lot of smart people, and I realized right quick. A lot of people don't realize it until they get to college and they realize what real smart people are. And if you encounter them early, you realize right away, if I meet more of these guys in a top college, I'm just gonna
what do you
waste
mean,
my time. It's just gonna be a lot of effort that's wasted, just to beat the curve. I'd rather have a lower curve and all the classes I just do B level work and get A's, right? Or even it could be really worse that some people are just so bad they'll get C's and I'll just cruise by really good and get A pluses. So
well, see, that's weird because I've always been like, I want to hang out with people smarter than me.
Yeah, it's a balance.
I want to rise to their level.
That's true too. It's a hard, it's a tough decision. So I don't know. I don't know why it went that way. I just felt like it would be better, and it worked out for me. But
right. Well, shit, you have a PhD in electrical engineering.
Yeah.
So I mean, it worked out.
But I get
I'm just kind of like, you know what? I will make a C as long as I can compete, because the other thing on the other side of this tunnel, I know I'm smart. Dude, I have known plenty of Harvard graduates in the Navy and beyond that I was just fucking way smarter than. And it wasn't just like book knowledge, but like, dude, you gotta have some common sense too. I've known 1 or 2 Harvard graduates. Like, I put them on the bridge of a ship, and I'm worried about the ship.
Whoa!
Because I'm not sure these people, like, if an emergency came up and you just have to make like quick decisions, I'm not confident that they could do it.
Yeah. It's tough, man. It's tough to decide because you don't know how life is. Life is like a tapestry, right? It's just like so many layers. Like, I don't know. You can't say, oh, I go to this school and this will be the result, which a lot of people seem to be sold on. or if I did this, this would be my end result. It's not true at all. So
To a large extent, I agree with you. But when you start, and this is kind of touching the same point. I mean, when you go, and I think the mainstream media is especially bad at like, oh, hey, this reporter has a degree from Harvard or Howard, or, they're very like proud of their credentials. We at the New York Times, 90% of our people are Ivy League graduates and that sort of thing. And, there's a school of hard knocks that has an argument, and John Galt actually talks a lot about that. But moderation in all things, and I don't think Americans in general actually have a good sense of moderation.
Oh man, yeah, it's true. I think we go too far a bit. Yeah. Oh well. Also, I think nowadays I see the next up and coming tech people whenever I go to Silicon Valley, and a lot of them, they look at Google, working at Google or Amazon, or Microsoft or something like that as a prestige thing.
Fang.
Yeah, Fang. It's prestige. And Nvidia now too. Nvidia's grouped into it. It's
Really?
Fang, exactly. They treat it like they went to Harvard, whatever. It's like a status symbol just to work there. And I think, that's interesting, right? It keeps you kind of happy working at your place longer. They could just easily jump ship and make more money to go into somewhere else smaller or something, move up better. Don't have to compete with a lot of smart people in the same big companies like those.
Well, I had a buddy of mine years ago who graduated, I think he did computer science with like a focus on cybersecurity from George Mason, which, believe it or not, is one of the better computer schools. I did
I
not
heard
know
it.
that.
I think so. I think I've heard.
And
The program is good.
yeah, he worked at Ticketmaster, just as like a junior systems engineer for about 6 months while he was still in school.
Wow.
And in the end, once he graduated, Google picked him up.
Man, damn.
So, we had like a VP of our particular group. My friend went and said, "Hey, look, and you know what the VP said? You'd be a fool not to go work for Google." So, I lost track of him. Now, he was a Pakistani devout Muslim, great guy. Last I heard, he was in Japan, of all places. So, but to your point, now this is knowing what I know now, is almost a septuagenarian. I would much rather work in Atlanta at a smaller firm, maybe not make the zillions. I might make it Google, but life is cheaper here, slower pace, all that stuff.
Right.
So yeah, you just learn things as you get older, and going to work for Google doesn't particularly impress me.
But it's
and I'm not even sure, does it still impress people coming out of
It's
college?
mostly the Asians, man. It's like because a lot of them are H-1Bs or their daughters and sons of people with H-1Bs, so they look at it just like that, man. Harvard, Yale is Google, Amazon, Nvidia, Apple. Yeah, it's crazy. It's a really
I don't think
crazy
it's
concept.
crazy. I keep mentioning Amy Chua.
Oh yes,
Battle Hymn
Yep.
of the Tiger Mom. I read that book and I was terrified. I'm like, thank God she's not my mother.
I don't know if she exaggerated it though. Because I really need to. Hey, I don't know. I guess I
Well,
got
just
talked
so
to.
you know, she was like a kind of a mentor to JD Vance. Yeah. And the other interesting tidbit is apparently she and her husband would throw like drunken dinner parties. She got banned from teaching undergrads for a while.
I think I heard that. Yeah. I
Yeah,
think I saw
so whatever, she was tightly wound apparently. Now, one of her daughters actually is a lawyer now, or went to law school at least, and I forget what the other one does. So they were both, wound up high achieving, but damn, it's like if you don't
Man.
practice your piano, I'm going to cut off your fingers. That's not a quote, but it's like, well, damn,
It can get that intense. I've seen some parents like that, but I think I don't know how much. Oh man, yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
guess we
just
gotta
too
get Master
much.
Kim here. We gotta get Master Kim up here, especially when he's like half white. So I wonder how that affected the relationship. If like that was an influence. Yeah, but it's true.
Well,
The moms are
I heard
crazy.
what he said about his mother, like, corporal punishment if you don't sweep the floor, something to that
Oh
effect.
yeah, I mean, if you can't do your fractions, yeah, they'll whoop your ass sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
scary, but it also, I remember my parents got like really pissed at me. I was designated to help my brother when he was like maybe 6, 7.
Mm-hmm.
And look, let's face it, I'm an asshole and have always been. And um, I'm just going to say that up front. Probably doesn't surprise people, but believe it or not, I have a sister who will tell you, well, Jam, he's outright mellow compared to what he was in his 20s.
Oh man, a young you and a young John Galt is like we have to witness. Like we had a time machine
Well,
and could watch you guys
we
in your
probably get
prime.
along just fine.
Oh no, I don't know if you interaction, but just to watch you guys back in the day, like see how you were to like
Well,
how you are now.
I was tasked with teaching my brother timetables. And I don't know why my mother did this. I mean, so I find like my brother, he would keep getting shit wrong. So what I said? What? Oh God, what did I say? It was like, what, are you this stupid? So my brother starts bawling. My mother comes in. Oh, she was mad. It was like, they never asked me to work with my brother in timetables again. That's for sure. And you know what? I feel so bad about that, but it was just like a snap. It's like, motherfucker, I've told you this like 5 times. just
Man.
memorize it if you don't understand it. And dude, I'm going to hell just for that.
Hey, if we got Solid Snake,
Now the kid was like 6 years old. Just break down his self-confidence like that.
No, we get Solid Snake and Terrence Howard over here. You teach them times table. Let's see what happens. You'll just do 1 × 1 = 2, and then everything's gonna break out.
Now, I have to also tell you that my brother has a fucking master's degree in MIS and is some sort of manager at the Georgia Tech Research Institute.
Wow.
So he eventually learned his multiplication
Oh, he
table.
eventually learned it at least. Oh, thank God. Oh, shit.
It's like, motherfucker, he's making good money over there. And he's considered a faculty member. So he's gonna have like a state retirement at some point.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's
So,
a nice one.
the
He'll get a
motherfucker
fat
couldn't
pension.
do 5 times 5, but he
5
turned
×
out
5.
well.
5 × 5 is 55, right? Stanley, is 5 × 5 is 55.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, but anyway, get back to the Berkeley thing. Yeah, so this school, the Haas Business School, is pretty good school for business, and they only introduced this 2-year program. Maybe it's 1 year actually. You can finish in 1 year. And it's really quick. You just do the coursework. They just try to teach you as much about finance as possible from a quantitative point of view with a lot of math. If your son can handle the mathematics very well, should be a cakewalk. That's why I got a lot of people emailing me on LinkedIn and all that when I was working, said like, hey, we'll come to New York, we'll just train you to be a quant. They just want anybody with a mathematical background. Like, it doesn't, you don't have
No,
to be
he's
really
not a
good at it.
math. He's not. Now I don't know. Like, the dude has never made a B in math, but in Georgia, he took calculus as a senior, which is like top of the heap. It was AP calculus. He made an A in it. So we know he can do calculus, but calculus isn't that hard.
Isn't that hard? Yeah.
I don't know where he's not a mathematician by nature, and you tend to know your kids. I don't
Yes.
think he's an engineer. I don't think he's an engineer by nature. He's good at math, but he's not a mathematician level.
Well, let's see when he does computer science a little bit, maybe.
Oh, I'm not worried about him doing computer science.
Yeah.
You only have to take like through differential equations or something like that.
Let's just say he gets more. Just probe him a little bit every time you meet him. Ask him a little bit. How do you like those differential equations, analytic geometry, a little bit of that, and
the analytic geometry ought to be fun.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
He'll get into analytic geometry.
I just gauge how much he approaches the math. Like, if he's solid with it, if he feels solid with it.
No, he's solid. He's just not a mathematician.
Yeah, you don't need it though. The thing is like, but.
No, I mean, those guys are coming up with like formulas and shit, right?
I know that's the hard part, because like, if they're asking engineers and anybody with any kind of background in math to be trained to do finance, and they just out of the blue just kept emailing me like, hey, and then there was another company, hey, you want to come here? And it's just like, what the heck? Are you so desperate for people that just know basic math courses in college to be trained up? That tells me that it ain't that hard. You're just applying, because most economists are pretty bad at complex mathematics at any level, right?
Really? Well, yeah, they'd be mathematicians.
Yeah, because they probably, most of them are up to a level where they just go like, oh, I just know how to do a derivative of x squared is 2x or something. Like, that's their level. And if you do econometrics, you get a little bit deeper. So if you do econometrics, it gets a little bit involved in the mathematics, but even then it's still simple. So then we take it to the next level where you're doing like, okay, you have to do the derivatives, have to price options. It ain't that hard.
Really?
I mean, yeah. So I guess it depends on the firm, how much they want you to like think on your feet all the time. But if you don't have to think on your feet all the time, and he's a programmer, that's more useful to them, right? Because you can program. So at least you can communicate with someone who knows the math.
He also took AP economics last year, and
does he like that?
No.
Did he like it?
He made an A, but let me put it to you this way. His teacher called me last fall, and he was like, well, I'm not so sure that Trevor's that interested. So I had to go to my son and go, motherfucker, either you can't do this or you're going to make an A. Even if you don't like it, just make an A. I wanted him to be exposed to economics because I wanted him to know that there's other things you can do with math other than. So, but he took AP economics. He made his very low A. It was like a 90, and he probably only did it because he didn't want to hear from me. But no, he wasn't all over.
I got you. And the thing is, yeah, you see down here, like, let me see. I think I saw a Python thing. They said, "Oh, you just need to know some Python."
Really?
Yeah, and if you just hear this, yeah, just need to know some statistics, okay? And then see, it's a it's a very broad area, so you'll find something that you'll like, and
What's
he can make
so?
real
I mean,
big
what's
bucks
the
if he
difference
wanted to.
between that and data science?
Not much. It's just the application, man. So there's a
Mm-hmm.
focus here, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a focus, and if he can match this up with like some knowledge on how to price some instruments, some instruments, some financial instruments, that's easy, real easy.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna get him through the first year.
Mm-hmm.
Now I do know, motherfucker, if you decide to go work for like a Goldman Sachs or something, dude, that's like great.
Yeah. Yep. You'll learn a lot real quick too. You'll learn so much.
But it'll be interesting, and it's something I'll mention to him. He's into fishing. I don't know that 3-piece suit and living in New York.
Oh man.
You know, he's Andy Griffith smart.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, I don't know.
But he's also 18, and I don't pretend to actually know him that well. You know, the whole point of going to college is it's going to change you. So, you know, in a year, this motherfucker might be like, you know, Gordon Gekko's like apprentice.
Right. See,
So,
it's 1 year. It's 1 year in Berkeley. That's really
right.
fast. You can get through it quick, and then you're done. And you have a part-time option too. So yeah, he can change his mind later. There's no restriction on when you can take these things, and you might not need to. He might just find someone that was like on LinkedIn, like saying, "Hey, come work for us." It's like, okay, whatever. Go interview. Go there.
Let
They'll
me
train you.
address Eric W. He seems to have a fascination with Navy nukes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, basically, you know what the nuclear engineering program in the Navy is? Oddly enough, I had a friend of mine in the Navy who majored in political science,
Wow.
but took the science courses enough. You know, he was just an
Mm.
all-around smart guy. He passed nuke school. My
Fascinating.
roommate at OCS was a nuke school graduate, but dude, I had to teach him how to polish shoes. So, you know, shit, I majored in chemistry. I could have gone to nuke school, but I had people tell me the life of an engineer, like a pure engineer, is just sheer misery. So, now nukes make a lot of money. My last captain was a nuke, and this motherfucker was like, he was a different type of nuke. This dude, there were people, I think I told you this, there were people who actually thought he was the smartest engineer in the Navy. Like, not just the
I
East
think you
Coast or the
mentioned him.
West Coast.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
you mentioned him.
but if you ever, he was a kind man. He was a family man. He was also whip smart, and he would scare you because you might just be la-di-da, and this motherfucker would start asking questions. It's like, oh shit. However, before an inspection once, he comes walking down the passageway, going to the wardroom, and it just so happened I was command duty officer of the day. This motherfucker had all his ribbons on the opposite side of his uniform. You know, you wear your ribbons. You wear your ribbons on your left side. This motherfucker had all his ribbons on the right side. So I had to pull him aside and go, "Hey, Captain, your ribbons are on the wrong side of your uniform." And he looked up at me and went, "Oh, hey, thanks, Stan." So he had to go all the way back and repin everything.
Oh man.
So even
Oh
the
man.
smartest nuke in the Navy, you know, can make mistakes. Now, after he left the ship, his next fucking job was literally building a nuclear reactor on the Stennis. He
I
was
think
the
those.
reactor's officer.
I think those people, you know, they don't
No,
think
but he
about.
was a dude. He was a great captain.
Yeah,
And
but
not all nukes are good leaders.
oh, I think that goes with the point of like, yeah, CEOs. If you have like in the tech companies, if you got one that's good and in the tech side that keeps up with stuff and can think about tech still and still be a good manager, yeah, that's really
Well, just a good he was actually a good people person.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
that's
somehow or another, he was this his nickname on the ship, and this is in the Chiefs mess. His nickname was the smartest bear.
the smartest bear.
They weren't teasing him. It was said like, the smartest bear just came down here, and y'all better get your shit together. The smartest bear knows what you're doing better than you know what you're doing.
Mm. Yeah, people with a high level like that, sometimes they don't think about stuff like, oh yeah, where did I put my pins on one side or this side of the
Oh,
thing, and
you know what?
yeah,
I
but
was happy. I was happy to be able to help him.
oh yeah, for sure. But there's these. I think von
Because
Neumann.
if I didn't like him, I'd have let him go in. Now, this was in front of an inspection team.
Yeah, yeah,
If he'd gone in looking like that, people would have noticed. I could have just let him go in, but I'm like, dude, I like you too much.
Mm.
Captain, sir. So, but seriously though, I
Hey,
had too much respect for him, for these motherfuckers to.
so were you the XO?
No. I was command duty officer for the
Oh,
day.
okay.
I was just a department head. I was in
But
03.
but were you an XO at one point? You kind of said you
No,
were. No,
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 I
no.
got out after my first tour.
Okay,
I
okay.
mean, that would have been the next step, but
Mm.
I, um, there were reasons that I just, you know what? I wasn't married at the time. And if I'd stayed in the Navy, I'd still be a bachelor. I wasn't meeting any girls, wasn't forming relationships. And, when I went and
Mm.
told my parents that, hey, I pretty much decided that, I'm going to get out, my mother was like, good. And I was like, what? I was expecting them to go, well, no, you need to stick it out. No, she was like, good.
Hmm.
I had no clue. She was constantly worried.
Wow.
The
What about your
Navy has a
dad?
lot of accidents.
Oh yeah. What about your dad though? What did he say?
Um, in this case, I don't recall what he said. I guess he was just like, hey, let your mother talk. But
Hmm.
my
Hmm.
father wasn't, well, he didn't spend 20 years in the Air Force. He didn't think it was necessary.
Hmm. Okay.
Um, you know what? Even to this day, I'm jealous because I have a buddy who's a 3-star. But what he had to do to get 3 stars, I mean, shit, you were never home.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I'll bet.
the more senior you get, the less time home you spend. Now, his wife, he married his wife when he was at the Naval Academy. So she was
Yeah.
literally a Navy wife. I mean,
I see.
she like, hey, I'm okay. I'm into your career. There are wives who are like, hey, you know what? I'm into my husband's career. There are wives that will divorce you
Yeah.
because you're
Yeah.
never home.
Yeah. They won't stand it. It's just too hard. Like, yeah.
And for all the right reasons. But his wife, and I'm still friends with them. Shit, I'm still friends with my buddy's parents. So, we were actually fairly close. So, no, I regret it sometimes, but not that much. I never would have met my wife.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. I don't know. How's it going to be on this time of life with the next generation here? Like look what we got here. We got a
I
lawyer
think they're
that.
gonna see. I think they're gonna figure it out. I
Oh,
mean,
you sure?
people grow. I'm pretty sure
Oh well, we got the
people
lawyer
grow
here.
up. Kids grow up.
Well, yeah, we got a lawyer here who's like, oh, I could make the same salary in 1 month, and I'm gonna do this.
Well, the thing is he's Imperius is still in his 30s, right?
I believe so.
I think so. I mean, he doesn't know shit. People in their 30s don't know shit unless they're married. And I'm not even being facetious, dude. When you're actually literally responsible for the well-being of others, it's like being in the Navy. It will mature you. You
Yeah.
definitely
Yeah.
stop thinking about yourself.
Yeah, man.
So, I hate to be all maudlin and unfun. Having a family, there's a reason married men live longer
That's right.
than
That's correct.
unmarried
Yep.
men.
Yep. That's definitely right. Very true. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna burn out faster, right?
I think you're more prone to do crazy things. I'm a single man is more prone to go skydiving than someone who, like, hey, if I die, what's gonna happen?
Yeah, I think a lot of actors that like never get longer relationships. Yeah, they usually do, huh? They do something. They do a stunt or something. Hey, is Tom Cruise still alive though? And he does all those crazy stunts.
Well, number one, he's been married twice. And number two, I think that's hype. He did, at his age, because he's actually like 60 or something. Yeah, he might be doing a few of those stunts, but I think that's a lot of just like hype.
Okay. Okay.
No 60-year-old with a half a brain is going to be hanging from a helicopter. It's like, dude, you know what? My arthritis in my hand is going to be hurting gripping that tight tomorrow morning.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh boy. So you're almost 70. All right. Yeah. It's gonna be a while.
Well, no, 60 is a nice age. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, no sane 60-year-old is going to be doing his own stunts a lot. If the helicopter is like 3 feet off the ground, and I let go, I'll be okay. But you'll never convince me he's like, doing death-defying stunts.
Yeah.
And I've heard he's broken bones and stuff.
He has. He has.
You know what?
Because he does. Well, the thing is, he does a lot of these behind the scenes stuff where he shows him doing the stunts. So every time he does a movie, he always has like this second camera crew like showing the behind the scenes. It's like, did this guy really do this? Man, I don't know. He might have.
Well, you know what?
Did all those things.
He is not the Tom Cruise and the tidy whities and
people forget that one.
What was the name of the movie? His first like major movie?
Yeah, I forgot.
Risky Business.
There we go. Yep, you're right.
And I actually saw that at the movies, believe it or not.
Well, I think we can say we believe it. Come on, Stanley. Come on.
You know what? Yeah, okay. It's funny you mentioned this because I just watched like the second, maybe it was the last Mission Impossible, or the first Mission Impossible and the last one I watched were pretty good. I'm not going to deny, but they are what they are. But I don't think he's doing all those stunts. I know about the second crew,
Okay.
and I'm sure he's doing something. I just can't believe what he's doing is that death-defying.
Okay. It's all CGI. It's all
You know,
AI now.
that's my conspiracy theory.
Mm. Yeah, you can go argue with Be Brave
They
about that.
they don't pay Tom Cruise to be a stuntman.
Man, oh, did you know that Jeremy showed up on Grace's? Yeah. So when it was just you and John last night or early morning.
For quite some
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. So he was over there trying to talk to Grace, like the whole time, like for hours.
Talk to her?
Yeah. So he was on the panel with her. Yeah.
You mean like talk to her like back in the day?
No, it was.
Hey, baby, I want to talk to you.
No, he wasn't. He was coming in like that. Oh, here comes 12th man. Here we go. 12th man. What's up?
What's up, Momo? Cheers, Stanley.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, just for the
Wait,
good,
Jeremy,
thank
you were over there talking to Grace? I'm sorry, it just
Grace?
clicked. What were you?
No,
What are you
no,
doing
Grace.
with my girlfriend?
No. Jeremy's not here. This is 12th man. This is 12th man. Come on.
That is my first name. That is my
Yeah.
first name, though.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
care who uses it, but I don't know any
No.
Grace.
We
Homie,
can't.
sorry about that.
Yeah, we can't
Well, it's a
confuse you two
different.
now.
It's a different Jeremy. Okay.
Yeah, we can't confuse you two
Yeah.
guys now anymore. So we have to call you 12th man from now on. If we talk
Well, my
Jeremy, they're
bad.
gonna get so good because like yesterday we went over way too much Jeremy stuff. No, now everybody knows Jeremy.
Isn't that one overweight guy that was on the show the other day?
He was
Or
overweight. He
something?
looked like Smeagol. He wasn't overweight, was he?
But anyway, for the record, guys, I'm white and I grew up downtown, and we never
In
wore
Memphis.
tighty whities. We wore boxers. Black, white, Asian, everybody. I know for a fact because I used to go to the gym every week. Nobody wore that shit over
Nobody
there.
wore
man.
that. All right. Good to know.
Anyway, I didn't mean to derail you guys. You had a good
No,
conversation.
you know what?
Going.
I was unraveling anyway. Bring us back to sanity.
Yeah, give us a new topic to talk about, 12th man. What do you got here?
I don't know. This new VP pick, Kamala's, I don't think it's going to help them any.
Oh, I think it's awesome. I think Tim Walz is awesome. He's the one who came up with that whole, or one of the major architects of that whole Republicans are weird thing. And he's small town Minnesota, like his. I haven't done deep research, but I watched an interview. Dude came from a town with like less than 1,000 people. He kind of has a beef with J.D. Vance, basically saying, hey, small town white America is not as toxic as J.D. Vance, wrote in his book. So I think he's a VP pick because he's the anti-J.D. Vance. He's older. He's gonna. I want to see that because he's gonna take J.D. Vance apart.
I don't know about that, man. That's gonna be
dude,
tough.
he's an older.
I do like that he's. I like that he's a veteran, Walt, but I don't
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
that he. I don't like that he sat and did nothing while Minnesota burned during the George
You
Floyd
know what?
riots.
Was
That
he even
bullshit.
governor?
I think he was, wasn't he?
I don't know.
That's what I've heard so far, but it doesn't. You hear lots of stuff, I haven't
Let me
verified
look up his
that.
term.
So. I mean, I think he's pretty popular.
Because I'm
there,
sure he's a year older than I am.
Might help him win that state.
Let me look up when he was elected. 41st
flip
governor.
State anyway.
He was first elected governor in 2018. So yeah, he was there, and then he was reelected in 2022. So you might not, like that he let Minnesota burn, but the The electorate in Minnesota had no problems with it.
Hmm. And it's pretty sad to watch, nonetheless.
No, I think I want to see that vice presidential debate. I think this dude's gonna.
I like that they're both veterans. Guys still there?
Stanley looks like he got cut.
I think we lost Stanley, huh?
Oh man.
He's still there, but he might have accidentally muted himself or something.
Okay, let's see.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was weird thing with this browser. If I navigate for more than a few seconds away from it, I was looking at something else. But I think Waltz is more than a match for JD Vance.
We'll see. I like that they're both veterans, but one is a combat veteran and one isn't. So
which one isn't?
JD Vance. He's combat. He was a combat Marine in Afghanistan.
He was in Iraq or yeah. Oh, okay. So
But
what
could
did
have been
Waltz
all.
do?
They shipped them all over during those years. You know that, Stanley. Might be
No,
in
I never went to Afghanistan.
Yeah, I know guys that's been to Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria.
Yeah, I do too.
That's all they know anymore. So they continue to sign up because.
But Waltz is my age, so he was probably out of the military way before Vance got in.
Oh yeah.
So Waltz is like 60.
Yeah, he's old enough to be JD's grandpa. That's for sure.
Well, I don't know about all
that. Pretty damn close.
Because I'm within a year of of Governor Waltz, and I'm nobody's grandpa.
What you think, Momo?
Oh, you guys can continue without me right now. I gotta do something else. Yeah.
Right on.
He's got a.
Yeah, so I guess we'll see. I thought he'd bring someone a little more moderate to the table, like what's the one they kept talking about? Shapiro.
Shapiro in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I thought he would have been a better pick, in my opinion.
Yeah, but he's a fairly new governor, and I don't know about term limits in Minnesota, but Waltz has been reelected as governor, so we know.
Yeah.
He's not only got experience, but he was approved enough as governor to be reelected. I think just that alone, compared to Shapiro, who's a first-term governor and fairly young, and I think it's a pretty good choice.
Isn't that a part of the problem, though, Stanley? Is once these guys get in government, then they never want to leave, and they keep seeking more and more powerful positions.
Well, usually state governors have term limits.
Mm-hmm.
Like Virginia, you can do 2 terms, but you can't do 2 consecutive terms. And I know in Georgia, your term limited as governor to 2 terms.
Yeah, here in Alaska also, Stanley.
Right. So I think Waltz is a good choice because, after this, he won't. I don't know this for sure, but I'm pretty sure that he's probably only got like 2 terms as governor.
Yeah.
And he's kind of an elder dude. He's the same age as Kamala. Politically, he's kind of middle-aged.
Hey, really? Kamala's that old?
She's 50, 59 or 60.
Yeah, she don't look that old. I can say that about her.
Right.
For being that age, she looked pretty good, really.
Yeah. I wouldn't kick her out of my hammock.
I think she's a real nice person and has a great sense of humor, but that's about where it ends.
Right.
Like, I've never not liked anyone because they were a liberal or they believed this way or that way. And not even gays, who everyone says pro-Trump people don't like. Like, we don't care if anyone's gay or not. Just don't shove it in our face, man. That's all I ask.
Well, I think Republicans, especially when it comes to trans issues, they go looking for trouble. Um, so,
I
and
don't think.
I'm not saying it's unfounded, but I think a lot of,
Yeah,
they will, especially the religious part of the right, they go looking for stuff.
that's one
So,
of the reasons I think I quit going to church is because to me, God's house should accept everyone. That's
well,
the whole reason they're
let
at
me
church.
address Eric W. You're wrong on both. Democrats don't have a Muslim problem, and the Jewish Israeli problem. Nope, that's not a problem either.
I think more of
As a
the
matter of fact, when the Israeli problem is Netanyahu, it's not an American problem, it's an Israeli problem.
takes two to tango, Stanley. You know that.
No, Netanyahu kind of brought this upon himself. He literally favored Hamas over the Palestinian Authority. He's on record in giving money to Hamas. So,
Well, so is the U.S.
he can do no right.
So is the U.S. The Biden administration gave them like billions of dollars or some shit.
Yeah, in foreign aid. Now, if the money was misspent, I can live with that. But this is not a Democrat problem. It's an Israeli problem.
Yeah, I don't know that whole region blows up. It affects the whole world.
Eric W. Minneapolis has a big Muslim population as well. Dearborn, Michigan is not a Democratic problem. There are just as many Muslims in Minneapolis that will vote for or go for Walt as, Muslims in, not all Muslims are the same. That's basically my point. Dearborn, Michigan, who cares?
No, they're not. My orthopedic surgeon is Muslim. We got a great relationship.
Do you think well, I was going to make a joke. Does he pray like during your surgery? But it's a joke. It's a joke.
I mean, if he wants to take his carpet and go in his office and do that at lunch or whatever, that's his business. That ain't my business, right?
Well, that's cool. That's cool.
Like what people
it's
do in
deeper
their
than
bedroom.
Netanyahu. He's just the straw man. Eric, don't. This is me you're talking to. It is all Netanyahu, and it is all the Israeli right. They're mishandling their country, and it's not an American problem per se.
I don't think
Eric W., I do not need to catch up. You need to catch up. Eric W., Minnesota actually does play into this election because Minneapolis is in Minnesota. And Waltz happens to be the governor of Minnesota. So, of course, it plays into this election. And Eric, come on up here. So we don't have to play tag in the chat.
Sorry, guys, had to say good night to my mom real quick.
Oh, does she live with you?
No, she lives in Arkansas.
Oh, okay. Well, that's sweet.
Her and my dad too. They're both Democrat. I don't see why they both like they don't go to church anymore. But when I was a kid, we did, and they always believe in family values and not being on welfare and all of that. So I don't know what in the hell happened to them, Stanley.
Well, maybe birthing a Republican just kind of like, oh shit, what did we do?
That's the balance of nature, maybe.
How are they?
They're in their late 60s.
Oh, okay. Well, you're
And
younger
my
than I
mom,
am, actually.
yeah, I'm 53. I will turn 53 on August 15th.
Yeah, I'll be
And
60 next year, but my father's 81 and my mother was 81 when she died, in January.
oh wow.
But
Yeah, my mom had me when she was 17, so
that's a good age.
we got along real good my whole life. 'Cause
Hmm.
not that far apart from the age, so we like the same music and all that stuff.
Now, see, that's interesting.
Well, 17 years, that's not that long.
No, my brother is 13 years younger than I am, so yeah, 17 isn't that big a deal.
Is that a HB with the music there?
No, I think it's just John Galt's channel comes with theme music. It sounds like
Right.
something
What's up, HB?
that creepy dark shadows kind of theme music. That's
Yeah.
just part of the ambiance.
I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything. Is there? Can you guys hear horror music playing in the background? Can you guys hear that?
I just figured it was from that impaling video.
If you're the key holder to the channel, can't you turn that down? Or no?
See, I think it's charming.
Does make it kind of hard to hear each other, though.
I can't.
Oh, you know what? Your voices sound just like the music.
Wait, can you guys hear? Can you guys hear? Can you guys hear?
Well, the music died.
Oh, okay. Died out.
I like it better like that. That's just my 2 cents. I'm not the mod, so I don't count.
Did it start back up?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It started. Well,
That's all right.
Well, I did want to tell you guys something.
What's in the back of the tray?
I don't really share with too many people, but in my spare time, I like to write short horror stories, and I would like to share one with you guys if that's okay.
Go for it.
Is this like an Edgar Allan Poe of the hood?
I just take small things in my life and kind of just add to it and make short stories and maybe get cracked, be a executive produce one of these movies for me. Him and John Gotta and Master Kim, so just wanted to see what you guys thought about it.
Were you gonna tell us the story or just talk about it?
Well, I actually write them down, so I have to read. But it is a horror story, Stanley. So get ready. Don't if your bowels are full, you might want to release them now, because this is a very scary story.
How long is it?
It's about 5 minutes, if that.
That ain't too bad.
Okay. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on a second.
Comes with pictures?
Yeah, it comes with pictures.
All right.
Okay. Now this is not erotic at all. Get crack. Hold on one second. Okay, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start it. I'm gonna start. I don't know why it's not starting. This is I'm having some difficulties in the back. Give me 1 second, you guys. I don't know why the video isn't starting. Having some technical difficulties here. That's
all
actually,
right.
if you think about it. Give me 1 second. We're having some technical difficulties. Hold on a second, you guys. Okay. Give me a second. Oh God, this is embarrassing. Oh God.
Hey, is Magic Muffin in the room with you?
No. Okay, here we go. This story is called Dona Elena. Hold on. In an old Mexican town, amidst the narrowing, winding streets and the ancient stone buildings, lived Dona Elena Morales, a woman of 70 years with a past as dark as the night. She was a vendor of the finest birria tacos in all Jalisco. Her cart always enveloped in the mouth-watering aroma of sizzling meat and fresh spices. Yet few knew the sinister secret behind her culinary fame. Hold on. These. Yeah. You know what? These screens are taking a while to get to the next one. So, you know what? Hold on a second, you guys. Hold on a second. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Hey, Stanley, what kind of events or whatever do you like to go to? Do you go to any political rallies or anything?
I usually watch Trump rallies on TV. I'm kind of over crowds. It's not like I wouldn't do it, but that part of going.
I guess like your local party meeting to help select delegates and stuff like that. No. To me, that's more important. That's more important than the national stuff to me. Like it starts
State and local, and Democrats need to work on that. But I'm not a joiner. And that's
all right.
That's on me. I'm not saying that's the way to be. It's just I'm kind of an introvert, so hanging out with a bunch of people. However, it's not that I wouldn't. Like I can, there was a political candidate that I knew personally that I felt strongly about. Shit, I'd get up there on the stage and give a speech. But by and large, I tend to just kind of know about them, the agenda and all that. Now, I do get great pleasure out of watching Trump rallies on TV, though.
Oh, really? Why?
Just because I get to look down my nose at, I get to feel superior.
Okay.
I'm just gonna be honest. I'm that kind of snooty.
My parents won't even watch a Trump rally, and they won't watch any other type of news than MSNBC or NBC. Where like me, I watch them all because I want all the takes. I don't want just one take. You know.
Well, it's interesting you say that, and maybe it's like a Navy thing. Knowing what your enemy is talking about is way more important than knowing what your friends are talking about.
Exactly. You hit the nail on the head, Stanley.
Yeah. I mean, you're gonna know what MSNBC is saying because you're
pretty
in
much.
their
But
you're in their echo chamber. You want to know what Trump is saying.
yeah, and I want to know what Real Clear Politics or Right Side Broadcasting Network or Newsmax or any of them have to say. Really, like I actually prefer the smaller sources. Unfortunately for liberals, they really don't have a smaller information source to go to, really.
That's not necessarily so. YouTube has a lot of like smaller, like I can think of David Pakman. He's got 2 million subscribers. So, but compared to say a Rush Limbaugh or something, yeah, he's small potatoes, or Fox News. So most of the smaller but influential leftists or even center leftists or center left people, YouTube is where they hang out.
Yep, you know who I'd vote for if he ran for office is a Joe Manchin. Even though he's been a Democrat all his life.
No, I have no use for Joe Manchin. He is probably the one Democrat. He was governor of West Virginia, and I lived in Virginia for damn near 20 years, all told. Probably over 20 years. Between Norfolk and then Northern Virginia. Manchin did a commercial years ago where the only reason he basically, he ran as a Democrat to be governor of West Virginia. But when he was governor, for the longest time, what is it? Jay Rockefeller, like of the Rockefeller family, he was a Democratic senator of West Virginia for like decades.
Stanley, excuse me.
Virginia wasn't always Republican.
Stanley, excuse me.
I'm sorry, West Virginia.
12th man, excuse me. I would like to finish my story. I do want to hear what you guys think of it. Is that okay?
10-4.
It's not porn. It's not porn. It's called Don Elia. In the heart of an old Mexican town, amidst the narrowing, winding streets and the ancient stone buildings, lived Dona Elena Morales, a woman of 70 years with a past as dark as the night sky. She was a vendor of the finest birria tacos in all Jalisco, her cart always enveloped in the mouth-watering aroma of sizzling meat and fresh spices. Yet few knew the sinister secret behind her culinary fame. Okay, I need to go to the second page. Elena's hatred for men was a deeply rooted malice, planted in the soil of her childhood and watered with blood in her traumas. Her father, Don Miguel, was a monster in the guise of a man. He violated her and her 9 sisters. Started when they were just 5 years old. The screams of her mother, who dared to fight back, echoed in the... okay. Hold on a second. Hold on. All right, I'm having some time.
This narrative doesn't flow.
Yeah, I'm having some... having some technical difficulties.
Oh, Stanley.
I'm having some technical difficulties here. You know what, Stanley?
I knew Edgar Allan Poe, sir, and you're no Edgar Allan Poe.
Give me a second, Stanley. Let me start at Don Miguel, her father. Don Miguel was a monster in the guise of a man. He violated her and her 9 sisters, starting when they were just 5 years old. The screams of a mother who dared to fight back echoed in Elena's memory. The sound of her knife snuffed out by Don Miguel's brutal hands. From that day forward, Elena vowed revenge. Okay. Just give me a second.
B, is this your work?
Yeah, this is. By 18, Elena's fury had crystallized into a cold, unyielding resolve. She would punish men, not just for her suffering, but for the collective pain of women everywhere. She refused to degrade herself through prostitution and hand jobs. Instead, she turned to her mother's birria recipe, a cherished remnant of happier times. The same hands that once comforted her now guided her in a different way as she mastered the art of culinary. You know what? You know what?
Really ruined the mood.
Yeah, I know. I thought that it could be moved up 10 seconds, but Elena's taco cart became popular among locals and travelers alike, especially men who were drawn not only by the tantalizing smell, but also by Elena's unexpected allure, though age had lined her face. Okay.
God damn it.
Am I being pranked right now? Okay. Though age had lined her face, her eyes held a seductive promise that lured the unsuspecting to their doom. To their doom. To their doom. Each victim, entranced by her charm, followed her willingly to her secluded home. There, Elena would offer them a drink laced with a potent drug, one that paralyzed their bodies while leaving their minds cruelly aware. As the drug took effect, panic would set in, their eyes pleading for mercy that would never come. With the precision of a surgeon, Elena would remove their penises, each cut a cathartic relief of years of suppressed rage. The men's screams, though silent, echoed in her mind like a haunting symphony. She cut their wieners off. She cut their wieners off. Their wieners. Haunting symphony. The freshly severed wiener organ became the secret ingredient in her tacos, a twisted homage to her mother's beloved dish. Each bite consumed by her unsuspecting customers was a silent retribution, a piece of her vengeance served hot and flaccid and fresh. And fresh. And fresh. At first, Elena promised herself it would be just 10 men, symbolic of the 10 daughters her father had ruined. But the act became an addiction, a dark obsession that consumed her every thought. Her taco cart became a haunting ground, her customers oblivious to the true cost of their meals. They ate the penis, wiener, birria tacos.
Penne taco.
The taco. Birria taco. They ate it.
Penne taco, yeah.
One by one, men disappeared from the town and neighboring areas. Their faces adorned missing person posters that fluttered in the wind, ignored by most. Those who knew her story, who had an inkling of the darkness within her, dared not speak out. They feared the wrath of Dona Elena, the witch of the tacos, who wielded a knife with deadly intent. Intent, Garion. Deadly intent. Deadly intent, Stanley. Deadly intent, 12th man. Rumors spread, whispering of a curse, a dark magic in the birria tacos that made men vanish. Yet the allure of the taste, the craving for her food, drew more to her cart. The cycle of seduction, mutilation, and death continued. A macabre dance orchestrated by Elena's unrelenting vengeance. Or macabre, said by Get Cracked to Me. Vengeance, unrelenting vengeance. In her twilight years, Elena found herself not weakened, but empowered by her gruesome acts. Her legacy was etched in blood, each taco a testament to her pain and her power. The town, shrouded in an uneasy silence, became a place where men feared to tread, and her name, spoken in hushed tones, became synonymous with horror. Maria, donde esa Maria? Maria taco, la chihuahua. And so, Dona Elena Morales, the butcher of Jalisco, continued her reign of terror. Sorry about that. Her birria tacos, a sinister blend of tradition, retribution, and wieners, feeding a hunger far darker than anyone could ever imagine. The tale of Casa Birria. Thank you. What you guys think?
No tacos for me. I say I just have the tequila. Thank you.
It's got pee in it, bro. It's got pee in it, 12th man.
Yes, Stanley, Master Kim, what did you guys think of it?
Ay, ay, ay.
Well, was it Garen who said you keep ruining the mood? I didn't get a chance to say that's what she said.
Oh, that's not what I was. I was just saying the constant cuts where, like, I was getting immersed into the story. Like my immersion kept getting broken. That was the main issue.
Yeah. We're
really,
gonna work on that. We're gonna work on that.
I really like.
I would know if the tequila tasted like pee. By the way.
I mean,
you know, I'm looking for a Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. When you hit the horn, it goes La Cucaracha. That's what I thought of.
Not gonna lie, there was one thing I think could have been done a little bit better.
Go ahead, Gary.
You could change the perspective of the narrator. Instead of having it in a third person's perspective, which is what it was written in, you could have it in a second person perspective, signaling her as like an urban legend of sorts, trying to warn passing traveler to stay away from whatever area she's in.
So maybe from the so what you're saying is from the perspective of the wiener, pretty much.
Yeah, either that or like of a victim.
Let me get Gary out of here. I'm just playing Gary.
I was like, what the heck? I was like, that's an actual good thing though. It's an actual writing criticism. What the hell?
No. You're right. It's more of like a I'm trying to pitch this to Disney and trying to pitch this to Disney and Disney. Yeah, Warner Brothers. I'm trying to pitch this. I'm trying to turn this into a movie, where a woman goes around chopping guys' wieners off and turns it into taco meat.
Isn't there an inspiration of some? There's got to be some stories about that happening in real life, right?
I don't
Chopping
know.
wieners off.
Oh, there are. I've heard of true life horror stories where women will attract men home and get them all laid down, and they go down to give them head, and they chop their dick off and feed it to them, right?
Oh,
Hey,
wow.
HB.
Yeah, that's the Kim.
Hopefully, some of the creative decision makers at Walt Disney or Time Warner will listen to the earlier podcast of you describing anal bludgeoning, and understand your crafty work.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna my next short story will probably be about some sort of sword in an asshole. I'm not so sure how I'm gonna write this story, but
I'm sure that's happened before too.
You can call it the booty and the blade.
Oh, booty and the blade. That's actually
like Beauty and the Beast. Booty and the blade.
Hey, Portia.
I got it the first time, Gary, and it was hilarious.
The booty and the blade.
That was fucking hilarious, Gary.
I don't know. I might have to go see that.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, that sounds like a pretty good movie. Booty and the blade.
The booty and the blade. Yeah.
What happened to the music? Oh, there it is. I just wanted to say that I thought that the story was great. I thought it was fantastic. I don't know how it would be if it was told from the eyes of the
wiener.
chopped off penis.
Yeah.
However, what struck me is the fact that her mom had 10 daughters and the dad raped them all, and she decided to use that anger as revenge to cut off other guys' penises.
That's how feminists are born, Portia.
And then to make matters worse, she fed them to other people. That's harsh. So HB, I would say if you ever got the chance of being with me, never grate me, because I might be like Miss Elena here with you.
Oh God.
This made me ask a stupid question in my head. Like, I was wondering what jihad does with the body parts of the children they cut apart.
I think they just get rid of them. 12th man.
How though? How do you think?
Yeah, sorry, I froze.
I was gonna say probably. They probably, not gonna lie, they probably chop him up.
Did you hear what I said, HB?
Yeah. I heard what you said, but in the story that I wrote, I was only alluding to grape. I wasn't actually saying that he graped them. I was more alluding to physical, spiritual, and emotional abuse. But there is heavy grape undertones. So if that's what you got from the story, Portia, it's kind of hot. It's kind of hot.
What about the part of, if you ever do that to me, I'm gonna do what she did to you?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't want to just write it all out, and I kind of wanted you to use your imagination a little bit, but
that's like the Disney way.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, I'm getting Ken doll tones from you, HB.
What?
There's a reason you wrote this from the first person perspective, right?
Oh, come on, Stanley. Listen, just Stanley. Just because I'm in micro penis anonymous doesn't mean I have a micro penis anonymously. All right.
I mean, what would she do with a micro penis though? Like, would she really cut it off?
I mean, you can put some
Vienna sausage.
Yeah.
You can make some sushi. Some sushi.
Make a sushi.
It's more like the little Franks and the Franken beans.
What's one sushi called? Is it called a sushi? You can make one.
I think it's also called the sushi.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think it's one of those words where it's like it's the same singular and plural.
Plural.
No matter how you use it.
A sushi. Yeah, that doesn't sound too good.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right at all.
Yeah. So Stanley, you're not.
It's called an HB roll. roll it in some sticky rice.
California.
Oh,
roll.
There's some really sick shit out there in the metal world too. Like in the 80s, I remember this punk death metal song where it was like cut off her neck and jerk down her neck or some shit like that.
Yeah, like
what
cut
the
off
fuck?
her head and jerk
down her neck. Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
What do you mean jerk down her neck? Are you saying that he cut her head off and then he used her head that he cut off to like jerk himself off with her severed head?
Yeah,
used her
pretty
severed
much.
neck.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Did anybody ever play Duke Nukem back in the 90s?
Yeah, definitely.
That final, now this was like maybe the third version of it, where the very last stage, the toughest stage, Duke Nukem goes, I'm gonna rip off your head and shit down your throat.
Yeah, that one too. Yeah.
So at the end, if you win the level, he literally like goes, sits down, pulls down his pants, whips out a newspaper and sits down. I laughed for about 15 minutes at that one.
Didn't he also like skull fuck something too in Duke Nukem? Didn't he say?
No, you know what? I don't know, but probably.
You know that? Yeah,
But
that reminds me. Oh, I'm sorry, Portia.
I'm imagining what 12th Man was saying about the guy. So if her head is cut off and he's doing that to her head, like wouldn't he like it'll go in her mouth and then come?
No, he sits on her neck.
So it's like a deep throat.
Well, no, the head's removed.
Yeah, he takes
it would come
so
out
he's
her
just
neck hole.
he's just using the neck.
Oh, okay. The neck. What? Oh, okay.
I'm gonna rip off your head and rip off your head and shit down your throat.
Imagine
if it was something like that, like ripped her head off and jerked down her neck or something like that.
Wow,
that's disgusting. I've always thought a missed opportunity with you know the Daily Wire makes their own movies.
Is that what you call them?
Yeah, that's what they call them. I don't think they're good at all, but I'm surprised they've never actually made a horror movie about liberals.
I wonder who first coined that.
In politics, they use liberals as this scary monster that's destroying society, and yet they never used that opportunity to make a horror movie out of it.
Well, technically, Romero did. If you want to use that, Night of the Living Dead.
Yeah, I mean, like imagine
those were white zombies, but you could just say white liberal zombies and come up with the kind of the same conclusion.
If you want to watch a good horror flick, go check out Devil's Rejects, literally made by Rob Zombie. That shit is creepy as fuck.
I think it's pretty good.
Devil's Rejects, yeah, that was good.
Imagine if like they made a monster that's supposed to represent trans people, and they're like shape-shifting aliens from the Thing, and they keep going into women's bathrooms and killing them.
Oh shit!
Why
You know what? I'm hoping you write that movie.
Not gonna
So
would
lie, I
be a
probably,
good one.
so I can write the review.
not gonna lie, I could probably make a movie like that. Take me
I'll
some
pay.
time.
I'll pay $20 to see that one.
Well, I'm just going to go into the deep psychology about what was the need to write a horror movie about trans people.
I mean, they see. I mean, that's the crazy
Basically,
part of it.
basically,
They
was
see
it
him.
based on a bad experience or what?
They see him as that daggum scary, and
Really?
I'm surprised they never decided to make. They made a
Have
movie
you ever
about a
met a
daggum
trans
school
person?
shooter.
Horrific things have happened in women's and girls' rooms, and that's a fact. So you could base the movie off that.
Well, shoot, horrific things have happened in bathrooms with just girls in them.
The movie
That's
can be
what I
called
mean.
"Girls in
Well,
Disguise."
not what I really mean. You throwing me off, Stanley. Stop it.
I mean, the movie title could be called something like "What Are You?" or "Girls in Disguise," or "Tales from the Toilet," something like that.
Well, that shit started way back in. Remember Aerosmith came out with that song "Dude Looks Like a Lady" in the 80s, dude? That shit's been going on for so long.
Yeah, I remember that song. Still, though, I didn't know HB wrote horror. Like, out of all the genres.
I didn't either. That's a first for me, HB. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I missed part of it. When it comes to the wiener being chopped up and used as taco meat, did they like steam it and mix it with beef, or he didn't get into all the details?
He
Or
did good.
kangaroo
This
meat?
was a. I was going to say, Master Kim. This was a short story. You can't really get. That's
Oh,
pretty much
okay.
unnecessary when it comes to writing horror. If he did wrote like a longer film or like a screenplay or something like that, yeah, I would go into the details on how he cooked it.
I'm kind of wondering why he didn't get into the birria part. What were the tacos dipped in? You know, describe the sauce.
It's a short story, Stanley. That's wasted effort.
There's a dude on the internet, HB, on YouTube that does live streams, and maybe you could get some ideas from him. His channel's name is Skinny White. Skinny White, if you want to look him up.
No, I think Stanley was onto something, because keep in mind with the wiener meat, there should have been like a localized Tex-Mex contest, and this guy wins it with this weird recipe. A little bit extra,
Yeah,
a little bit
you
more.
know, Master Kim, that would have been a great setup, a food contest.
Yeah, on a macabre food contest.
Yeah. You know what? I was real curious because does she only deal with the wiener? Does she not go for the balls at all? Or
Well, I think what he should have written it as is like a segment from Andrew Zimmern's, like Weird Foods or whatever the show was called.
no, yeah, it could be from the perspective of a food reviewer.
Yeah, exactly.
I ain't going to that restaurant or contest though. Sorry, guys.
But it's street food
go
though.
there just to
It's street
see.
meat.
It doesn't even got to be street meat. It could be what would be really scary? It wouldn't just be her being street meat. It has to be like a full restaurant. You know,
With homemade tortillas.
No, it could be a restaurant in a mall. Malls always use
Tamales and everything.
And the
Penis
the corn shell
fajitas.
flour could be like gluten free to make sure they attract the kind of snobby taco eaters.
Heck yeah, Master Kim. Heck yeah.
You know, we always start with the basic sofrito.
Oh my god. Oh my god. So though, I hope HB hears this. This is good stuff.
Nachos del
Yeah,
Penis.
think of this as like a creative writing class. You know, we're workshopping his story.
What's another good idea? I was going to say I did like the little backstory of her coming to hate men via her dad killing her sisters. But I'm like, I'm kind of wondering why the dad kill the girls?
Well, I'm wondering why she wasn't pissed off at the mom.
Yeah, the mom. Yeah, what happened to the mom?
Could have been a whole lot of different things.
I don't know. We're poking
Yeah,
around.
HB. I hope there's a sequel.
Needs to be there needs to be a prologue. It needs to be a decent prologue.
Or
a prequel.
or
A
prequel. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, Stan.
We need to know the details on how she decided out of all the things. Was she just a basic murderer? And then she started chopping off penis, or did she just go straight for the penis?
Well, I
need more
wonder if
build-up,
could the dad have been abusing the daughter, and then he didn't want her to say anything, so he killed her, and that's why the sister turned into being like that, something like that.
Or maybe the dad was just not man enough to take care of, what was it, like 10 kids?
Oh, they had 10 kids.
So he had to thin the herd.
I think he got stressed out. Maybe let's say he lost, maybe it was a build up to it. Like he had all these problems with dealing with the children. His wife decided to like maybe leave him or chastise him over something that he did, and then he lost his job. And then he came home and something happened, he just snapped.
One guy living with 11 women?
No,
I think it was one
children.
woman and just a stupid amount of kids.
Yeah, well,
I
I
was
mean,
thinking-
girls turn into women.
What about it during the Depression era? If it was during the Depression era, then maybe it's like Stanley said, he was gonna thin the herd, but then they just used the daughter for the soup pot or something.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, what if he killed?
That ossobuco was delicious.
No, what if the dad himself was a murderer and he just instead of killing other kids, he just killed his daughters and ate? What if he's a cannibal or something?
Hey, wait a minute. What if the family believed?
Wait, where's the author?
Isn't there like a such thing as an R or a K strategy? And what if this family which is the ones that have a lot of kids and they don't expect all of them to live? What if the family were based on that K strategy or whatever it is?
I get that, but I don't know. But that wouldn't be enough to drive the dad to kill them, Master Kim. That's what I'm wondering. I gotta find out why the dad decided to kill the daughters all of a sudden.
Well, what if we just framed it like the prequel is like a bloody like Little House on the Prairie?
Really?
This guy was living in a mud hut with about 10 women.
What you want to change the setting? No. What if he's living in like the Mexico slums and the dad is like some sort of?
Oh, that's right. It's in Mexico. My bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is in Mexico.
They already made movies.
Slums, but they don't.
They already made movies like this. Remember that one people went way in the mountains in Nevada and got stuck,
what if
they started eating each other?
The border. What if he's trying to cross the border and he kills the kids so he can have a higher chance of getting the rest of his family over the border? Because you're not going to be able to take them all.
Or they were starving to death in winter in that one family in Nevada.
Yeah.
They ended up eating each other.
And what if it was a mercy kill and then the daughter that lived took it as just her dad being an insane jackass? Like this whole thing was just a misunderstanding that could have been prevented, as if just because, just in case as long as the dad explained himself, but he didn't get a chance to. So the daughter just went insane after seeing her sisters get killed.
Yeah, well, HB, we've workshopped this about as far as it'll go.
Yeah, I think so, Stanley.
Yeah, he's not here, so I don't know if we should do like a.
He's in the chat. He said he was taking notes.
He's in the chat taking notes, so we might need to go ahead and end the stream. It's been 9 hours. So unless you guys have anything else y'all like to talk about.
Not really.
I know. I think it was Garion earlier. That video from other people's lives that we didn't finish. We can finish that if you want to. or I can go ahead and shut it down. Because your author just, he dipped out on everybody. So
he wanted our opinions, and then he didn't.
He dropped the mic and walked off. He said, "That's it. He's done."
Yeah, well, he's an auteur.
Oh my God.
We could always find something else to talk about, Portia. You know that. But it's up to you.
True. Whatever y'all want to do.
I thought maybe you wanted to shut it down because maybe some things are said that'll violate YouTube's feelings or something.
I don't know of anything right now at the moment. So
I was gonna say, if John didn't get a mean email from YouTube, I think we're good.
Yeah. We haven't gotten in trouble today. I don't think so.
Well, my question is, does John eat Mexican food?
I think we all eat Mexican food.
I have never heard John talk about tacos.
He do be talking
Yeah,
about
what does John even eat though? Like all he does is smoke weed and drink.
I was gonna say, the only thing I've ever seen John eat is a bag of chips.
I ain't never even seen John do. I've never seen him eat.
John Galt's a simple man.
Yeah, maybe he eats like Lunchables.
I ain't never seen him drink water. How is this man surviving?
he was looking mighty hungrily at Grace.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Well, I watched the video, didn't y'all?
Yeah, we were there.
I was gonna say John.
I don't think I've seen that.
John lingered on the kitchen.
John gets gets all his substance from beer and weed. He might not need.
Well, my mother used to have air plants. I think John just gets sustenance from the air.
Yeah, I was gonna say if anything,
air and light.
If anything, John photosynthesizes for all we know. He produces his own food.
That's funny. John Galt is a solar cell.
John Galt's John Galt's like a water bear. He can survive on the. He's an extremophile. He can survive in the worst conditions. He still be alive. He can survive in space. No oxygen. What are they called? Tardigrades? Tardigrades?
Yes. You know what? I was just thinking about that. He's like a billion of them decided to get together and form a body.
John's a super organism. Master Kim, you had something to say?
Oh yeah, it's about HP. I think it was very impressive. These very artistic, creative types, their minds are racing 1,000 miles a minute. So it makes perfect sense how HP could just display his, elements of masterpieces and then just disappear with no notice. It's those artistical, creative types. Or his window for the lot lizard opened up. That hour-and-a-half window. You gotta be on time. You can't delay. You know what I mean?
It's got to be on time.
No matter what.
Yeah, it's got to be on time. It's like that.
I actually think of a short story where he's in his big rig, like going across America on moonlit nights, picking up lot lizards.
I don't know if HB is actually the type of guy to actually pick up a bunch of lot lizards, though. I think he might just have like one.
I bet he would if he met the right one.
Who's to say he didn't already?
Why would you assume something like that about somebody?
It's easier to go down to the local bowling alley dive bar and like 2:30 in the morning.
I was going to say, Stanley, you act like he's picking them up like flowers. Like he just sees one on the side of the road, be like, ooh.
Well, he might be, but actually, I like Mr. Kim. You know what, Mr. Kim? You do live in Georgia, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Got that bowling
any given Saturday night, round about 11:30, getting close to closing time at the bowling alley.
That's right, Stanley.
I can see that.
Hey, Stanley, I've got your email. I saw you posted on the back chat a couple of weeks ago. I screenshot your email. I'll shoot you an email tonight or tomorrow to get your contact. I'll be up in Atlanta maybe this week or next week. Lunch on me if you got that kind of time. Or after you send your boy away to school, I know that's priority number one.
Well, you know what? Actually, it's going to have to be after the 20th.
Okay.
He's going to school this Sunday, actually.
Yeah.
And school doesn't start till the 19th, so I can only imagine what's going to happen.
What school is your boy going to, Stanley?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
What school? What school?
Georgia Tech.
Oh.
Motherfucking American success. That is stunning. The day after, you got to shed a tear and drink half a glass of Jim Beam or whiskey and just, that's quite a
No, I'm gonna clean out his room and because I
turn it into a bar.
I'm gonna turn it into a boudoir. It'll be the lounge. It'll be the Lot Lizard's lounge.
Nice.
Is that what you're gonna call it?
No. You know what? I have no clue what I'm gonna do. I'll figure it out when it gets here. But yeah, you know what? But after August 20th, maybe after Labor Day actually. But after August 20th, yeah, it should be. Name your time.
10-4. Nevertheless, I'll email you tonight or tomorrow. Just so at least I'll be on your radar.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shoot for after the 20th.
And actually, I don't know when, but we passed through Macon, going down to Savannah. So, next time I'm heading that way.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, we definitely need to. Yeah, we'll hang out and do lunch.
Hey, I appreciate you guys for the audience. Your guys' kind words and suggestions for a part 2 and sort of how to take this story to the next level. I thought you guys had some very constructive criticism and I appreciate it. I think Master Kim, you had some really good thoughts. Stanley, you had some very good thoughts. I know Garion was wondering what she did with the balls, so I'll make sure I include the balls for Garion and then two of the.
What's Mexican for little fried balls?
I'm not sure, but
that's nasty.
Also for 12th man, I'll make sure we piss in the for you also.
Is that a tardigrade? Yeah, oh, that's funny.
That's a tardigrade. See, that's
that is funny.
I told you I just wouldn't go to that bar, dude. No way.
Well, that's the thing. You wouldn't know that you're eating wiener bidia.
Oh, I wouldn't.
Wiener
How the hell you know? I don't know the difference from chicken from beef. Is that what you're saying? Come on, man.
You would think it's just beef because it's.
Okay.
If anything, it might be mixed in with other meats, so you definitely wouldn't tell if that's the
case.
Yeah,
it's probably processed.
Yeah.
It's processed.
That's why.
It's processed and extruded.
The hot dog idea, overloaded with salt, might be the better idea. Just turn them into hot dogs, overloaded with sodium, and add some other spices in there. Then they never gonna know.
HB, somewhere in the story, you're gonna have to clarify part 2 that either they're Spanish Mexican or Aztec Indian. You're gonna have to kind of drop a hint. Because there's rivalry pushback between the culture. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to hit Aztec or Spanish somewhere along the way.
Yeah. We're gonna add more to the story. I really do appreciate you guys.
A little Latino internal hate, that little rivalry. You know what I mean?
And I have a very minor thing. somewhere in there, just for ad revenue, you have to snap into a Slim Jim.
Oh, come
Oh, nice.
Oh God, that's evil.
on. Oh, come on, Stanley.
I got your Slim Jim.
All right, 12 man. All right.
12 man, is that your trailer right there?
That's my. It's been many things, but no, that's not what I live in.
Oh, okay.
It belongs to me though. It's been a storage shed, chicken coop, all kinds of shit.
That's beautiful back there, man.
Yeah, that's
How do you recover? How do you recover?
I think Blacks of Defy is a little bit.
Chicken coop would be like the last thing that trailer is ever going to be, right? Or can you recover from that?
Think
when
about
I first bought when I first bought it, I lived in it until I built my tiny home with a deck and woodshed, all that. So I'm just kind of homesteading it, guys.
Think about it too. He's in Alaska, so they could live in there during the winter months.
Man, that shit would be so cold.
Not really. Not if you do it right.
Not gonna lie, I was gonna
It used to be
you're good.
It used to be a lot nicer, guys, but
What about
I've been up here like 20 years. No, not. It's a little too busy around here for that. Plus, everyone has guns, so
That's the goofy thing about Alaska. It's most of the people who live up there live out either in the cities or in the middle of nowhere. So
I'm kind of in between, really.
yeah, I was gonna say, if anything, you can probably go hunting out there real easy because they don't really enforce the law up there either.
Yeah, like 10 miles down the road, I can go hunt moose. Well, when it's season, which is coming up, it's going to be moose season.
You gonna hunt for moose out there?
I don't know if I'm going to do it
Blacks
this
of Defy,
year or
he's
not.
a little bit behind in the stream.
Actually, you know what?
I'm lagging behind you guys.
Nah, I've never had moose. Oh, look at the dog.
No, I mean, 12th man.
Good dog.
No, I thought I was. Someone said I was lagging or something.
No,
They were talking about Blacks. Blacks thinks the music is actually real. Blacks, you're the only one hearing it.
Yeah, no, I can't hear it.
I hear the music, but I don't particularly care for it.
I don't hear any.
I think Blacks' ears are tuned to that ominous frequency.
Look at the doggy.
You're gonna say I don't really hear any.
Yeah, that's Sam.
There was a little bit.
This is Sam Fisher, everyone, right here.
Sam Fisher.
That's a good boy.
Is it a mixed breed?
Get down.
Oh, look at him.
Get down.
He's got
speak. Good boy. You speak.
Who's a cuter dog? 12 man's or Bob's?
12 man, definitely. 12 man.
Bob has a dog?
Yeah, Bob has
He's going on 9 years old.
Bob has two cockapoo. I think
Bob has a collie looking like Lassie, right?
He has like a poodle mix of some sort.
That's even better. It's like a white boy breed.
I think John is a water bear. He doesn't eat.
Hey, listen, drink. You motherfuckers be over here acting like I'm crazy. I hear that damn music. I don't know where that's coming from, but I'm
glitching.
Hell no, I hear it now, and I still hear it.
You don't hear anything, Blacks.
You're a crazy
You're gonna hear now. You're gonna hear this music for like the rest of your life.
Every time I come on this channel, I hear. Da, 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 da.
It's in your
It's
head.
real ominous, soft music. Who's playing it? Who is?
You got worms
hell
in your
no.
head.
Blacks, you just learn to tune it out. Just tune it out, man. That's all you
Who's
gotta
playing
do.
that music and why is it here? Somebody tell me why.
Have you ever heard? Have you ever heard of tinnitus? That's what you got, blacks.
I definitely do have tinnitus. I definitely do have tinnitus from getting blown up, but but that's not what I'm hearing. Tinnitus is completely different.
Hey, it's just now your tinnitus just has, it's more musical. As you get older,
you know what I feel like? It feels like it feels like I'm a 16-year-old prom queen, and I got a whole bunch of people saying, "Shh, just let it happen, just let it happen." That's what it feels like right now.
Wait, I was going to say, blacks. Do you think do you feel like you're in a Disney movie?
No, I feel like I'm in a horror movie.
Are you that one black guy that's about to die first?
No. I'm the little white girl. I'm the little white girl who, after the black guy died, gets the most heinous things done to her. That's what it sounds like.
It's like the John Galt red shirt.
They be like, Jamie, where are you? Like,
hey guys, did you get an opportunity to watch the Kamala Harris speech? Lord have mercy.
Can't hear you, Portia. What'd you say, Portia?
Yeah, Portia now.
Yeah, Portia's not here. Portia's not.
Oh.
She's not.
Oh, okay. I got it. All right. Forgive my eyesight, boys.
When was the speech?
It was just now. It's with Walls and herself, her new VP pick.
Oh, yeah.
No,
I have to find that. Did he speak at all?
We're probably gonna pull that
Yes,
up.
after she spoke, and then he spoke, and of course he tries to paint himself as a middle American who has deep roots in Middle America, and it's for the common man.
Well, he actually does.
Well, yeah, but he doesn't come off as that at all. He's more akin to
California.
California.
Yeah, but neither does J.D. Vance.
And well, no, not at all. But my point is that this guy is trying to be the polar opposite of JD, and that's not what he is. He's obviously a shill for the left coast. That man, he's one of those Elmer Fudd types where he's like, why do you need more than a shotgun and a 12 gauge? Why do you need more than a 12 gauge?
All I have to say is, dude is a good foil.
I agree with
Black. But I think he's the anti JD Vance. He's older. He comes from a smaller town. I think he's a good antidote to JD Vance.
Well, he claims he's ready to debate him. He claims he's ready to debate him on any day.
JD Vance will not do it. Trump won't let him. Nope.
You don't think JD Vance won't do it? This man claims he has all he has to do is bring up his record. His record is terrible. His record as governor was terrible, especially during the
all he has to say is, hey, I have executive experience. This dude's like 2 years into his first Senate term.
Yeah, that's what he pointed out. He pointed out his executive experience, which
he was reelected as governor. He's done a term.
Absolutely,
he was reelected. So
yeah, he was reelected. But go ahead.
When they get there, they don't want to rule as a democracy. They want to rule by executive, which we've seen over, because no one can get anything done in the House and Senate, right? So
they always say, let's get rid of the Senate filibuster, etc. But then when they have the majority, they don't want to get rid of it. It's insane.
Exactly.
That's every side. We can't get away from it. So I don't give a shit about that. But my point is, he did nothing in the Senate. He did nothing as governor. He did get reelected as governor. However, it doesn't mean anything, because that George Floyd riot nonsense is going to hang around his neck like an albatross.
It's only going to hang around his neck in a MAGA crowd.
Not in a MAGA crowd. It's going to hang around his neck. Go ahead.
I thoroughly disagree with that.
He could have called in the National Guard. period. But he didn't.
Yeah,
You
he
know.
let Minneapolis burn. But that's the point. Those people who have that etched in their brains, but quite literally burned into their brains, are not gonna let him live it down.
I think he's going to be okay.
I don't. I watch the polls in the next few days, Stanley. They're gonna drop like a rock.
Nope. I'm afraid you're wrong. As a matter of
This is
fact,
reported, right?
this is going to close the gap.
Bullshit.
And oh yeah, okay. Well, dude, I do politics just.
This is a shame.
Now here's
I
where
admit it's going to be
here's
a
what
honeymoon. It's going to be a honeymoon.
This is a shame.
I can barely find
It
one.
is awesome.
I can
Stanley, the vice
I could barely find one black show on YouTube that are anything but Trump, or they're not voting and they're voting from the couch because of this shit.
Well, you have to understand that YouTube is a microcosm of just about every community.
Okay.
Most people have to work. They don't have
Like
time to do YouTube shows.
MSNBC.
HB and John.
Yeah, they only have time for MSNB after work, drinking their shitty union
Now
beer.
I'm just messing with you, HB and John. I'm just messing with y'all.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I mean, to be fair, John and HB do work while they stream. So
it was just the inflection in his
know
voice.
they do. It was just a
the
joke.
it was just the inflection in his voice when he said HB and John.
You know what? I sounded like a 12-year-old like white girl when I said that. like a mean girl.
Good
evening, Philadelphia.
Yeah.
She's in her bag. I'm not gonna lie.
But you knew she was going to pick the old white man because that's what she needs to bolster her
He's
position.
the same age as she is. She's 59 or 60. He's 60.
But that's not what I'm saying, Stanley. I'm not
God
saying
damn it.
he's not.
Now that I think about it, I'm almost 60. Damn.
Damn right. So
this is elder abuse.
So I knew he was going to pick the old white man because that's what she needs to bolster her position. She doesn't have. She needed him to push her beyond where she was. That's why she didn't pick. What's his name?
Shapiro from Pennsylvania. It's already come up. Bashir in Kentucky can't have two women. He was probably the perfect
They definitely
choice.
weren't going to pick Kentuckians,
I'm telling you guys, this ticket's going nowhere, man.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere. As soon as
I'm going to tell you who is my dream Republican. The governor of my great state of Georgia. I'd vote for him.
Why? Tell me why. Give me a brief synopsis.
One decision Kemp made was the Ahmaud Arbery thing.
So you're about that. Okay, got it.
Yeah, well, dude, he was. How familiar are you with him?
As familiar as someone who doesn't live there.
Right. Well, a Republican governor did the right thing. If Kemp was running for president, I'd seriously consider voting for him.
Okay, right. I mean, yeah, I understand that whole situation. They were very, the people who were playing cops and robbers with a shotgun.
Somebody golf.
Cops and robbers is racist. You can't play that game anymore. It's racist, remember?
Right. Exactly. And they had no business doing that. But if I'm being honest, I probably would have shot his ass too.
Arbery?
Just like Cowboys and Indians.
That's a bad call.
Racist.
He literally did. We'll listen to the speech. No, I'm serious. He didn't. He
Yeah, no, I
literally
agree.
did.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm not even being facetious. He did
But
absolutely nothing.
what fucked it up is they chased him down. They didn't let him run out of the neighborhood. They chased him down.
Yeah, they did.
Chase who down?
Ahmaud
Um,
Arbery.
Who the fuck
and not
would
only
chase him
did they
down?
chase him down, they called a neighbor to help.
I am now officially the Democratic nominee.
Who this governor here, Stanley? Is that who you're
No,
No,
talking?
it's a side issue. I want to hear what she has to say. You know,
and
just
here,
look it up. It's
here's
well
HB,
documented.
and
It's well documented.
and here's
Arbery
HB
was
playing
not
that
a criminal.
damn music again.
And so now we got some work to do. We need to move.
I hear it now. I hear it now.
No, don't hear it. Don't hear it now, nigga. No.
This is a good time to hear that kind of music.
Yes,
It's
right.
what we
That's
should
true.
all
This is
be
where it
feeling.
belongs.
And I know exactly what we are up against.
Hey, you guys are brutal.
We're honest.
No, I don't think you're honest.
Brutally honest.
Yeah,
That's right, Stanley.
brutally misinformed.
Elected a United States
Okay.
Senator. I was an elected Attorney General, and before that, elected District Attorney.
Oh, big whoop. Never won a Democratic primary. Shut up, bitch.
That ain't 12, man. You going
So
at
in
it.
those roles, I took on
You
perpetrators
sick of
of
your
all
dog on
kinds. Predators who abused women. Fraudsters who scammed.
What about trans in little girl bathroom?
Cheaters
You
who
okay
broke
with
the
that,
rules for their
right?
own gain.
Yeah, she's
So hear me
definitely okay with
when I
that.
say,
Don't
Devil
put that gargoyle
bitches.
lady up there. She's way better than Kamala.
Oh, that is gargoyle bitch. Come on, man. That's gargoyle bitch. She even cackles like one.
You notice they keep turning off the microphone whenever she cackles.
I don't know, Blacks. It might have something to do
They
with
do.
the fact that she sounds like the Green Goblin when she laughs.
Oh yeah, I'm saying they do. That was a point of contention, and so they turn the microphone off, and she steps away from it every time she cackles.
I want to hear her scream. Do you know how much I sacrificed?
She goes,
in Pennsylvania, we fight for a future with affordable housing, affordable health care, affordable child care.
affordable land.
Affordable for the migrants.
Affordable water,
Yeah.
affordable fossil fuels, affordable eggs, affordable
To own a home, to start a business, and to build wealth.
affordable fruits and vegetables.
I'm
A
gonna
free
have so
turkey
much
for
fun.
everyone.
I'm gonna have so much fun
We
come like
fight for a
November
future
6th.
where we bring down prices
Why,
that are
Stanley?
Okay.
Why would you do that to us?
Oh,
and
good.
lower the cost
Because I'm gonna
of
rub
living
y'all's
for America's
noses
families.
in this humiliating defeat that Trump is gonna have.
Stanley, stop blowing smoke
Well,
up
then
your
you
own
and
ass.
Linwood
Oh
are in
no, you know
agreement, and I
what?
know you don't like Linwood.
I'm not gonna even go into
Y'all
it.
talk about Linda Wood.
Trump is going to lose. The polls are shifting. Have you not noticed?
Oh yeah, okay.
Fundamental freedoms. The freedom to vote.
Freedom to vote by mail with no ID.
Has been around for like 50 plus years. Never had a problem with it till Donald dumbass Trump pointed it out.
No, it's been a problem long before that, Stanley. That's factually
Thoroughly disagree with
incorrect.
that. Thoroughly disagree with that.
You can disagree with the facts all you want.
Well, no, I'm actually right. I said I disagree to be nice.
Facts, Portia.
So, I love you too. So here's the thing. Since the day that I announced my candidacy, I set out to find a partner who can help build this brighter future.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that lately,
A
haven't
leader who will help unite and move us forward. A fighter for the middle class. A patriot who believes, as I do, in the extraordinary promise of America. A promise of freedom, opportunity, and not just for some, but for all.
Now put that in there.
They went from Kamala Harris to Cam Harris.
So Pennsylvania, I'm here today because
Whitey tighty.
Why you do Angel like that?
Governor Tim Galt of the great state
It tried to go to the Whitey tighty commercial. Beavis and Butthead.
So, to those who know him best, Tim is more than a governor. To his wife,
He
Gwen,
looks nervous.
he is a husband. To his kids, Hope and Gus, he is a dad.
Did she smoke some weed before coming up there?
He is
I
Sergeant
think so.
Major.
She don't make no sense, dude.
They just showing pics at this point.
What the fucking design is that down her neck
Southern
there?
Minnesota for 12 years, he was congressman.
Oh, that's the microphones on her.
To his former high school students, he was Mr. Wall.
Pantsuit.
Are they cheering after every summit?
Hillary pantsuit.
And to his former high school football players, he was coach.
I won't date a woman that won't wear a dress. You guys know that, right? If she won't wear a dress,
And in
then I won't
91
date her.
days,
Well, she's afraid of pervs like you with mirrors on their toes.
Vice President of the United
What?
States.
What you said?
She's afraid of pervs like you with mirrors on their toes like back in the 50s.
Some folks
I don't know what
getting to
you're
know
talking
Coach
about.
Wall's story. And I'll tell you, he
Yeah,
is
I bet
a proud
you don't.
product of a middle-class family in rural Nebraska. He is a veteran who served our nation in uniform for more than 2 decades.
How many combat years?
Of the Army National
How many
Guard.
combat years, bitch?
Probably none.
It's always the people who never did combat who talk about combat. Ever notice
He
that?
is someone who
Okay.
long before he entered politics worked as a teacher.
I had 3 uncles go. Actually, I had 4 uncles go to
Okay,
Vietnam and 3
whoa.
come
Your
back.
uncles aren't here talking about combat service.
When
You
Coach
are.
Walls and his wife Gwen
Well,
moved from
maybe
his native
because I was
Nebraska to
raised by
Minnesota
them.
nearly 30 years ago, they both
Whoever's
You know what? Let me start from the beginning. It's always people who have never done combat service that
Bullshit.
talk about combat service.
I've been in combat service right here in the streets of the USA,
Tim was the
Stanley.
linebackers
So
coach for the
there's
football
that.
team.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
Where I've heard
Can someone
stories
put up a
about
picture
he
of
had a
Blair
knack
White next to
for
Kamala?
using
I
the
think they
game
kind of
of
look the same.
football to teach life lessons.
Someone put up
He
a
saw
picture of this
potential
Walls
in kids.
guy
Sometimes
in
even
combat uniform. Someone bring up that picture.
So we could do a side by side with you, right?
Under those Friday night lights,
If you want.
Coach Walls motivated his players to believe they could achieve anything. And together,
I've been
they
shot,
defied the
stabbed,
odds.
ran over, and
Hear this out.
everything in the
Going
streets
from
of
a
America.
winless record to the school's first
Sound
ever
like a
state
war zone to me.
championship.
How about you?
I was actually in Desert Storm.
Okay. Well,
Hey, did you ever show that picture of the German?
we have a desert storm going on right
Well,
on
wait,
the southern border.
you do realize I never would have brought this up had I not been in combat?
On the football field, around
Because
that
I
same
knew the
time,
question was going to be
Coach
asked at
Walls
some
was
point. You
approached
walk
by a
right
student
into
in
it.
his social studies class.
Well, that's all
The
right.
young man was one of the first openly gay students at the school and was
Wait, who?
hoping to start a gay-straight alliance.
But we have an Iraq war right on the American border
acceptance
under
was
this
difficult to find
administration.
for
We do?
LGBTQ students. Tim
Damn, I wasn't
knew
aware of
the
that.
signal that it would send to have a football coach get involved.
They just released 100 people off the terrorist watch list that were detained. Just let them go right into America. Look it up, Stanley. These people are purposely destroying this country.
Mhm.
So he signed up.
And second only to Kamala, right?
The nominee was gay?
And as students have said, he made the school a safe place for everybody.
That's a lot of support, Portia.
In the high school
A lot of
yearbook,
support.
the students voted Coach Walls the quote most
All paid to be
faculty
there,
member.
bust in.
You think that's all we're gonna say 12 man, dude? I think that's enough,
They're
bro.
all bust in. They go around picking up homeless
I think
people to fill
everyone
their
can
rallies
see,
with.
Tim Walls was the kind of teacher and mentor that every child in America dreams of having.
Oh, there are places I could go with that statement.
And that every kid deserves. The kind of coach, because
I
he's the
guarantee
kind of
it's going to come out how
who
many
makes people feel
buses,
like they
those
belong,
big
and
long
then
white
inspires
buses
them
were
to dream
dropped
big.
off right
And that's
there.
the kind of vice president he
I
will
didn't
be.
want.
Well, do you think that busing them in allowed for checking for weapons and stuff like that?
Well, yeah, you should never go to any big event with weapons. That's just stupid.
Walls' students who actually helped
I mean,
him
maybe a
decide to
pocket
run for
knife
office.
or
And he
something,
served
but
12 years in
that's
Congress, representing a purple district as he reached across
Can't
the
even do
aisle.
that in the UK. You know that,
He was the
Stanley?
highest ranking.
Can't even carry around a
He was
pocket
the
knife over
highest
there.
ranking enlisted man to ever serve in the United States
Well,
Congress.
apparently you can carry machetes, though.
Apparently, it's not legal.
And the top Democrat on the Veterans Committee.
You can make a machete out of a leaf spring from a vehicle, like
And he was known as one of
if
Capitol
you know
Hill's
how to
best
run a
marksmen,
forge. Nothing.
winning a bipartisan sharpshooting contest year after year. In Washington, Tim worked to raise the minimum wage, to protect the freedom
Now
of
they're
workers
going
to join the
automated.
and he cast one of the critical votes to pass the Affordable Care Act.
And Chevron is leaving California.
Health
Yay!
insurance to tens of millions of Americans. I'm gonna tell you, when we win, Tim and I will continue.
Well, I'm gonna
to
be
make the
honest with you.
Affordable
There's
Care
some
Act
SEALs that are happy too.
Meanwhile, mega corporations like SpaceX and Chevron leaving the state. Cheer it on.
I don't think the SEALs are going to miss the oil sleds.
On the other side.
Okay. Well, I've missed the tax revenue.
So on that last topic, if Donald Trump gets the chance,
I
he
think it'll
will
be all right.
end the Affordable Care Act.
Those big corporations don't pay taxes anyway.
And take us back to a time when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing
Of course
conditions.
they
You remember
do.
what that was
They
like?
pay taxes on every worker
Children with
who they
asthma,
have under
breast
their
cancer
employ.
survivors,
Both pay
grandparents with
the
diabetes.
same thing.
Well, Governor Walt and I will not let that happen.
That's a total lie, Stanley. Why do you go around saying that shit?
Because we believe health care should be a right and not just a privilege for those who can afford it.
I meant like income taxes. My bad.
Whatever they
As Governor,
saying they
Tim
don't
has
pay
continued to fight
taxes,
for
you know
working
that's a
families.
lie, right?
He secured paid
Yeah, I
leave
should
for
always be
workers in
specific.
Minnesota.
They don't pay income taxes.
Of course they do. They pay income taxes on all their employees' income. They match the Social Security
Technically
and
not
everything.
right. When I say
No, that
income,
is
I
right.
mean like the income the company makes.
So he made
Oh,
school
you're gonna
breakfast
tax
and lunch
them on top
free
of
for every
paying
child.
everyone's
Bottom
tax.
line is they don't pay taxes on their profits. That's why California, California will be okay.
About many things,
Plus,
including
I'm
that our
already
middle class is
taxed
strong,
again just for
America is
living where I
strong.
live. And
But
where
you
does
get a
it
big
end?
fat check every now and again, right?
Will be my
Every now and
defining
then.
goal as I am president of the United States.
They're taking that away too, though, Stanley.
So
It'll be gone in a
Now,
few years.
I'd be annoyed with that.
Of the middle class, and
It's going to be gone in a few years because
for freedom.
the unions want to use it to keep teaching kids to be stupid.
In this moment, we are witnessing a full-on attack
They want their
against
unlimited retirement and all that
and
shit.
rights.
You know?
Take reproductive freedom. Now think about this. Donald Trump said he wants to punish women.
They want people to vote for a bill that
And as a result of his
is a blank
actions,
check,
today
basically.
in America, one
No
out
one
of
can
3
do
women
that.
live in a state with a Trump abortion ban.
Yeah, Donald Trump says he wants to punish women. That sounds true to
Go
me.
back to the 1800s.
No. How does he want to punish women?
Had a right to vote. Think about that. Well, Tim and I have a message for Trump.
Let Kamala explain it to us.
On our fundamental freedoms, we're not going back.
Bunch of ba 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 ba, what it sounds like to me. Bunch of chants and bullshit.
And so let me say about Tim Walz, he has shown up to stand against these attacks long before he stood on the stage with me. After Roe was overturned, he was the first governor in the country to sign a new law that enshrined reproductive freedom as a fundamental right.
And put one in every minority neighborhood. Make sure they all have abortions with it.
And with Tim Walz by my side when I am president
What
of
a
the United
bitch.
States and we win majorities in the United States Congress, we will pass a bill to restore reproductive freedom, and I will.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are they? What's wrong with abortion clinics and women having abortions again?
Tim Walz has also defended the
Anyone?
sacred freedom to vote.
Why are
As
they all in
governor,
minority
as
neighborhoods?
governor,
Then?
Doesn't
signed
really
the most
matter. What's the problem with them
significant
being in
Oh,
minority
okay.
neighborhoods?
voting rights
What's
in
the
You'd
problem with
rather
in
them?
over 50
you'd
years.
rather support the
No. I asked
abortion
you a question.
industry than
Don't ask me a
And
question.
with
What's wrong with them being
when
in
I am
minority
president, we are going
neighborhoods?
to finally
so
pass the
you'd
John
rather
Lewis Voting
abort
Rights
your
Act
own
No,
friends
you're
and
asking me
see
a
them
question.
prosper.
I asked you a question for an answer, not another question.
We're going to
Well,
get
I
it done.
answered with the question.
Sorry, that's not how answers work.
So Tim is a hunter
Okay,
and a
Stanley.
gun owner who believes, as the majority of gun owners do, that we need reasonable gun safety laws in America.
Oh, like in Chicago?
So as governor, he expanded background checks and increased penalties for illegal firearm sales. And together, when we win in November, we are finally going to pass universal background checks,
Bullshit, you are.
laws, and an assault weapons ban.
You ain't passing shit.
Through his work, Tim, the way I think about it, he really does shine a light on a brighter future that we can build together. In his state, he has been a model chief executive, and with his experience, I'm telling you, Tim Walz will be ready on day one.
So is that Wall or Walt? Walt? Walt?
In fact,
Isn't he a German old white guy with a long history of Germany or something?
shall we? To Trump's running mate. Well,
He might be related
some might
to the
say
Third Reich.
it's like a matchup between the varsity team and the JV squad. So, Pennsylvania, ultimately in this election, we each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in? A country of freedom, compassion, and rule of law, or a country of chaos, fear, and hate?
We had the chaos here and
here's
all
the
that
beauty of
shit
our
now.
democracy. We each have the power
Hey, 12,
to
keep
answer
it
that
going on.
question.
This makes
We
up for Stanley talking
have the
trash
power
when
to
Trump
answer
was
that
giving a
question.
speech. Keep it
The
going. This is
power is
awesome.
with the people.
What's that, bro? Sorry, couldn't hear you.
Oh, I said I love all your comments. It's
We
beautiful. This
love
makes up for
our
when Stanley was
country.
talking trash when Trump gave
And
a
I
speech.
believe it is the highest
Yeah.
form of
Yeah, that's.
patriotism to fight for the
I hope I
ideals
didn't
of
offend
our
you.
country.
No, it's entertaining both ways, man. This is
Yeah.
awesome.
That
I think
that is
12
how
gauge is an
we
excellent
preserve
add
the
to the panel.
promise of America.
That's what I like
And
about
after
this
all,
channel is that nobody
the
gets overly
promise of
offended,
America
you know? At the
is
end of
what
the
makes
day,
it
we're all
possible
still bros, right?
for two
That's
Yeah,
what's
and believe it or
middle-class
not, we also are
kids.
learning from other people, even people we don't agree
One,
with.
a
They got some
daughter
very good
of
insight.
Oakland, California,
That's right.
who was raised by a working mother. The other, a son of the Nebraska plains who grew up working on a farm. It's the promise of America, because only in America
Why'd she
Is
have to
it
repeat
possible
that?
for them together to make it all the way to the White House?
That's an Umar Johnson technique. Keep on repeating stupid shit.
Total shill reading from her prompter. Yeah, right.
Only in America.
Look at her own backyard in San Francisco. That's all you got to look at to know about Camel Toe Harris.
That's right. And
So
so,
your
Coach
back,
Galt
you
and
get
I
to
may
fix
hail
our
from different corners
backyard.
of our great country,
Look
but
at
our
her
values are the
backyard.
same. And we both believe in lifting people up, not knocking them down.
You ain't knocking nothing down.
He and I, we both know the vast majority of people in our country have so much more in common than what separates them.
Oh, and by the way,
When we look at folks, we see in our fellow Americans neighbors, not enemies. Not enemies.
says the funder of Antifa and violent BLM.
Is this. Our
What a
campaign
bitch.
will reach out to everyone, from red
Can't
states
hardly
to
stand
blue
listening to
states,
this cunt. Full of bullshit
from the
and lies.
heartland to the coast, in rural, urban, suburban, and tribal communities. We are running a campaign on behalf of all Americans.
Yeah, right.
And when elected, we will govern on behalf of all Americans.
Sure.
And so, with Tim Walz by my side, and with all of you at our side, let us fight for the promise of our future. And with that, I ask Pennsylvania, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. And now,
Some
welcome the
funny
next
shit.
Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz.
Wow. Yeah. Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Philadelphia.
Lagging.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, for the trust you put in me, but maybe more so, thank you for bringing back the joy.
Half a head is better than no
I'm thrilled to
head.
be on this journey with you and Doug, this incredible journey. And Pennsylvania, I know you know this, but my God, what a treasure you have in Josh Shapiro. Holy hell, can this guy bring the fire? He can bring the fire. This is a visionary leader. Also, I have to tell you, everybody in America knows when you need a bridge fixed, call that guy. And I think sometimes we forget, and you see people a little one-dimensional, but seeing a guy who cares so deep about his family, a man with compassion, vision, and I know this from experience. There is no one you would rather go to a Springsteen concert in Jersey with than him. Than that guy. Brooks.
All right. I really don't
The
want
answer from me, Mr. Kim, is all she has to do is knock on the door and say, "Take me."
to. Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't. It would. Honestly, Master Kim, maybe 3 beers. And I'd bang out Kamala. Maybe.
I don't want to see any of those porno ideas you guys gotta have in your head about
Yeah,
these
Master
two
Kim,
people
if I get to put
fucking
a bag
each other behind chamber holds or whatever, or the hot sauna bath in the back room.
So what'd you guys think of it? What'd you guys think of it?
Did you guys hear when she said the word tribal communities?
Yeah, she was talking about angels people.
But she's pandering to the actual natives. Really.
Yeah, I don't even think Native Americans really vote like that. Did they?
No, what she's talking about is basically political divides, and we are tribal. There's MAGA and not MAGA, so
No,
that's tribal. It gets talked about in the news all the time. That's what you meant.
I don't think
it's not rocket science, folks.
Stanley, you watch too much George Stephanopoulos.
No, I watch pretty much everything. So,
Wow,
That's some good horror music, man.
Yeah, I didn't know that's what she was talking about. But all right. Well, listen, guys, I'm gonna end this live. I wanna get everybody's final words and your opinion on Kamala Harris's speech. 12th Man and Stanley were pretty much talking completely over the whole speech.
Just
no
in
man,
between.
no man really wants to hear from a woman. They kind of both proved that. So I appreciate you guys. But let's start with you.
Hey, that's almost funny.
Let's start with you, 12 Man.
Thanks for having me, y'all. It's been a great conversation. I'm sure I'll catch, y'all on the flip side. You know what I'm saying?
All right, man.
That's what's up.
I think I know what you're saying. All right, 12
All
Man.
right.
All right.
Take care, y'all.
Take care, man. Master Kim, final words and opinions on the speech.
Yep, the speech was just a bunch of fluffy silliness, and it is going to get scary that this BITCH might win. So I'm going to try to listen to Stanley and others and just try to understand a little bit more about her administration. I'm pro-Trump 100%, but also a realist. If this bitch wins, I also need to go along to get along, as they say. So Stanley and I are going to meet up for lunch or dinner after the 20th. With that being said, great show today, guys. And I'm going to go back and watch the kids' story time so I can understand from the very beginning of the story. But I love the music in the background. This is dope. I love it, man. It's haunting music, man. But thank you, HB and Gary and Portia and everyone. So much time that you guys have put in today. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Master Kim.
Yeah, appreciate you.
All right. And Garion, final words.
I pray to whichever God is in heaven that Kamala, that fake black bitch, yeah, her right there, don't win. I am scared for the future of America. And I really hope, HB, that you keep writing those horror stories. I loved your work.
I
Trump
appreciate
2024 and Trump forever. Good night.
That was a little melodramatic, but all right, Garion. All right. Stanley, final words and opinion on
Well,
this.
to kind of piggyback on what Garen was saying, he prays to whatever God. As you get older, even though I'm not horribly old, God invented humor, and He's got the best humor of all. I love seeing all the Trump voters getting all hot and bothered. The speech was fluff, but it wasn't an important speech, and I think God and me are gonna be laughing at y'all come mid-November.
Oh man, I hope we're not eating crow at this right here.
Well, I'm not gonna make you eat crow. I'm just gonna say I told you so.
Jesus, Stanley. All right, Stanley. I hope you're wrong. I pray you're wrong. I pray you're wrong.
And Portia is gonna be the one that I laugh at most. She's not a woman, really?
I don't think she meant literally. I think she meant like in the figuratively sense. She's not a woman, but I don't think she means she has a wiener. I think, yeah.
Oh no. I know what she meant. She just meant she's no lady.
Right.
That's why I will be very respectful as always, but I'm gonna rub it in, Portia.
She's got a point. Remember this picture. She's got a point.
You know what? I'd date her at 30. If I was 60, I'd date her at 30.
Not when you're married, Stanley.
Well, okay. But obviously, his wife didn't know they were married, or obviously there were some rules that were, made it okay. So.
Oh, come on, Stanley.
Hey, it's San Francisco.
Yeah, you got a point. You got a point. All right, Stanley. I'll catch you tomorrow, man.
Take it easy. Bye.
All right. Appreciate you. We got Cam the King here for the final words. Cam the King, final words, man. We're getting out of here.
I can barely hear you. What'd you say?
The final words. We're doing the final words. We're ending the show right now. Final words.
Oh shit. I have no final words besides don't vote for Llama Kalama.
All right. Thank you, Cam the King. That was simple, sweet, and straight to the point. I like that, man. I like that. Anyway, appreciate you guys. We're coming up on 10 hours and 30 minutes. You guys make sure you hit the like button, subscribe if you're new here. And of course, if you want to help support this channel, you want to help support John, you want to help support me, make sure you hit that Cash App at Portia J with the E at the end. And as always, God bless America and God bless the chat.
Come on out, you rapist!
Wow.